All right, all right, all right. Here we are. Welcome, everybody. Good day, good day. Uh, let's see. Cat isn't here yet. Already configure this a little bit in case he wants to hop on. There we go. There we go, there we go. Man, what a beautiful day. What a beautiful day we have today. It's very bright outside. My dad came over, we ate something, we went for a little walk. Beautiful weather. Beautiful weather today. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for some Age of Empires. All right. Let's hop into some games. All right. How has everybody's day been so far? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday afternoon. Well, if it is Sunday afternoon for you. I gotta get my follower thing there at the top right side fixed because it's. I'm not sure who just kindred red dot p or whatever is, but that's not my latest follower. That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. Everything else seems to be... Actually, is it accurate? Anorexia, no, it's actually not accurate at all. Well, no, the last sub is accurate. The last bits is also accurate. Why are some things accurate and some things aren't? That's so weird. Yeah, it is quite sunny today. All right. Well then, let's see if we can find a game called Jardy's Online. Gully Deckles Online. Anaton's already practicing. Valdemar's practicing as well. Ramen's playing. Lots of gamers gaming. I'm thinking of like setting up TTS for bits or channel points. I'm not 100% sure on how exactly it'll work. I feel like it's a little bit dangerous setting up TTS and something like that. Especially with you fuckers out there. It's always a little bit dangerous. Always a little bit dangerous. The sun is actually helping a little bit right now because I didn't clean up after dinner today. So I still have some cutlery on the desk on my left-hand side, but you can't see it at all because the white desk is reflecting so damn much. Any gamers? Any gamers? Who's Olive? Oh, Sassy playing free falls, I assume. Doing the smart thing, rename himself, so he can't be found on ladder. Well, not on ladder, but like in the lobby, nobody will immediately know, oh wait, that's Sassy. Bless me. Because that's typically what happens if you go, like if you're a somewhat known person and you play free falls and people recognize you, you're gonna get teamed. You're gonna get fucking teammate. Alright, while we're still in the queue, let's look at some luxury houses.
Just like the other one that we just toured. And continuing the hallway, this opens up to the first guest suite on this level. Very spacious room.
It's all the fucking map hackers that spoiled for me.
I mean, beautiful oak hardwood floors.
Rip.
AC diffusers are nicely recessed into the floors. Sliding glass doors that opens up to a patio space facing the front of the home. And as we go this way, we have the bathroom here with these Remedizio glass.
Wait. What? The toilet knows when you're there.
This way we have the bathroom here.
The toilet knows when you're there and it opens up automatically.
Glass pocketing doors, nice tile floors, toilets automatically lift up, walk-in shower with more of these earth tones, and we have the floating vanity design right behind us. Now, around the corner, we have the walk-in closet here, fully decked out, beautiful built-in.
Pretty much like that.
Stunning. Now, let me take you guys back to the hallway here and go back to the entry of the home, and right across we have the formal dining room area. Same
Wait,
marble
really?
floors
You walk into the formal dining area?
Home. We have this beautiful.
Oh, found a game. We found a game. Punk 2, 55% win rate. This guy has some stuff going on in his profile. It's gonna be on forts. Mongols is pretty good on forts. I think English also feels pretty decent at the moment. Let's play Roose though. Versus Japan, okay. Alright. I think I got a plan when it comes to what I want to go for. Think I do.
Слушайте, люди готовы. Люди сой!
Люди, сой!
Готовы есть?
Поревники, добро есть. Готов есть. Идан. Исполняем. Разите. Ага. Слушаемся.
Жду.
Поревник есть. Позорота есть. Готов есть. Наказе Бондент.
That's the market over here, so I'm assuming my opponent is probably over there,
Наказе Бондент.
in this area.
Да. Слушаемся. Да. Сокрушайте.
Что? Готово есть. Часов.
Готов есть. Разите.
Поревник есть.
Позорота.
Позорота есть.
Okay, so we got double deer already straight off the bat. That's pretty nice that we found those relatively early.
Исполняем.
Got some sheep over there.
Поревник есть.
Готово есть. Слушаемся.
I think we can go for wheelbarrow.
Грюндите набрать.
Стрельбище есть.
Oh, he wants to cut in over there. Sure, that's fine with me.
Часов.
Позорота есть.
Позорота есть.
Just quickly drop the sheep off then.
Готов есть. Да. Наказе Бондент.
Oh, we got another wolf over there, but I think for now I actually got to prioritize finding sheep a little bit.
Готов есть. Скачан.
We've got the boar over here.
Часо.
That's another sheep.
Поревник есть.
Исполнять.
Yeah, there we
Скачок.
go. Want to drop that one off there.
Наказе Бондент. Да.
Позорота есть. Идан на...
Позорота есть. Скачан. Да.
That's where his base is gonna be.
Идан. Слушаемся.
Готово есть.
Okay, let's look over here then. Wait, Oh, you got a sheep here.
Готовы, если...
You got a sheep here. You got a sheep here.
Готово есть.
Okay, we actually gotta cancel this.
Готов есть. Позоротай есть.
Да.
Да.
Позаратай есть. Идан. Часо.
Nothing else over here, actually? No additional sheep? I would have assumed that I would get at least +1 sheep.
Готов есть.
Часо. Слушай, Ансен. Поревник есть.
Like one more sheep over from that side.
Наказе.
Наказе банда.
Well, let's check over his side then.
Часо.
Поревник есть. Ага.
Готовы, есть.
Позоротай есть.
Поревник есть. Часо.
Готов есть. Да. Наказе
Yeah, we got
банда.
another wolf over here.
А?
Позоротай есть. Идан.
Готово есть.
Готов есть. Ага.
Back to that a little bit later. We got a wolf over here that we're gonna kill now.
Есть. Да.
There's another wolf over here. But I still think there should be deer over here, just because it felt like he was pretty quick when it comes to coming over to our side.
Добро.
Another wolf. Okay, that's actually 3 wolves over here on this side.
Исполняем.
Remaining.
Да.
Наказе Бондан.
Готов есть.
Тихо.
Готов есть. Строй. Позоротай есть.
Наказе, Сонти.
Позаратай есть.
Наказе банда. Часо. Напряж. Скачан.
Well, there's some sheep remaining here, at the very least.
Поревник есть. Да.
And there we go. That's the deer that I was looking for.
Наказе Бондан.
Also going to be taking all of these deer back now with this scout.
Приуготовляйтесь все.
We're getting wheelbarrow. Strips are starting to get a little bit far.
Позоротай готов есть. Скачу, куда велено есть. Наказом следую.
Наказе будут.
Why did I build that over there? Well, no, I didn't build any. Oh, yeah, they just went after his regular trees.
Наказе с- Оправляемся.
Ворог приедет.
He's outside of that range.
Скачу, куда велено есть.
Наказе будет. Радуй. Уразумех.
Радуйся.
Поревник готов есть.
Поревник готово есть. Сделаю.
Какови наказ.
Приуготовляйтесь все.
Поревник.
Поревник готово есть.
There's still sheep over there. It's kind of incredible.
Готов трудить. Поревник готов есть. Направляюсь.
I think we're going to put our landmark over there.
Двигаюсь.
Какови наказе суть. Направо.
Позоротай готов. Скоро.
Позаратай готов. Иду.
Повинуюсь.
At least scout over here now what he's doing. Oh my god. That's a lot of bounty that we're getting here.
Куда велено есть.
He's only just now aging up, which is weird.
Какови наказ.
It's a very late age up, and I think it means that he's gonna go for fast castle. How much gold has he got so far? Yeah, it's gonna be fast castle from him for sure.
Готовы идти. Начну трудитесь.
Лихо есть.
Ладно есть.
Позоротай.
Gonna wait for one more tick then to finish.
Дело есть. Чего делать? Я поспешу. Готовы трудиться.
Какови.
Поревник готово есть.
Сделаю. Поражаю.
А скоро. Готово есть. Двигаюсь.
Sell one more.
Наказе будут. Надобно есть.
And high trade house we're gonna put over there.
Добро есть.
Дело есть.
Люди,
Приуготовляй.
добываю зверя.
Опасно есть.
There's still more wolves over there.
Какови наказе суть.
Holy moly.
Стройно есть, ладно.
Какови наказ.
Поревник готово есть.
Позоротай готов есть.
Позаратай готово есть.
Какови наказ.
Какови наказе суть.
Позоротай готов. Иду на брань. Позоротай готов есть. Поскору.
Скачу.
Фарь.
Двигаюсь.
Наказом следую. Какови.
Противник готов. Двигаемся.
Right.
Люди,
It's a couple too many over there.
Слушайте.
Поревник готов.
Конь оседлан есть. Поревник готова. Противный близ
Is
стоит.
he aging up?
Направляюсь, куда
Yeah,
наказано
he is.
есть.
He is, he is, he
Люди,
is.
приготовившись.
Ожидаю наказ. Трудитесь надобно.
Поревник готова наступать.
Трудитесь надобно.
Куда направлять?
Ожидаю наказа.
Probably could use an outpost over here then.
Направляемся.
Потрудихся и зря. Люди, приготовившись.
Наказ слушайте надобно. Сие построю. Конь оседлан есть. Скать.
Поревник готова наступать.
Ожидаю.
Ожидаю наказ. Исполнено будет.
Готов есть. Слушайте все. В лесу, возможно, есть мясо. Много давайте. Повинуюся.
Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте.
Вижу ворога! Лучник сейчас.
Дайте мне работу.
Кинок, направляемся. Слушай, в ряду стоим. Луч.
Куда направляетесь?
Иди, трудницы, надо внесуть.
Готовы, есмы.
Вороги на подошву! Слушайте все.
Построенный. Слушайте все.
Oh, come on. I'm telling you to go over there as well.
Что накажет? Наказ слушать. Слушайте, идем. Надо бы найти нам. Повинуемся наказу.
Лучницы кони готовы суть.
Построено.
В ряду стоим. Луч сейчас.
Hello?
Наказывать, скать, ожидать.
Why are they not doing what I'm telling them to?
Готов.
Готов.
Готов. Слушаюся. Слушайте. Наказ, да. Готовы, есмы. В ряду стоим. Ожидаем. Лучниц, лучниц. Готов.
Люди,
Ожидаем. В ряду стоим.
люди, идите! Надо найти нам! Надо в путь идти!
Ожидаем. В ряду стоим. Лучник конный готов. Слушай путь.
Готов повиноваться есть!
Сделано будет.
Люди, трудитесь и приуготовляйтесь.
Слушайте все!
Слушайте наказ.
Конь осед, скачу напрямик.
Поражают меня!
Конь осед! Направляюсь!
Лучницы кони! Готовы! Лучниц! Наказывай! Лучницы! Седлайте коней! Лучницы кони! Напрячь!
Готов повиноваться есть! Наказ! Противный близ
Готовы, есмы! Туда!
It's a bit annoying that these units count as
Сие построю скоро.
military units, so they get selected with the all military, select all military hotkey.
Готов повиноваться есть!
Let's get another one out there.
Трудитесь надобно.
Слушайте, повинуйся! Надобно есть! Уразумев!
Обредок ворога! Часоход!
Кин, слушай! Лучницы куда?
Слушайте, все
No,
идем.
no, 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 no.
Луч готов, ясен патруль. Повинуюсь
No, no, no,
наказу.
no, no, no.
Слушайте все.
Готовы, есмы! Кин, направляйся! В ряду.
Наказ слушайте на сейчас.
Кин, слушайся!
Hello? Pathing?
Готов есть!
Трудитесь на...
Дайте мне работу.
Ожидаем наказа!
Слушайте, идем. Слушайте все.
Лучник конный, слушайте!
Приуготов на посту.
Люди, трудитесь и приуготовляйтесь.
Готов повиновать. Готов повиновать еще есть. Слушаюсь.
Воине
Ah, I
на
missed
запад
his monk over there.
Ожидаем наказа!
Люди приготовь! Люди приготовь! Дело доводят!
Предоставим!
Часов велить.
No, bring the relic back. You guys can bring that over here.
Слушайте наказ. Да!
Что накажете?
Готовы, если. Садитесь, обогоняют! Лучницы коней! Навперед! Готовы, если. Лучницы, седлайте коней! Уразумел, повинуюся! Напряг! Ожидаем! Лучницы коней! Напряг! Садитесь, обогоняют! Лучниц, приду! Лучницы коней! Лучницы коней! Напряг! Наступать! Ожидаем! Лучницы, седлайте коней! Напряг!
Иду, куда наказано.
Приду! Садитесь на коней! Сейчас! Поражаю! Лучка, повинуюся! Лучницы, седлайте коней! Наступаем! Купно!
Готов, едем.
Готово есть. Потрудитесь. Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте.
Лучницы, в путь! Наступаем!
Высокошчик, сделано будет.
Слушайте! Направляйтесь в путь!
Иди, трудницы, надо внесуть. Иду.
Слушайте, воине! Уразумев! Да! Туда! Напряжаю! Да! Наступаем! Купно! Напряг! Направляйтесь в путь, воины! Надо есть! Слушаюся! Туда! Наступаем! Готовы мы! Уразумев! Слушай туда! Да! Слушаюся! Наступаем! Купно! Ожидаем! Надо есть! Ожидаем наказ! Повинуюся! Слушаюся!
Трудитесь, надо.
Люди,
Готовы, если!
Слушайте все.
Слушайте, направляйтесь в путь, воины конный готов. Лучник
готово
конный
есть.
готов.
Потрудитесь.
Слушайте, воин, сейчас.
Идите, надобно. Слушайте, идем, надобно идти.
Куда направляться? Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте.
Слушайте, повинуюся.
Наказ слушайте надобно. Труд слушать?
Слушайте, путь. Слуш, надобно есть. Сейчас!
Вижу ворога!
Иди, трудницы, надобне суть.
Слушайте, воины. Направляйтесь в путь, воины. Туда. Слушайте, уразумев. Лучник конный готов. Слушать, надобно есть.
Oh, well, let's see. He must be going out to food on other sources at some point in time, right?
Готов повиновать. Мой честь есть.
Слушайте все.
Сберу древеса.
Oh, of course, you had to move out. Oh, that's great.
Готовы мы. Придут лучницы, кони готовы. Ожидаем наказа.
Дайте мне работу.
Готовы мы.
Слушать.
Готов, есим патруль.
Слушайте наказ мой. Путь.
Вижу
Слушайте туда. Уразумел. Ожидай напряг.
Куда?
А готовы надо есть. Лучниц наступаем. Повинуемся.
Противный близ стоит.
Послушание есть добродетель.
И наказ.
С честью. Какой наказ есть?
Люди,
Yeah, you can't afford that.
надо найти нам.
Луч сейчас.
Oh, why did I run in that direction? Alright. That's poor decision making by them.
Иди трудиться надо.
Время действовать.
Готовы, если потрудитесь.
Наказ.
Надо бы на в путь идти.
Слушайте всіх, слушайте всіх.
Стройно есть. Рад? Наказ слушайте надобно.
Готовы будете, воины. Посмотрите оружие, наступаем!
Люди, трудитесь, приуготовляйтесь.
Приготовлять, выступайте.
Hello there.
Лучник слушается. Готовые, лучницы кони, напряг! Лучницы кони, напряг!
Повинуюся.
Ah, second TC, okay. That gives us something to attack onto.
Построено добро есть. Стоять.
Ладнец, служите, рад, ясно. Цель лино, приготовляйтесь, воины. Готовы, повинуюсь с честью.
Слушайте все.
Оружие готово есть. Ожидаем наказа! Садитесь на коней! Лучник, садитесь на коней! Лучницы, седлайте коней! Сейчас! Готов есть! Готов! Послушание есть! Слух! Наказ! Повинуй! Послушание есть добродетель! Латницы готовые! Да! Напряг! Сейчас!
Люди, приготовившись. Люди,
Хто наказ? Слушайте всіх.
GG.
Приготовляйтесь! Идем!
GG. Nah, you mean he's playing the only night challenge? Maybe. Maybe. There just aren't a lot of counters for these mounted archers. It's kind of obscene. So much gold as well. Just buying resources. So did go for a second TC. What's the villager count? Yeah, he killed a lot initially with his first dive. But still felt like we were fine because look at the military count. We're just making so much more. And you can never really gap close onto these archers, which is just... That's why they repeat. We're just massing up units to be able to dive under TCs as well. Ah, man, it is really hot today. Jeez, lots of hot air coming through from the window. I need to get my fan out again. It's getting this hot. Exactly, we got the SLAPFEST later today. Well, to normal archers. Yeah, I mean, they don't get any bonus armor, right? So normal archers do relatively well against them, cost-wise at least, but the thing is that I can always just choose which fights to take, and if he actually goes for, like, normal archers, then I just mess up my own knights. Oh, quick one. I don't want to play versus Numidan, he plays so passively. Let's try Byzantines. Gonna go for the 3DB strat, which didn't work like 2 times in a row. I just in general don't like playing versus him. Thing is, Numidan has no problem with playing a game that he drags out for like an hour or so. But I, like probably many people, tend to value my time, at least to a certain degree.
Ναι. Κατάσκοπος. Υπεύω. Καβαλάριος.
So I'm not the biggest fan of games going on forever and ever and ever.
Ναι, χτίζω.
Ναι.
Not a big fan indeed.
Κατάσκοπος. Ναι. Καβαλάριος. Υπεύω. Ασφαλώς. Κατάσκοπος. Ναι.
He also just likes to turtle a lot.
Κινούμε. Ναι. Ναι.
Yo, Dinky. How you doing, man?
Καβαλάριος. Ναι.
Oh, we're not going winery. We're not going winery this game.
Ασφαλώς. Κατάσκοπος. Ναι. Καβαλά. Ναι. Ασφαλώς.
All in feudal Keshik archer. Not Keshiks, no. I think javelin throwers are probably better.
Κατάσκοπος.
Ναι. Τι.
Έτοιμος.
Actually, I think I'm fine with 2 on gold.
Υπεύω. Καβαλάριος. Ναι. Ναι. Έτοιμο. Ναι. Κατάσκοπος. Κινούμε. Καβαλάριος. Ναι. Έτοιμος.
Max, you're using so many bits. I think at one point it's probably just worth it to also go for a sub, man. Just to get rid of ads.
Κατάσκοπος. Καβαλάριος. Υπεύω. Κατάσκοπος. Ναι. Ασφαλώς. Υπεύω. Καβαλάριος. Ασφαλώς. Ναι. Έτοιμος.
Right, there we go.
Έτοιμοι.
Χωρική έτοιμη. Ναι. Ναι.
Και λεύσεις.
Καβαλάριος. Ναι. Κατάσκοπος. Ναι. Έτοιμος. Ναι. Έτοιμο. Ασφαλώς. Κατάσκοπος.
Τι. Κόπτο.
Καβαλά. Κινούμε. Κινούμε. Πού. Καβαλάρι. Ασφαλώς. Έτοιμος. Ναι.
Yeah, way too much natural sun. Screw that shit.
Καβαλάρι.
It's time for skin cancer.
Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Okay, let's see.
Ναι.
I think I got enough olive oil. Actually, we'll go until we hit the 500.
Έτοιμοι.
Actually, probably right about now, I think I've got enough.
Τι.
I'll just keep one.
Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
I'll just keep one on berries, just in case. I should have enough, but just in case, we'll keep one on it.
Καβαλάρι.
Ναι.
Ναι. Καβαλάριος. Ναι. Κατάσκοπος.
Oh, he's actually the one going for Abby here. Abby into 2TC, surely.
Έτοιμος. Ναι.
Έτοιμη. Τι. Καλά πάντες έτοιμοι. Εκελεύσει. Ναι. Τούτο ώρα να περιπατήσουμε.
Έτοιμος ή να κινηθώ.
Ναι. Αρχίζω να...
Καβαλάριο. Μάλιστα.
Why do I have a villager inside?
Θέλεις.
Oh yeah, who would have thought?
Πράγμα θέλεις. Εκτίστη
Who would
καλά.
have thought that he would go for something like that?
Εργασία. Τούτο εργάζομαι. Πάντε. Ναι. Συλλέγω
I
ξύλο.
need a house now.
Έτοιμη. Τούτο κτί. Χωρική έτοιμη.
Ναι. Τούτο κτίζεται.
Κατάσκοπος όρου. Τούτο πράττω. Μάλιστα.
Drone throwers.
Εργασία. Τι πράγμα θέλεις. Χωρική όδε.
Ναι.
Τίνες διατάξεις. Ταύτα
There's his king.
Καβαλάριος.
Ναι. Τούτο εργάζομαι.
Τίνες διατάξεις. Υπεύω εκεί.
Yeah, and look at that. Nice and really, really passively. Just the way he wants it.
Από
to be. This passive little bitch boy.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Πάντες έτοιμοι. Ναι, τούτο, δώτε προσοχή.
You just know that he doesn't know any other way to play.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Ναι, ναι,
Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες.
Οι αντίπαλοι πλησιάζουσι!
Δεχόμεθα τα βέλη! Εντάξει! Καβαλάριος έτοιμος.
Τι πράγμα? Χωρική ευθύς.
Οι αντίπαλοι πλησιάζουσι!
Αποχωρήσατε! Καβαλάρι! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Προσοχή!
Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Ναι. Εργασία. Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Ναι, τούτο κατενόησα.
Τότε προσοχή! Κινήθητε. Προσοχή!
Αποχωρήσατε ομού. Μέλω να συλλέξω τους κάρπους. Πάντες έτοιμοι. Ναι. Εργασία.
Come on.
Ακούω! Προσοχή!
Αλλού μπε καταγάνει εγώ να σάνει.
Προσοχή!
Και λέει τζιγκολ καβαρότο μπε ταγάκα. Ταγά, νγκα πάτα. Μπε μου τα λατζά.
Τότε αποχωρήσατε. Τούτο πράτο!
Συντριβή! Όδε!
Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Αποχωρήσατε. Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Δώτε προς... Ακούω! Υπείς τούτο πράτο!
Εργασία. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Αλλού η παπαγέ.
Δώτε προσοχή! Αποχωρήσατε.
Και λέει τζιγκολ μπε καταγάνει εγώ να σάνει. Αλλού η παρέκυλα αλλού η Αΐ σιλοντού. Σαβαρότο μπε ταγάκα. Παρέκουλα. Φαερίλα.
Η διαταγή σου. Εντάξει!
Φαερίλα αλλού. Τζογαγά μπε.
Υπείς έτοιμοι! Αποχωρήσατε.
Πέντο φαΐ.
Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Ναι.
Εντάξει! Υπακούω!
Gotta check if he's out on the deer in the back there.
Φαερίλα αλλού παρέτα αν μπε ταγάκα και λέει τζιγκολ.
Καβαλάριος εργασία. Τούτο κτίζω.
Εργασία.
Έτοιμος.
Εργασία. Κινούμε ευθύς.
Αλλού η σαβαρότο.
Προσοχή! Αποχωρήσατε. Ναι, έτοιμος. Δώτε προς τούτο πράτο. Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Αποχωρήσατε.
Okay, he's not out on there yet.
Υπακούω.
What's he building there? Blacksmith? Alright. Let's burn that one down quickly.
Όδε! Προσβαλόμεθα!
Υπείς! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Δώτε... Ακούσατε προσεκτό. Δώτε προς τούτο πράτο.
Στρατιώτη.
Προσοχή! Αποχωρήσατε.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Καβαλάριος έτοιμος. Δώτε προς... Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Προσοχή! Ακούω.
Is he on gold again? He is.
Αλλού η ταγά. Νγκα πάτα. Και λέει.
Δώτε προσοχή.
Φαερίλα παρέτα μπε ταγάκα και λέει τζιγκολ.
Δώτε προσοχή.
Και λέει τζογατή. Μπε καταγάνει εγώ να σάνει.
Υπείς! Ατοντιστέ! Εντάξει! Τούτο πράτο.
Φαερίλα αλλού.
Υπείς έτοιμοι! Εντάξει! Ναι, ταχύ! Εντάξει! Υπείς έτοιμοι! Ναι, έτοιμος! Η διαταγή σου, καβαλάριος! Εντάξει! Υπείς έτοιμοι!
Παρέτου ταγά. Νγκα πάτα.
Εντάξει! Υπείς έτοιμοι! Καβαλάρι! Ναι,
Φαερίλα σαβαρότο μπε ταγάκα.
ακούω! Καβαλάριος! Η διαταγή καβαλή καβαλάριος! Η διαταγή σου!
Φαερίλα αλλού.
Φώνεσον! Υπείς έτοιμοι! Προσοχή! Αποχωρήσατε!
Κατάστημα. Φαερίλα αλλού.
Εντάξει! Τούτο!
Μπε ταγάκα και λέει τζιγκολ.
Εντάξει! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες!
Η φαλάρι καλύπουν.
Χωρική έτοιμη. Ευθύς.
Υπείς έτοιμοι! Υπακούω! Εντάξει!
Αλλού η παρέτα τώρα και...
Κοντάρια επάνω.
Ναι, έτοιμος.
Εργασία. Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Πάντες έτοιμοι. Τούτο εργάζω. Αποχωρήσατε
Should have deer over here on that side.
Η εργασία αναμένει. Καβαλάριος, εκελεύσεις, ώρα να περιπατήσομεν.
Εκελεύσεις. Ώρα να περιπατήσομεν.
Ναι, μπράτο. Εργασία.
Στρατιώτη.
Ναι, καβαλικέ. Έτοιμος. Η διαταγή σου.
Ακονδιστής.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Ευτυχισμένος.
Πάρει. Ευτυχισμένος.
Ετοιμάστητε.
Πάρει.
Τι πράγμα.
Η εργασία αναμένει.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Ναι, εργασία.
Τα μηχανήματα κινούνται.
Gotta wait for the javelin throwers to come out, I feel like.
Έτοιμος ή να κινηθώ. Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Ναι,
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Τι πράγμα?
πάντες έτοιμοι.
Συλλέγω. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι. Εκτίστη καλά.
Τι είναι σβιέτο. Το μηχανή. Πάσε μηχανέ αποχωρούν.
Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες.
Ετοιμάστητε.
Εντάξει. Αποχωρήσατε.
Το μηχάνημα ακροβολείται.
Έτοιμο.
Το μηχάνημα πιθανό.
Υπήρξε έτοιμοι. Κινήθητε στρατιώτες. Ανδρεάκο. Σύνη. Υπήρξε.
Κατάστημα.
Εντάξει.
Μηχανήματα έτοιμα.
Ακονδιστής.
Το μηχανήματα και με συνδυαίο.
Ναι, έτοιμος.
Τι πράγμα.
Εκελεύσεις.
Εργασία.
Αποχωρήσατε ομού.
God damn it.
Δώτε προσοχή. Πάντες έτοιμοι. Προχωρώ εις το αγρόν. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Ακονδιστής.
Δώτε προσοχή. Κινήθητε στρατιώτες.
It's got so many archers now as well.
Προσοχή.
Έτοιμος.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Τοξότης έτοιμος.
Ετοιμάστητε άντρες.
Έτοιμος.
Oh, he's aging up, isn't he? That feels like an age up over there. Like just the nice white tower in front of his base, isn't it? Yep, look at that. Piece of shit, man.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Μένω να ξυλεύσω. Έτοιμος ή να κινηθώ.
Ετοιμάστητε. Έλατε.
Playing so freaking passively.
Κινηθείτε στρατώτε.
Εκτι...
Η εργασία
Every
αναμένει.
single game.
Τούτο κτίζεται. Ναι.
Ετοιμάστητε.
Alright.
Ετοιμάστητε. Έλατε.
Πάρει.
Don't even move out onto the map. You don't need to.
Τούτο κατενόησα.
Just in his base, makes his farm transition. It's all nice and dandy for him.
Ετοιμάστητε άντρες. Κινηθείτε στρατώτε.
Η εργασία αναμένει. Τούτο κτίζω. Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Ετοιμάστητε άντρες. Ετοιμάστητε. Κινηθείτε στρατώτε. Τι είναι σβιέτα. Προχωρώ. Ετοιμάστητε.
Δώτε προς... Κινήθητε στρατιώτες.
Συσκευή έτοιμη.
Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατής. Τότε ακούω. Προσοχή! Αποχώρησα.
Ακροβολούμε!
Καβαλάρι! Ποδόψελα!
Alright, we're aging up now as well.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Τούτο κτίζεται.
Αλλού η αντιγραφή και γιάμε. Συσκευή έτοιμη. Έτοιμος. Παρέτουλα.
The archer's not just doing so much damage there.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Έτοιμος είναι να κινηθώ.
Τι είναι διατάξει. Κατακέλευσιν πιέω.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Μηχανήματα.
Προσοχή! Κινήθητε στρατιώτες.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Really?
Τούτο
They're out?
κατενόησα.
Okay, I should have more resources still in the corner.
Τούτο κτίζω.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Δέχομαι τα των πολεμίων.
Τότε προσοχή!
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Εκελεύσεις ευθύς. Πάντες τούτο εργάζομαι.
Right? Yep, I do.
Εργασία. Ναι, κινούμε.
What's that? Oh my god, a single knight.
Τι βοήθεια! Εκτίστηκα.
Χειρουργίες καταγές έρχονται Ρωμαίοι. Έτοιμοι. Πάντες, ακούσετε. Κινήθητε εις δρόμων. Τούτο κακός έχει. Ακροβολούμε. Βιαζόμεθα υπό τον εχθρόν.
Αμή, τι θέλει εργασία?
Αμή, τι θέλει η εργασία? Έτοιμης προς Ανδρία.
Τα βέλη των πολεμίων ρίπτονται.
Ως και λέβεις πρώτο. Ώρα εργασίας. Ως και λέβεις. Σιωπήσετε. Τούτο πράγμα σπουδαίων. Πάντες, προσοχή. Μετάλλευσης είναι η ζωή μου. Να κτίσω αυτό σύντομα. Τι θέλεις να πράξω?
Τι θέλεις να πράξω? Να κτίσω αυτό σύντομα.
Σιωπήσετε. Τούτο πράγμα σπουδαίο. Πού να πορεύσομαι? Σου κτί... Αποχωρώ κατακέλευση.
Οικοδομή κτιστή.
Τούτο κτί... Αμή. Τι θέλει
Τι θέλεις να
Πάντες.
Τούτον είναι να πράξω. Τούτο κτίζω ευθύς.
Καινουργίες διαταγές έρχονται Ρωμαίοι.
Why are they all producing over there in that direction?
Σιωπήσετε. Τούτο πράγμα...
Αμή, τι θέλει εργασία? Ώρα εργασίας.
Καινουργίες, ετοιμάσετε τα όπλα. Περιπατείτε. Έτοιμοι, καβαλάρι! Να συμπεριπατήσουμε. Καβαλάρι, ακολουθήσατε. Ανδρείοι στρατιώτες. Κατακέλευση πιέω. Έτοιμοι να συμπεριπατήσουμε.
Τι θέλει εργασία? Πάντε
Καβαλάρι, έτοιμοι σκελεύσεις. Ακολουθήσατε. Ανδρείοι στρατιώτες.
Πάντες ακούσετε.
Πάντες.
Το πράγμα. Χωριάτες.
Καβαλάρι,
Just a single knight, man.
να συμπεριπατήσουμε.
And I'll have to react.
Έτοιμοι προσβολή. Ακολουθήσατε.
Alright, I'll have to fight, right? Like, I'll have to.
Πού να πορεύσουμε? Έτοιμοι να συμπεριπατήσουμε. Ώρα εργασίας. Να καβαλάρι που εργάζεται. Έτοιμοι προσβολή. Λέμα εμπρός. Κινήστε.
Ετοιμάσετε τα όπλα. Έτοιμοι αποχώρηση. Το ξοδόρι για τον λαό ημών προσβάλλω.
Παρέτουλα. Άι, κιλότου. Παρά, γκάμπατα.
Τι θέλεις να πράξεις? Πάντες, προσοχή.
Σου κτίζω.
Κατόκουμα, περιλάλου. Ταβαρότου, mbetaraка. Mbeta nyonasang, perila, mbetaraка kelezungu. Παρέτουλα. Κολομίστε αυτό. Κατόκου, γραφτήλα ταινιάνε.
Ακοντιστής έτοιμος.
Παρέτουλα. Ταβαρότου, mbetaraка. Παΐρου.
Συνδεδεμένος και κερδισμένος.
Τι είναι σε κελεύση σου?
Τι να το ξέρω.
Τι είναι σε κελεύση?
Κατόκουμα,
Ορκίσατε κάρτο.
Ώρα εργασίας.
Τι είναι σε κελεύση σου?
راكبوا الجبال جاهزون ومستعدون.
Αμή. Τούτον είναι να πράξω.
أيها الجنود انتبهوا الآن. έτοιμος.
So dead, man. We're so freaking dead.
Στρατιώτης ζωηρός. Περιπατούμε.
Αμή. Τι θέλει. Πάντες ακούσετε. Σου κτίζω αυτό. Ώρα αποχωρήσεως. Πάντες. Έτοιμοι. Αμή. Τι θέλει η εργασία. Έτοιμοι ως και Λέβης. Σκόπισον το πράγμα. Κινήθητε εις δρόμων. Χωριάτες έτοιμοι.
Ετοιμάστε, στρατιώτες. Ο δρόμος περιμένει.
Oh my god, my villagers are moving in such a spastic way as well.
Τι να το ξέξω.
Τι θέλεις να. Πάντες ως και Λέβης.
Δώσ' μη τι να πράξω. Αμή.
Καλά εκτελούμε. Τούτο κακός αγροβολούμε.
لدينا أوامر للجميع هنا.
Ώρα εργα... Αποχωρώ κατακέλευση.
أيها الجند سأفعل ذلك.
Let's catch him here.
έτοιμοι. Περιπατείτε. Άκμηνον εξήρου μάι. Ετοιμάστε τα όπλα. Δεχόμενα κατά τον πολεμείο μυστάρια.
Ώρα εργασίας.
لدينا أوامر. στοχίσατε κάτω. Τούτο εκτελώ. القذائف أطلقت.
Πάντες ακούσετε. Τι θέλεις να πράξω.
هذا أمر حار. ετοιμάστε τα όπλα. Πάντες έτοιμοι. στοχίσατε κάτω. ετοιμάστε τα όπλα. ετοιμάστε. Διαμισθών δουλεύω.
Τι θέλεις?
Oh my god.
Αμή. Τι θέλει η εργασία.
It's not getting any freaking gold in right now.
πάντες, ακούσετε. أيها الجنود اتبعوني. أيها الجنود الشجعان. قريبا تأتينا أوامر.
And he's meanwhile on 2TC. Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this. I should just play 2TC as well. Like, it's annoying that I can't punish this. Like, I just am not able to punish it. And it makes me very, very angry that I'm not able to punish it. And I want to learn to punish these kind of things. I'm just too bad. I'm just too bad to do it. Look at that. Now it's going to be a forward keep. Forward Berkshire even. He has enough resource to just go up with Berkshire now. Behind all of this. It's crazy. It's just crazy, man. At least we don't have to see that today. At least we don't have to see that during SLAPFEST today. Holy shit, is that annoying. Yeah, I should have just 2TC'd. 2TC and I'm completely fine with Byzantines against that. I think English is just not a civilization that I can punish here in that situation. Yo, Tim, thank you for the gifted subs, man. Thank you. Very much appreciate. Thank you, Tim. I want to see how many villagers I killed. The game's taking so long to display it. Hello. Roof to video game. The fuck? There we go. I didn't even kill that many. I almost equalized it, but that was not worth the military loss there. Right? Oh man, it's Baloo. Wondering what kind of strategies we'll see from him today. It's Numadon, poggers. And he picks HRE to turtle. Yeah, no, we don't have time for that. We literally don't have time for that. Literally don't have time for that. Well, like the game crashed? No, that wasn't a crash, I alter fought. Oh, wrong cue. Why do so many people play free fall at the moment? Is there nothing that I know of? Hilarious. Well, it's the best way to play Byzantines now, 2TC, fast castle off the Civ, but it feels like it depends on the matchup. Like, there are some Civs where you can punish them in feudal age, where you can play feudal age, and some Civs where you can't. It feels like English if they go for Abbey, and the TC is literally in range of their main TC. Who's Baloo? It's Numadon. He's a famously turtle player. He's like the anti-Kiljadi. Like they're in a world of extremes, you got like Kiljadi who's like really, really aggressive, and then all the way on the other side, you got Numadon. HRE, alright, another turtle Civ, poggers, and it's Gorge again. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Divine is more defensive though. Imagine if he picks HRE. I don't know, it feels like Divine is worse though as a player, so it feels like you can actually punish him. But Numadon knows how to like play just passively enough. You call it Beastie Star? No, I feel like Beastie plays more of a normal meta kind of way. That makes sense. Is that normal? Is that normal that my gold is all the way out here? That's not normal. Like my What the hell? My berries are forward. My gold is forwarder. What the fuck? I can literally put my mining camp between, like... Oh my god. Yippee! Good game, good game. Like, my mining camp isn't even range of my TC. English in the chat, please, insane. This is really weird. And I have such a shitty map spawn, and I'm getting Dark Age rushed. Alright. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Χωρική, ναι, εισβαλε. Ώρα οδηπορίας. Πράτο. Εις δρόμων.
Έτοιμος. Ναι, έτοιμοι. Φώνε. Βοήθεια!
Is this guy map hacking, or why did he like go this aggressive with my spawn here like this? Like, if I just had a normal spawn, this wouldn't have been even close to being like an issue, right?
Ναι. Ναι.
I don't think that there's a normal world in which Ichari goes for like mass spearman rush in this kind of situation. On this map especially. So it just strikes me as weird. No, it doesn't spawn that far out. Honestly doesn't.
Πού?
Ναι.
Χτίζω.
Έτοιμος. Έτοιμος. Καβαλάριος. Κατάσκοπος.
Έπτυσα. Παρόν, ταξιδεύω.
Έτοιμος, ναι. Καβαλάριο, ναι. Κατάσκοπος, κινούμε. Υπέβω. Κατάσκοπος. Ασφαλώς. Ναι. Τι πράγμα θέλεις. Κατάσκοπο. Ταύτα πράτο. Καβαλάριο.
Mine work.
Τίνες μάλιστα. Τίνες διατάξεις. Αρχή. Κατάσκοπο να υπέψω. Εργασία. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι. Ναι. Εκτίστηκα τούτο καβαλάριο τούτο πράτο. Προσπαλόμεθα. Κατάσκοπο πράτο. Μάλιστα. Καλά έπραξα. Τίνες διατάξεις. Καβαλάριος έτοιμος. Ταύτα πράτο. Ευθύς εισβάλλω. Τι πράγμα θέλει. Χωρική να κινηθώ με χωρική.
Τοξότης έτοιμος.
Χωρική έτοιμη οι σκελεύσεις. Καβαλάριος έτοιμος. Υπέβοη.
Τι πράγμα.
Εκελεύθυνες διατάξεις. Ταύτα πράτο. Μάλιστα. Κατάσκοπος όδε. Υπέβοη.
Έτοιμος να κινηθώ.
Καβαλάριος ταχύ.
Ρωμαίοι, διαταγέ.
Τίνες διατάξεις. Καβαλάριος έτοιμος.
Πάριμη.
Κατάσκοπος ο υπέβω εκεί.
Τοξότη.
Τίνες διατάξεις.
On archery range, okay. In that case, I'm fine with just competing on archers.
Σαγιτάτορε, κινήθηκε. Γέλες αποχωρώ. Σαγιτόξος, ο τοξότης κινείται. Ο τοξότης κινείται. Τοξότης βιαζόμετα υπό των πολεμίων. Πειθαρχώτα σκελέσεις. Τούτο πέπρακτε. Τοξότη, σαγιτέλευσόνε. Σαγιτάτορε, περιπατείτε.
Καβαλάριος έτοιμος.
Σαγιτάτορε, το ξέψατε. Τόξος έτοιμος.
Κατάσκοπο να υπεύσω.
He's already on double ranges,
Ναι.
which is pretty good for him.
Υπακούσετε τα
Τίνες διατάξεις.
So I'll have to be careful.
Σαγιτάτορε, κινήθηκε.
Εκελεύσει. Ώρα να περιπατήσουμε. Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Χωρική έτοιμη. Τούτο τίνες διατάξεις. Να υπεύσω. Κατάσκοπος όντε. Ταύτα.
Έτοιμο το πράτο.
Κατάσκοπο.
Υπακούσετε τα
Ταχύ.
Τούτο
Καβαλάρι. Τούτο πράσο.
Κατά το ψευόμεθα. Έτοιμο το πέπρακτε. Σαγιτάτορε, τούτο πέπρακτε. Σαγιτάτορε, έτοιμη. Πειθαρχώτα σκελεύσεις.
Oh, come on, I want to hit this guy.
Σαγιτάτορε, κινήθηκε.
Ταχύ.
Υπακού πειθαρχώτα σκελεύσεις.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Τι πράγμα? Χωρική, έλατε χωριάτες. Τούτο.
Σαγιτάτορε, περιπαθείτε. Τούτο πράτο. Σαγιτάτορε, περιπαθείτε. Σαγιτάτορε, έτοιμη. Σαγιτάτορε, κινήθηκε. Τούτο πέπρακτε. Τούτο πράτο. Υπακούσετε τα σκελέτα.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Ναι.
Σαγιτάτορε, το ξέψατε.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Σαγιτάτορε,
Πάντες.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Σαγιτάτορε, το ξέψατε.
Χωρική έτοιμη.
Σαγιτάτορε, περιπαθείτε. Σαγιτούτο πέπρακτε. Το ξώτης, έτοιμο. Σαγιτάτορε, κινήθηκε. Πειθαρχώτα σκελεύσεις. Σαγιτάτορε, περιπαθείτε.
Ναι. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι. Τι πράγμα θέλει?
Σαγιτάτορε, περιπαθείτε. Σαγιτάτορε, έτοιμοι. Τόξος έτοιμος. Σαγιτάτορε, τοξότης έτοιμος.
Ναι. Χωρική ευθύς.
Σαγιτάτορε, πειθαρχώτα σκελέτη. Σαγιτάτορε, Σαγιτάτορε.
Oh my god, why did I not have that guy in any control groups?
Τούτο πέπρακτε. Σαγιτάτορε, τούτο πέπρακτε.
And he already has all the blacksmith upgrades, of course, because he went for mine work.
Ακούσετε τα σκελέτη.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
And I can't even afford that, not where nearby, not even close to being able to afford that. Where's my next gold? Oh, it's all on that side. On that forward side, that's very cool. It's very, very cool. Why do I feel like I lack resources like so much?
Έτοιμος είναι.
Εργασία.
Τόξος έτοιμος.
Εργασία. Ευτυχισμένο.
God damn it. This is annoying.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Ναι. Τούτο κτίζεται.
Oh my god, he's got so many units, so many archers there. I desperately need upgrades. I need the blacksmith upgrades.
Χωρική έτοιμη οι σκελεύσεις. Χωρική όδε. Ναι.
Τόξος έτοιμος.
Εταίρο ξύλων.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Χωρική έτοιμη. Τούτο κτίζω.
Ρωμαίοι, διατακέ.
I can't afford them, man.
Θέλω να μεταλλεύσω.
I can't afford the upgrades.
Ετοιμάσου το πράγμα. 홀스톱스그놈 남도가 얼치와님 비 소아우트린트도 다크놈 아니 감독과의 반대 수도 εργάζω It's 멀치와님 배우니까 η εργασία και λέμε ευθύς 날개기 다 보여버리고 독소세
Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Yeah, no armor upgrades or anything like that hurts me a lot.
Εργασία.
How much do I have? 23. How much does he have? Also 23. Don't have that upgrade yet. He's just gonna let that burn down. Augers.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
I need to attack. I need to, like, before he rejoins his main army, I need to do something. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yeah. I'm just still not enough. He has more archers than I do still. I can't remass what I just lost. Right.
Εργασία. Ναι, τούτο κατενόησα. Τούτο κτίζεται. Ναι. Μέλλον να ξυλεύσω.
Could try with an archer raid. That's gonna leave me exposed on other sides, but it doesn't feel like I've got too much choice at the moment. Too many choices. Okay, his archer army is right over there. He saw me. So that plan also kind of falls flat now. Saw that just in time. Really? What is this man? If he goes for the villagers all the way back here, I think he's got map hacks. Huh? Huh?
Ναι, τι πράγμα θέλεις? Ναι, αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Και ελευθερών με. Τόξος έτοιμος.
All right. I can't reasonably go for much more gold here.
Εργασία. Ναι. Τι πράγμα?
Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Εργασία. Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Καλά έψος έτοιμη εργασία. Τοξότης έτοιμος.
Ευτυχισμένος. Ναι.
He's probably on the deer out there, I think.
Ναι.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Εργασία.
Πάντες ώρα να περιπατήσουμε. Τοξότης έτοιμος.
Εκτίστηκαν.
Πάρει, κινούμε ευθύς. Τούτο κτίζεται. Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Αποχωρήσατε ομού.
Sure, let's just get gold from back there.
Έτοιμος να κινηθώ.
Εργασία.
Ευτυχισμένο.
Let's go around here with the archers.
Ναι.
Η εργασία αναμένει. Τούτο κτίζω. Πάρει και
Ξώτης έτοιμος. Ξώτης έτοιμος. Τούτο πράτο. Σαγιτάτορε. Τούτο πέπρακτε. Τούτο πέπρακτε.
Oh, he's got his entire army here.
Σαγιτάτορε. Περιπατείτε. Καταπολεμώμε. Σαγιτάτορε. Σαγιτάτορε. Κινήθητε. Σαγιτάτορε. Περιπατείτε. Σαγιτάτορε. Έτοιμο. Τούτο πέπρακτε. Υπακούσετε τα σαγιτά. Υπακούσετε τα σκελέψεις. Ετοιμάσατε.
Huh? I thought I moved them back.
Σαγιτάτορε. Κελευσόν με.
Guess I didn't.
Τόξος έτοιμος. Κελευσόν πειθαρχώτας κελεύση. Προσοχή! Σαγιτάτορε. Βιαζόμεθα από τον πολεμείο. Τούτο πράτο. Ετοιμάστηκε. Σαγιτάτορε.
τότε αποχωρήσατε.
Κελευσόν. Για πίσω. Τόξος έτοιμος.
Εργασία. Σπέβ.
Τι σαγητεύει!
Τι πράγμα θέλει. Τούτο κτίζω.
Κελευσόν έτοιμος.
Τότε προσοχή. Καβαλάριος εκελεύς ευθύς.
Hello, I move you over there. How many times do I need to click the guy to do it? The fuck?
Η διαταγή σου έτοιμος να κινηθώ. Κινούμε εκεί.
Yeah, I figured that this would happen now. So now he's castle age.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Αποχωρήσατε ομού.
I'm not really close. I'm not really close, I gotta say,
Τούτο κτίζεται.
to castle age.
Τόξος έτοιμος.
Εκτίστη καλά.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Ναι. Τι πράγμα. Συλλέγω ξύλων.
Πάρει μη. Τούτο εργάζομαι.
Also gotta keep an eye out on the time. So we do have a tournament to play. Well, not to play, but to cast.
Τούτο κτίζεται.
Ρωμαίοι, διαταγέ.
Εργασία.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Η
Τι
εργασία
πράγμα
αναμένει.
θέλεις.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Εργασία. Συλλέγω.
Goes out over here again.
Τι πράγμα θέλει. Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Πάντες αποχωρήσατε ομού.
Οι αντίπαλοι πλησιάζουν. Σαγιτάτορε.
Alright, we're able to age up now as well. Let's do that.
Σαγιτάτορε.
Alright, we hit him over here in the reinforcement line. That way he'll have to retreat. We're getting a market up because we gotta sell all of... Oh, is he actually going for it?
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Ναι,
Εργασία. Χωρική. Πάντες ώρα να περιπατήσουμε.
τι πράγμα θέλεις. Έτοιμος. Αποχωρώ.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Χωρική του
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Σαγιτάτορε. Σαγιτάτορε.
Οικοδομή πάντες ως και λέτε. Χωριάντες του τον ύμνα πράξω.
This is bad.
Κόπησα κόμματα των πολεμίων μπροστάρια. Πάντε ώρα αποχωρήσεως πάντως. Πάντε κινήθητε εις δρόμο. Τέλη εργασία.
Έτοιμα. Υπακού. Δύναμε τούτο. Έτοιμα. Υπακού.
These guys are all pretty much dead.
Πάντες κινήθητε εις δρόμο. Πάντες τούτον ύμνα πράξω.
Oh man, this is so annoying. Why did my gold spawn in frickin' Narnia?
Έτοιμοι εις
Like, actually in frickin' Narnia, man.
Τι θέλεις να πράξω.
τούτο κακό θέλει. Ακροβολούμε.
Έτοιμοι στρατιώτες. Διαταγές. Κινήθητε ευθύς.
Ακροβολούμε.
Τι θέλει να πάει.
Ah! He's got all the upgrades for pretty much free, half off.
Πάντες προσοχή. Τούτον είναι να πράξω.
Υπακούσετε τα σκελέτα.
Πάντες, ακούσετε.
He already took the relic over here as well. We're on 30 something pop right now.
Ετοιμάστε, ετοιμάστε. Ετοιμάστε. Δύναμε τούτο πράγμα. Ο τόξος έτοιμ παρακολουθεί. Υπακούσετε ζωηρός. Ετοιμά καταγγέλλεται. Έτοιμη εις αποχώρηση. Υπακούς ζωηρός. Κοινή. Ετοιμάστε, ετοιμάστε. Έτοιμη εις αποχώρηση. Υπακούς ζωηρός. Έτοιμη εις αποχώρηση.
Oh, he's not even on the deer over there. He's just not. He just isn't over there.
Η μετάλλευση σπρά.
Ώρα εργασίας.
Έτοιμοι εις και πάντες.
Κινήθητε εις δρόμων. Πάντες ακούς.
Προσοχή στρατιώτες.
Where is he? Where's this eco?
Το βράδυ. Ετοιμάστε, τοξότες. Ετοιμάστε.
Πάντες, σκόπισον το πράγμα εκτελεμένο.
Αμή, τι θέλεις να πράξω. Σκόπισον το πράγμα εκτελεμένο.
Υπακούσετε τα σκε. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Ετοιμάς ζωηρός. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξότες. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση.
Χωριάτες έτοιμοι.
Υπακούσετε τα σκελέτα.
Now it's just all gonna be
Ώρα εργασίας.
mass men-at-arms, and I don't have units against that. He's fully farm transition, just like I am, but like, it's easier for him.
Κινήθητε.
Hello?
Δύναμε τούτο πράγμα. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξότες. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξότες.
Yeah,
Παρακολουθώ.
Arachnids behind it all.
Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξότες. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Υπακούς. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξότες. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξότες.
He doesn't even have wheelbarrow,
Τοξότες.
so I shouldn't actually be having that much trouble catching up to his units.
Ο τόξος. Δύναμε
Oh my god.
Είπα, δύναμε ο τόξος έτοιμο. Ετοιμάστητε, τοξότες. Είπα, κατακέλευση, νυν πει. Ετοιμάστητε, τοξότες. Υπακούσετε τα σκελέτα. Επιλέξατε τους τόξους, τοξότες. Βιαζόμαστε από τον εχθρό.
I don't have any production buildings against this army. Like, nothing I can make out of these buildings right now works against this army. This hasn't... It feels like it hasn't produced anything so far.
Δύναμε τούτο πράγμα. Υπακούσετε τα σκελέτα. Έτοιμα, παρακολουθώ τα σκελέτα. Υπακούσετε τα σκελέτα.
Οικοδομή κτιστή και έννοιο.
Πάντες προσοχή. Ως σκελέτης.
Τιμή μου το υπακούει.
Έτοιμοι στρατιώτες. Διαταγές. Έτοιμοι εις αποχώρηση. Τοξό. Εμάς κατατοξεύουν.
Ευγενής υπή. Έτοιμη.
Oh, and of course, I didn't get the last upgrade in.
Ποταγή βάρος ουδέ.
Πάντες,
Ετοιμάστητε Ρωμαίοι. Ώρα της κατακέλευσής μου περί
χωριάτες έτοιμοι.
Ετοιμάστητε για το υπακούει.
Χωριάτες έτοιμοι.
Πρώτη, υπέβω.
Ώρα εργασίας.
Ευγενής υπή. Έτοιμη. Για το υπακούει υπή. Έτοιμη. Πρόθυμος να υπηρετήσω. Διαταγές σου.
Even with +2, that's just too many units.
Διαταγές σου. Πρόθυμος να διαταγές σου.
The TC is firing as well, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough.
Η τιμή
Why am I playing versus this fucked up shit today? How come his units just won't die? While mine units die like instantly, even though it's like cataphracts, right? Yeah, no. Doesn't work. Alright, let's see. The fights that I took weren't even that bad, honestly. The issue is that his transition behind this is just so much quicker. You think of it like this, right? Like, I'm getting plus 26%, he gets 40%. I gotta invest like 800 stone into getting those plus 26%, he gets it for free. Which makes a big difference here as well. Wondering how I should approach this matchup now. Hello? End the game? This guy doesn't want to end the game.
Are you still there?
I don't think Byzantine sucks, it's just in this situation, like everything is kind of stacked against me here in this one, right? Like I've got the gold so far away from my TC, not even my mining camp is in range of my TC. He's got his gold, actually also pretty far away. But just the situation is kind of fucked. Maybe I should have gone longbows. Longbows could have worked. Longbows could have probably worked better. I think I should have gone longbows. That's the wrong match. Yeah, this one I just quit out. It's taking its time to load. Just mass longbows, normal archers, horsemen. That could have worked. Just need a big archer ball. Hey, do you have any tips for English? I mean, English is probably the easiest civilization next to French to play. I'm not sure what tips are you looking for exactly? I have a tip for English. Build houses, build farms. I'm not sure what exactly you're looking for. Don't get housed, make villagers. Why is it not updating? Build order for Season 5 of Beastie. If you're a new player, I'm not sure if it's always very hard to like judge at which stage a player is in RTS skill-wise. So are you like completely new to RTS? In which case, I would just first of all recommend like playing through all the campaign missions and stuff like that. Well, not campaign missions, but like the Art of War tutorial. It teaches you a lot of the basic mechanics. All right, you played StarCraft 2, all right. But yeah, in that case, still, the Art of War missions, they help you a lot with just understanding the base mechanics that are like kind of different to StarCraft 2. Then yeah, as you said, just look for a build order. Try and play around the build order. Something that's always probably the best thing to do if you want to get better at a game is look at what the pros do. And always try to think of why they do the things they do. Not just like, oh, he does this then, he does this then. No, you want to know exactly why does he do the moves that he does. And you probably don't want to look at ladder games from pros just because they tend to like troll most of the time in ladder games as well, or like not play how they would do in tournaments. It's best to probably look at tournament games. Come on, why is this just not loading? This is so... I just want to look at the stats, man. Hello? How come it takes me 5 minutes to look at stats? There we go. Jesus Christ. Alright, economy, 6,000 more. Yep. Villagers, I mean, we we both dealt damage to each other, but at the end there, just had also way more military. I think I threw away a lot of my military here, actually, at one point. Yeah, he kind of kept his mostly constant. Oh, it's a Smurf, okay, 77% win rate. Ravane? Alright, yeah, that explains why it was so weird. Man, I really want to quickly check out, like, why did he open up with that Spearman Rush? Because it felt like that's... My gold was unusually far forward, and he went straight for it. Like, straight for it. Huh! Wait, did he look at my base? We got free camera off. He's not even looking at where he sent a scout. Huh? Did he look at my... Yeah, I also think that that was just correction. Like, it just... I think they did something to the camera a while ago where it, like, slowly pans you back over when you turn it off, but I wanna see it straight away. So we're gonna immediately pause it, immediately switch over to his POV, turn off free camera. Well, turned on first, and there we go, turned off. Alright, but he is actually straight up just immediately going for it. And he's just immediately scouting my base as well. And now he sees, okay, I got my gold. Such an awkward position, like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is my gold position here? Right, like... And then it just goes straight over there. Like, my god, is that far away? How is it for him? Slightly better, but this is just so weird that my gold is behind my berries. Like, my gold is just downright behind my berries. I've never had that happen on Gorge before. Alright. It's time though. We're getting ready for SLAPFEST. So I'm gonna see you guys in just a little bit. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Energies SLAPFEST number 2. I'm Crackety here, and with me today, once again, is Matisse. How are you doing, Matisse?
Yeah, great, great. Yeah, we got finals today, so the games should be insane. And the games yesterday were crazy, right? We had Papipo coming back in the most insane comebacks I've ever seen. And yeah, the squad today is sick. We've got just pretty much the best players. The only sad part is Beastie, I guess. But other than that, elite creme de la creme of Age of Empires 4 scene is going to attend our tournament, so I'm super happy about it as well.
Exactly. I mean, we had a pretty banger group phase behind us now. So from our group phase, we had Papipo Vortex, Louis MT Certain, Wham, Kiljardi, Marine Lord, and Alatant qualifying today. And those are the players that we will be seeing here today in our playoffs, trying to go for that number 1 Energy SLAPFEST winner, number 2. So that's going to be very exciting. Starting off today, we're going to be bringing you Louis MT versus Kiljardi. On the other hand side, at the rest of the bracket, we got Marine Lord versus Vortex. And on the other side of the bracket, Wham versus Certain and Papipo versus Antan. So a very stacked matchup, like very stacked playoffs that we have here today. And yeah, I mean, we can't cast all of them. We're gonna try our best to pick the most promising sets here for you guys. So starting off, it's gonna be Louis MT versus Kiljardi. I think those are some of the groups that we have here today. I think these are probably the most evenly matched when it comes to the potential of the matchups, because I think sure Louis is the clear favorite at this point in time. I think Kiljardi still has a shot though. Like, it's not one of these situations where it's like 100% clear from the beginning, okay, this player has no chance of winning. I think it's still definitely possible here that Kiljardi could get the upset in against Louis.
Yep, I would say the quarterfinals are surprisingly one-sided, although obviously in theory Vortex could absolutely beat Marine Lord, but I think he didn't play that much. So for example, he's been playing some other RTSs, and Marine Lord seems to be focusing mostly on Age of Empires, so that could be pretty. I think Marine Lord should decisively win. Then we've got Wham against Zerton. Maybe this one is slightly closer, but I think Wham is still quite a big favorite, especially since he is in pretty good form, right? Like, if we could say maybe like the normal form Wham against peak Zerton, maybe Zerton has a shot, but in current forms, it seems Zerton is just fine, and Wham is in really good shape. So I would favor definitely Wham here. And then we've got also Papi against who? Against Anotant. So yeah, I think again Papi here, Anotant in peak form maybe would be able to win some games against him, but Papi is in such a good shape that I feel like this could also be quite one-sided, right? So, but obviously there are upsets always; they always happen, even if you don't expect them. So I think one of the games should have an upset, right? The question: are we going to find it? We'll see. We'll see.
Exactly, and these are also going to be best of 5 today. So no longer are we going to be seeing those best of 3s where you only need 2 victories in a row in order to win it. Best of 5s, they tend to draw out a little bit longer, and especially during best of 5s, it also means that we're going to be having a little bit more tactical play when it comes to the drafting, when it comes to outdrafting your opponent, and overall, just the drafting is going to be a lot more important now for these players, as there are going to be more rounds to play in.
Yes, definitely. And it also decreases volatility a little bit, right? Where favorites, they can lose 1 game, they can lose 2 games, but it's very difficult to lose 3 games when you're a clear favorite, right? Like, it can happen. But I think Kiljardi against Louis can be very interesting because both players are extremely volatile, right? So this could lead to an upset, right, where Kiljardi wins. Because, for example, when 2 very aggressive strategies clash, and you can say both players are kind of like that, when they clash, sometimes it produces very weird results, right? So, for example, both players just miss each other armies, and suddenly the army, you've got opponent's army in your base, and your army is in opponent's base, right? Stuff like that, yeah? So this could be pretty interesting. Well, we'll see. But I think out of all these games, this probably has the biggest chance for upset.
Yeah, I agree. So right now we're currently waiting for these 2 players to finish up their drafts, and we can take a look at the maps that we're going to be seeing today between them and the different civilizations, the possible matchups that we're going to be looking at today. And yeah, overall, I'm very excited for this one. Just Louis MT versus Kiljadi. I mean, we see Kiljadi all the time on ladder. Louis MT also another player that really grinds it out on the ladder as well. He's got a lot of games under his belt. I think he's probably like one of the players with the highest account level in the game right now. It's kind of incredible just how much he plays. I think his level is like 1,100 and then some. It's a little bit insane. It's a little bit insane when you just think about how much time these players have invested into the game.
Yep. Well, becoming such a high-level player as both of these players are, it requires so much time and so much energy, right? So hopefully these guys will be properly compensated for this. We're trying our best to do this as well. And yeah, it's so on one hand you can think, yeah, it's just they're playing games for fun and this is their job. It's amazing. But the life of pro gamer, especially in a relatively niche game that is Age of Empires 4, it's not that easy, because, for example, sometimes you've got a tournament and the result of this tournament can decide whether you're going to have money for the next payment of bills or not, right? So it can be very stressful. So hopefully these guys will make it. And yeah, I've seen Kiljardi starting to stream. So yeah, check them out, by the way. I think it's just Kiljardi on Twitch.
Exactly. And now we can see the draft that we got here. So Louis, oh my God, just looking at the civilizations here, I think Louis, he's got to be really, really happy with his civilizations. I mean, he's getting both Jeanne d'Arc and French, probably like his favorite-ish civilizations, at least Jeanne for sure. Like Louis and CSO, I think they've been playing Jeanne to absolute perfection. Like whenever you see those two playing Jeanne, it's like, okay, I don't think this could have been played much better. The timings are always there. The Knight Mass is... The fights that they take with the Knights, I always say, when you're playing like French or Jeanne, you mass Knights. But you don't take fights. You just run around, you're annoying, you just harass your opponent here and there, and you look for a tech up behind that. And once you get those crucial couple of techs in, then it doesn't matter that your opponent has spearmen, it doesn't matter that your opponent has crossbows. You're in many situations just able to completely overrun the opponent. And that's why Knights are just such a volatile unit in many situations where suddenly your opponent has just one or two Knights too many. Even though you made the counter units, you might have just not made enough of them. And after Knights win a fight, they can usually immediately run into the opponent's base because they're already armored units. They can just already dive TCs.
Yeah, and you can also outmaneuver your opponent, right? It's so important that, for example, you can run to the left with one group of knights and one run to the right with the other group of knights, and then you have to pretty much perfectly split the spears and crossbows in order to repel both groups, right? So that's not easy. You can always just turn one of the groups and just fight the other half of opponent's army. And when you got 2 against 1 advantage, especially with knights, it can end very badly. So let's see, although at the civilizations of Kiljardi then. So we've got Ottomans, that's pretty solid pick. We've got HRE, we've seen what he can do with those HRE units yesterday, and this was pretty impressive. Like, these archers are so fast that he can do a lot with them. We've got Delhi, pretty strong. We've got Abbasid English, debatable, and we've got Order of a Dragon, which I'm not that huge fan of. So I would say he has a shot at winning maybe 3 games, which I guess is enough to win the series. So that could not be bad. And maybe there's Lipani, so then Abbasid could be pretty good. And sometimes if you hit a good counter pick with English, then you might also win with English. Maybe, for example, maybe against Byzantines here. Against what? Against other civs, English don't seem that good that Louis has. What do you think?
I mean, English, they feel pretty decent when you play them up against the Iubits. I think it makes a lot of sense playing English versus Iubits, just because, like, Iubits, they tend to go for that reinforcement wing in Feudal Age to be able to harass, and that just doesn't work against English, like, at all. English, they get the short bows, they get the long bows. So with that, it's very, very difficult to harass the English. Recently as well, we've seen English being really good when it comes to multi-TC with the early king play, because usually when you go for the early second TC, you're a little bit vulnerable at the beginning of a game. Getting a free knight kind of makes that vulnerability not be there. So usually you're able to completely get away scot-free with that aggression. With that, not aggression, but with that boom kind of approach. And your opponent with their aggression, they kind of like can't really punish you. I think at the moment, 2TC from English, it is very, very difficult to punish, if not even impossible.
Yep, for sure. Although not having council hold can be a little problematic as well, right? Because then it's much more difficult to spam longbows. The wood income can be either even denied, or it just might not be high enough to spam tons of units. So it's a slightly different approach, right? Where with the knight, with the king, you can harass your opponent, maybe pull him back a little bit. But with council hold, you've got this just muscle of units, tons of units that maybe hold you the fight. Longbows with a network of castles is obviously pretty good choice as well, right? So I'm actually not exactly sure which choice is better, but I haven't experimented too much with king yet. I am on a HRE bandwagon for this season, for this patch. So we'll see if Killjardy is gonna do much with them. When it comes to the matchups, I feel like, let's see. So historically, HRE has been a little weak against Knight Civs. So we've got two of them here. I would say HRE is very favored against Malians, probably favored against Byzantines as well. I'm not exactly sure about Mongol and Iubit's matchups. It's also map dependent. On Frisian, I would say maybe HRE is pretty good, but maybe on some maps where it's a bit tougher to get some food, maybe Mongols are better as well. And then Iubits against HRE. I am not exactly sure what to think about this matchup at all.
Iubits versus HRE, it's an interesting one because Iubits, they are actually able to like keep pace with the age-up timings from the HRE. At the same time as well, they're able to have units out on the map without a large amount of investment. So you could go reinforcement wing into advancement wing, have a very similar age-up timing to the HRE, but because you don't actually have to idle your villagers in order to age up, you're going to be saving up on a lot of resources. So that means that you're going to immediately have units out on the field, have map control, and subsequently should be able to take the majority share of the relics on the map.
I think I heard a sound of game starting. So let's see if we got it anytime soon. Okay, it wasn't.
Yeah, I think I just saw Killjardy. He's not in game yet in the lobby, so it's probably still going to be a little bit until we're going into our game number one. Don't think we see a draft yet for this first matchup either, so it's going to be a little bit until we get there. Why Louis Iubits has been banned, but he still chooses? No, Louis didn't ban Iubits. He didn't get Iubits banned. He banned Iubits for Killjardy. It's that way around.
The ban is not global, which means you ban only civilizations for your opponent. So Killjardy decided to ban China, and Louis banned Iubits, but both players decided to ban Roose. So obviously, neither of them can pick it. Still a little surprised about China bans. I mean, China's super strong for sure, but there's so many good civs nowadays, and I'm not sure if China is the one that is supposed to be banned. You think?
China can kind of fall apart in their transitions. We saw it yesterday with Puppy and Vortex as well, where if Vortex just ran onto Puppy Paw's farming economy at a certain point in the game, Puppy Paw would have been dead. No doubt about it. It was completely unprotected. He would have been just straight up out of the game. And I think that's sort of the theme that we see with China at the moment in those China matches, where if China survives their farm transition, they're in a really good spot. If they don't, they kind of just flop and die.
Yeah, but it feels like in current meta game we are slowly going towards the civs that are good at taking food on the map, right? So here, for example, we've got French good on taking food on the map. Mongols, I guess they have some pastures, and Malians have cows. But then we've got Jeanne d'Arc food on the map, Iubit food on the map, and Byzantines, I guess still they want to take berries, right? So we've got 4 out of 6 civs that concentrate on getting food on the map, and on Killjardy's side, I would probably assume something similar. Although we've got HRE farms for sure, that's another thing. But the more I am playing nowadays in current meta, especially, it feels to me like being able to successfully take the map and food on the map, it really helps, right? So you've got maybe a couple civs that don't really have to leave the base that much, right? So like English, Malians, and maybe Sushi, and maybe 2 more. But it feels still, even if you do it, it's not ideal, right? Like, okay, for Malians, 100% you always want to go cowboom, but for English, right? If you're doing feudal pressure, going for farms, it always slows you down a little bit, right? So in this case, I would say that China, it's just such a big weakness of China, right? That the farm transition has to be that way. So whenever I see some more creative players playing China, they usually try to go with Barbican on just food on the map, and then China is super scary, right? If you have a Barbican that secures boar or secures deer or even more than that, that is when I start to be scared of China.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the late game as well, there's always like this kind of golden rule when you play against China. By late Castle Age, if you don't have stone walls up, you might just find yourself getting raided to death by those palace guards with the Yuan dynasty. They're really fast. They go up to 1.58 movement speed. Really tough to catch up to them. It's very easy to spam them out. But looks like we got our first matchup here, and it's going to be the Iubits versus the Ottomans. So that's going to be an interesting one because this is actually not one that we see too often, I believe.
Yeah, there's so many matchups nowadays that it can get really confusing, actually, even for someone who plays a ton. Because there's 150, right? So, or 140 or something like that. So that's crazy number. So here Iubits against Ottoman. So let's think what can happen. I assume Ottoman will go for just a normal build. And there is an option to go for second TC, but I don't see it. I don't think it makes sense, right? So that would be probably just opening with military school into some pressure here and there. And Louis with Iubits, I assume he is thinking about going H3 somewhat soon. I don't see him staying in H2 for too long, right? It's just helping Ottoman. So the main question here is, what will be the response of Kiljardi as to fast castles of Iubits, right? I don't think there's many other options for Iubits. So Ottoman can either go for his own H3, or he can try to break through the towers with rams and just full aggression. And then especially they can do a timing with the Janissaries, which can be very strong against Iubits, as most Iubit players, they like to play Camel Lancers when they go H3. So it's going to be a bit tricky for Iubits, I think, but Kiljardi, well, he needs to make something happen. But on the other hand, Kiljardi is expert at making something happen. So I feel like this could be very explosive and interesting matchup.
A cat on the screen. But yeah, I actually don't think, I'm going to play a little bit of the counter role here. I actually don't think that Louis needs to go into straight Castle Age. Just because recently, time and time again, we've kind of seen the Iubits also being able to dish out a lot of pressure early on in the feudal age with those 3 desert raiders, and then they add a little bit of their own army, some archers, some horsemen as well, into a very nice transition into Castle Age. The reason why I say transition into Castle Age, it's because that golden age, that tier 2 golden age, there's such a really, really amazing synergy. So if they're able to like sustain a little bit more in feudal age, like maybe take some good trades against you, and then they go into Castle Age, they're going to hit Castle Age with Golden Age tier 2. Golden Age tier 2 increases the research speed of all of their upgrades by 50%. That means that as soon as you hit Castle Age, you're going to be getting all your veterancy, all your blacksmith upgrades in really, really quickly. And it gives you such an amazing tempo boost. It's kind of insane just how quickly the Iubits then, with their Castle Age, have those upgrade units out. And if they committed to feudal age, they're already going to have units out from feudal age that they can then upgrade. It's really, really scary when you face off against them. And suddenly you see like the Castle Age coming in at a point in time where both of you have invested into feudal age.
Fully agree with all these arguments that you mentioned. However, the problem is that if Iubits stay in H2 for a bit too long, it feels like they will probably just struggle to win the fight, right? We've got Ottoman with Mechters, we've got Ottoman with even 3 units, and I think Ottoman H2 units are just so beastly, so strong, right? So yes, you can get a camel, maybe, so the Sipahi riders are going to be slightly weaker, but do you have anything that combats the mass archer from Ottoman? And I feel like that could be a problem, right? Because you can go desert raiders, but they're and sure, they are pretty good against spears, pretty good against even Sipahi as well, but against mass archer, they're just gonna really, really struggle. So I assume the way to do it is probably with the units that Louis has. He just has to focus on harassment a lot. On the other hand, it's not so easy to harass Ottoman because they just stay in base for so long because they have so much food in their base. So this could be a little problematic for Louis to find that sweet spot to go into H3. So while, yeah, all what you said makes sense and he doesn't have to rush it right away, I still think at some point he has to get it. And just like you said, the strength of tier 2 golden era is still something related to Castle Age. So I assume the Iubits will be the first to go into H3.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like H3 definitely should be first on the Iubit side. Ottomans, they can also do relatively nice fast Castle Age behind a couple of military schools without investing too much into feudal age. They have a lot of options there as well. especially because in a 1TC versus 1TC type of scenario, Ottomans usually, as the game goes on, they kind of scale at a different rate, and especially in a different way as well, because instead of getting like better economy, they just get free units out.
Yeah.
And once they get to Castle Age, getting the free siege out, that's when suddenly your opponent's going to be in a timer, because at a certain point in time, they'll have to make their own siege in order to have an answer to it. And if they don't, then many times we just see the Ottoman just getting up to that death bowl that the enemy just can't really answer.
Yep. So it's always problematic for me to play against Ottoman because on one hand, if I stay 1TC, I feel like I get outproduced eventually because military schools, if you have 4 of them and then you've got the landmark that produces units for free, that's pretty much equivalent of having 1TC more in terms of resources generation, or maybe even slightly less, but still a lot. But then when I go 2TC, I could quite often just die, right? So it's a very tricky situation where whatever you choose, it's hard, you know? So that's very powerful thing about Ottomans, and usually this is how you want to play or have a civ that just forces opponents into choices that all of them feel awkward.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult with the unit choices, and I mean, in the end, we'll probably see Janissaries coming out as well. Once Janissaries come out, the kind of like unit compositions that you can really go into from the Iubit's point as well, they're starting to get limited as well. Not that the Camel Lances are that great. My personal opinion on Camel Lances actually is that they're kind of bad. When you compare them to normal Lancer, they have a little less health, they do a little less damage. Sure, you get that Camel unease, but it feels like the developers kind of took that Camel unease into account and just deducted those stats from the Camel Lances, so that way suddenly it feels like the Camel Lances are just a worse knight when it comes to mixed compositions. Sure, the extra charge damage, it's nice, it's unique, but is it really worth it? I personally would say no, it's not really worth it, just losing out on all of those stats. And that's also something where I feel like the Ottomans can really be very good at, just that mass army spam, because they're not really a civilization that goes into mass food heavy units. Instead, they go for like really gold heavy units. They don't have any major eco bonuses when it comes to the food income. So instead, what they typically tend to do is quality over quantity. Get those great bombars, get those Janissaries, buff them all up with the meta, get some knights in there as well, have a tanky front line, and that's usually when we get to that point where the Ottomans, and this is just, by the way, something where I personally don't have an answer to. Once the Ottomans get to that really big death ball, if you don't yourself go into anti-siege, you're just dead.
Yeah,
There's just no way to deal with it. And you need to go into a lot of anti-siege. Like 2 Springles aren't going to be enough. You gotta go to like 5 Springles.
For sure. But I would say this is kind of applicable to almost every late game situation, or almost all of them. At this point, range units are still quite dominant, and the answer to range units is Mangonel, and the only reliable answer to Mangonel is having Spring Gods or Cool Variants, and the same applies to Great Bombards. So it feels to me like late game nowadays is still a lot about siege, and it's been basically like that since the beginning of the game. So I think that while I completely agree with what you said, I feel like that's applicable to almost every late game situations or late Castle Age or something like that, right? So it's while yeah, of course, sometimes if you've got 20 Spring Gods or 15, you can just get overrun with normal units, but most of the time the guy who wins the siege war wins the fight, you know.
All right, it's been a little bit, but finally we're getting our countdown in. So just less than a minute remaining until we're hopping into our game number 1. It took a little bit of time. These players took their time drafting, but here we finally go. Game number 1 between Louis MT and Kiljadi on Dry Arabia. Iubits versus Ottomans about to begin.
Nice. Yeah, Arabia, really nice map as well. Balanced, the best map in the game for the 3 years. And I am completely fine with playing every single game on Arabia.
25 years if you take AoE2 into account as well.
True.
All right, but here we go. Let's jump into it. Louis MT versus Kiljadi. And there we go. Starting off in the color purple, we got Louis MT playing as the Iubits. On the other hand side, we got Kiljadi in the color orange playing as the Ottomans. And look at that. We got one of those like kind of crater-ish spawns here with Dry Arabia. It's always like kind of weird when you get these craters because it also makes like resource spawns kind of weird and wonky because like it just stretches the map in it like dents in the map a little bit.
Yeah, I think it happens in the European temperate biome. I'm not exactly sure, but I've heard somewhere that it's connected. And these craters are quite interesting because they. So while I'm sometimes not huge fan of high grounds in this game because this makes siege war even more problematic, right? Because you don't have vision sometimes, and whoever has the vision usually just has the first shot in siege war, which can result in just winning the siege war. But on the other hand, you could say that this adds depth to the strategy because whoever controls, in this case, the ridges of the crater actually has a bit of upper hand as well.
I really like how AU4 deals with the elevation as well. It's not a, let's just say, kind of like OP advantage as there is in AU2, where if you're up on a hill, you do 25% more damage, and the opponent that fires up the hill suddenly does 25% less damage, which is kind of extreme. Suddenly, like the one player that's up on the hill is majorly in an advantage. Instead, in AU4, we just have line of sight. So whoever is up on the hill, when they place down buildings or when they have units up on the hill, it feels like they have a little bit of bonus line of sight down the hill. Meanwhile, whoever is down, like at the bottom of the hill, they can't actually look that far ahead. That's kind of where scouts in the later stage of the game come into play as well. So there's always something that you can do to counter it out. But it still kind of gives you like this little bit of oppressive feeling. It's like you're the one fighting uphill. It's supposed to be a little bit hard of you.
Yeah, for sure. On some maps, it can feel actually very oppressive. So like the pit, for example, if you try to push up the main base through the middle, that feels pretty dramatic. But on a map like this, where you can always go around, that is pretty fine. I don't see a problem with this. And what do we have? Military week. So that's it's some standard. Nobody really even goes for ecoing. That's interesting. I still value ecoing a lot. While obviously there are matchups where it's maybe not ideal. Let's think against Iubit. Go on.
I think Louis is also valuing ecoing, not in feudal age, but you can already tell by the way that he spreads out his villagers onto the berries. He also definitely wants to go for an ecoing approach here. We're taking a look right now. I think Kiljari doesn't have that many sheep. We can take a look at the scouting pattern here, actually. Very nice round around from Louis, and looks like he was able to take the great share when it comes to the sheep. So yeah, Kiljari, he's going to be struggling a little bit with that. It's not going to be that bad for him though, because he'll have access to the twin minaret madras as well as a vizier point that's going to award him an additional 8 sheep. But yeah, you can already tell by the way that Louis is positioning his villagers there on the berry bushes that he wants to go for that economic growth in the castle age. And that's going to allow him to get an additional plus 100 food in every single one of these berry bushes that he doesn't deplete.
Nice. I love seeing those tiny details being so polished. You know, like right now, he literally is making sure. Oh, but we've got a not polished build here for Kiljari. Maybe he's nervous. I'm not exactly sure, but building a house with 6 villagers a little suboptimal. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but well, we've got a couple of spears, and he's not even pushing with them because I assume he's expecting immediate desert raiders, so he doesn't even want to risk losing them.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that you're going to have safe food is going to be very, very important when you already are lacking behind when it comes to the 2 sheep numbers. His space layout overall, it's pretty good when it comes to like the base resources that he has. So if he lures in the deer into the back, then he's got safe deer, he's got safe gold in the back, he's got berries in the back. The one thing that I would say is not in his favor is the golds after that, because after that all the gold on the map is forward for him.
Yep.
It's a little bit different for Louis, as in his gold also isn't like the best. Like he'll have to make some either very far forward walls or some very wonky connection walls to the gold mines in order to wall this in. But I would still argue that it's a little bit better here for him. Now we see the first of the desert raiders coming out. Oh no, Kiljari with his scout there, 4 sheep there. Louis could actually snipe every single one of those with the desert raider now. Kiljari's gonna have to be careful. Louis, he spots it. He wants to go for it. He sees those sheep. He wants to kill those sheep. First archer arrow is gonna come out. Takes 2 to kill him. 2 sheep have been hit. Looks like Kiljari is gonna make it all the way into space without any of these sheep going down. No, 1 sheep will go down. That's gonna be 250 food that Kiljari's not gonna be able to collect there.
Yeah, that's a big deal, especially when you didn't manage to collect too many previously. So that can hurt a bit. Although still, it's Ottoman, so they have a lot of food themselves, so it's not the end of the world. And he's pushing these deer really, really nicely. This is whoa! He took a lot of patience to do this. He moved them a lot, and I've seen this happen more and more. I've seen first Chinese players, they were doing like pushing the deer through half of the map pretty much, and we've got this looks like a fast castle from Louis.
Yeah, he's getting 5 villagers over on the stone just in order to get an emplacement up on that outpost. He's just going to be looking for a fast castle age. I'm not sure if Kiljadi is going to try and mirror something like that. He actually did invest into a stable of his own. I'm not sure for what unit yet. I think the Sipahi came out from the military school. I'm not sure though. Yeah, I think it came out from the military school. I'm not 100% sure here right now if it did.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And so now the question is, what is going to be Kiljardi's response, right? Like, so against fast castle, do you think about breaking it, or do you just go fast castle yourself?
Kiljardi, I think he's gonna try and sacrifice his pie for that scout. Oh, he's not gonna be able to get it. That hurts, losing a spy here at this point in time. I mean, for both of these players, the units are free. But having a spy, like, I would personally say a spy is probably worth more than Desert Raider at this point in time. Kiljardi now also getting outpost up on his gold, so it's just gonna be Castle Age race now between the two. Louis, though, with the income from berries, well, he's not on berries right now, but with the income that he's getting right now, should be able to be the first to click up to Castle Age.
Yep, and on top of this, he could pick the culture wing, which would mean that he can rush it super hard, but it seems he elected not to do it. So here is he's going to have quite a big advantage in villagers if he goes for the eco wing. And yeah, they're always the problem with a tower like this. Yeah, it feels nice, but you can always poke from the other side, and sometimes at least you have to force the villagers to go in, or sometimes you even manage to snipe a villa here and there.
Yeah. All right, we do see the berry bushes right now not being gathered from, so this very likely looks to be an economic wing growth. It's not going to be an economic wing advancement, because LC would have already clicked up at this point in time.
Yep, for sure.
Louis right now, he's just being annoying on the gold. I think probably Kiljadi should just put his military units inside of the outpost, that way he doesn't have to rush the villagers back and forth the entire time. It's a lot of idle time for him right now at the moment. It's just being so annoying. He's like, okay, come on, jump in the outpost, I know you want to.
Yeah, and this can add up to actually quite a lot of resources lost, like 200, 300 gold over time. Although it seems he's also taking quite a bit of fire. And on the other hand, we've got the same attempt of Kiljar, and that was exactly what I was saying. Me, as Ottoman here, I would try to put my units into the tower. I would try to push Louis' units away. But no, Kiljardi doesn't care. He's going to attack himself.
All right, behind that, we got the age ups coming for both players. Mehmet Imperial Armory, no surprise, coming in here from Louis MT. On the other hand side, we got the economic ring growth from Louis. I meant Kiljadi with the Mehmet Imperial Armory. And so the free units, I mean, Kiljadi so far, he's gotten 4 spy out, 1 went down, 4 spearmen as well. In theory, he's got more army out in the field, but it's a little bit difficult at the moment just going up against these Desert Raiders. I think what he might need to do is get the spearmen in as well, because once you have the spearmen in, it's going to be difficult for the Desert Raiders to constantly switch back and forth between the range and the melee version to be optimal against both of these units. Because if they're in melee form, then the spearmen can just do a lot of damage to them, and yeah, I mean, the spy as well, they're doing bonus damage, right? So all of those units should be getting cleaned up now.
Yeah, that's a big deal, because Iubits currently don't have any other units at all, so this could be a bit problematic for him to take the relics, for example. Ottoman could just be able to take even up to 4 of them, and that should nullify the villager advantage that Iubits currently have.
Louis is starting to get archers out. I'm not sure if that's just in order to get some crossbows out as soon as the age up hits, but the archers aren't really going to do too much for him, as Kiljadi already has spy out. But now we also see camel lances in the queue. It's going to be an archer and camel lancer composition. This is actually a really nice composition there from Louis. The camel lancers are a great front line, and the archers behind that, you're able to use them to pick off any square. And look at that, double mosque now. Really wants to heavily commit onto these relics now.
Well, let's see. He just lost his units, so I'm not exactly sure if he's gonna be able to easily do it. And then I'm also not exactly sure
Johnny's
about.
also double monks, isn't he? Like he's producing 2 monks right now, isn't just 1? Where's that mosque? It's 1. Okay. So he's keeping 2 out of that 1 mosque, all right?
Yeah, so I'm wondering about the Knight Archer choice here, because at some point Ottoman is just gonna get a ton of Janissaries. I'm not exactly sure if these Camel Lancers are gonna pay off back then, although obviously there is a potential for him to hit before the Janissaries show up.
Alright, there we go. Lancer is going to be fighting against the archers. Meanwhile, the spearmen, they try to chase down the camel lancer. Oh, Louis doing some great micro here with the charge as well. And it looks like the army composition from Louis is going to be able to win this fight. Sapai now comes in as well, but that's a little bit too late. We're going to need some more knights out there soon. And looks like Kiljadi, he's just spamming out knights right now. I think just spamming out knights should work in this situation. Oh, Dervish has been spotted out. These are expensive monks, the Dervish. I think they cost like, what, 200 resources? Like 210 resources? They're pretty expensive to like, just throw away.
Yep, for sure. And we've got the first rally coming in for Ottomans and also for... Ooh, this is ambitious, and yeah, it's most likely not gonna... Or actually, no, the Camel Lancer is shooing away these Sipahi, and he's also even killing the other monk. So here, this is quite a big win for Louis. And look at the army population. Suddenly, Louis has so many units.
Yeah, Kiljadi just doesn't have a lot right now going for him, and behind that, Louis, he's already gotten 1 relic, and he's now getting in the 2nd relic. I think this might be a game where Louis could potentially get away with getting 4 of the relics here.
Yeah, that would be a huge win on top of having 8 villagers more. That's very interesting. Although, well, still, there is this free Janissary free unit.
Paying attention.
Ooh. Yeah, this Mango is quite exposed. I feel like this could be absolutely sniped. Everything could just die, and Louis could just snowball out of control.
Oh man, this hurts a lot right now. There's 2 additional knights. With those, he should be able to clean this up potentially. But he's just being a little bit too passive right now, and he's going to lose every single relic now. Man, that really hurts. Not only, as you said, Louis, he's 8 villagers ahead. Kiljadi, he's invested resources into trying to get these relics. He's not getting a single one. And Louis is getting every single one. That is huge.
Yeah, in fast castle against fast castle situations, these relics, both players have such a low eco that these relics actually matter a lot, and the entire investment of both units into knights and everything, that was mostly in order to get these relics. So here we've got a huge success for Louis, and he's even sniping more vills. 2 vills going down. That's another pretty big hit.
Yeah, those were the first villagers in this game that did go down. Now we got a fight going on. Lancers should be able to take the fight here at this point in time. Although Kiljadi, he's only got the +1 Pierce Armor upgrade. Meanwhile, Louis, he's got the +2 Pierce Damage upgrade. So that's a little bit tough on these knights. But now, did manage to clean up the Camel Lancers. Should be in a position now to start cleaning up the archers as well.
Yeah, this is looking
from Louis.
Pretty good for Kiljadi. This particular fight, he managed to kill a lot of units here, but so yeah, I guess archers lose to knights. That's undeniable. But the problem is that even though right now Kiljadi won the fight or has a little bit of map control, that map control is useless, right? Because the map control is usually for getting the food on the map, which both players can easily take for now. And it's for securing relics, and the relics have already been taken. So this is a temporary period in the game where it's not absolutely necessary to be out on the map just yet.
Desert Raider from Louis. He's gonna start finding some villagers out there. First villager, very likely to go down unless Kiljadi manages to body block it. Nope, villagers did go down. Man, Louis already killing 3 villagers and now also taking sacred sites behind it. Oh my god, he's on 700 gold passively per minute with the villager lead. Man, I mean, I know Kiljadi, he's on 3 military schools right now. He's on the Mehmet Imperial Armory. He's getting a lot of units in. Actually, 4 military schools. Alright, so he got the Vizier point in as well. He's not looking that bad right now. And now he actually got Janissary Company. I think this is the point in time where he wants to push. He just invested a lot. He's got a very high army value. Now he needs to make something happen. I think this is the point in time where Louis, Louis went for 3 TC behind this.
Okay, well, this is how you can lose the game. If Kiljardi decides to go full all-in here, which I wouldn't be surprised, this is Kiljardi. This is maybe the way how he manages to do it. The thing is, though, it's really painful that he lost this first mango before, because now he could have 2 mangoes, which is enough to one-shot the ranged units, and then he could start producing Springles to maybe even win the siege war. But at the same time, we can see Louis is going for 1 Springle already, so these mangoes potentially could be sniped, but still this push should be pretty scary.
Counter raid happening at the same time though in the base from Kiljardi, so Louis, he's also like going on the aggressive here behind all of that. Kiljardi though has some units to be able to repel that. And yeah, Louis, he's gonna have to follow from these resources out there in the middle of the map. He will not be able to take them.
So this could be a problematic situation for Iubit, because he not only he went for 3 TC, right, which by itself costs a lot of food. Another problem is that he's getting pushed off of the food, which is kind of in front of the base. So right now the income for his food could be very low. I'm not exactly sure what's about his farm transition. Is there any? But if he gets completely pushed off the map temporarily, this could be a huge weakness, that he has no just no food, and that could be just these surplus TCs could be just a problem, not a benefit.
Behind this though, Louis, he's respecting the siege. He's now making his own mangonel. He's got a nice front line, couple of golems in there as well. His camel lancers though will likely get cleaned up at the same time. 1 camel lancer just to be annoying there in the economy. Doesn't even fight the military, just wants to kill villagers, and that's why camels, and not camels, but like knights in general, are really, really good at just annoying the economy. A single lancer there managed to kill 2 villagers before being taken down.
Yep, I think Kiljardi actually went home. I'm not exactly sure why. It seems the harassment, I'm surprised that the harassment made him go back that much. But this could be a huge problem, because right now he had a pretty nice timing with all the Janissaries and everything, but suddenly right now there's 3 TC are starting to slowly pay off, and Louis is still retaking the deer in the middle of his base. So suddenly I would say this is a bit uncharacteristic for Kiljardi, where he's just way too passive for him.
Yeah, he's just not really doing anything right now. He also just now moved out to gold. His gold that is a little bit exposed out in the front. He invested more and more into archers. And that's a problem for him, actually, investing a lot into archers now at this point in time, when Louis has got 2 mangonels of his own out. Louis, he actually has doubled the siege pop right now. With double Springle, double mango.
Yep.
And I think Kiljardi, he just didn't know about the second TC. He's gonna find the first one now, but he won't know that there's another one behind this. And now there's also gonna be a farm transition behind all of this from Louis, one which he can easily afford. He's on 1,500 food per minute right now.
Yep, I would say this is maybe the last timing that Kiljardi has right now, and he's still not using it. So, and I think, yeah, you're right. He just had no clue about what's going on. So now he maybe will scout the 30C and he will panic and do an attack. But this feels just a bit too late. So it seems these walls just were really effective at countering scouting.
I mean, the walls weren't even up there. It's just that Kiljardi didn't really go plan for any scouting. He's trying to sacrifice his lancers there in order to get some more villager kills. 1 lancer is gonna get away from time being, but he still didn't see the 3rd TC. Yep. And he's still just sitting in his space. He actually goes for his own 2nd TC now. Oh, he's completely misjudging the situation.
Yep, for sure. Well, on the other hand, defender in this game has always a pretty decent position. So here his army is still insanely strong. So Louis attacking here might actually be making a mistake, because this could allow Kiljardi to take a pretty nice fight.
I'm not sure though, he still has the siege advantage. Mangonels still have yet to roll up to the front side. Now we get the Mangonels in. Double shot onto the enemy Mangonels, which look to be going down. Yeah, oh my god, but the raid there from the side, the military, suddenly we got the knights coming in with Sipahi, manages to take down the siege. And now Kiljardi might be in a position to be able to clean this up. Actually, his archers aren't upgraded. And the meta could get sniped. Without the archer upgrade here, like, there's a lot of archers in the military right now that just aren't achieving a lot.
Yep. Yeah, it seems to me that even though this fight was pretty nice for Kiljardi, and we've got some raid in the economy of Kiljardi actually, so he's still breeding even more villagers. The fight was decent, but it was not good enough by far. The fact that he lost the siege, yes, he still has some Janissaries, so he's still a little scary, but maybe he's gonna dig up the side, but he will run out of steam very, very shortly.
Yeah. Obviously, a point coming in soon now. It is going to be the Vizier point that allows him to make knights and janissaries from his military schools as well now. And behind this, once again, triple sacred sites for Louis. Oh man, this is absolutely rough behind this Louis. He's also finished up his farm transition behind all of it. The food income, it's going to be very, very much sustainable for him. And behind this, he can very quickly look to go towards Imperial Age now. This army that Kiljardi just lost, it's very hard for him to replace. Meanwhile, for Louis, it's not a big deal.
Yep, it's looking very, very well for Louis. He took a little bit of a gamble. I think 2TC would have been just enough, but he just didn't get punished, right? Like it's just so difficult to know when to attack in the game, right? We had 21 minutes of the game, and Kiljardi had one very specific moment in which he would kill Louis, but that one specific moment is not so easy to just conclude that this is the time. So it's just not so easy to scout and make a perfect reaction in the situation.
Spahi do manage to find one villager there on the outpost, but behind this Louis, he's now getting keeps up in his base. Over 100 eco pop, and now Imperial Age should be coming in very, very soon. Any moment now. He could be, what would he even go for? Adabex? It is the Adabex. Oh, that's
What does
very
it
tough.
do? What does it exactly do?
So you spawn 7 of these Adabex, which you can garrison inside of production buildings, and any unit that gets produced from these production buildings gets plus 20% HP. That goes for siege as well. You can get siege with plus 20% HP out.
That's not bad. And does it work for hand cannons, for example?
Yeah. Any unit.
Okay, yeah, so that's pretty solid. Having hand cannons with 20 more HP, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's also really nice for having like golems, because you get more health on golems than even the acid get.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty solid upgrade, yeah. On the other hand, at this point, well, even though Louis has 5 relics, so he doesn't have to care about this, but it's pretty nice to quite often, yeah. Did you die multiple times to the rush of this tower of the Sultan at the beginning? I died a couple times. I was really surprised that this thing I can actually be.
Tried it twice against me. It didn't work. The third time it worked.
Okay. But yeah, I would say trade wing is always a nice consideration for H4 because being able to trade here, although where are the markets? They're maybe not an ideal position, but having H4, a lot of traders here, I think that could be an option. And at some point, both players will have to do it. But it seems there's still a ton of gold on the map. There is the big gold mines are not even contested too much just yet.
Once again, there's just this little group of military from Louis on the right-hand side of Kiljardi's base, just waiting for this moment that Kiljardi overextends a little bit, or when he goes for the gold, and that's when they're gonna strike. Like, Louis is just preparing traps right now around the base from Kiljardi, that as soon as he moves out, he's gonna pounce, and again, that the H-up is gonna be coming in very, very soon. And here we go, Tower of the Sultan. The proxy Tower of the Sultan comes in again.
Nice. Well, it seems maybe Kiljardi's timing to H4 is going to be similar to Louis, but he's not going to have enough economy to support it later, right? So
it's in the front as well. He's aging up at the front of his base as well.
Yes.
I don't think Louis scouted it though.
Yeah, they both missing. Yeah. But the problem is that there will be one huge army for Ottomans, sure, and that's going to be very scary, especially with low villager population. But on the other hand, there will be no second army for Kiljardi, while there will be second and the third and the fourth for Louis.
I mean, once the Istanbul Observatory comes in, I feel like Ottomans, they still can make a lot of things happen. But when the opponent is also Imperial Age, they can usually just deal with that. Siege, though, from Louis. Chances are that siege is going to go down, but the entire backline from Kiljardi is going to get wiped here.
Yep. This looks very bad for Kiljardi, this kind of push here, because getting all his units that he's been building for the entire game were just kind of dead right now, and then here he's on top of the Kiljardi's economy, so this is looking very rough for him.
And the Tower of the Sultan fighting off against the military schools, also killing a lot of villagers in the meantime. It's sort of like this kind of pseudo elephant. Look at him, it's two-shotting the Janissaries as well.
Yeah. And ooh, the explosion looks really nice. So we've got increasing quality of exploding siege. That's very nice to see.
Some nice special effects there, but now it's 7 military population against 70. And Louis, he's seeing red right now. He's just gonna go for the all-in. All the military. Look at the mini-map. It's just so many purple dots flowing towards the map, the base from Kiljadi. And I just don't think that he has what it takes in order to defend this. He's got no elite Janissaries in yet. So he's got that going for himself, but elite Janissaries, most of them are just coming out of the military schools right now. Doesn't have any gold access anymore.
This looks extremely over.
Indeed. Louis, he's just putting his army up as well, trying to go for every single nook and cranny there in Kiljadi's base, and with that, GG is gonna get called. The first game in the set goes over to Kiljadi. To Louis MT. Jeez. Oh, man.
Nice.
Iubit's looking strong.
Yeah, it's just there are no breaks in the way that they grow, right? So for example, you're going fast castle, so for most civs it means you're really struggling with eco, but for Iubit it means, oh, you just got 3-8 vills, you know, so you not only have a really nice map presence, you also have a ton of resources, and the fact that you also don't have to use villagers to build the landmark, right? So that just
look
feels
at the
so
military
strong.
scaling behind it all. Like, you can't tell by the way that he scaled his military at which point in time he added the third TC.
Yeah,
It's just seamless. If you look at the military count, it's just happening seamlessly. Yeah, there is that little dimple there, but that could have also just been a fight, right? Because it went down a little bit, so it probably was just a fight that Louis took and lost. But overall, it was very much a seamless transition there into the 3TC. And if I was Kiljadi in that situation, I would also just have no clue that my opponent went up to 3TC behind that, just because it was that seamless.
Yep, that was pretty smooth. And these relics also help a lot, right? You pretty much don't have to gather gold for some moments. So you got not only relics, you got 8 vills, and you got more income from berries, and you also killed opponents.
Yeah, I mean, he took the sacred sites as well. That's like having 20 villagers on gold there, right? So you don't even need any more villagers on gold at that point in time. Getting 700 gold per minute there.
Yep. That was super nice play for Louis, yeah. But however, this is considered one of the best civs, and now I start to understand why Iubits are so good. But now I feel like the civs that he has, okay, Delhi against Jeanne d'Arc.
This is a little bit of a toss-up, I would say, between the two, like both Jeanne and Delhi. I'm not sure if I were to look at the official stats on AU4 World, I would say that this matchup is probably very close to 50-50 between them.
Yeah, and whenever I play French, I feel relatively confident against Delhi because Delhi can kind of just they struggle still a little bit with knights, right? And they have to take. Yeah, go on.
Apparently, it is very much favored for Jean. Wait, let me check the. Okay, never mind. I went to Conqueror rating, and at Conqueror rating, it's way closer to 50-50 again. But then again, at like high Conqueror rating, we're kind of like missing the sample size a little bit, but looks to be relatively even. Maybe in lower rating, it's easier with Jean just because Jean is broken, right? But I think it should be pretty even between the two, just because it all comes down to how you take the fights in the end.
Yeah, so the counter to mass knights, so against French, you can just mass ton of Sipahi and, Ghazi riders and spears, and it's kind of just good enough. But on the other hand, against Jeanne d'Arc, that's pretty problematic, right? So you're running in, so it's a bit different dynamic, I guess, right? So because you just have to fight heavy H2 as Delhi, right? So I guess fast castle is an option, but then you don't compete for the sacred side, so that's pretty problematic. And on top of this, when you fight heavy in H2, that levels up Jeanne d'Arc, so it makes Jeanne d'Arc player extremely happy. So I feel that could, I could understand why the win rate looks so good for Jeanne d'Arc.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely, like, when it comes to these fights, you need to kill Jean very, very early on.
Yeah.
However, that's difficult because players have learned to pull Jean all the way back to the backside of the army. Then it gets very difficult because once you focus her, you might have your army out of position. But we're going to see that in just a little bit, as now we're going to be jumping into our game number 2 between Louis and Kiljardi. All right. And here we go. Louis once again in the color purple, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. We're here on the map Gorge. On the other hand side, Kiljardi as Delhi Sultanate. And I think that this is still very much doable as Delhi, especially on this map, because here, the ability from Delhi to make walls with the infantry actually is very important, because you take the sacred site in the middle of the map, and you just make one large wall that only costs you like 60 wood, to suddenly deny your opponent access around the entire middle of the map. Like, they'll always have to go around the flanks, and with that just takes a lot more time by comparison.
Yep, and also let's switch the scores. It's 1-0 for Louis, not for Kiljardi. And yeah, so let's have a look at the food on the map. So we've got a ton of deer on the right side for Louis. So this could be contested a little bit by the Ghazi Raiders and stuff. So this is French without, or Jeanne d'Arc without having easy access to deer. That can be pretty problematic. We've got boar that is really far away. And on the other hand, it feels like Kiljardi has pretty nice 2 berries. And the deers are also problematic. But it's always better to have, berries for Delhi.
It's very nice in the regard that he's got resource on both sides, right? Like, if there's a lot of aggression coming in from one side, he can go to the other. If it's on the other side, he can go to the first side. It's also like berries into berries into berries into stone, which can be very important when it comes to like your kind of like castle age timing, because the Delhi, they like to put up keeps, and putting up a keep there in the corner is going to secure you just a ton of resources in the mid game.
Yep, definitely. So I would favor the resource spawn a little bit towards the towards Kiljardi. The question is though, what about the sheep, right? Because on Gorge sometimes it can be quite one-sided, unless both players just split the sides of the map. But if they try to compete for one half of the map, then sometimes it can get a bit weird. Yeah, we've got another situation where Louis has a lot of sheep. It's kind of the second time.
It's normal. On this map, it's normal. I would expect Kiljardi to have a similar amount of sheep right now following his scout. Where's his scout? It's right next to his base right now. It's gonna go back to his base probably very, very soon. Hello. There we go. Yeah, he's getting a good amount of sheep as well, so it's in no way like really negative for him. It's just on this map they changed it so that there are a lot of more like additional sheep that spawn in on this map.
Yep. So do you think it is viable at all for Delhi to go fast castle and ignore sacred sites, or is it a terrible idea?
I don't think you can just go up to castle age. I'll say, like, it's an option. It's not one that feels good. It's by no means an option that feels good. I think you want to at least harass your opponent somewhat. You don't just want to give over map control, because they can achieve so much with map control, right? Like, they can have access to berries, they can have access to deer, they get their upgrades for free. If they box themselves inside of their own base, suddenly all of that isn't nearly as valuable anymore as it could be.
Yeah, for sure. It's just the question is that the conventional wisdom is that against Jeanne d'Arc, you kind of just want to go fast H3 to have access to knights so that you can fight against his army on equal footing, right? But here, Delhi just doesn't seem to be H3 rushing Sith, right? So sometimes I wonder, is it better to play the way the strengths of your Sith, or do you rather play against weaknesses of your opponent, right? So in this case, going H3 would feel extremely unnatural for Delhi, but on the other hand, this is what usually kind of works against Jeanne d'Arc.
I mean, we're getting the first knight in now. Kiljardi also opting for that second scholar and is actually still in gold, so maybe we're seeing something similar here to what we've seen from, was it Vortex who also, yeah, I think it was Vortex that went for triple scholar. No, it was B that went for triple scholars.
Yep. Okay,
So
so
starting up with the Gazi Raiders.
yeah, so he elects to go for quite fast
Wait, he went up with Dome. I'm just noticing he went up with Dome.
Oh, that's interesting. Is he thinking about mass healing? But it has been nerfed so much, right? It's not even good anymore.
Yeah, I mean, in combat, healing just like goes down by 50%.
Yeah.
So it's not that great. I don't think it's going to be healing in combat. I think what he wants to do is he just wants to take trades early on and be able to heal relatively easily. And Dome of the Faith is usually something that you do when you don't want to go for infantry at all. You just want to go for a castle age transition. So maybe that is actually what he wants to do, as you alluded to earlier. Just mess up a lot of Gazi Raiders potentially, and then look for a castle age transition. Don't even go into like any more infantry on that. That, however, opens Louis up to go the infantry route himself, because going for Spearman as Jean is actually really good.
Yeah,
You're saving up a lot of food there with the consecration buff on the barracks. I wouldn't be surprised if Louis just made some barracks right now.
Yep,
in his base.
absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. However, many people tend to very stubbornly spam.
Wait, we got 4 farms already?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I like that. It means that he's got enough farms to just constantly produce villagers from, and it just takes a lot of the load off his other economies.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I think it delays everything. It delays potential push right now.
I don't think it's bad for French, though, for Jean at least. Like, this early delay here, it's not that bad for him. He's getting eco upgrades as well.
Yeah, but
and if you ever find yourself out of position, when it comes to the economy, having those 4 farms to always fall back on.
Yeah, but this is just, you're preparing for the bad scenario and you're deducting yourself from the optimal scenario,
That's
right?
true.
Because right now you could just try to, exactly, for example, this could be literally 2 barracks, right? Imagine if this is 2 barracks, this could be a ton of spears, and then you deny the sacred sites and you're in great position, like we discussed, like Jeanne d'Arc is supposed to be. But suddenly these 4 farms, yes, they generate a lot of food over time, but right now this is only knights. And yeah, sure, knights are good, but well, he could have had twice as much knights.
Also getting an archery range in now, and behind that, Kajadi, he's actually sending his scholars out to the sacred sites. He's got double the amount of horsemen that Louis has knights, but when it comes to fights, the healing from Jean and the amount of like immediate damage that these knights to provide, it's kind of tough. I think you need like 3 Gazi Raiders to be able to take on a single knight.
Yeah.
So Kajadi needs even more than that right now. He's getting his own spearman out as well, but Louis already prepared the archery range.
Yeah, I'm like, it feels to me like accidentally what Kiljardi is doing is great because of these farms. I think in normal circumstances, the army of Jeanne d'Arc would be so big that all these moves that he's trying probably shouldn't work. But since his army is so small, he actually can easily get the sacred sites. And on top of this, these Gazi Riders can raid actually a lot because there's just not that many knights. Look at this. Okay, this is just a scout, I think. But well, oh no, actually he's surrounded. He's going for Jeanne d'Arc.
They just don't do damage, man. They just don't do damage. Okay, one of the knights will go down. But now, I mean, Kajadi has to retreat. His army is so low health right now. If he heals all of them up, then I would say this was a great trade for that one knight, like 1 Gazi Raider for 1 knight. If he doesn't manage to get out right now with this army, then it's terrible for him.
Yeah, but those are horsemen, right? Those are the fastest unit in the game, pretty much. So I could totally see him running away and be completely fine.
Yeah, he's gonna lose the scout though, at the very least. Could potentially send one of the Gazi Raiders back just to be able to like body block, but no, scout is gonna go down. Is always gonna be able to build that one back up again though. And now he's got his first sacred site and should be able to make a couple more scholars out of his Dome of the Faith, which does make them at a discount.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to have many actually, because he lost them while he was taking sacred sites. So this is slightly suboptimal situation for him.
He didn't give over any experience though, so it's still kind of worth it because he didn't give any experience over.
Yeah, and these Gazi Raiders seem to be quite good at picking off lone knights like this, and now we've got some spears coming in, and generally horsemen spears considered better than Knight Archer in normal circumstances, but we also obviously have to remember about Jeanne d'Arc influence here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually better. I'm very much on the fence about it, just because it feels like the composition of knights and archers is way easier to micro.
Yes,
Because
sure.
like all you have to do is you just have the archers on attack move, and you just move back and forward with the knights. That way, the archers are pretty much automatically gonna focus down the spearmen at the front side.
Yep. Yeah, but always Mista would tell me that you need to clap the army of the opponent with a flank, and this is kind of
true.
also a thing from StarCraft 2, where when you manage to flank your opponent and melee units become super good, and if you don't flank,
Wait,
then
Johnny.
range units are better. Oh, this is a huge raid and actually could kill a little bit here. Actually, it's
He
not
has the
good.
knights over there though, and the villagers
Nothing.
do actually pull the daggers, and 2 of the Gazi raiders will go down. He caused a little bit of idle time, but I don't think that idle time was worth it. Then again, he caused like idle time on 23 villagers. Might have been worth for only 1 Gazi raider. 2 Gazi raider, probably not so much.
Yep.
For knights, it's just much easier to raid.
Yep. It's the charge, right? You insta kill 1-2 villagers. That's pretty big deal. And here they can run away. Oh, and we've got I think. Actually, I think he has textiles. Yes. So the villagers survive. So that's pretty good. Textiles is really really good upgrade, especially in those volatile, heavy feudal games.
Yeah, especially in these matchups. Scholar finds himself a little bit out of position though. Kiljadi, he does have a lot of scholars out at the moment. I'll say that much. He's got 4 scholars, 3 more in queue. Which, at any one point, if he wants to go for a cast stage transition, is going to help him tremendously. If you go up to like 10 scholars, you're basically researching cast stage upgrades a little bit quicker than other civilizations do, but for free.
Yep, and you can always remove them temporarily in order to just heal up your units, which I think is very, very strong move. We got even more farms coming for Louis, so I'm very interested.
It's not going out on the map at all.
Yeah, and also on top of this, Kiljardi's army population is just huge, so I think he could just try to maybe hold on to 1 sacred site, maybe 2, and use this to go H3 somewhat soon, because Jeanne d'Arc got a little bit of HP, not that much, so he's been doing a pretty nice job about this, but I feel like if he decides to go for some huge fights soon, he could be giving too much to Louis.
It's very possible. We see 3 of the scholars actually just chilling in the base right now. Not that Kiljadi... Wait a second. He doesn't have all of his upgrades in right yet from Blacksmith. He should put those scholars back inside the mosque. 1 villager? Actually, that's the first villager that went down this game. It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we've got Louis, who is actually extremely defensive. He only tries to poke the sacred sites in order to just not let him generate the income from it, but most of the time he's just building farms and he's staying in base, which is very unorthodox.
Fight in a little bit. If Kiljadi pays attention, he does pay attention. There's a race in the front line. But at the same time, Louis, with the 2nd troop of knights, is going to hit the berries from Kiljadi in his base. There we go. Outpost gets finished in time though. Kiljadi, he doesn't put the villagers inside. Oh, he's going to lose a lot, but at the same time, he might be able to win this fight. A lot of the archer numbers will go down here. At the same time, though, spearman numbers are getting focused down. It feels like the archers just aren't dying quite fast enough here. Spearman numbers are going down really, really quickly.
This is a pretty interesting fight, and I think this is not going that badly for Kiljadi. He still managed to do, especially he...
John is level 3. Look at that! John is level 3! The bonus armored units get spawned. And an AoE immediately takes down 3 units there. John, though, she's not that high on health there. Kiljadi, he's gonna pull back for now.
Yeah, and there are still knights raiding in the base and wreaking havoc. 4 villagers going down, so this is not end of the world, but it's not ideal for him. And
I would time for sure.
Yes, and on top of this, yeah, so this is the kind of fight I was really worried for Kiljadi. I don't think he should have taken it, and I don't think he even had to. Because he could have just went H3 and raid with horsemen and try to just not let Louis really do much.
Another time the fight is happening. There's 6 scholars right now healing here, but the healing, it just doesn't feel like it's enough at the moment. The Knights, they're just too tanky here. Now the Knights are actually immediately trying to focus the front line. If Jean goes down, Louis won't have the gold that he needs in order to buy her back. But he's just going to put Jean inside of the TC, so that's not going to happen. A lot of the scholars are going down. Knights once again, in the at least from Kiljadi, doing damage. Villagers actually are getting pulled here now. Scholars just busy healing each other. But at the end of the day, Kiljadi has no eco.
Yes. Yeah, that raid was massive, and it seems Jeanne d'Arc still refuses to die. And the entire...
The Bluetooth hit! I swear, like, Horsemen have Bluetooth connection nowadays. With, like, some of these hits are just crazy when they come in. But yeah, the food income right now, it's kind of devastating for Kiljadi, right? He's on 200 food per minute at this point in time. He's got no military units in production. He's got barely any units outside. And meanwhile, Louis has 12 knights.
Yeah, just have a look at the army value. It tells the entire story. Yes, he managed to kill Jeanne d'Arc, but he leveled her up for his opponent, and he lost tons of vills, and he lost his entire army.
Oh my god. Oh, he's got outposts up now on the resource that he needs, but it's not enough outposts because they're just gonna burn down.
Yep.
They're gonna burn down, and that's gonna be 10 villagers here on the food economy that are gonna go down. And Kiljadi, what can he make against this? He's making more scholars.
Yep, it feels to me that just against someone who is making farms, you just go either second TC or fast castle. There's no need to push into somebody like this, especially not against Jeanne d'Arc. It was just Kiljadi. I feel like he is making a couple strategical mistakes in this game. First game, too passive, and in this game, a bit too aggressive.
I don't know, it felt like the chance was definitely there, but in the end, like, Louis, he never even had that many archers. It was like 20 archers, and more knights than archers even.
Yeah, and against that, the Horseman Spear should have done well, so I think this was actually okay. It's just, what was the point of that fight? Right? That's the biggest question, right? Like, you always have a choice. RTS games are a game of making constant choices, right? And what do you gain by attacking Jeanne d'Arc at that point?
Well, a quick game at least, because it feels like Kiljadi isn't going to be in this game for much longer.
Yep.
More and more knights are going to be pumped out now by Louis, and they're so cheap as well. With the consecration on these production buildings, he's only paying like 100 food, like 200 resource for every single one of these knights. That's a major discount on these very high value units, and army value more than doubled right now, and that's even when the scholars are being taken into account there as well. One lone villager hides inside the outpost, but yeah, he's not gonna be inside that outpost for much longer. Neither is the outpost gonna be there for much longer. And now once again, archers step forward, and the spearmen, they're on the archers there for the beginning of the fight. Now they're on the knights, but it just doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough. Spearmen just evaporated there in thin air. It's just too many knights at this point in time. Just a slight mistake of not having enough spearmen there. It means that Louis is gonna take game number 2.
Nice. Yeah, well, I guess Louis is just that good, you know. We know that Kiljadi is good, but Louis just leaves no prisoners. He's just massacring him.
I'm just once again going to drop the exclamation mark challenge in there. If we reach 200 subs by the end of Sunday, going to try to reach top 10 with only knights, as we just saw them being absolutely broken once again. Ah, man. There weren't even any, like, massive raids here. And look at the army military count there. Just this complete nosedive there from Louis. Both players, once again, then try to reboom their military. Well, not reboom, but, like, remaster their military. But it's so tough getting those units back up.
Yep. It seems quite often the first fight really shows what's going to happen in the rest of the game, right? Like, for example, when you play English and you do the push with longbows and spears, and if you just get completely cleaned without trading too much for it, it just kind of feels like the game is over. And it feels the same with this fight. Just letting Jeanne d'Arc spiral out of control is crazy. And it really paid off for Louis. These farms, actually, we were criticizing them, but it worked out. But I think it's just about the reaction of Kiljardi against farm. You just happily take the food on the map, you just go h3, and then we would have a completely different story. It's just, on the other hand, it's a bit difficult to make choices like this, right? Because it's just quite often you are in the tunnel vision mode, like everyone thinks, oh, Delhi is just full feudal and that's it, right? And I don't think so. I think even though sometimes the Delhi is a civ that mostly wants to go heavy feudal, sometimes going h3 is just as strong.
Agreed. Now, we're going to be looking at our third game, and it's going to be on Prairie. We're going to be seeing French versus the HRE, and I got to say on Prairie, there is an absolute shit ton of sheep. There are so many sheep on Prairie. It is not uncommon that you see a scout having like 20 to 30 sheep following them as they make their way all the way back to their base. And this is probably one of those situations where both players could be looking for double scout. The French, because obviously they're getting the scout out a little bit quicker, they do have that bonus where scout production from the TC is a little bit quicker for them. And the HRE, they're just normally very, very much invested into getting a lot of these sheep. So I would personally suspect both of these players going for a double scout play here. And then HRE, typically, they try to go for a fast castle age, not into Regnitz, but typically into a Burgrave Palace, just because that's usually what we see in this kind of matchup. You go Burgrave Palace, you get the heavy maces, and suddenly your man-at-arms can actually take very, very good fights, even against knights.
Yeah, and it's actually quite difficult to defend as French, because what exactly are you supposed to do? You can go fast crossbows, and sure, but off of 1 TC against 1 TC HRE, your eco is behind, so that's a bit problematic for French. Even if you get these crossbows out, HRE can always switch into Horseman, which is maybe not ideal composition, but good enough so that you've got a pretty nice map control. And on the other hand, if you go to TC, the problem is that you've got not so much other options than massing knights. And massing knights, especially H2 knights against HRE man-at-arms, that's also not ideal. So here, I am not exactly sure. Normally, defending Burgrave on normal maps is absolutely fine, but defending this on this map with so many sheep can be pretty problematic.
We're actually not seeing any of these players go into double scouts, but if you look at the scouting pattern here that Louis went for, if Kiljardi went into double scout here, Louis would have ended up without any of these sheep that he found so far.
Yeah, Louis is really gambling with his scout entire series. He's really risking it. Look at this route. It's Kiljardi who's playing safe, and he's gonna be extremely disappointed to see that all the villagers, all the sheep are gonna get stolen. There's so many of them. Wow, I think Louis is gonna be extremely rich, and Kiljardi is looking maybe at 10 to 15 sheep, which on Prairie is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, this feels very bad for him. Look at that. He's just gonna trail the scout. He's gonna trail the scout. Oh no. Oh no, he's gonna trail the scout without seeing it. He's not gonna find anything anymore after this. Oh no, Kiljardi. That feels absolutely rough. That feels so rough.
The only chance for him is that he might turn right now to go behind the base of Louis, maybe. But no, he's just completely fully trailing him. This is a disaster already. So this could be...
I think he sees that now on the edge of the corner of his scout. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Oh no. Oh man. Yeah, he's just completely following him. He's just completely trailing right now.
Wow.
Perfect trailing.
This is a nightmare for every single Age of Empires 4 player. You wake up in sweat when this happens. Wait.
Oh, he sees it. He sees it. But man, is that disheartening? Like,
yes.
I wouldn't be surprised right now if Kiljardi just instantly surrenders. Like, this is just... Like, you look at that.
Yeah, in tournament games, you really probably don't do this, right? It's tempting to surrender right now, but it's just... especially if it's 2-0, fair enough. But still, I think he's a fighter and he's gonna try.
Yeah, it's just incredibly demoralizing at this point in time. Like, you're HRE, you want those sheep, you need those sheep, and then you see your opponent scout, 23 sheep trailing behind him. It's not the end of the world, though, because Kiljardi's spawn that he has in his base is actually S tier. Like, the spawn is actually S tier. Like, look at that. He's got every single resource inside there.
True. 29. Holy.
It's looking a little bit sad for Kiljardi at the moment when it comes to space. Yeah, I think and Louis is actually going for 2 TC behind this now. he's got an advantage. He's gonna further build on that advantage now.
Yeah, but
Okay, he's got a couple more sheep. He's got 9. He can potentially find 2 more. No, okay, Louis gonna find this as well.
yeah, I would say that this opens Louis a little bit to the burger all-in, what he is choosing to go for right now. On the other hand, it seems Kujardi just most likely won't have enough sheep to do a proper, really, really scary burger all-in, right? Because if you go for burger, you're gonna run out of usually of food around 20, 25 men-at-arms, maybe 15 even if you don't have many, which is going to be the case here probably. But imagine if he had enough food to build 50 or something like that, and that's certainly possible with the number of sheep that Louis got.
We do see Kiljadi with a lot, and I mean a lot of villagers right now over on wood as well. It could be that he realizes the position that he's in and wants to just get a lot of farms out early on. If he gets like 10 farms by the time that he wants to, okay, we got the little calculator on right now, so we can see just how much food Louis has under his TC right there. That's a good amount of food.
Nice.
That typically lasts you until like mid-game, maybe even until Imperial Age if you really want to press it. Look at that. We actually have early production buildings coming out right now from Kiljadi, so he wants to play this one a little bit more in Feudal Age, which does make sense with the recent HRE changes. He's also getting outposts up at the same time.
Maybe he didn't even scout the fact that there is a second TC coming, so he maybe is thinking that this could be just one TC all in from Louis, and maybe he should have at least just maybe not complete the tower, like finish it 99% and then see what's going on in opponent's base and then complete the tower, because right now he really needs to see that information, and there is going to be a second TC on the board, and usually the counter to second TC in this situation would actually, I still think Burger would be pretty strong, so him not rushing H3 can be a little problematic for him.
Yeah, that definitely could be a way to play this, but he already made the production buildings, right? So it kind of feels like he's locking himself into that. He now sees a stone, so he knows, okay, my opponent is going to be on that 2 TC. And right now, he's massing Spearmen and Horsemen. Might just want to try and look for an all-in, not in Castle Age, but in Feudal Age, rather.
Yeah, but do you really, can you all-in French in Feudal Age? I guess you can, but on the other hand, it's as HRE maybe, but the TC is very in the back, so reaching there with units is actually not that easy.
I mentioned take down the scout from Louis at the very least, so that's something. Knight is also gonna get harassed by the boar over there. That's gonna also help. So right now, I mean, Louis, he doesn't have a lot of military. He's now on the board though, so that's gonna be a lot of food coming in very, very quickly. And Kiljadi, he's gonna need like 20 military units if he wants to like go and dive the TC.
Yeah, he definitely needs more, but he's building more. He's got also 600 wood in the bank, so I wonder, is he planning to build more production, or is it banking for RAM potentially even? And what is his composition going to be? It seems, okay, we got blacksmith. I'm not a huge fan of these farms here, right? Maybe if he was planning to go H3 and he also completed the tower, so this attack will not be super strong. If he cuts the tower, if he cut the farms, sure, then maybe he could have a potential to all-in, but this is too middle of the road, it seems to me. And in RTS games, you have to be really decisive about what you go for, right? So if you go for all-in, just all-in. If you want to go for fast castle, yeah, and you can go for fast castle. And here, it kind of looks like a little bit of everything, and that's not probably ideal.
I still say that the farms here in this situations make a lot of sense, right? Like Kiljadi's already behind when it comes to the sheep. They're gonna run out at some point, no matter what. And you don't want to have that drastic transition. Like, transitions need to be smooth. You can't, like, suddenly run out of sheep and then you can suddenly place down, like, 15 farms. You want to already have at least a couple of those farms running, just so that you're not going to suddenly find yourself without any food and without any, like, food access immediately. So I'm gonna be on the fence here and I say, okay, I think the early farms do make a lot of sense. Just having a couple of them out there right now just helps you so much in the transition period as well.
Problem here is that they are both investing into growing their economy right now, but French is investing into having more villagers and Kiljard is investing into having farms. So that's a little problematic, because any day of any time I would prefer the TC over the farms.
Seen a couple of attacks here onto the gold. At least it's not versus John, where he would be getting experience from, so he can be kind of free to like take these kind of dives. The wood line, it's getting kind of thin, as our observer's pointing out, as Carl's pointing out, and he's got another wood line to the left-hand side, but then that's also going to be the point in time where he might actually need to consider investing a little bit more into prelates as well. It never feels great pausing villager production for a prelate, but when you get a lot of villagers on one source of resource, it actually is 100% worth it going for that.
Yep, for sure. And then it allows you to take the relics later a little more smoothly. So yeah, I was for very long hesitant to do it, but I think it's worth it for sure. Yeah, and what the plan is for this army, right? Like, it's poking, sure, it's nice, but it kind of needs to kill 7-8 villagers to actually pay for itself, and I don't think it's gonna happen.
I mean, at the moment we already see Louis with a 10 villager lead, and that happened kind of explosively. It's because the French, they already produced the villagers much faster, right? So it just comes naturally. We've got some idle villagers right now as well. Right now is Kiljadi. He's kind of focused on just getting these raids, and he managed to kill one villager, but he's losing so much military as well for it. I don't think he can like continue putting the aggression on the main base from Kiljadi. I think he needs to go on to the secondary TC.
You mean Kiljadi right now?
Yeah, I think he needs to put the aggression on the main base, but on the secondary TC.
Aha, you
Because
mean
the
that...
main TC just does way too much damage, right? Like the secondary TC not only does it fire less than half the arrows, but it also doesn't have the main emplacement, which does 10 damage.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's so far away, right? So your reinforcements can get cut off by superior mobility of knights.
That's true.
So it's not really such a great option either, right? So it seems to me that being aggressive here just kind of doesn't work.
Not without armored units at the very least, yeah.
Yeah, unless he would be planning maybe for a full all-in without the farms and sooner just heavy aggression against the second TC. But for now, it's already pretty much paid off, so he's going to have really big problems there.
He invested a lot into eco upgrades as well behind all of this, Kiljadi did, so at least his income is gonna still be pretty good. But like when you look at the income numbers, there's not like a very drastic difference between the two. And the military count looks nice as well. The issue is that the army value is relatively even, and I always prefer knights and archers over spearmen and horsemen.
Yeah, what HRE can do in this situation... Oh, so we've got the same situation as the previous game, where we've got the horsemen diving on top of the... with spears on top of the knight archer, and it's, under the TC it really doesn't work. I would say on open map, defensively, when you can get a nice flank, sure, but... diving under TC usually doesn't work like this with the army like this. I honestly still don't mind horseman spear. It just it should be just used a bit differently. It's a composition that you flank with, and it's a composition that you rather use on open map, not really try to force the issue below the TC of the opponent.
It's very difficult to flank when you are the one that like wants to put aggression on, right? Because he's just always going to be inside of his space.
Yeah.
Which is why I think like this composition only really works when you're defending. It doesn't really work when you want to be aggressive.
Exactly. Yeah, 100% agree. And these spears are so fast, so it's they are actually quite nice. Yeah, 1.38, and if they charge, it's 1.7, which is insane. So that's pretty good, and this can be pretty nice to surround the opponent's units quite nicely. But offensively, it's just very difficult unless you're just like some kind of god of maneuvering.
Fight
but
could
here,
potentially be happening here. Spearman actually finding 2 knight kills there. Okay, that is very nice. That could open up a window here now potentially for Louis. He's got a lot of spearmen as well.
Yeah, and they are so fast as well. So this could be very problematic for Louis. Sometimes losing just 2-3 knights for free. And
he fights with the villagers.
Yep. He knows he's got 20 of them. They're actually quite nice. Actually, he has no textiles, so this is a big problem. He's kiting back with the archers, but it's so hard to kite against such a fast army. We've got a bunch of 10 villagers already dying, so this is the move that Kiljadi was hoping for, but the number of spears is starting to thin out. So there's still 9 knights, so I think this attack soon could be over, but he's still trading pretty nicely against these knights, and he's still getting way more knights around, so actually Kiljadi, maybe he's making it happen.
I mean, he's trading on the military at a very decent rate, and like killing the villagers here is very nice for him. But now he's got to leave. Now he's gotta leave. Like you dealt damage. He killed like 13 villagers there. One knight though couldn't suddenly change a lot here. This is always so difficult. Like a single knight just does so much damage. And there we go. Knight charge is coming in. No textiles, so villagers are gonna go down very, very quickly. Charlie hasn't reacted yet. Okay, he has now. At the same time, he's distracted in the base and lost a couple of spearmen there. Overall, though, should at the very least be able to get rid of that one knight, though. That one knight actually killed 3 villagers.
Yeah. And so Kiljardi managed to kill 10 villagers, but he sacrificed a big amount of his army population. So I would say I still extremely favor Louis' situation. Even if he didn't manage to kill these 3 villagers, I think this sounds a bit surprising, but these 13 villagers is not enough. He needed to kill way more than that.
Like at least 25.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's still very rough for him to really get back into the situation now. The one thing I want to say where he has the advantage, like a pretty major advantage, is when it comes to the units that he's making. They're very food heavy. They're not wood heavy, and wood is very hard to come by on this map.
Yep, for sure, I agree. And now also quite a bit of these villagers are wounded, so he can come back and pick them off. So this is maybe a decent thing for him to do. But on the other hand, when the knight number starts to get close to the spear number, you know that's not a great news for you.
Yeah, that's a lot of knights right now that are going to be coming out. It's just such a scary unit, man. These knights, you have to respect them so much, but respecting them also means that you're leaving yourself open for other options that your opponent can go for. And now Kiljardi is in the middle of the map, but his units, his villagers on the right-hand side might be a little bit exposed. He has an outpost there. Is he going to react? He is going to pull the military. The villagers aren't going to get pulled immediately. Oh, they're all going to get a little bit out trying to get inside the full outpost. The horsemen, they try to buffer out a little bit, but look at how quickly it's disgusting how quickly knights take down horsemen. Absolutely disgusting. 3 horsemen go down in the blink of an eye. The knights barely even take any damage there.
Yeah.
And another villager went down.
On a map like this, knights are absolutely, especially in H2, I would say the peak strength of knights is H2 or maybe early H3, but here in H2, yeah, for sure, knights are extremely powerful. And we've got actually Kiljardi going for H3, so this is something that's nice for him. If he manages to get the relics, maybe he still has a shot, although look at this, we've got 23 villagers advantage for Louis. I think the moment he sees H3 for Kiljardi, he might even consider just going for it and trying to kill him, and he's already moving out. So, and I don't think Kiljardi is going to have the upgraded units just yet. And
I doubt the Regnitz is going up. Look at that, the knights arrive right now.
Yep.
It was the second Kiljardi decided to run back that Louis knew, okay, somebody's going on. My opponent is aging up. I gotta go now.
Yes.
And that kind of clear signal here just told him everything he needed to know. And now in the choke point, it makes it impossible for the horseman spearman composition to work. It's just straight up impossible. It is so frustrating to try and get that to work. And with that, like, look at that. Louis, he's just, like, his knights, they're just flowing through the lines of archers here. Now they're the front side, but it still feels like the spearmen are just focusing the archers here for the most part. Age up is going to complete, but Kiljardi has no military left. Now he's going into knights, but his gold is soon going to be denied.
Perfect
And sure,
timing.
his knights are going to be slightly stronger, but there's 20 of the feudal age knights, and oh my god.
Perfect timing for Louis. He just has a instinct for this. He just knew this is the time. This is the time to attack. And yeah, we've got farms, we've got H3, so it's and also he sacrificed a lot of units. So all these units were just so those are all resources that didn't really went into military production, and we can see this right now.
Only 20 villagers can be safe inside the outpost, inside the TC. Knights, they're just running around right now. Kiljardi, he's still on some proxy resources, but the knights, they just have so much mobility. They can find those units whenever they want. And Louis, he's on double the villagers.
Yes, and H2 knights are actually quite good against H3. Obviously, they're weaker, but they're maybe 25% weaker, maybe 33, something like that. And there's what, 500% more knights for Louis than for Kiljardi.
It's such a tough situation for him right now, for sure. He's still trying to get relics in, so 2 relics are gonna make their way over. I'm not sure. This kind of feels like Kiljadi played a little bit different compared to what he usually does. Like Achery at all is not a civilization that I would personally see Kiljadi play a lot. The first game as well, it caught me really by surprise. I'm not sure if this is like still like tournament jitters. I think Kiljadi, he hasn't really had his like really big debut yet in like one of the major Age of Empires tournaments.
Yeah, say this series still confirms that Kiljadi is not the top yet. You know, I could
not
see
there, not where it needs to be.
Right? Obviously, he has some really good moments. His micro is great, but I would say his decision making throughout the series, he was just outclassed by Louis when it comes to just making decisions, really just decisions. Right? Like for example, even in this game, this is another third game where decisions of Kiljadi could be debatable, right? Where he didn't really go for the things that HRE is the strongest at, right? Like he didn't go for fast burger, he didn't go for Regnitz, he didn't go for just full all-in as well, right? He didn't really go for having map control too much as well. So this was a bit problematic, although obviously historically French was very good against HRE, so that could be just the reason why he struggled here. But yeah, and Louis is just making just only good decisions. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. Exactly. And now, with those good decisions, he's looking very much set on victory. Behind this, he's got 24 knights out and is soon going to be able to age up to Castle Age as well. His knights also able to win the trades against the knights, the superior knights of Kiljadi right now.
Yeah, they are better, but it's just a number game at this point. And Kiljadi is fighting, okay, he doesn't want to give up easily. He's got 1 relic into the tower. He's gonna probably get a couple relics more.
Louis,
But
he realized, okay, that's where the proxy army, proxy eco is gonna be.
yeah, he
Sure,
showed.
there's 1 outpost with a sprinkle emplacement, but that is not gonna be enough.
Yep.
I'm not sure what Kiljadi could have really done there. I think maybe he needed to like not retreat with his military, but rather try to like go around the sides to like hide the H up a little bit more. Try to go for counter raids, like really force Louis to stick inside of his base.
Yeah, I think the first fight pretty much decided the game, right? Like he had a huge army and he just dove his opponent and it didn't work, right? It's just kind of it, right? Like even though he killed 13 vills, that's nice, but it's just not enough at this point, right? So, and we have to keep in mind that yes, exactly. Kiljadi was unlucky throughout the entire series, right? Not having in every single game he had less sheep, so having not many sheep is actually quite difficult to play as. You know, like even with the civ that are fine with food on the map, even those prefer to have more sheep than not, right? So it's actually quite difficult to play with such a low number of sheep. So everybody can look poorly when they don't have sheep.
Yeah. 31 villagers left at this point in time. Kiljadi, Louis has 3 times the eco count. Kiljadi, once again, going for eco raids. Does find a couple of villagers there, but now once again his main base is going to be under attack and he has more villagers there than he can safely put inside the outpost, inside the town center. And surely soon, Kiljadi has to realize that this game is not winnable at this point in time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's
like,
trying, you know.
Is crazy when it comes to comebacks, right? Like, if you get Palace of Swabia up, suddenly, like, everything can happen. But at this point, Swabia is not gonna be realistic to get here for Kiljadi.
You know, in tournament you don't really want to quit as early as you would on ladder, right? I assume on ladder he would already have quit, but it makes sense in tournament to give you all your best. You know, it's just. This one game is much more important than any other game, right? So here he really wants to make sure that he doesn't have a shot. And well, we see that he doesn't have a shot, but maybe in his head he still has 2, 3, 5% of chances and he wants to give it a try, and why not?
He did manage to go up to 11 knights, and this would have been quite nice if we were still at the point in time where Louis was in Feudal Age, but now that Louis is also in Castle Age, it's Castle Age Knights versus Castle Age Knights. in a situation where Louis still has the superior knights on paper and more of them as well.
Yes, exactly. I guess the relics are a little bit nice, but it's just only one because the proxy relic has been killed, and now we've got, well, four times more villagers for Louis. I don't. We've seen insane comebacks, but it's not this one. GG, Louis 3-0. Wow, that's pretty solid score.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was both Marine Lord and both Louis that now finished their sets 3-0. And now they're going to be facing off against each other.
Marine Lord won 3-0. Okay, well, that's nice. We can jump quite quickly into this. And let's have a look at the scores of other series as well. How is Papi against Anotant? It seems
I think it's 1-1 at the moment. At least Wikipedia says it's 1-1. I'm not quite sure how the exact stats are between them.
Yeah, it seems it's 2-1 for Papi. So, and we've got Japan against Delhi. So that could be 2-2. We'll see. And let's have a look at Wham against Zerton. I'm not sure if any stream covers this one, actually.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it at the moment from any other stream.
Yeah, I could very quickly launch the game and see the match history. Maybe they are there. But I guess we are going in with Louis against Marine Lord. That should be pretty solid match, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Louis, he's been looking really, really strong, and I gotta check up again on the Elite Classic, because on the Elite Classic 2, what we had there, how Louis did there, because I think we already had the Marine Lord versus Louis matchup happening during the Elite Classic 2.
Yeah, and that was 4-0.
4-0. Yeah, it was a 4-0 for Marine Lord. But Louis, maybe at this point in time, a little bit of improvements. I mean, that was also the tournament where Louis in the third place match beat Beastie 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
And he beat Wham 4-0 just the set before. So
Yeah.
I still think that maybe, okay, Louis, he's played a couple more games now versus Marine Lord. He might be a little bit more familiar now with how he plays. If he adjusts accordingly, there is a lot of potential in that set.
Okay, I'm checking Wham against Zerton. It seems it's 1-1. So we had Jean d'Arc against English, and Wham won. And then we've got Frisian Marshes Japanese against China, and China won. So that's very interesting. And they seem to be going into a third game just soon. So this series can take a very, very long time until it gets completed.
All right, so yeah, I think next up it should be Marine Lord versus Louis. I think Marine Lord right now, he's still on his stream, at least he's spectating Puppy Paw versus Annotant. Might not know that it's his time now to draft his next set.
Yeah, that could be pretty nice. Yeah, so Louis against Marine Lord. Do you think Louis has any chances or no?
There are slim chances. But I think he definitely does have some chances there. So right now, yeah, we can see Louis 3-0 versus Kiljadi, Marine Lord 3-0 versus Vortex. And on the other hand side, Puppy Paw 2-1 versus Annotant. And Wham versus Certain, they're at 1-1 at the moment.
Very curious to see how Wham against Zerton is going to go. And also very curious to see the other ones. Annotant, pretty nice, winning one game against Papi, not bad, but seems that Papi is just in such a good form, right? Like he seems like, I would say there are two echelons of top players, right? You get like those top, super top, maybe top 5, right? Where you got Beastie, Lucifron, Marine Lord and stuff. And then you've got this second between like top 6 and top 10, where and the most interesting part is that Louis and Papi seem to maybe try to go from that part into the top 5 part, or at least they're starting to win against these players a bit more often. So I'm curious to see if they can solidify their position, or they are still the pros that are still not the winning tournament material.
Oh, there we go. Demu coming in with the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to the Energy Slapfest number 2. We just finished up with a set between Louis MT and Kiljadi. Louis just showing us a really, really just dominating display here right now. 3-0 against Kiljadi. And now next up, we're going to be heading over to Louis MT versus Marine Lord. So welcome, everybody. strap yourself in because we have a lot of games to cover today.
Yep. However, as always, whenever we get a raid, we've got some downtime and some situations. So unfortunately, we are going to have to wait until the drafts are gonna complete. So this is probably 5 to 10 minutes until all of this gets resolved. So don't
I think
go anywhere.
Marinelord right now, he's still like, I'm just checking out his stream. He's spectating Puppy Paw versus Anaton. Do we want to jump into Puppy Paw versus Anaton as well? Just jump into live? Just
Or
so
we
we have
could
something to
have a look at
Wham
Wham
versus
against
Certain.
Zerd, or maybe about that, because this one is not covered anywhere. So why not?
Yeah, let's just jump into that one then.
I'm not. They're not in game, so they're still. Okay, well, let's go Anaton and Papi then, I guess.
Right, we're gonna be trying to make that happen. Just gonna take a little bit of time until we get there. In the meantime, yeah, if you guys want to support the stream, I mean, obviously, I'm here live streaming. Matisse is also live streaming over on his channel, so go check him out as well. You can support us over here on Twitch. It helps us out a lot. Maybe also check out the Discords for Energy SLAPFest, so you find all the news regarding the following events, as we do want to make this a little bit of a series. So even with a 1 year, like during the year, at the end of the year, we want to get one big Energy Slapfest out as well. For players right now that are participating in the Energy Slapfest, they do accrue some points for their victories during the Energy Slapfest, which do help them qualify for that one big tournament that we want to get going at the end of the year.
Yep, and the next one we are probably in around 2 months we will start another one in maybe June, something like that, maybe July, and then we, assuming it just depends what is the schedule of EGC. We obviously don't want to have conflicting schedules with them, and we plan to have 5 smaller stops like this one, and then one very big one at the end of the year, and maybe with 5,000, maybe something, maybe even bigger prize pool. We'll see how it's gonna go.
Right. 4 minutes until. Oh, all right. Okay, so we're jumping into the current set between Wham and Certain. They just jumped into their 4th game, I want to say, most likely. What's the current score between them? How'd the last game go? It was 1-1, and it's still 1-1. Okay.
Oh, we're jumping into Wham Certain.
Yeah, just into Wham Certain right now, and yeah. Because I don't think Marinelord has started drafting yet with Louis.
Yeah, we've got our observer whispering to our ears, so.
Yeah, excuse the downtime right now as we are trying to get the next game going. And there we go. Got Wham versus Certain. Score's gonna update as well, as it is 1-1 now, and they're jumping into their 3rd game of their set. Wham probably the slightly favorite player here, just because like Wham, he's always been up there. Certain, he's always made some really, really good impressions. Won the ladder when it comes to like playing against the pros as well. And I mean, he is 1-1 right now. So that kind of like tells you a story how evenly matched these two players are right now.
Yeah, even though it feels like Wham is the favorite, the skill level at such high, well, the skill level of these players is so high that sometimes small details can decide about the game. Like really, are you going to lose 2 villagers randomly in a certain location or not? So that can be a big deal. So those results, even though there could be one player could be significantly better or the other, it's still, and these guys are so good that anyone can win a game out of anyone, really. Like, for example, yesterday we had Anotant who won a game against Marinelord, right? Who is considered pretty much the best player right now, right? So it's possible. It's possible.
And now we're going to be looking at EGC Lipany, Wham, playing as the Byzantines versus the Iubits from Certain. All right, so two civilizations that can very well play on 1TC. We saw Iubits just earlier from LuMT looking very, very strong.
Yeah, for sure. Iubit's, yeah, I'm starting to get convinced this is one of the. I was like, is it really that good? The farms are still so expensive, and wasn't that convinced. But and it's just rushing H3. I'm not such a huge fan of rushing H3 anyway, but it's much more than that. It's much more than that. You get free units that you can roam with, which is you force opponent to respond just and you don't spend anything. You have insane eco bonuses. The berries are so good. You get 8 villages for free. Feels amazing. So I think Iubit's yeah, pretty solid save, and it's just being able to go H3, which is essentially what fast castle strategy to get relics, apply pressure and everything, and having 8 villages to fall back on. That's insane.
Just it's such a good civilization. Like in good hands, Iubits, they can really unfold all of their potential. It's a really strong civilization, tempo-wise especially. The things that they can pull off, just very few civilizations can really go for those timings that the Iubits can. And feels like no matter what you do with the Iubits, you always have like your own agenda that you can push onto your opponent. Like it's never really the opponent's time to dictate the pace of the game. Usually it's always in the hands of the Iubit player.
Yeah. And it feels to me like Byzantines are a little slow at the beginning. They're obviously extremely good later on, but early on it could be a little problematic for Byzantines to catch up or keep up with Iubits there.
I want to say though, when it comes to like front lines, Byzantines have the better front line. The Varangian Guard, sure, they have a lot less health, but what they do have going for themselves is they have +1 melee armor and +1 melee damage. The +1 melee armor actually does make a very big difference in this matchup specifically, because the Golems, they have a lot less base damage, but they attack quicker. They attack quicker than normal man-at-arms. And having the +1 armor there on not just the Varangian Guards, but also on the Cataphracts potentially, not that we'll necessarily see them, just means that the Byzantines, when it comes to the frontline army, they do have a really great way of dealing with that.
Oh, and we got pretty serious fights of scouts here. I'm very curious if Wham is going to decide to drop off the sheep, or is he going to try to cut off Zerton?
I think he's going to cut off Zerton. He's going to go straight for his side of the map now.
Yeah, Zerton went for very greedy scout, where you try to steal the corner sheep of the opponent, and Wham absolutely intercepted this perfectly. And now he's even more advanced into the map. So now it means that he will be able to just clean up the sheep from Zerton. And on top, but Zerton realized what's happening, and he's rotating to the right side of the map. So this is very cool to see how at a very high level what happens with scout rotations. Because right now, if Zerton would just come back to his base, he would be in big trouble. But right now, he entire right side of the map is essentially completely unscouted. So this means that he will be able to maybe get some sheep there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of like the high level mind games here between the players, right? So there we go. Both players see each other's scouts once again. But Zerton, he still has the entire right-hand side of the map to be able to scout that.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to go for it. And on top of this, Iubits don't really care that much about not having too many sheep at the start. He can just go on berries. Not exactly sure if he did. Yes, he did. So he's free to scout his entire map. And it seems that there's still a lot of sheep to be. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, he was just moving the landmark, but there's not many sheep that have been gathered just yet. So it seems I'm hearing some sounds that maybe Zerton is getting them. No, it's actually Wham, or no? Yeah.
It's like Wham has gotten a couple more sheep there. So yeah, he's got a pretty nice trail there. 7 sheep behind his scout. Means though, and this is also something like the early farm here, the early olive grove from Wham, actually allowed him to move out with the scout a lot longer, right? Like usually he had 4 sheep, so he already sent like 1 sheep back to his base very early on. But if you're stuck on 3 sheep, that one early olive grove just allows you so much more mobility when it comes to scouting for sheep early on.
Is this Eco Wing coming in for Zerton?
It is Eco Wing Grove. So
that's interesting.
He accidentally depleted one of his berry bushes early on, which does hurt him a little bit, but overall, it's not the worst. And look at that, Wham once again committing without dropping off the sheep. He's going all the way to the other side of the base once again in order to like find more sheep.
Yeah,
That's kind of sick, man. Like going
yeah.
for like he's
What
committing
the-
time and time again.
This scout fight in this game is insane because he realized that Zerton went to the right side, and then so this corner is still uncovered. They both realized it, and now they're both racing to uncover this last corner. And I guess Wham just wants to scout the wing as well a little bit. There is one more sheep that he can get here. The question is there any sheep in the... Oh, he actually missed this. Oh, wow. No,
Nice
he's
one for
getting it.
now.
Mhm,
He finds
he's
2
getting it.
additional sheep, so sheep game looking really good there for Wham.
Yep.
Certain actually a little bit unlucky that he doesn't find. Oh my god, Wham is gonna get this one as well before Certain. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts.
Yes.
Nice sheep.
Yeah. Although it's not game-ending
It's not a
situation.
massive difference between them, yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 sheep that way or that way. It's not the end of the world. It's okay-ish, right? And still, this is Lipani, and we are talking about Iubit and Lipani, so this should be fine. This should be fine. However, I'm more interested into the strategies of what players are going to pick for feudal, because we are going to have quite a serious commitment into units for Iubits, and we've got 3 villagers more from the start. This is actually quite huge as well. Like 3 villagers at this point is quite serious. So the question is, what's going to happen with these units, right? Is he trying to maybe apply some pressure against Grand Winery? Is he thinking about just denying the gold, or what is the goal with these units really?
Yeah, getting 3 villagers that early, it equals out to like an 18% increase in the economy. So he's definitely going to be able to keep up with the cistern economy from Wham, at the same time also having his own like golden age coming in very, very soon here, if he hasn't already gotten it. I think he's getting it in just a little bit, like with one more building. He's probably getting, yeah, it's at next archery range. Once it comes in, he's going to be benefiting from that aura, so another plus 10% gather speed there. Not to forget that Wham right now, he's on berries, so he's not getting a lot of food. He is getting a lot of olive oil, but not a lot of food.
Yes. However, let's see what mercenary contract is he gonna pick and what units is he gonna get. Because, well, this is just Horseman Archer, which can get beaten by, I guess, Limitanei plus Javelin Throwers. Maybe he is thinking also about Keshiks. And even I wouldn't mind seeing some longbows. Okay, Eastern. Oh,
Keshiks, he cancels it. Oh, look at that. He makes use of the new Byzantine buff where the developers added an additional 10 seconds research time to be able to cancel it. Man, that's smart.
Yeah. Well, this was nice that he was able to just make a conscious choice what he wants to pick. And Keshiks here will clean this up pretty much, I think. There's still a Keshik plus Limitanei that should be pretty solid composition. And Zerton is applying some pressure, and let's see, is this pressure going to achieve anything? Wait a minute, I'm seeing Javelin Throwers coming in. How is this possible with Eastern?
No, he did go for Silk Path. It's not Eastern. He switched around.
Oh.
He went for Eastern, cancelled, and switched to Silk Path Road.
Okay. Yeah, so Javelin Thrower plus Limitanei, I feel like it's an amazing composition defensively. It's not that great offensively, but Horseman Archer should do fine against it. But on the other hand, I don't think you can really dive it, right? Because what Zerton needs to do in order to win the fight is literally just stand on top of Byzantine's army in this situation, but that can be impossible if he just kites back towards the TC. So I would say that on open field, Zerton can absolutely win the fight, but if he starts to pushing way too hard, he's going to have a really hard time if the TC fire is going to shoot his units.
Yeah, upgrade on the outpost comes in as well with the emplacement upgrade, so it's going to be able to snipe the archers out as well. Or in this case, it's going to be able to snipe the horsemen in with a couple of volleys. So right now, he's doing a great job of just microing around with his units a little bit. He did some damage to some of the Limitanei there, but Limitanei, they're just very, very tanky even against these ranged units.
This feels like an overcommitment. He actually lost quite a bit of units here and didn't really achieve much, so this could be a bit problematic. So now I think the choice is probably to do something else. I don't think you can poke into this gold too much, and he forced out 2 towers. I would call this success, and he doesn't need to do anything further. And I feel like it seems a lot of players recently seem to be slightly overly aggressive, especially against Wham, actually, based on the games from yesterday. It seems it's just very hard to break Wham.
I think it's also just playing aggressively against Byzantines because they have all of these like economic benefits when they do go unpunished up to Castle Age. So I think certain in this situation he just wants to kill them early. He doesn't want to let this game go to late game.
Well, okay, fair enough. That makes sense. I guess I could see that. But then I would probably just Tower Rush. I think Tower Rush on Grand Winery could be pretty solid, where you could even deny the farms from there. But it seems, on the other hand, the nice thing about this entire situation for Zerton is that he controls the food on the map, and Wham still struggles with it a little bit. So look at this, we've got him pretty much everywhere. He's taking all the food. The question is, what is he gonna do with this food? Is he planning to go H3, or is he planning to make so many units that he denies the food from Wham?
I think, as you probably alluded to, like he is overcommitting a little bit to Feudal Age at this point in time. He's not getting any blacksmith upgrades, but he is loading a lot of gold. So the guess is that he wants to go up to Castle Age. He spread out his economy very, very nicely on all the outer resources, so he's getting a lot of food in now. And yeah, he's actually getting up very, very soon here now as well.
Yeah. This could even might be Culture Wing, but probably, I don't know. Probably not, I guess. But
you
yeah.
don't need Culture Wing, but you can go for it. I could also, yeah, it is Culture Wing actually. He did go for advancement in the situation.
Yeah, I guess he's going
maybe
to
if he now
quickly.
goes into mass ranking guards, like if he adds barracks in now, mass ranking guards, he could actually just potentially checkmate Wham.
Yeah, I feel like this is pretty good position for Iubit because he has all the map, all the food on the map.
Not ranking guards, Gulams.
Yeah, Gulams. Yeah, and Wham right now is forced to use or forced himself to go on farms. And in this situation, I think it's just better to be on food on the map. So I slightly favor Zerton's position. Obviously, over time, his advantage from being out on the map can diminish. But for now, it's pretty good situation for him. But yeah, he might lose some bills here, so that's not ideal.
Goldhorn Tower now also coming in from Wham at roughly the same time with 13 villagers. But it is the advancement wing, so it should be coming in a little bit quicker here. Do we have any barracks from Certain in his base? We got 1, 2 barracks. He's adding in a couple of scrim as well against these horsemen that are in his base. But he's gonna have to make something happen soon. One of the villagers is gonna go down that was trying to build up that wall.
Yeah, so we've got pretty nice timing for Wham as well. So he wasn't even, he's not gonna be even too behind in terms of the economy. In terms of teching, but let's see what is the plan for H3, right? Because yeah, I think men-at-arms should be pretty good. I mean, Gulams for Zerton. I guess the fight will be over the relics and sacred sites. However, the question is either of these players planning to go for second TC here?
Both players now reaching the second age. Can we check a certain House of Wisdom, whether he's already at Golden Age Tier 2? He isn't yet. He needs one more building for it. That's actually so crucial.
Yep.
He has built a couple of additional houses. Just one more building for it, man.
Yeah, look at these 2 horsemen and 1 scout. It distracted Zerton so much, it feels like, because he had to build spears, he had to stop walling, he sent his entire army back pretty much, and now he's chasing him with a knight. So you could say just 2 units, but such an amazing usage of the harassment for Wham.
Definitely a lot of units right now chasing here after those, and now we're getting some upgrades in. Still no Golden Age Tier 2, I fear, though, from Certain. He's so close to it, man. Just one more building, man. Please. Please, build something. Anything. There's another barracks. All right, there we go. Golden Age Tier 2. Archer upgrade is going to get rushed up now. There we go. Plus 50% speed. The Archer upgrade is going to zoom through now. Needs a plus 2 pierce damage upgrade as well, though.
Yeah, you even started talking faster when it triggered, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, so here we've got Gulams against crossbows. So I feel like that could be a bit problematic for Zerton. Eventually, crossbows obviously counter them. And here we've got the still H2 archers. We've got a bunch of javelin throwers, and they're killing archers quite nicely. And a nice flank with horsemen, gonna kill the crossbows, but still the spears are pushing them away.
And jump throws, they also do a lot of damage to the Desert Raider. Desert Raider will go down here. And behind this Wham, he just has this very, very large army that Certain does not at the moment. And also, we don't see... Okay, now we do see both players. They do go into their religious units. Wham, obviously, he is able to make them immediately from his age up, from the Grand Winery. Certain he did have to opt into some monasteries. He's got a very good amount of food income right now, actually. He's doubling the food income from Wham, who has to make his own farm transition. Like Wham, he isn't moving out onto any other resource here. He's just making his farms. And this could be a little bit dangerous for him right now because he's actually not able to mass up that many units.
Yeah, but for some reason he's got 10 more army populations. So I'm not sure how exactly is this
That's just the mercenaries for now. But once there's like mass golems out, the javelin throwers suddenly they're not that great anymore.
Yes, but we've got a pretty nice crossbow transition right away from Wham. So, but on the other hand, maybe archers can even snipe the crossbow. So it's very curious to see whether it's going to be the javelin throwers killing the archers or archers killing the crossbows.
Golems chasing behind the army right now. Archers behind all of this. Do get some good picks against the spearmen though, but they have to be careful. Don't want to go too far out of position right now. Now we go golems on the javelin throwers. The majority of the Limitley, they're just running away right now, but actually the couple of crossbows there in the army. And the golems, they're just stuck fighting against the Rangians. They're not getting microed onto the right units here. And suddenly Certain, he's lost the majority of his army there. He now has to go into more range units. I think in this situation, you actually want a couple of camel lances, like with some horsemen as well, just to make it more difficult for your opponent to hit the right units here in this point in time. Wham, he's actually getting very far ahead with this farm transition now as well. Like, the food income is looking really good, and oh my god, it's open! No way that's open!
Wow, that's so small.
No way. Why? Okay, you can actually see it on the mini-map, but man, that is tough to catch.
Yes. How are we seeing? I hear some relic being lifted. So we've got 1-1 for now, and both players took the second one. And here, this is the most critical one, but it seems this dervish is not die.
Certain is going to have to really invest into trying to get this one relic, just because it's so important. I really wish Certain would also go for just a single Manjnik at this point in time, just because he needs at least a little bit of siege against all of these javelin throwers. He just can't connect right now, because there's also so many crossbows. Like, just the crossbow Varangian javelin combo right now, Certain needs siege or mass cavalry.
Yeah, I have to say, this composition from Wham is insane. Going for both crossbows and javelin throwers seems extremely tough to beat, and on top of this you also have Limitanei, which are also extremely good. So we've got a situation where what kind of units do you even build as Zertan, except obviously siege, but javelins counter crossbows and archers, and then Limitanei counter cavalry, and then crossbows counter the Gulams.
So like, close, almost manages to snag the relic, but only almost.
They're fighting over this relic like it's the most important thing in the game, but obviously it has a little bit importance here.
I mean, right now, Wham, he's on 500 olive oil per minute, so he's able to just get one of these troops out, one of these mercenary troops out every single minute. And he still is holding a little bit of olive oil behind this, which he can also just sell for gold, right?
Or just build more javelin throwers. At this point, javelin throwers are a pretty good unit, because I think the game slowly evolves into the mass crossbow into siege situation. So having so many javelin throwers, that definitely helps in the crossbow against crossbow interaction.
And now third relic for Wham is coming in, and suddenly once you have a Grand Winery with 3 relics, Byzantines feel really good, and Wham behind all of this actually goes for a second TC. Certain also doing the same thing. So both players now also scaling their economy a little bit more.
How are we looking with the big gold mines? So there's one that is essentially just for free for Zerton, and the other is for Wham, still relatively easy to take. And we've got first Manjanik coming in for Zerton. The question is he planning to do any kind of pushes with it, or is it just mostly defense for defense? And let's think where this game can go from here, because it could absolutely just go H4 and mass farms and everything, but it seems Wham is going to have an upper hand because it's just he's got a bunch of farms already.
And the farm transition definitely is looking up for Wham right now. He's actually getting more food right now per minute than Certain is, and certainly he's still on those berries, on those premium resources. And we're actually seeing 3 Manganiques coming off from Certain here, so I imagine that this is most likely just going to be this all-in push with Siege now from him.
Okay, so he just decided not to go for farms probably, but the problem is that the army size for Wham is getting huge, so I'm not sure if he's gonna achieve much with this push. Of course, the siege is gonna be very useful, but I imagine Wham is going to start adding some Springals somewhat soon.
Yeah, definitely feels like he needs to, but obviously he doesn't know about these Mangonels, about these Manganiques. Now, Certain, he's gonna be moving out. He's actually adding in some Spearmen now, not quite sure why. I mean, Spearmen, they're not the worst thing against crossbows and javelin throwers, but you need a lot of them. And a lot is not what he has right now. He's going into the area with the self throwers without any scout accompanying him. He has no vision here right now.
Yeah, he could get flanked and lose every single Mangonel that he has, but on the other hand, the Wham also has no clue what's gonna happen, and they're just meeting each other, and potentially Wham might lose a lot of his men-at-arms here.
Oh, the outpost doesn't get finished! So close, but yet so far away.
40 javelin throwers. I am starting to doubt this, you know. I mean, of course, 20, 30 javelin throwers is pretty good, but having 40 of them can be a bit debatable. And here we've got
it's free real estate.
What?
It's free. It's olive oil, man. He doesn't care.
Okay, but isn't there H3 unit that's better than javelin throwers from oil?
It's camel riders, but there's no cavalry from Certain.
Okay, right, yeah. Nice micro from Wham. Line formation, I always tell everybody, line formation in these kind of fights is insanely good because it and huge run by coming in from Wham. I wonder what units did he use for this. Maybe just Varangian guards.
I think just Varangians, yeah.
And this could be absolutely deadly. I love how Wham is playing this game. He is just defending and counter-harassing. This is such a strong way to play RTS games. It's been one of my favorite, where you have full benefits of playing defensively, the time that it takes for opponent to get there, but on the other hand, you still limit growth of the opponent.
I think certainly he's just a little bit steering right now. He doesn't know where the economy is that he wants to hit right now. He already lost one of his Manganiques to the Springald now.
Yeah, he has
and
to
he's
go
kind
back.
of just diving at this point in time. Yeah, he's just losing military here. Wham,
Yes.
he's max.
Wow, he's maxed already. Yeah, Wham is such a good player, man. I love everything about his playstyle. And here, Zerton, yeah, I think Zerton needs to go back, accept that he's not gonna kill Wham and just go farms. Maybe get some keeps to stabilize the situation. He still has access to gold. He still has access to some resources on the map. Yes, he's gonna have to turtle, but I think this is the best way. I don't think you want to throw away your army like this.
Oh man, the Bangalore just getting sniped by so many ranged units there. Now the Springald arrives. One good shot there, but another Springald shot, and that Mangonel is gonna go down. Certainly, he's got almost 40 crossbows, but against 50 javelin throwers and 30
GG
crossbows, it's just not enough, and GG gets called. Man, what a slugfest!
Yeah.
What an absolute slugfest. With that, it's going to be 2-1 for Wham, but we're going to be jumping back into the set that we originally want to go for, don't we? It's time to jump back to Louis and Marine Lord. They're 10 minutes-ish into their current game, so we're just going to try and catch up to them. That's going to be the plan here. Man, Byzantines in the situation, they look really, really good. I gotta like just see how Wham plays this and just copy it probably, because that was really, really nice. Just passively going slowly but surely up to Castle Age, and just knowing that your economy in the end is actually very, very strong.
Nice. And at the same time, we've got 2-2 with Papi against Anotant. So. That's pretty solid. And seems Papi has a slight lead for the last game. And yeah, so we've got still Wham going on.
Are you sure about that?
About what?
Because it's HRE with 4 relics and Regnets and Swabia on the way.
Okay, I didn't fully see the situation. Just
I actually think Anaton might be slightly fair here. We might have an upset between Anaton and Puppy Paw. It's kind of crazy, but now we're jumping in, and it's gonna be Mongols versus China on Dry Arabia here from the looks of it, between Louis and Marine Lord. Right, and here we go, jumping into the game. Let's just fast forward a little bit right now, as the game has already been going on for a little bit. I'm actually very happy with our decision into just looking at Certain and Wham, because it actually took quite a while for these two to start their first game.
Yep, I think
we would have just been talking for a while.
Yeah, let's go maybe 4 speed. 8 speed feels a bit difficult to follow. I'm not sure, maybe it is 4 speed, but okay.
I love what Louis is doing here. He realizes his folly. He knows that he has sinned, and he is not going for the early non-Imperial official build. Going for the correct build. Do you see the reaction to playing against the Mongols here? It is going to be that early barracks coming up. Marine Lord starting with his Tower Rush since his first couple of Spearmen over. But Louis, he should be able to just pump out enough Spearmen to defend this, and Marine Lord, he's just walking back. He isn't even going to push the issue. He's just going to try and head up to Feudal Age himself.
Yep, it makes sense. When your opponent has barracks, you usually just don't Tower Rush. I feel like that's a good idea, but actually, ooh, look at this. He tries to surprise Louis again with another move out, and he's got mobility advantage. Oh, what? Okay.
Calm down. Some Spearman engagements here. But yeah, Louis looking pretty solid here so far in this one. Lots of villagers on gold. Lots and lots of villagers on gold. 12 villagers on gold. Okay, now it sends a lot back. Guess it was just, to rush up the Song Dynasty now. Imperial Academy is going to be coming in next. He had me there for a second, not gonna lie. And now behind all of that, he's actually transitioning into a second TC build. All right.
Well, that's the question is, are we going to see any trade coming in from Marine Lord? It seems not so much.
He went for Deerstones, but he's adding in markets now, and it looks like he is going to go for trade, but not with Silver Tree. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, and on top of this, he's building quite a bit of units to still apply pressure against China, but we've got a bit of Zugenu already pushing away the units. And here he might be able to... No. Is he gonna deny this stone? I don't think so. I think
he is.
Actually, yeah. Wow.
I mean, Louis has enough stone. Louis has enough stone,
okay.
But actually, he has enough for an emplacement as well. That could be pretty critical. And it is going to be a very, very defensive secondary TC. Oh, I don't like the spot though. I would have rather put it a little bit further on the right-hand side next to the barracks, just because like you need at least one more tile there, because now the villagers could potentially be dropping off to the TC instead of the mill. So that's going to be tax and percentage gain lost there.
It's interesting that Marine Lord decided to build a bunch of units before going for markets, right? Because this way he can control whether Louis is going to get any food, so that's a pretty big deal. But on the other hand, he's delaying his own markets quite a bit and his own trade. So, for example, right now we've got a TC that's already building the vills. On the other hand, the markets are still not really operational.
One market is now... The one thing that's a little bit annoying here is the market position, right? It's not all the way in the corner. It's a little bit in the front. So I guess Marine Lord, he'll probably only be getting like 50 gold from these trades. The wood lines, though, are pretty nice, right? Because the traders, they're actually going to be walking all the way behind the tree lines, which helps them a lot when it comes to survivability, all these natural walls coming in. And this is actually going to be the second market now from Marine Lord that's going to be placed. So he's, in theory, going to be on 3 TC-ish. Oh, 43. I guess with the Mongol boost, as soon as he gets up in the trade number, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's still rather underwhelming. You really want to go for that 70... trade, but on Arabia, the trade is sometimes just not that great. So it seems, I'm not exactly sure if going Mongols on this specific map is optimal way to play, but it seems obviously Marine Lord knows best.
Behind all of that, I mean, it's just going to be Zhuge right now from Louis. I'm not sure if he's looking for potentially like a castle age transition now behind all of this. What's nice is the walls that he's putting up, right? Like he's walling in the deer spawn there in the back.
It's a very big
So he's
deal.
going to have access to a lot of food there. Yeah, and overall his base is very, very safe. Like it's going to be very difficult for Marine Lord to really apply pressure here.
Yeah, I kind of like Louis' position here because these units from Marine Lord didn't really achieve that much. Yes, he's got the trade going on, but Louis has a pretty nice 2TC song already going on for him. The question is, what about H3? I assume both players will build a lot of units before thinking about going there. So this could deplete some food sources for Louis, but on the other hand, this is only 4 traders which are trading at pretty low income. So I feel like Louis, if he manages to keep going, I think he's gonna be in a decent spot. I could. The question is big here, whether he is just fine sitting there, or does he have to deny the trade? Right? In normal circumstances, I would say he absolutely has to deny the trade. But in this situation where the trade is so slow, so late and so small, maybe he doesn't have to.
I mean, you're on 2TC, right? So you don't necessarily feel too pressured about this trade right now. In this situation, I would just kind of like mirror-ish the amount of military that Marine Lord is producing and just try to look for an age up in between if I can afford it. It's difficult to time though, and trade, I feel like it's just easier to scale. You don't have to micro it at all. You just press the button every now and then to put traders out, and unless your opponent is actively trying to harass your traders, you just kind of forget about it and just happening in the back there passively, which is very, very nice for trade. Khan once again is gonna get sniped here. Marine Lord is trying to trade off against the Zhuge, but yeah, that doesn't really work here in these numbers.
Yep, Zhuge is just such a great unit in this situation, in this age, I would say, but then in age 3 it suddenly becomes very underwhelming. So I feel like Marine Lord needs to wait a little bit until he starts doing some serious engagements against these Zhuge. And here we've got the trade growing, but on the other hand, we still can see that economy numbers are quite high for Louis here.
Exactly. I mean, the eco, it's scaling, but it's also, the thing is Marine Lord isn't really that far behind, right? Like it's 2 markets, it's 1 TC. Usually in this situation with like 2 TC China versus 1 TC Mongols, you would personally like expect to, the Chinese player to be ahead by like 25, almost 30 economic units at this point in time. The trade makes a really great effort here at just keeping that at bay. And Marine Lord is actually banking up resource to slowly but surely be able to go up to Castle Age.
Yep.
If he wants to.
The question is, what is his plan later, right? Because I feel like off of this, it could be pretty nice to go for cool rural tie plus siege type of push. Because at some point you want to try to break Chinese base, I think. And so for example, we saw how Vortex did it yesterday really nicely with multiple traps. I could see that working for Mongols as well. Except obviously, and he also wants to hit during the farm transition, I feel like.
Yeah, the farm transition is usually like the biggest weakness for China. But look at the army count from Lee right now. He's kind of exploding in the army count, and he's moving across. It looks like he might want to deny the trade now, actually. That's a lot of Zhuge. That's also a lot of units trailing behind, though. I'm not sure if he can really pressure this right now. I would love to see Marine Lord actually just drop a market on the left corner, all the way over there and on the left-hand side, and trade from that position.
Wow, yeah, that would actually be way better. So, but here we've got an engagement. It seems Anotant is gonna try to. Sorry, Louis is gonna try to deny the trade. But
Spearmen are getting focused nicely. Look at that. The archer is only hitting the spearman here, doing a great job. And suddenly there's no more spears at the front line here.
Yeah, it always feels so difficult to win this kind of engagement for someone who went to TC. He's sniping the archers very nicely, but still, I think the Keshiks are going to clean this up eventually.
Yeah, there's so many of them coming out right now as well. Excellent micro as well from Brilliant. Make sure his Keshiks don't run into the spearmen. Archers once again on the spearmen, and Keshik in these numbers can easily surround the Zhuge. Might just even be able to take the fight here with those spearmen in the army. And Louis, he's focusing down the archers, but is it gonna be enough? Might actually be enough here, but there's reinforcements now from the other side as well. And Marino just adamantly focusing down the spear, and he's actually winning the fight. Oh my god, the micro on this guy. The freaking micro on this guy.
Yeah, wow, that was pretty nice fight for Marino. So suddenly I think the situation is pretty good for him because he cleaned up a big part of opponent's units. It's just the defender's advantage is so huge in these fights, right? Because walking through the map with Zugenu, which are pretty slow, it just takes so much time. And here, suddenly, Louis might be in trouble when it comes to gathering some food on the map.
He has all of his reinforcements over here, though, and now with defender's advantage, should be able to deter Marine Lord from attacking in this position. And that though, Marine Lord, the economy, has a lot of gold in the bank, could trade it out for some other resource. I don't think it's going to be too far until he thinks about going to Castle Age after this beneficial trade here for him. Like, he already has the army value advantage by now.
Yeah, I think Marine Lord is suddenly in pretty good shape because right now Louis is starting to run out of food on the map. He already got the safe deer that he had in his base, and we've got Kurultai. And Louis, in order to secure the food on the map, he needs to continue building units in feudal, and that's precisely what he doesn't want to do because once Marine Lord hits the timing with Kurultai and maybe with also just upgraded Keshiks and archers, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to just stabilize for Louis, that is.
And another layer of walls coming up now. Louis trying to secure this deer. I would have loved to see him wall over to the stone mine. That way he's also able to secure the boar as well. Because the food transition is definitely the thing that could potentially kill him. That's the thing that he doesn't want to commit to right now.
Yeah, but the army is getting quite huge for Louis, so maybe this is the timing that he had, which is to intercept the trade right now before the upgrades kick in for Marine Lord. But on the other hand, Marine Lord is so good. Look at this, he gathered enough gold to start all the upgrades instantly. The +2 melee range armor, range armor, I think, as well. So we've got, so yes, temporarily he might even have to stop trading, but once he hits all these upgrades...
Oh, this could be huge.
Yep.
Not all upgrades are in yet. Keshik upgrade is going to finish first because it only takes like 30 seconds to come in. Oh, and the fight, Louis is forcing it. The Kurultai is going to deploy, but that's out of position. The Kurultai, the aura, it's not going to apply. Archer upgrade still not in yet. Spearmen, they're a little bit struggling to make that connection at the front line. Once again, we see Marine Lord trying to focus down all of the spearmen here in this fight with his archers. Keshiks have been upgraded, and the fight with all of these outposts with the villagers inside and the emplacements on them. It looks like Marine Lord is going to be able to fend this off behind us. So Louis very quickly able to go up with his own H up. And look at that. He's at 2.5k food per minute right now. 2.6k.
That's nice.
And
but
he's starting up his own farm transition.
Yes, but his entire army got cleaned. Look at this. He's got 0 army population right now. So
but he's walled. He's double layer walled at this point in time.
Yes, but it's still, yeah, let's see. I think losing all these units might mean that he's going to struggle against the counterattack from Marine Lord here with Kurultai, maybe some siege. And actually, no, it seems like Louis is building his own nest of bees. So that should be okay, but still, this is a little dangerous situation for him.
Here have mostly been cleaned up at this point in time. So Louis, I think he can just fall back from this position. Like, pretty much all the deer at this point in time are gone from this spot. He's messing up more crossbows. He's got some spearmen. The nest of bees are going to be coming in. They're going to be really, really great here for him. It's still going to be tough to hold this now, though. The army value is significantly in the lead for Marine Lord, and I think he probably needs something like some emplacements, some outpost emplacements, or maybe even a keep in order to defend his farm transition. Just because that is usually like the main thing that you got to defend. He's got this beautiful woodline there, actually. At the bottom that's like somewhat protecting this farm transition. I really like the position of the farm transition. Like usually players put it behind the base. He actually puts it so far in the corner. And it's very hard for Marine Lord to attack onto that position.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Let's have a look at the gold situation. So we've got still a lot of gold mines for Louis, so he's still fine for quite a long time. It seems for some reason both players ignore relics, which is very interesting.
I mean, Marine Lord can ignore relics just because he doesn't necessarily need them. He said trade, but both players do have religious units out or about to have religious units out. So while they're not actively fighting for them, I don't think they're ignoring them either.
Yep, for sure. So here the army for Louis is starting to look quite solid again. We got spear, crossbow, my favorite composition, and one nest of bees. It seems he actually wants to move out, maybe a little too soon. It feels like this could be very vulnerable. He might get cleaned up again, so that's a little risky. But on the other hand, all the caches are actually in wrong position, so this push might achieve something. Although I don't really think he's going to be able to intercept the trade.
Got the improved mobility as well, so the Kurultai in theory can just move away from this position. Spearmen are splitting off right now, probably want to go into the trade line. Archer scurrying off, one relic for both players so far. At least one relic is on the way for Louis behind all of this. And yeah, these spearmen, I mean, they're getting tracked though by the outpost, so Marine Lord knows exactly where they are now. First keep now coming up here for Louis. Is going to be able to secure himself one of the gold mines here. Is going to then, from the looks of it, go to the next zone and just try to hop, like keep hop onto the large gold vein here. But now, Marine Lord Keshiks are trying to attack onto the main economy. At the same time, though, the spearmen do arrive, but the archers are already here with the Yammer movement speed as well. Like these spearmen, they're going to get mowed down here, and Louis has to retreat them.
Yeah, I think all of them actually are going to die, so this is quite a big loss for Louis, and he didn't really achieve much with this harassment, maybe killing a trader or two, but it's not much, and suddenly this is less spears than there are Keshiks on the map, so I feel like this could be very problematic for Louis here.
And the army value is really, really big for Marine Lord.
Yeah, what's interesting, he doesn't really go for any heavy push with Kurultaj just yet. Maybe he will do now as he managed to clean up the harassment forces for the opponent. But it seems he's chill. He is taking a slow approach, and I'm not really sure if that's a great idea. You kind of want to lean on the Chinese and don't really let them grow like this. Look at this. This is going to explode his income very, very shortly.
A lot of additional farms coming in now for Louis. Definitely needs the food income at this point in time. Still has a decent military mass out, but he's gonna need to escalate it much, much more. He needs to go up to like at least 70 military here very soon. Does have 3 nests of bees at least, has enough stone, almost enough stone for another keep at this point in time as well. Can we take a look next to his food line? I think he spent enough stone on another keep as well. Maybe I'm not sure where he built one. Okay, he didn't build another keep over there. Then must be on his food economy somewhere over here. Yeah, he did build it next to his gold. All right. So that means that his food economy is going to be very, very safe now, protected by a keep as well.
Yeah, this is looking very nice defense. There's a Barbican, there's a keep, so harassing these farms is going to be very difficult. While this is Mongols, right? So his trade eventually is going to be very harassable. And we've got H4 coming in for Marine Lord. So let's see, can Louis keep up with this teching pace? Actually, he can. He is about to go H4 himself as well. But Marine Lord is trying to chase him, and maybe he will be able to kill a lot of units here. There's just no army for Louis.
Yeah, the Keshiks are just diving onto the crossbows there. The archers killing both the crossbows and the spearmen there with ease. Kurultai finally deploying again as well, but the keep is there. One of the nest of bees will go down. Reload goes back for the time being. Grateful Gatehouse, where is that? Okay, that's right next to the keep as well. Oh my god, Louis' farm economy is going to be so safe with this. How do you go past this? Is that a stone wall that he has on the right hand side? No, it's only a palisade wall, but he can just drop another stone wall there. He's got enough stone almost for additional 2 keeps as well.
Yep, but we have to keep in mind that in H4, sorry, Mongols have this 13 range spring out, so that's actually a huge deal. This is going to most likely mean that he's going to win the siege wars. And yeah, at this point when both players invest so heavily into... it also increases attack speed. And I think Kurultai also affects the damage of the siege, or no? Or so... yeah, so... yeah, so the siege can actually be insanely powerful for Mongols. And there's still no army for Louis,
Another
really.
keep goes up. Oh, man. That's going to be a lot of caves, but actually the astronomical clock tower will get taken down here. Not that that really matters too much, I feel like, at this point in time. It feels like Louis right now, he's messing a lot more infantry. Power scouts coming in as well. SFBs could be getting some great shots on the Keshiks. They're in spread formation though. Spearmen are over there. It's tough for Marino right now to really find angles to attack on, because Louis, he's done such a great job with just walling himself in with all of these different layers of palisade walls. Now we see 5 rams coming out here from Louis. Can we check how many traders there are at the moment as well? Because I feel like Marine Lord's income, it's just mostly based on traders. It is 38 traders, and we now also see the stone upgrade coming in for them. So, and Pax Mongolica has also come in. That's going to be a lot of stone potentially as well.
Yep, that's pretty nice. And it seems, I wonder if Marine Lord is going to try to attack into the base, or is he planning to just knock out the keep on the left side? I would say both things have their advantages and disadvantages. And also on top of this, look at this. Marine Lord has a ton of archers, and in H4 at this point I would say that archers slowly start to decrease their worth. They're not that good here, so okay, he's going for this keep, so he just wants to retain map control, and there's huge harassment coming in on the right side for Louis, and that could cause a lot of problems for the trade.
Yeah, I think he needs to pull some of his units away from here. He just needs the rams over there, nothing else really. He's gonna be able to first get that keep down though, but after that he's just gonna have to beeline it straight over back to his base. How many units is that? Is Palace Guards? It's Palace Guards and crossbows. The Pax Mongolica outposts are great. I'm not sure if they're enough though. Incendiary arrows has also come in for his archers, and I actually do think that the archers, even in a late game against China, are pretty good, just because the Palace Guards, they're also lacking in ranged armor, right? So they already have 1 less ranged armor. The archers are very, very cheap to mass. They're faster with the Yamora as well. Louis, though, he is in Yuan Dynasty, so his military is also quite a bit faster at this point in time.
Yeah, but he still doesn't have that many units. It seems like he's happily, he has a huge economy, and he's happily investing into just keeps and siege, really. So he's not really interested in building that many units just yet, but soon maybe he will start it. And yeah, he's breaking another keep, so it seems Louis has really been backed to the corner, so I don't think he can give up much more territory anymore. So he needs to stabilize and actually win the fight, and he is just massing literally men at arms.
Yeah, he needs some hand cannons as well. Has still 2 gold mines, I want to say, in the back of his base that he's on right now. So there's still a lot of gold for him to be had. But right now it's still just mass infantry, and now the villagers are going to go down. There's houses that can go down, and space is the one thing that Louis might be struggling with. And yeah, now he's housed. Louis housed.
Yep, and the problem is that yes, he is going. Yeah, men at arms are just. I guess they are good against archers, especially, but there's still 15 Keshiks, so these Keshiks still should deal relatively fine with the men at arms. And now he just wants to go into harassment, and he will be greeted by a lot of defensive structures.
Yeah, and there's a Great Wall Gatehouse as well. And Keshiks did run through, so I think at least now Marine Lord, he knows now where the eco is. Ancient Techniques also going to be coming in, and Yuan Dynasty, that's going to be a nice boost there to the income, plus 12% income there. Yeah, so over on the Kurultai, but yeah, now Marine Lord knows where the food economy is, and that's a lot of farms, man.
Yeah, 2,700 food income as opposed to 700 income for Marine Lord. So even though Marine Lord looked so decisively ahead for the entire game, it feels like maybe Louis held on.
The relics. He's stealing the relics, man. That's
yeah,
great.
maybe he held long enough that it's Louis' turn to be dangerous now.
Yeah, something that Marine Lord needs to do, he needs to get this big conga line of outposts all the way around his trade, all around his economy. He's got 2,000 stone in the bank right now. He needs to put it into cannon placements, because as Mongols, you don't have access to these really strong walls. You don't have walls at all. And usually, I talked about earlier, you need stone walls when you're playing against Chinese in the late game, just because of this Zerg style that could be happening here. Yeah. We're right now on over 3,000 food per minute. Marine Lord still on only 1,000. Still has the quote-unquote just stronger military overall, I want to say, with the Keshiks, with the archers. Louis right now, he's just pumping out a lot of these just normal Palace Guards, which are very strong and very fast as well in Yuan Dynasty. But if Marine Lord is able to secure his trade lines with cannon outposts, he should be in a great position. But I think the timing might be a little bit too late here for him. The Palace Guards might be overwhelming for him.
Yeah, I feel like yeah, this is time for Louis to shine. He's gonna force some trades, and then eventually he might even send the units to Marine Lords trade and deny it. So it seems we've got finally hand cannon transition, although it's just only 2 hand cannons. And to look at this, Louis' army is everywhere. It's going into the back base, it's going into the middle base, it's also disrupting the trade. So suddenly it's a very difficult position for Marine Lord to be in.
The archers are trying to catch up. Yam Aura does help quite a bit. Is it going to be enough though? Because right now Louis is just attacking from so many different angles. Marine Lord on 1 TC. Is it going to be enough for him? Some hand cannoneers now coming out as well. Some siege helps out as well. He just can't lose his military at this point in time. But look at Louis. He's got 60 palace guards in queue.
Yeah.
How can you hold against this? It's... Oh my god.
4,000 food in the bank. Yeah, I think Marine Lord maybe just screwed. I don't see, because yes, of course he can kill every single man-at-arm that's gonna come. It's just at any point in these man-at-arms when they're going to take away some villagers with him, they're gonna kill some traders, and eventually, slowly, I think Marine Lord will be choked to death. And obviously 50 archers is just not the answer to these men-at-arms.
Marine Lord, I mean... He's getting the cannon placements out now. The issue is that Louis, his economy is untouched. Oh, some villagers losing their life there to keep that hits as well. More outposts going up, Pax Mongolica helping out a lot, but man, Louis, he's in such a great position here right now.
Yeah, wow, I have to say. Yeah, so this is the thing, like letting China live too long is just asking for trouble, right? He had an easy way to do a push with Kurultai at some point in H3. I think going for traps could have been a nice choice and just go and kill him. I think Louis for a very long time had barely any army really, and right now he is, yeah, these men-at-arms are just so strong.
Oh man, this is just such a tough position to be in right now. The trade, it's just getting cleaned up. Marine Lord below 90 military. Lots of the outposts with emplacements, but is it enough? The Pax Mongolica, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's strong enough. And Marine Lord, can he hold on here? It's just so many more palace guards. It's just only palace guards. I feel like maybe he needs to switch out the archers for another unit, whether it's hand cannoneers or just more Kashyyyks. The issue is he can't really afford that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so the question is, what's the play for Marine Lord right now? I think he cannot really do any frontal pushes because he will just get raided to death. So anytime Louis sees that Marine Lord tries to push, he can just go around and go into the trade, right? So it seems maybe Marine Lord just has to abandon trade and go for a kill, but he already has very low gold income, so I think this might not even work. And not to mention, this is Archer Kashyyyk against Mass Men-at-Arm, which actually might just not be able to even kill the opponent.
At least he's able to take down the keeps one by one. Still feels very difficult at this point. He's getting 31 Kashyyks out. He's got a lot of Kashyyks out right now, which is very nice. The Kashyyks do work really well against the Palace Guards. Can we actually check out one of the stables from Marine Lord, see if he's gotten the Car Sage upgrade for the attack speed on the Kashyyks as well, because I also think that's very important when you're fighting with them against Palace Guards. Just getting an additional bit of healing there from them. Because I think it increases by 1 or 2 depending on if you go for the improved version as well. But man, 70 Palace Guards with 50 more in the queue.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to fight. At any point, look at this. Like, what Marine Lord needs to do to win? He needs to either kill every single production building of Louis so he cannot produce these men-at-arms, or he needs to jump on top of the farms. But jumping on top of the farms with all these defensive structures there seems almost impossible. And on the other hand, yeah, killing the production, he can just always rebuild them somewhere else. However, the only thing that maybe could be going for Marine Lord is just gold situation. If he manages to completely cut off Louis from gold, this could be maybe the way to come back, right? So here we got some nice proxy buildings, but still the gold income for Louis is actually surprisingly low for now.
Yeah, the thing is though, he always has like this huge buffer of units in the queue, so it doesn't really feel like he's ever really running out of gold. Like, look at just this big conga line of blue dots that is streaming out of Louis' base every single one moment.
You can
He's
hear
just
this.
grouping
You
them
can
up to
hear
20 and then sending them to a different location. And Marinelord, he's just struggling to keep up with all of this.
Yeah, this is literally Zerg style from StarCraft 2. You just overwhelm your opponent. And yes, normally if you have walls, then you're completely fine. But in StarCraft, in Age of Empires 4, Mongols don't have walls, so he's just free to run around non-stop. And Kashyyyks...
No way the keep survives, right?
The Kashyyyks
He's got
are
2 villages
obviously...
on pairing.
Yeah, the Kashyyyks are obviously decent, but they're significantly weaker than normal knights, so they might not even be that good at holding all these men-at-arm pushes, really.
Alright, keep will get cleaned up. So there's just so many units always streaming out of Louis' base. Marinelord now below 80 military. Gold income completely collapsed. There's barely any traders remaining, and the trade has always been, like we talked about this entire time, the trade just hasn't been looking too strong here for him. I feel like this game could have probably been completely different if Marinelord just trade to the other side, if he trade to the left-hand side.
Yeah, he would have so much more money, but the problem is that he still believes in these archers, and these archers, even if he had way more gold, I don't think these archers would bring him anything anyway, right? So he would need to go into mass hand cannon, but they're so slow that he would still get outmaneuvered most likely.
That's a large amount of outposts here. Kashyyyks baited the Palace Guards in, but it's still so many Palace Guards. They're actually killing the Kashyyyks here with all of these outposts firing onto them. Lots of bombardment placements hitting these units. But they don't care. They just don't care.
Yeah, you lose 100, you're gonna get another 100.
And behind this, Louis, he has a gold bank again.
Yeah, he seems to have managed to get one of the...
That's a lot of taxos remaining on the
yeah,
side
yeah,
of the,
okay, so...
Just
even
build a TC at this point in time, like next to the setup, just to have a drop-off point.
So actually Louis seems to start getting sacred sites as well, which is another gold income. Ooh, and the number of men-at-arms is dropping a little bit here, so I guess, well, let's have a look at destroyed value. So Marinelord is playing whack-a-mole throughout the entire game, so does it mean...
31 barracks.
Do these stats mean that he killed 20,000 more resources than Louis?
Yes.
Alright.
Yes, it does.
Alright. So I guess he's more cost efficient, but when we look at banks, both players
look at army value.
Yeah.
And it's just constant, man. It's just
it's
constant
never gonna
pressure.
end. It's never gonna end unless the gold is gonna get denied. And it seems, I don't think Marinelord is in a position that he can deny the gold.
Kashyyyks chasing the Palace Guards. Palace Guards, so if they're so fast, but they can just run all day long as well.
Alright, yeah, so it seems Louis doesn't even care about finishing the game, because over time, slowly he's going...
this is finishing, like, this is just finishing the game, right? Like, he's just bit by bit chipping away at Marinelord.
Sure, but this can take a really long time before it's actually a killing blow, right?
I don't think it's gonna take much longer, man. Like, this is just... It's death by 1,000 cuts. By this time, Marinelord's bleeding out.
Yeah, actually, that's true. He has no food income, Marinelord that is, and the villager count for or either economy count. Wow, GG. Okay, yeah, nice.
All right. 1-0 for Louis. Louis putting on a big show here, man. Like, just winning this first game. Sure, Mongols. I'm a little bit confused, actually, by the Mongols pick. Maybe this is a throwaway civilization for Marinelord. We talked about it at the very beginning, how these best of fives now mean that you can be a little bit more tactical with your picks. And throwing away Mongols against Chinese definitely doesn't feel that bad, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, do you really want to throw away civs in best of 5? I could see best of 7, sure, but in best of 5, you don't really have that many games even. So
I don't think you can throw civilizations anymore in best of sevens because currently with the Elite Classic 2 draft at least, and with the no mirror allowed draft, best of sevens have 2 drafts. So throwing civilizations in best of sevens isn't a thing anymore. If anywhere, is probably best of fives. Because in best of sevens with the current draft from the Elite Classic 2, you redraft after 4 games.
Right. Yeah. Here in best we draft just once because it's actually quite interesting to see those less known civs as well. Okay, and it seems Papi is still fighting with Anotant. Holy, that's a brutal game.
Yeah, I mean, Anotant, he's got 4 relics. Actually, Papi Paw sniped one of the relics from him, steal one of the relics from him. Could be. I thought Anotant was on 5 earlier. Man, like, Jean d'Arc in the late game with the Guildhall, Papi Paw is a fighter, man.
51 minutes, and do we have any trade? It seems not really, and Jean d'Arc must have...
None of them are just trading. I guess Papi Paw could be set up for trade, right? Like, it looks like he's somewhat walled in his trade, but I guess there's, like, keeps or outposts there that denies it a little bit. But we got our draft now going for game number 2 between Louis and Marine Lord, and it's gonna be Byzantines from Marine Lord versus the English from Louis MT.
Yes. Okay. So what do we think about this matchup? So I think that potentially javelin throwers could be pretty decent against English, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it seems yeah. So English, let's think. Can he really attack into Byzantines? Probably not. But on the other hand, the question is also, do Byzantines just rush h3? And when you rush h3, you're still kind of vulnerable to the attack, right? So I'm not exactly sure how this matchup is gonna go. Is there any room for 2TC here? I don't think so, really, right? You probably want to be either attacking in h2 or probably just going h3.
You could in theory actually go for 2TC if the English goes for it. Like in the situation that English goes for 2TC, then Byzantines definitely want to go for 2TC as well. But here we go, jumping into our game number 2 now. English versus Byzantines. Early Cistern coming out here on the sheep and on the gold as well as on the wood line for Marine Lord. Has a very nice backberry position, so should be looking for a Grand Winery play here. Something that's relatively important in this kind of matchup is that sure you can go for the play with the javelin throwers. The issue is that you only get a limited amount of them. Right. You only get a very limited amount of them because at the start, like sure you get like from the berries if you go for Grand Winery, you get a maximum of 2 stacks out. For the 3rd stack, you're already gonna have to go for the next berry spot or start off with an olive grove or something like that. It's tough massing those units in a sustainable fashion. Actually, with a plus 100 olive oil, you're just barely missing a little bit of olive oil to go for 3 stacks. So maybe if you go for 1 olive grove in this matchup, it might actually make sense because then you would actually, by the time like the second batch is trained, you would have enough olive oil for a 3rd stack of them.
Right.
But I played this matchup just earlier today against Nudan. And I think if you see Louis going for Abbey of Kings potentially with like a 2nd TC play, Byzantines can't punish that. You gotta go for your own 2nd TC.
Yes.
If you don't, you're gonna be very far behind. I didn't enjoy that game. Okay. I tried to punish the 2nd TC from the English. I failed miserably, and I did not have a great time.
Yeah, I think just going. Usually, what I like to do nowadays is just 1TC if English is going 1TC. But if English is going 2nd TC, I go my own 2nd TC. It feels decent response. But going 2TC when English is going for all-in 1TC, that's also extremely unpleasant experience. So it feels to me like you kind of just have to mimic what English is doing.
Yeah, let's see now what's gonna be. So we do have the Grand Winery coming in, and it is gonna be Abbey of Kings from Louis, and he's only building it with 2 villages as well. If it was 4 villagers, I would say, okay, maybe it's like a fast castle-ish kind of play style, but having it with 2 villagers kind of tells me, yeah, I see villagers going over with stone as well. So it is going to be that that king into 2 TC play actually. Do we see the similar thing now from Marine? He probably hasn't scouted at this point in time, so he's just aging up normally. Probably wants to get a production building out as well. But if he scouts it, he should immediately go for his own second TC as well.
Yep, and we've got the version with Abbey of Kings, so that's very interesting. Is he planning to... Yeah, so I guess he's just gonna harass a little bit at the start and then just play defensively. Let's see what Marinor is gonna do about this. Is he planning to apply any pressure into this? I feel like English, when they go for a knight, initially they're a little more susceptible to some kind of all-ins. But just like you said, going all-in against English is just a thing that only GUA or Kiljardi would try.
I agree. I mean, timing here with the second TC is going to be quite nice, and we do see Marinelord Scout is making his way over to Louis' base, so if he gets the information that Louis is going for 2 TC, I would immediately expect Marinelord to like send 8 villagers over to stone. And now he does see the Abbey of Kings, and immediately villagers are going to be moving over to stone.
No, he kinda... Okay.
Yeah, we immediately have... How many is that? Is that 6 or 8? I want to say it's... it's 6, okay. So I'm off by 2. I guess he still has a lot of stone remaining from his age up as well.
Yep. Okay, so it seems we've got a chill game at the start. Maybe a little harassment with the king, but overall it should just be a build-up of economy. So in this situation, what do you think whose economy is better, or it's just for pure boom, right? Because you've got English, which start pretty slow, but they have these pretty nice farms. And on the other hand, the Byzantines, who start a bit faster with the eco bonuses, and then their farms... What? What, Louis? And then their farms also are cheaper and give more income overall. So maybe... And then obviously there are cisterns, so maybe overall I would favor Byzantines. Boom. But on the other hand, then in age 4, obviously English is just extremely powerful, even with just slightly worse economy. So I'm not exactly sure who do I favor here. Who do you favor?
I would favor Byzantines in this situation. Now, the second TC is coming in from both these players. Timing actually relatively similar. Marinelord still with a lot of villagers over on stone. I imagine that's probably for additional cisterns here. That's going to scale the economy further. And sure, English, they do get very cheap farms. But so do the Byzantines, and with every single farm that they build, they also get additional bit of stone, which is quite nice. Not that it really matters too much here in the early game, but like every single bit of resource that you get back out of it kind of matters in the long run. At the same time, sure, the overall gather rate from English is actually, is it better? What's like the maximum gather bonus that English get from the farms? Is it 20 or 25%? Can we check out the boost there? It is 30%, okay. It's not a big difference then to maximum cistern level. 26 compared to 30%, and on top of that, Byzantines also get the olive oil. Then again, English start gathering gold in Imperial Age as well. Hard to say. I would still favor Byzantine slightly then, but if it gets to late game, it is much easier for the English to sustain military production, just because Varangian guards are incredibly expensive for the Byzantines. And look at that, Louis spreading out the deer for Marinelord here, with his king and his scout.
Yeah.
Even hitting a villager.
Yeah, that's pretty good play here. I think he's going to be... he's going to harass it a bit more later, if he can. Although, I would say that probably the next step is honestly just going... H3 for English, because you get another TC here. So I think you kind of want to go H3 reasonably soon. But you could also, if your opponent is playing H2, this opens up a possibility to be aggressive as well, where just both units must still full feudal armies. And in the full feudal against full feudal, English is always quite comfortable.
King is making his way around. Looks for some villager kills. Villagers do get pulled rather early, though. There's some annoying delay right now that Louis is causing. I'm not sure if Louis is just planning to go for fast castle age bandits, and we do see the Western military contract coming in from Marinelord here. But it's going to be able to produce longbows as well, just like the English. And a stable as well for some horsemen.
Obviously, he is potentially scared of any kind of Marine Lord push here. But this is so safe. This king is not really achieving anything. We've got a lot of gold being gathered for Marine Lord. We've got some nice cistern set up, so everything is looking good for him. Yeah, right now we're just waiting to see if anyone wants to do anything aggressive, or do they just want to chill.
I don't think we're quite live at the moment, and right now there's not a lot going on, so I think it's probably good for us to jump ahead a little bit, just on 2x speed here. Just to see what's going on at the moment. We get a couple of horsemen out, longbows now moving over as well. So it could be interesting what Marine Lord does with those longbows now. Louis, he's getting relatively close to the age up. Let's slow down a little bit now at this point in time. As we do have Marine Lord pushing in with some of these longbows now. Louis, getting very close to the age up. Where's it going to be coming in? I think you have to place it next to the main TC, just because the longbows from Marine Lord have 7 tiles of range as well. You can't put it anywhere else. Oh, that's a little bit exposed. He's putting it right next to the second TC, but the second TC only has 6 tiles of range. Yes. If Marine Lord spots it, can he see this? He's got the scout there. He's going to see it. And he's going to move immediately over to it, right?
Yeah.
Yes? No? There he goes. Oh, this could be devastating.
Yeah, but the
Old Tower at the same time as well from him.
The king is doing nicely here, and the villagers are gonna get the garrison, so maybe he's gonna be fine.
Garrison isn't in range.
Yeah, just no range. I think he should have done built this in the back.
I think he has to. Like, he can't realistically get this up, and yeah, he cancels it. And now he's gonna put it next to the back. Yeah, this is really rough now. It's delayed him a lot. Behind this Marine Lord, he's getting up to the next age way ahead of Louis now.
Yeah, and I'm in general at this point not a really huge fan of the keep landmark. I think it should have been TC, because Golden Horn Tower for Byzantines is generating so much resources over time. So I feel like you need 30C to pretty much keep up with the eco of Byzantines.
Once again, longbows here causing a little bit of idle time now on the gold villagers from Louis. And what's his transition going to be? I mean, he's aging up with almost 1,000 gold in the bank, so I don't think he's going to be very... It's not like he's going to be weak here from this. And with the White Tower, he can then produce knights very quickly.
Yep.
I think that's going to be the way for him to... Yeah, 3 knights immediately in the queue. He'll be able to clean this up and then finally move out. And the king also gets immediately upgraded, right? Like, this king could, in theory, just attack right now. He's on 3 armor now, plus 75 health, plus 4 damage. He could just fight this. Juice is against it though. For now, it's just going to retreat. Marine Lord pumping out more and more of these longbows. And now veterancy on the longbows also hitting. Okay, now this is something that the king probably doesn't want to fight anymore. Additional knight now going to be coming out. But that king looks like he is going to go down. And the horsemen are just tanking here up as the front line. Meanwhile, the archers in the back line doing a lot of damage to this knight. Yeah, knight is going to have to retreat. You can still heal these knights up, so you definitely don't want to lose them.
Yep, there's a lot of value to be gaining from this landmark. So I guess healing, while Council Hall is pretty nice to survive, then over time you can get a ton of value from it with healing, and healing is just such a powerful mechanic in RTS game in general. You just have a unit for free in a second that already killed a couple units before. Oh, he's completely stuck with knight here.
Oh, is he gonna make it out? No, he's gonna die.
Well,
only 1 health. Yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, it's kind of funny if you look at the Byzantines and they have way more longbows than the English.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, I guess going knights makes a lot of sense, because English mirror, while we discussed this before, I'm not such a huge fan of knights, but English mirror is generally just massing knights, I think, because how good longbows are against counters to the knights. So here, I feel like I'm really liking the choice for Louis to spam knights. But on the other hand, it seems Marine Lord doesn't really care about them. He still manages to kill a lot of villagers even.
Yeah, there's only the first Pierce Armor upgrade. Meanwhile, Marine Lord already has the first Pierce Damage upgrade as well. But now this around with the knights, but there's even more longbows coming in. Is this gonna be enough without like a an upgrade advantage at this point in time. Looks like he is going to commit to the fight. Tries to micro the weak knight back. Isn't going to be able to get him back. And now just has to commit to the fight here. Only 3 knights remaining. 4th one is going to be coming in. But man, these horsemen, they've just been tanking up all of these knight attacks for such a long time here. And knights kind of getting stuck on them. Palings are going to be coming in as well. Those could potentially stun the knights. Horsemen are finally getting thinned out. Is this horseman going to be able to make it out alive? It doesn't look like it. Man, Marine Lord just making sure that the weak knights do not get out of these fights.
Yeah, it seems Louis at every single engagement he underestimates how a lot of damage these longbows are dealing.
Just really, really good in these engagements. King, once again, is getting sniped out. Does have 1 less armor compared to these knights. And behind all of this Marine Lord, he's been gathering up the relics. He's still a... How does he still have so much olive oil with all of these units that he's been producing from olive oil? And Louis, he just doesn't have military. Is he trying to go fast Imperial? He has so many resources in the bank, but I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that.
How many? He would need to secure the gold mines on the bottom right. So Berkshire Palace there could be pretty decent. Although I guess he can always get these the enclosures, but enclosures are not as good as they used to be. So sometimes as English, even as English, you have to leave your base. Well,
believe it or not, I think Wingard Palace could actually be the play here. He already has a keep in his base that's protecting most of his farming economy. If he goes Wingard with Wingard Raiders, where you get both knights and horsemen, it is actually very cheap. You pay 600 food and 200 gold for 6 units, which on their own would cost way more. Like you pay 800 resources for 1080 resources worth of units. Yeah, and it is going to be the Wingard Palace.
Yes, I'm a big fan of Wingard Palace, especially those Wingard archers. If you micro them really well, it's very difficult to kill them because they have 9 range. So effectively, they even outrange the mangonels if you kite back with them. So I've seen some players abuse them to the maximum. If you get 30, 40 of them, it's just very hard to even kill them with anything. Especially if you protect them with some hand cannons, men-at-arms, and spears, then pretty much nothing can jump on top of them. And Louis, by the way, only 2 units. That's nice.
See, getting armor clad right now as well, which makes me think that maybe it's the melee mercenaries from the Wingard, the melee Wingard units. Yeah, it is going to be those. But there's also a lot of crossbows out right now, and yeah, Marine Lord, he's got a big army out right now. Nothing to really deal with the keep for now, but I feel like that's only a matter of time. Yeah. It feels like Louis just isn't used to playing English against a civilization that also has longbows.
Yeah. Yeah, I think every single time he underestimated how much power these longbows have, even against knights. Like he was trading, the trades that he was getting were just not great. And here we got 69 army population against 0. And if this was Berkshire, sure, maybe, but against...
Oh, look at that, the units are coming out. And we immediately see mass rams from Marine Lord here. Mascura Siphons even. Oh, his house as well. Louis, he doesn't have... It's 154 pop compared to 78. Louis has no military whatsoever. A lot of idle villagers just busy building houses right now. Now the men-at-arms are coming out, but... This just doesn't feel great for him. Not at all.
Do we have military academy for Louis, because that speeds up Wingard production?
So.
Yeah, we don't. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's trying to get a keep up in the middle of the map, but more units from Marine Lord are coming over there. He's trying to secure the gold, but I think the keep isn't even going up. That might just be GG. It is. It is GG. Right then and there, it's getting cold. Man, oh man. All right, Marine Lord, with the clapback, is going to even out the series now in a 1-1.
Nice. Yeah, so Louis tried to do divine DFP strategy, but without the keep, I guess it doesn't work.
Oh man, yeah, this was a tough one. Just he did have the white tower, but imagine if he had the Berkshire there. Like every
Yeah.
so often, we just saw those longbows coming in, sniping villagers on the farms and retreating again.
Mm-hmm.
I think like if Louis just committed a little bit more to Castle Age, he would have been fine. But he just let the military count from Marine Lord escalate to such a number that he just wasn't able to deal with it. The Fast Imperial Age and just Fast Imperial into no units basically.
Okay, I'm gonna take 30 seconds break and be right back.
All right.
Is this
In
where I
the
step
meantime-
in? I think this is where I step in, right?
You can step in, Kyle.
All right. I think.
Welcome, Kyle, our observer behind the scenes.
I think honestly, like I understand the power of the White Tower with the double speed production of literally every unit in the game, right? But what I think if it went up in the original position and not next to the main town center, which effectively extends the range that you have of English tower fire, and as well just dropping another stable, because I think his plan was entire time to go Imperial. I still think you need more units. I think if you go up to like 3-4 stables in total, so you drop 1 or 2 stables and then produce knights out of it, I think you can completely take those fights without any problem.
Man, I gotta say, I think we just got confirmation that Anatun actually beat Puppy Paw 3-2.
3-2?
Yeah, I mean, you need 3 games to win, right? But yeah, 3-2. Anatun wins against Puppy Paw, so Anatun is gonna at least spare us a battle of brothers here, as it is gonna be a semifinals between Wham and Anatun.
I mean, that's pretty big. I mean, I said to Wham actually before the tournament that I predicted Certain would win and Anatun would win, or sorry, Puppy Paw would win. So we actually get complete opposite of what I predicted. So that's perfect.
You know, those things kind of tell you not to bet, right? Because if you did bet, then
if I put the money where my mouth is, I would have been kind of screwed. But yeah, no. It's good to see Anatun and Wham coming back to form a little bit. They felt both underperforming in Elite Classic 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's time for the next game to begin, because I think Marine Lord is already in the match, so let's just hop right into it as well. We got Jeanne d'Arc versus the HRE here. That's kind of interesting. What map is it even? It looks like it's going to be on Gorge.
It's going to be on Gorge.
So HRE versus Jeanne d'Arc on Gorge. We just saw this match between Puppy Paw and Anatun.
And it took 60 minutes to complete.
Yeah, and Anatun won that one. All right, and here we go. Welcome back, Matisse. It is Marine Lord once again in the color pink, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Louis on the other hand side, here on the map Gorge, playing in the color blue as the Holy Roman Empire. And here we go. Let's see. First of all, no Dark Age Spearman rushes from the looks of it. No shenanigans on the Dark Age here from these players so far. Spawn-wise, golds to the sides, nothing atrocious, nothing atrocious. I just had a game earlier where my gold actually spawned behind my berries on Gorge. Which is wild. Like, look at the berries of any player here. My gold spawned behind it. Not towards my TC, but away from the TC.
And this deer here for Louis looks pretty juicy. It's pretty much in his base, and if he was
that's great.
If he was really motivated, he could push all of this deer pretty much under the chapel. So that could be a very powerful move for him.
That's kind of crazy, especially for Holy Roman Empire here on this map, because usually what we see from HRE here on this map is a chapel in the back. Chapel in the back is just the best position that you can have as the HRE, because you're going to be putting all your farms around as well. And having that in the back just makes it so defensive. And yeah, just the deer being so close here. Very, very lurable. And I wouldn't be surprised if Louis just decides to send a scout on a little bit of a lure mission after coming back with the sheep.
Yeah, so Jeanne d'Arc here I think. Ooh, we got 13
That's a
sheep.
good amount, yeah.
Pretty good, yeah. So I would honestly still favor HRE in the situation where you can just rush H3 pretty well as HRE in general, right? And then you just go knights or even men at arms you can consider. Do you really get relics when you go H3? Maybe, maybe not. But if you got almost infinite food in the situation like with deers and so many sheep, I think you can build so many units that you can easily push the Jean player back and eventually even maybe push him off food, which means that you can
Ooh,
just kind of win
second
the game.
TC.
Hmm.
Look at that. We're getting a second TC, like a 2 TC play here by Louis, but it feels like... Okay, never mind. For a second, I was gonna say that Marine Lord is kind of like countering them because he was aging up with 4 villagers, like with 3 villagers plus Jean, for a total of 4 villagers, which makes Jean age up very, very quick. But he pulled 2 villagers off of that, so it's not gonna be as quick as it probably could have been there. And he doesn't have enough gold right now to immediately pump a knight out once he hits feudal age as well. So it might just be also like a 2 TC play from Marine Lord potentially.
Yeah, I think it actually makes quite a bit of sense as Jean d'Arc here to go second TC, because if you got second TC, you can... it's still very difficult to attack into you, especially as HRE, so why not? And in late game, we've seen that the Jean d'Arc can be also extremely strong, where you've got a hand cannon on her, you can upgrade units, and most importantly, you've got the spell that increases the attack speed of your units for 20 seconds. I think it's like something crazy, like 25 or 30%. So these hand cannons are super good, also, or even just crossbows. They can be also boosted just cheaper as well, right? So I don't think Jean d'Arc here must be necessarily afraid of going very late game.
Behind this, Louis also spreading out the deer from Marine Lord, at least a little bit. He killed 3 deer, now he's moving away again. School of Cavalry is going to start to finish up. Enough stone has been gathered by Louis, and now he's going to speed build that Archon Chapel, wants to go onto that wood. And he's also deciding to invest a little bit into an outpost on his gold mine. Because if he goes for the second TC first and neglects the outpost, he kind of doesn't have too many chances of getting that outpost up again. He also has enough resource to get an emplacement on it immediately, which is kind of nice for him.
Yep. Yeah, this is looking pretty solid for Louis. I like the situation, right? And do you think this is an option right now to actually go Burger instead of Regnitz, right? Like you usually want to go Regnitz even against French, I would say. But if you're going to TC, I think very often Burger is probably just better, because this way you can actually just rush 3 without even many units, and then you immediately start with having a lot of production building. So then you're just skipping this part where you have to build slowly all these barracks and these stables and everything. So I feel like maybe here going for Burger could be nice. And it seems, actually, look at this, Marine Lord denies the deer from getting pushed over to the chapel, which secretly actually is a pretty big deal, I think.
Yeah, exactly, and Beastie coming in with a big raid over on Matisse's channel. Thank you very much, Beastie. Hope everything is going well. Welcome viewers, welcome viewers. We're watching Marine Lord versus Louis MT right now. It's 1-1 right now, so Louis, he managed to take the first game from Marine Lord. It is a very even set so far. And so far, we're looking at this, and actually gotta be saying that Louis is a little bit favored in this matchup. Because against Jean, you kind of do want a turtle. Both players do did opt for a second TC in this situation. And HRE is just like the turtle king when it comes to civilization. So very ideal matchup here for Louis.
Yep, and it seems Marine Lord is also going for second TC, right? It's just significantly later because he's just barely starting it right now. So there will be already villager advantage for Louis here. And on top of this, well, let's see if the knight is going to achieve something. Probably not. Although there is also Jean d'Arc here, which it seems it's the range one. So the range one can actually wound the villagers quite a lot. And then knight comes in and just kills the villager off.
You also only need 2 shots and then the Q ability from range on to one-shot a villager.
Yeah.
Which is why I think in these situations, textiles is actually a must.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when you go to TC, going for textiles is not really that painful because you can just you can just it's still one of villagers that you would have. So on 1 TC it really hurts to lose one villager to get it, but on 2 TCs you get so many villagers that losing one to just upgrade Texas is not really a big deal.
Yeah. It just helps you save so many villagers in the long term.
Yeah. So
Right.
this entire series seems much more passive than the previous ones that we watched in yesterday and also today even, because these players, it seems they like their 2TC.
Louis here, as our observer did point out, these villagers on the woodline, they're not inspired by the chapel right now. So he's not getting that plus 40 more efficiency on those villagers. Does hurt him quite a little bit right now. Second TC has come in. We now see a 1-1-1 when it comes to the production building. So one of each for Marine Lord. He's just going to try and mess up a lot of units behind us. So it feels like Louis is just trying to go for Castle Age here very, very quickly. Has a lot of gold in the bank. Is still gathering up quite a bit more. And his base overall is very safe. Very tough to attack onto it with that outpost there. Being very defensive.
Yeah, so it feels like both players can't really attack each other, right? Because attacking into HRE with emergency repair and everything is pretty tough. And attacking into Jeanne d'Arc with, Jeanne d'Arc abilities is also very difficult, right? So I would expect this game to maybe see a little pokes here and there, but probably maybe H3 relatively soon for both players. Although it seems like Marine Lord actually is tempted to go for some kind of aggression, but what's really he gonna attack? It seems like Louis already happily walding and getting maybe some farms, so it doesn't seem like he is going to be broken unless you go for some heavy ram pressure, but that's already such a huge investment that borders all in pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, some walls potentially going on. There we go. H3 comes in now for Louis. Marine Lord. He's trying to surround the wood line from multiple sides with the H3. It's only with 6 villagers, so Louis isn't even rushing that up too much. He knows that he can't really send too many villagers out for that right now. I believe he's just sending the villagers over to stone right now since he doesn't have access to his gold. Could then in turn go for another outpost with emplacement or fortification on the first outpost there as well.
Yeah, it seems Marine Lord is quite heavily committing to to building units, in which case Regnitz feels a little risky because it's going to take a long time until Louis is going to have enough units to repel this aggression and taking relics. Well, all these units are on the left side, so going for the relic on the right side can just freely happen. So maybe actually he's even going to pull off the Regnitz, not really even the burger.
Second outpost on the gold mine is going to be going up. Marine Lord wants to run past those spearmen. Well, these special arrows comes up on the spearmen. Villagers do hide inside the outpost. Man, that outpost does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
There's no armor upgrades on these units, so they take a lot of damage here from these arrow attacks.
Wow.
Oh my god, another knight goes down. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, Louis is looking pretty good in this series. Like, he won one game. In second, okay, he got clapped big time, I guess. But in this one, it seems he's in pretty good shape right now. Because I guess Marine Lord is slowly going to go up into H3 soon. But by the time he reaches H3, I could totally see Louis with a couple of relics already.
There's not really anything denying him from getting these relics right now. Sure, there's still a couple of knights, but the spearmen, if they just accompany a scholar, it would be pretty hard to deny that relic. Then again, there's still a couple of archers. Well, I think Marine Lord right now is still in a position to deny relics, but the one on the right-hand side, he's just so far away from. Looks like Louis is already moving out to that one.
Yeah, and already 3 villagers have fallen, so it seems like Marine Lord equalized the number of villagers for both players, as Louis had TC a little faster. But yeah, he's still not going H3, so this is starting to get quite long here. And he is so far happily going on the food on the map. He is going to on board, it seems, quite soon. And yeah, he's also trying to intercept this relic here, and I think he's gonna succeed.
Looks like it's gonna be mass men-at-arms coming out here from Louis. This could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, Relic doesn't make it inside. That is actually huge. The delay there by like an additional 30 seconds until that next Prelude comes out. Actually, is it 30 seconds? I think it's only 20 seconds for H3. Yeah, it's only 20 seconds. As if they didn't have enough bonuses, but yeah. Does make quite the difference here for him, but Marine Lord behind this, going up now with the Guildhall, already has a couple of units up, and he has the option of just going into Mars Arbaletria. And Arbaletria here in this situation are absolutely amazing. Get the Gambison upgrade on them, suddenly they take 5 less damage from the men-at-arms, from the Spearmen. They're not just good as a backline, but also very good as a frontline. We see here additional archer rangers are coming up right away. And now we're just going to be seeing a lot of the Arbaletria getting queued immediately. Probably veterancy on the Knights as well. Heavy Maces is coming in behind all of this for Louis, so he will at least do a lot of damage to Knights. But that's good for Marine Lord, because Knights is not going to be his game plan here. He's going to have to make sure to get these ops out sooner rather than later, though. And he still needs to deny relics behind this.
Yeah, but right now, over time, his composition is going to be really superior. So if he just manages to get enough of these crossbows to not die, over time, these crossbows should absolutely trade very, very well against what Louis is doing. Massing men-at-arms works to a point, and if that point is just so many, if there is 20, 30 crossbows, I don't think these men-at-arms are working. So I feel like Louis must think about the transition.
Oh man, this feels great if you're HRE at this point in time.
Yeah, because I would say this is probably time for some maybe mangonels, maybe some horsemen, maybe just even horseman Landknecht here, or he might just rely on static defense, maybe a keep and just go H4.
Alright, looks like one of the relics at least is getting denied. I'm not sure if Marine Lord can really afford like rushing up his own mosque. Okay, looks like he did go for his own monastery. He's getting his own monk out now. Tries to pick up these relics that were left behind by Louis. So far, 11 Arbaletria, only 7-8 on the front line so far though. I'm not sure if this is enough right now to take any big engagements. Definitely going to be difficult. John. It's not going to be too much longer until she levels up to level 3. This Sacred Site is going to give her an additional plus 50 experience. And now, Sacred Site. After capturing it, it looks like Marine Lord definitely still wants to deny this relic. He knows where the Prelude is. Just needs to find it, but looks like he's going to instead be forced into the engagement here. Can he at least like get 1 or 2 knights out in order to, like, out of this engagement to just try and snipe that Prelude? It's going to be tough for him. There's an outpost right there that he can put the relic into.
Okay, I think he's gonna get it. So we are talking about 4 relic HRE with Regnitz and 2TC also, and soon farms on the chapel. So I feel like this is looking quite good for Louis, unless he's gonna die right now, because he still has this composition that's just.
There's a mangonel coming in though.
Yes, I think the mangonel might just save him to stabilize the situation, and then he's pretty much, it seems he needs to secure a little bit of gold here and there, and then he's free to go H4. I think there's no need, or even it's not really too good to heavily stay in H3 against Arbaletiers, because they can just be so deadly against Cherry.
Second mangonel now in queue as well for him. Marine Lord, he's got a lot of Arbaletry out in the field now. Fortification also coming in for that outpost. I think with this Sacred Site, Marine Lord might have gained enough experience on Jean in order to get her up to level 3. And I wonder, in this situation here, I would actually go for the cavalry version of Jean's Raiders. Just because the melee version, not the melee version, but like the men-at-arm version, just missing a little bit. The men-at-arm version, it only really feels good at these timings where both players are still in Feudal Age. Both players now being in Castle Age, I would probably prefer having a unit that is good at raiding and great against crossbows as well.
Yeah. Alright, it seems Marine Lord is thinking about being aggressive here, and yeah, well, he's got quite a serious army advantage, but I don't see any Springolds, and attacking into Mangle, okay.
Didn't do too much, yeah.
Yes.
Louis, it looks like he's going up to Imperial Age soon, though. That can become very dangerous.
Yes. And he's got 82 villagers, so going for Swabia is still an option, because you've got cheaper cheaper H4, which means pretty much faster. And on top of this, it's from 2TC you can get raided to death sometimes that you can't replace the villagers. But if
Yeah,
you
that
got
is Swabia.
yeah, with Swabia you pretty much it's guaranteed that you're going
No
to
matter
win.
how many villagers you lose, you're always still in the game with H3. It's kind of disgusting. I've lost a game against H3 where I got my opponent down to 30 villagers while I was at 100 because they had Swabia.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of that game. It went for like 2 hours. I hated myself after that one.
I love when you rage on stream and about something broken. It's my favorite content in Age of Empires 4 Sphere.
Well, glad to be at least providing content for others.
It's just, you're saying things that I feel as well. It's just, it's such filled with rage and so eloquent that I love it so much.
At least somebody's saying it.
Yeah. Like you can like the game. I love this game. It's just sometimes
it's frustrating. It's a love-hate relationship at times.
Exactly. All right. Yeah.
Relic. Castle. Relic. Castle. Relic. Castle. Cow right now. He's trying to transmit his brainwaves over to Lee. Oh my God! It's the king. What? No way.
He manifested it.
He manifested. Oh my God.
Okay, so here, yeah, these walls, you probably can't do much here with these knights. Eventually you can obviously kill them, but it feels like it buys so much time. The spears are harassing nicely, and we are approaching 100 villagers for Louis, so we've got a nice eco advantage here for him. And then, yeah, soon I think he's gonna get a lot of farms and H4 units, and it seems like it's going to be difficult to kill him. But on the other hand, this gold at the corner could be a bit problematic. But even if he gets pushed out of there, it's not the end of the world. He still has 4 reds.
Oh man. The knights, they're coming in, but the mangonels, double mangonels, also Colrin now, so anti-siege. There's 1 sprinkled. Is this gonna be enough? The sprinkled will get a shot off onto one of the mangonels. Second shot should be coming in. First mango. Nope, both mangoes instead, taking a lot of damage. But 1 shot from the Colrin is gonna be enough. Oh my God! They're going down so quickly, but yeah, range on at level 3. Able to actually almost one-shot these mangonels here. Avalatria having trouble. Have to spread them out. That's still a lot of damage coming up, but now the knights are coming in. Mangonel once again on low health. Can get sniped by the Avalatria. Lots of them low health, but is it enough? Could Marino actually just end the game right there? Louis though, he's still on over 2,000 foot per minute. A lot of men-arms in queue. Only 4 production buildings at the moment though, from the looks of it. Marine Lord, he'll have to fall back for the time being. No, there's more production buildings. Additional 3 barracks over here. Elite is now coming in also as well.
Yeah.
3 sacred sites ticking behind this, but I don't think that is really going to be the win condition here.
Who knows? We just had a quite huge loss coming in for Louis, so he's not necessarily dying just yet, but or maybe even ever. But this was significantly, this significantly slowed him down. So right now, it seems there's another push maybe for Marine Lord to take out the gold, and Louis realizes this and just runs away with all the villagers. If he doesn't lose them, I think he's still fine. It's just, yeah, actually Marine Lord's really struggling for food right now. I think he's just depleting all the natural food on the map, and he's thinking about going, I don't think he has many farms actually.
Oh, look at that, Louis. He's trying to get a keep up over on Marine Lord's gold. Marine Lord in the meantime, he's going to be able to take down the keep here from Louis on his own gold. There aren't any villagers over there. Villagers in the meantime from Marine Lord. They're getting scouted out there over on the gold. And there's a raid from Louis actually right in the base from Marine Lord. But at the same time, Marine Lord, he's going up to Imperial Age with the Red Palace. And once that comes in, the TC, the main TC from Marine Lord, it's going to be doing a lot of additional bonus damage. It's going to make it tough for the units there to really stay for a long time.
Yeah, these men-at-arms are actually extremely painful because villagers are not gonna kill them, and so raiding with men-at-arms with HRE is actually pretty decent. we've got counter walling here, and we've got alerts at every place in Marine Lord's base. It secretly could just be a killing blow. Sometimes the raids like this, they really spiral out of control and tons of villagers die.
It's very tough to deal with, especially since you're playing with the Arbaletier right now, and the HRE men-at-arms just have so much more mobility. Marino just lost a lot of villagers here. Meanwhile, Louis, he's sitting happily on 125 villagers, still has the Swabia, able to boom up with more and more of them. War in the middle has been denied. Sacred Site victory still ticking, but unlikely that's going to go through. Rams have also been found out now. They're gonna get taken down. The Red Palace, it's not quite in range of that Sacred Site, unfortunately. Some alarms getting found over here. But Louis, he's got such a great eco bank right now behind all of this as well. Red Palace in placement, doing a great job here against these men-at-arms. Still able to tank up quite a bit, but slowly but surely they're getting taken down. At least much quicker than as if this was just archer fire, arrow fire here.
Yep, it seems, yeah, okay, so he's trying to clean this up, and we've got repeat from the China game a little bit. It seems it's...
it feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, the preferred Louis strategy, where you just camp forever, and then at some point you just flood your opponent's base with just million arms, and maybe this is actually kind of genius, especially here with HRE. This is another instance where your food income can be completely insane. And then on top of this, you also have they are faster, so that's a very important part. And you kind of can't even send knights to deal with them because they deal additional damage against them. So maybe the way Louis is playing this is just really, really good. Maybe this is the new meta, pretty much.
Could very well be, yeah. This is just really distracting him on so many different layers right now. Sacred Site at the bottom has been decapped. Yeah, it definitely can't. And his units are so fast, so with just crossbows, it's gonna be pretty difficult for you to catch up. I guess the raiders, the Jean's raiders, actually are somewhat of a decent reply against these men-at-arms because they have more HP, they do more damage as well, and I think they're lightly armored, not heavily armored. They don't have any melee armor though, so probably not the best way to approach this. For Royal Bloodlines, it's probably still just normal knights being the best option here. Consecrated building here at the front side, going down, doesn't feel great. How many resources are still in the guild hall? I think he took them out earlier for Imperial Age. The guild hall right now, there's only less than 1,000 resources, so that's nothing great to fall back onto. It's nice, but nothing overly great. Some more men-at-arms are getting cleaned up, but behind this, like Louis is just getting all the upgrades in the game. Look at the eco upgrades from Louis and the blacksmith upgrades, and compare them to Marine Lords.
Yep, I think
you see a lot more blue dots in comparison.
Yes. Economically, it seems Louis is in great shape. It's just so difficult to deal with this because even if you are going for crossbows, which in theory are supposed to counter this, right? You still just have to kite in 5 places and he can just attack, move, and he's completely happy, right? So look at this. He's trying to send knights, and by the way, there's 167 villagers, so that's very interesting as well. Where...
Oh my... Yeah, you can tell that Louis practices a lot with BC, right?
Yeah, So it's just different type of playstyle where you're not really interested in winning battles and you're not interested in attacking frontally. So that's very interesting, where you just care about harassing and having huge economy, right? Like, and it makes sense, right? If you've got 169 villagers, then you can just simply throw away units non-stop and it's still great.
Yeah. Exactly. Right now, I mean, Marine Lord, he has the big military lead, right? But it's, as he said, like, with this many economy units, Louis can lose his military and just replace it instantly. He's getting up this big food bank now as well. Marine Lord is starting to get some stone walls up as well on the bottom-hand side. He needs to really just fully stonewall his base. And now, villagers, I feel like this is probably going to be a keep on the golds from Marine Lord, right? Like, on the large gold. He wants to deny those resources. Oh man, this is so tough to deal with right now.
Yeah, so obviously Marine Lord still has Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc in level 4 is extremely strong, so that could be an option. And I think with all these crossbows, he was just hoping for a fight at some point. And Louis is just not gonna give it to him, and especially breaking into HRE is just very difficult with emergency repair and everything. So it feels like there just might not this literal repeat from the Mongol game, and to be honest, it's working just as well.
The one difference here in this game is that it's still very tough to raid Marine Lord space this time around.
Yeah.
This time he can put up
True.
walls, this time he can put up keeps, and all of the TCs, they also have the emplacement right, and they're doing a lot of damage, a lot of bonus damage onto units, so they can't really stay there forever.
Yeah.
I say that, but it feels like they can. Okay, they're getting taken down now. Still a very, very difficult position here.
Sure, but
it looks like Louis has deleted some villagers. He was at 167, now he's at 130. I think now he probably just wants to go.
It seems that at some point Marine Lord has to go on trade, and even though maybe securing all the wood and food is not that big of a problem, you can get TCs, which are essentially just towers or even keeps, then the gold situation might be a bit problematic later, where he might just be exposed.
Jean has to be careful there. Lots of horsemen. Don't want to lose Jean at this point in time. Very, very expensive to remass. Well, not remass, but rebuyer. Fight coming in. One divine shot out in the Mangnal. Gets it down to less than half health. Are we going to see another divine arrow? Not quite yet. Divine arrow. Nope, it's gonna be erased. There's Divine Arrow. Magna gets taken down. And this push is getting denied for the time being. But it feels like it's just never ending right there. Once again, we see more units coming out. What is... Okay, he built a keep on the gold. Marine Lord's also gonna keep up on the gold. And he wants to put up walls to deny Marine Lord from getting a keep up over there as well. That's very, very sneaky.
And actually, Louis decreased his villager count, so I wonder, did he kill them manually or he just sent them somewhere?
He killed villagers.
And look at this, I think Marine Lord is actually struggling with food a little bit here. Sorry, with gold. I wonder, maybe he's got a lot in guild hall. I assume he does, but still, exactly, yeah, he is getting actually just legitimately pushed off gold. And he is completely out of gold. I think he might just die in a second.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? Like, this all-in push now from Louis. Well, not all-in. We're almost 30 minutes into the game. But this push now from Louis, it feels so hard to stop. 5 rams, 2 trebuchets. He's hitting him on all different sides here. And the keep that just went up from Marine Lord, like, if the rams come in from that side and trebuchets as well, that keep is going to go down rather quickly. Now we see a transition into mass spearmen as well from Marine Lord, just because he doesn't have any more gold. All this gold is going to be going into those arbaletier. Yeah, there's the siege workshops. Where's the siege though? Oh, it's on the other hand side.
Yeah, I really like Louis' approach. He doesn't care about, you know, honorable fights. You know, let's like a gentleman. Let's have an army. Let's fight in the middle and let's have a fight. He just avoids fighting altogether. Maybe now a little bit more once he got the advantage, but all he cares about is just securing the map slowly, methodically.
Yeah, just stripping the map of resources, pretty much.
Exactly. Yeah, and well, that's one condition in this game. You usually don't really benefit from attacking opponent's base. You really just benefit much more. And look at these towers. Yeah, how do you counterattack even here?
You can't go through these. Wait, are these towers upgraded as well? How much health do they have? They have 2,450 health.
I think there is even...
And they have the bonus fire armor upgrade as well. They have the bonus fire armor upgrade as well. And that is without Court Architects.
They can have even more.
They can have like 3,000 health, which is kind of absurd.
Yes. With mini keeps.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, so it's just about being relentless. The thing is, Louis is absolutely comfortable with sitting 40 minutes in the game, 15 minutes in the game. He doesn't want to finish it. He's just happy to just take the resources and let the game develop as he wants. And at some point he's gonna win. He doesn't care how long it's gonna take. A win is a win. Yeah, I guess that's how you should play.
Yeah. And there's just so many units coming out right now. 9 Landsknecht are out right now, 21 more in queue. Marine he's trying to hold this, but the Red Palace looks like it's going to be going down soon. 5 villagers trying to repair that. Rams are working on that one, as well as the trebuchets. More military. Jean also making her way over. Can Marine hold this? It feels like you can't hold this, right? Like, it's just too much, and it's not stopping. The flow is never stopping of units.
Yeah, I think...
The Landsknecht cleaning up there.
Nice.
Good high spear, then.
Solid damage. Well, I mean, maybe he's gonna hold this one. You know, it's crossbows against one arms, so that eventually works.
He has no gold.
It's
He's
just
got no gold. Like,
yeah, it's just so important that at some point, the thing is that it's just not gonna stop. So yes, he might hold this one, he might hold another wave, he might hold another wave, but there will be a moment in which he just runs out of money to hold the next wave.
and it feels like that moment is coming in soon. 80 gold per minute from that one relic that he has. And his army at the front line is crumbling. His food income has crumbled as well. And GG gets hold.
Nice. Louis leading, putting Marine Lord at match point. That's pretty solid. I did not expect this, I have to say.
Yeah, and Marine Lord really he has to really think about how he can come back from this situation now. I'm not sure if this was just like the drafting was a little bit off for him, because to be fair, this matchup I would personally rate like Achery is probably one of the most ideal civilizations to pick into Jean, because against Jean you want a turtle, you don't want to fight, and Achery is very good at turtling. They're very good. They're very turtly civ. Anybody who mains Achery, I'm looking at your turtler. Just come to terms with it. That goes for Iubit as well. Although you're actually trying to play few layers, so that's more respectable.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Like I would say I'm on the side of turtling, but I have some honor and I don't want to. I want to fight a bit earlier as well. You know.
All right, now let's take a look at what the next match is going to be between the two. Remaining civilizations, we got Japan, Abbasid, Malians. For Marine Lord, over on Louis' side, we got Delhi, French, and Ottomans. And I gotta say, overall, if in the next draft, we see Japan versus Ottomans, Marine Lord's gonna have a tough time.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Japan won any game in this tournament. I've seen also today, someone was playing Japan and also lost with it. I think Papi. So, okay, we got Delhi against Abbasid, so I assume this would be... No, actually, we played on Lipani already.
We played on Lipani, yeah. So, Cliffside, maybe? I could see it on Cliffside, just because on Cliffside you have 2 back berry spots that spawn for you, usually. So you have some very nice food access there as well.
Prairie?
Prairie, okay.
Okay.
Wait, that's...
Okay, we are
Oh,
trolled.
okay, I'm sorry, it's getting trolled. Okay, it's not Prairie, it's Cliffside.
Okay. Nice. You got us, Kyle.
All right, so Abbasid versus Delhi. So it's probably just going to be the typical military wing into 2 TC for the Abbasid, and then just massing units, hoping they don't die. An issue that I have when I play against Delhi with the Abbasid is like the military just keeps coming from Delhi. You're having a very tough time with denying sacred sites if you can deny them at all in the first place. And suddenly they're Castle Age. And
Yes.
you're probably not close to Castle Age at that point in time. And it can get really rough. So I'm wondering what Marine Lord can do here. Now, I know Marine Lord is very good when it comes to massing archers. Massing archers is definitely something that you want to do here, especially when you're the one that's defending. So you can like make your own choke points between your buildings. You have your mass archers, and you can actually take some good trades even against Ghazi Raiders. It's still a tough situation to be in, I feel like.
It actually depends what really Delhi player is planning to do, because if a Delhi player stays H2 only, then I think over time Abbasid is supposed to win, because you can just outmass the archer of the opponent. The thing I'm most scared when I play Abbasid, I usually play a lot of Abbasid against Delhi, is when they commit quite heavily to H2, but there is this moment where they stop and they go h3, right? And this is the moment that is a bit difficult to for Abbasid player to counter, because obviously you can't get h3 super quickly because of the dynamic of the House of Wisdom. So quite often you can just get stuck in a situation where your opponent has a bunch of men arms and you're still in h2 units, and you just kind of die.
Yeah, that can definitely happen. All right, game number 4, match point potentially here for Louis. Can Marineblood do it? Can he come back after being put all the way behind 2-1? That's going to be the question here in a matchup where I personally slightly favor the Delhi. It's definitely a tough situation to be in.
And we've got the question in the chat, is Energy coming today? Energy is like a wizard. He comes precisely when he means to, so we don't know. Maybe he will be there, maybe not. I think he will, but sometimes he shows up whenever he feels like it.
We'll see, we'll see. All right, let's jump into it. Game number 4, Marinelord versus Louis MT. Louis, who so far has been looking really, really strong in this tournament. 3-0 versus Kiljadi in the first round, and now he's put Marinelord on match point with a 2-1 lead. Playing in the Delhi Sultanate in the color blue. On the other hand side, Marinelord in the color pink once again, playing as the Abbasid dynasty. We're here on Cliffside, and we can see the typical indication of this map. We got these huge cliffs in the middle of the map, a lot of gold over there as well. And these cliffs in the map actually make it very easy to wall. With all of these cliffs, you can wall the sacred sites in very easily with the Delhi, which makes it tough for other civilizations to not only deny those walls and compete on the sacred sites, but also later on, if they try to boom, like, if you even get attack advantage, it still feels very difficult getting access to those sacred sites.
Yeah, on the other hand, Marinelord managed to secure the spawned with the food reasonably in pretty good position for him. He's got double berry in the back, he's got deer somewhat in the back, and he's got double gold in the back. So this is looking extremely nice for him, and usually it's the Delhi player who's on aggressive side, so Abbasid player really, really cares about this. While Delhi, obviously, it's nice for them as well, but usually they are just out on the map and they don't really care if it's front or back. But for Abbasid, it literally might mean the difference between dying or not dying. So I feel like this is this makes this game playable for Marinelord. I kind of agree that Delhi is slightly better than Abbasid, but I don't think Abbasid is just unplayable in this matchup. It quite often depends literally on the spawns on the map.
Players right now going for sheep. Looks like Louis found a good amount of sheep here so far. Lots of those sheep going back right now. Marinelord also, I think he found a decent amount of sheep. Not as many as Louis, but there he goes. There he goes. Finds a couple more over there in the corner now. And still has potential to find some more as he returns to his base.
Okay, we've got
military wing. Yep.
Yep, let's see if he's going to achieve anything. Usually you're not supposed to. I think, honestly, the more important thing here is whether these units are going to die or not. So they almost always achieve nothing, but very often many Abbasid players just lose them to just boosted Ghazi Raider production and stuff like that. So it feels to me like Marinelord should just be very careful with these units. Obviously, you can poke a little bit, but you should probably pull them back very quickly.
Wing, and it's going to be Town of Victory here for Louis. No surprises there. I'm wondering still right now what exactly... I've played this a couple of times, and it just feels really, really rough with Abbasid trying to hold against Delhi. Once those mass Ghazi Raiders are coming in with the archers, maybe it's just a personal flaw of mine. I might not be the best when it comes to microing for sure. When it comes to like horseman and archer micro, or like when you have spearmen and archers versus mass archers and horsemen, it feels just very difficult. It feels very difficult being able to micro correctly there, especially against the Delhi, which do get 20% bonus attack speed. Sure, with the Abbasid you get some more health on your archers, but when both archer groups are getting so big that they're starting to one-shot each other, it doesn't really matter as much anymore.
Yeah, what's very interesting, it kind of starts to look a bit similar to Roach versus Roach in StarCraft 2, where the lines of the units become so big that choke points start to matter a ton. So, for example, if you've got 60 archers on one side and you've got 60 archers on the other side, for example, a choke point like this, exactly what Cal points out, this can literally mean losing and winning, having control over this, right? If you try to push through with 60 archers to a choke point like this, you're just gonna get completely mowed down. So line formation is extremely important, and the game becomes much more positional, which is very interesting, where you really care about being in a good position so that your opponent has to attack through a choke point against you. And on top of this, well, this map is full of choke points, so this kind of gameplay might come into play unless Delhi decides to go for quite fast H3, in which case, well, the numbers of archers are going to be significantly lower.
So far, Marine not going for that second TC as expected. Louis doesn't have his own blacksmith yet, as I don't see any upgrades from the blacksmith in queue at the moment. Just gets his eco upgrades as is usual. What's his first? Is he already okay? He's starting up with an archer range, so no start with a stable. That's actually going to be blacksmith and archer range here for him.
Interesting. Almost every
maybe as a reaction to the military wing.
Yeah, I guess. But almost every single player I've seen, they start with Ghazi Raiders and civil engineering so quickly. And it's also interesting that he's going only for one blacksmith, quite early for sure, but it's still only one. Eventually, quite. Oh, this is nice.
That is far though.
Yeah, that's ambitious.
Yeah, very ambitious. I mean,
yeah, with
it can
4
work.
units, it's actually looking quite good.
It's doable. It's doable.
This is a nightmare for me. I'm literally the worst at pushing deers. So
I've played a lot of AoE too.
You did. I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, luring deer over there is way more of a pain than AoE 4.
It's just they always go elsewhere when I want them to. It's not easy.
Looks like we're gonna have some forward walls coming in for Louis. And reload still continue. He's all the way. They've been pushed so far, and you can just see it through the fog of war. These deer have been on a road trip, on the road trip of their lives.
Yeah. If you move back, are they gonna go back to the place where they started?
They go all the way back. They go all the way back.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you just 100% you can't leave at this point in time.
Okay.
They'll move all the way back over there.
Wow, he did it completely to his base. That's insane.
That's crazy. That's so much food now under his TC.
Wow.
And we can see him right now just gathering up a ton of wood. So I'm guessing that is just going to be mass archery ranges for him.
That's so insane. This automatically makes him so much safer at everything. This was crazy play.
And now 7 minutes into the game, the first sacred site is going to start getting captured. Scholar on his way to the bottom sacred site now as well. Marinel's definitely not going to have enough troops to contest any of these sacred sites.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to, because he's gonna have a second TC, so this is going to produce a lot of units for, a lot of income for him. So when it comes to income, he will be on parity to Delhi player at some point, maybe not right away, but very shortly. It's just the most important part is about winning through sacred site victory. So if you go 2 TC against Delhi, which some civs can do, the most important thing is just to make sure that Delhi doesn't have 3 sacred sites for too long, although obviously it's still fine if they have it for 5 minutes, just not 10. And on this map, I feel like holding this sacred site in the corner, top corner, is going to be very difficult. So it's going to be difficult for Louis to win through sacred site victory, I think.
There's this massing army up from now. Greenland now also adding in his own spearmen, so it's going to be spear archers. Oh, wall, not really finished there. Can he actually walk past that? I'm not sure. It feels like it's probably still connected. Yeah, it's still actually connected. Okay,
yeah, so Marinelord looks like he's in very nice shape, because he's launching serious production of units, although he's going spears and not really horsemen just yet, so that's interesting. And as long as he doesn't lose with sacred site victory, I think he's fine. He just needs to get the berries. He's gonna have so many villagers. His eco is gonna be insane. So it's mostly on Louis to do something, And it seems he's going for siege engineering still. So I'm very curious, is he planning to push through that second TC? I think it's going to be tough.
Second TC is in such a way that it's very hard to punish here, and siege engineering is going to be the next blacksmith upgrade that Louis is going for. Could be that he wants to actually go for it, but Marine Lord has put the second TC in such a way that is very, very, very tough to put aggression onto that one. Like, it's so close to the cliff as well that if Louis wants to go there, he's going to have to pass through a choke point where when there's archers there, the Ghazi Raiders are going to have a tough time engaging.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Marino is actually keeping up with the archer count.
Yes. And he's already almost...
This is great.
He's going to decap this, I think.
Yeah, Louis going to have to move immediately for that.
Yeah, and it was decap here as well.
That is actually big. That is so huge. That is so huge for him right now. And now that means that Louis has to all in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even about the income. It's about win condition. You can't let opponent who has 2 TC while you have 1 TC just sit on these TCs forever. And you have to do something. And sometimes Sacred Side victory is just the best way to punish passive player. But in this situation where you lost the timer, suddenly, how you plan to win this? Okay, it seems it's through the Ram, but I don't see it.
It's gonna be a tough push through for sure. Marine Lord, he didn't have any blacksmith upgrades so far. He's now getting the first one, and it is gonna be in time for this fight, but he's still behind by a lot of military units. He's pushing out a little bit too early though, and this is dangerous. This is super, super dangerous. Marine Lord, you don't want to be caught here. You definitely don't want to be caught here. There we go. Marine Lord has to move back. That is such difficult timing now. Is Louis just gonna commit to this now without the ram? Oh, he has the ram. The ram is working on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to kill the second TC and preferably a bunch of villagers to make this worth it, but the ram is actually alone, so it could be sniped. No, it's not. But yeah, he needs to kill the TC, and with one ram, I don't see it, to be honest, and there are still a lot of villagers that he needs to kill, so I'm pessimistic for Louis here, but let's see. I mean, this is still Archer plus Ghazi Raider. This is better composition than 3 Archers, so maybe.
There's not many spearmen here at all, and now the all-in looks to be happening. A lot of the Ghazi Raiders, though, are going down, and Louis is fighting between 2 TCs. Not a lot of units in the main TC. Now there are... Oh, Louis can't fight this between 2 TCs.
Yeah.
That's just too much.
Yes, but the Ghazi Raiders did excellent job at tanking all these arrows and everything. He's actually just killing archery range, not the DC, so maybe that's a mistake, or maybe he just doesn't want to.
That is so not worth it, yeah. And Marino, in theory, can repair the archery range, right? Like, yeah.
And actually he will, yes. So now we are back to just massing archers against each other, so Louis actually has lower numbers of archers, so that's pretty good for Marine Lord. And the situation that I talked about at the beginning of the game, where there's the choke point situation line against line of archers, it's starting to work as seriously in favor of Marine Lord as well. This is such a StarCraft 2 situation here, where you really just hold the choke point and don't let opponent go through this choke point.
Louis, now with double rams, going for it again.
But he has to go.
Marino has more. Yeah, Marino has more archers behind as well. Not more military overall, but more archers. Now horsemen are in there as well.
Yeah, but there's 11 Ghazi Raiders. So this is basically the main thing that Louis cares about, is that the arrows from Marino, they just deal much less damage because there's so much armor on these Ghazi Raiders. So this is his only hope. And well, Ghazi Raiders are pretty strong, so maybe. But let's.
Ghazi Raiders splitting off onto some of the villagers there on the berries. Doesn't look like he got a kill there though. Market now calls to come again. Marine Lord, he's floating a little bit of gold. Might want to trade out some resource here. Knows that this this battle is still gonna go on now for a little bit. He's getting his eco upgrades now behind us. It's been a while.
Yeah. This is maybe a little problematic for Marine Lord because he is only building archers, and I think every army should have a damage dealer and damage tanker. So yes, the archers are dealing the damage, but he doesn't have anything that really tanks too well. So, and I like Louis' army much better here. And with 3 rams, he is actually maybe going to break the TC. With 3 rams, he kill it very quickly. So maybe this could be it when it comes to Louis' aggression.
Yeah, it could be. Mass archers are coming in now. They actually fired 2 volleys onto the House of Wisdom. A misclick must have come in there. TC firing as well, and Louis still relatively even archer count. Marine Lord, he's pulling the villagers to repair. Louis focusing down the villagers. Ghazi Raiders actually burning down buildings, not really doing damage here right now. Second TC is going to go down. Marine Lord has to evacuate these villagers now. Still a lot of archers right now in the queue. More Ghazi Raiders coming in. Marine Lord, can he hold this fight? It feels like he's going to be able to hold, but he's going to lose a lot of his infrastructure here.
Yes, and he also lost the TC, so basically and look at this, this is only 5 villager difference. So I think Louis might be doing this, because even if he doesn't really necessarily kill Marinlord right now, which he maybe even still could, because he has Ghazi Raiders and Marinlord just barely has 1 horseman, but on the other hand, he's got the Sacred Side victory coming in still, so it's going to be difficult for Marinlord to uncap the sides. Although Louis mismicroed a little bit here, and he took a bit more damage than he should.
Mismicro a little bit as well. Imagine if he was going up to Castle Age behind all of this now.
Well, then the chance might be that he will not hold the Sacred Side. So I think right now, actually just going full H2 aggression is
just wall them.
He already committed. So now if he holds the Sacred Sides, which he can and he probably should, because look at the Ghazi Raider numbers, they're just very, very high. The only thing right now that could change the fate of both players is one of them running out of food. It seems to me that both still shouldn't really run out of it. So right now it's just all about who's gonna mass more archers.
But rebuilding a lot of his production buildings now as well. Okay, just lost them. He is Golden Age tier 2. So he is in theory getting a lot of resource right now as well. But if we look at the food income right now and the overall income, Louis is definitely no slouch in that regard. But it looks like he's foregone every single attempt of pushing this game or of delaying this game into Castle Age. I feel like this is actually the point in time where Delhi just kind of needs to advance with the tech up, because behind this, sure, Marine Lord, he's only 5 villagers ahead. But I feel like that's enough with the Golden Age tier 2 and the military lead. I would rather have military lead and have only a slight villager advantage and be on 1 TC than be 2 TC and behind in military.
Maybe, but the biggest thing here is just Louis has constantly, he keeps building better unit composition, right? Because it's just not having horsemen in this fight is, in my opinion, a huge mistake from Marinlord. Even if he has 3, that's okay, but he has, for very long, he has 0 or just 1, and right now, actually the numbers of archers are getting huge, but still, there's 17 Ghazi Raiders, and just, oh, okay. If he manages to decap this, then the game is still opened.
Personally, I'm of the opinion that like having mass archers to a certain extent in Feudal Age, it's unstoppable. Especially when you're defending one, like you're playing in choke points. Ghazi Raiders are still horsemen at heart. That means they lose their brains when it comes to pathing and choke points.
Sure. But the role of the horsemen in this situation, and maybe there's even slightly too many of them, but the role of them is not killing the archers, but tanking the archers.
I'm not sure if that's true. Like, sure, the tanking part is there, but I'm not sure if they're that great of a tank, because look at them, they're kind of getting shredded here. Like, every single volley kills one of the Ghazi Raiders.
Okay.
And still he has more archers behind it all. And now Marino's pushing forward. All the Ghazi Raiders have been killed. Still has more archers now. Outpost firing as well. But at the same time, the attack speed bonus does help Louis quite a bit here.
Yeah, line formation will really be useful for them as well, I think. Yeah,
it's just mass archers. It's just mass archers. They're so good.
Yeah, I would say that the Louis was a bit too heavy on the horseman, but I really don't agree with just being pure archer. For example, let me just pull up the stats, alright? So, let me see.
Your stats can never take pathing into account.
Okay, let me see, 1 second, just need to find the website. Okay,
Recap has come in. Recap has come in as well, though.
Alright, so for horsemen, which is almost like Ghazi Raider, right? We've got HP per resource is 1.04, And for archer, you've got 0.88. So it seems, well, I guess it's not that big difference, but then there's still armor, right? So these arrows deal significantly less damage to the horsemen rather than archers.
The main issue here is like catching up to the army, right? Because the Gazi Raiders, for one, they're also attacking a little bit slower. They got slower attack speed than normal horsemen. But it's also just when it comes to pathing, you're not really able to catch up to the archers that well.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what's like the big difference here. And when it comes to kiting, the bonus attack speed also doesn't play as much of a role, I feel like. Because both players sometimes like they can't 100% hit the timing for the next attack.
But look at these two horsemen. They're gonna tank so many shots. Look at this, right? One volley, second volley, third volley.
But in those moments, Marine Lord's backing off, right? So the archers can't really attack these archers as well. But yeah, at this point in time, he's maybe overcommitting a little bit. Like Louis, he's still like all in feudal age here at this point in time, which is kind of crazy. Like I feel like any player at this point in time would have like been like, okay, I can't kill you in feudal age, I'll go castle age. He's not done that.
Yeah, I played many games against Aveli like this. We always, for some reason, he would always go Delhi on Lipani and I would go Abbasid, and we would end up exactly in this kind of situations, and no one would go H3 because I think it's all about the sacred side victory here. Although it has been decapped, so it's a bit different story.
It's about establishing dominance.
Okay.
It's about sending a message.
Yes, but here, if you've got, if you win, I don't think there's too much room to go H3 at this point because you're either
for neither player.
You're gonna lose the sacred sites as the Delhi player, and you're not gonna deny the sacred sites as Abbasid player.
I think we're getting to the point soon, though, where players will have to go for a fun precision. Look at that. The archer count from Louis, it's faltering quite heavily now.
Yes. And he's fighting without force queen sometimes, so he's still just trading archers against archers, and he's actually not being able to outproduce Marine Lord. The question is, though, what about the food? It seems Marine Lord is much more enclosed in his base, so it seems to me like he might run out of food faster, but he's trading better. It seems like he has a slightly better grasp on this archer versus archer situation than Louis, who, in my opinion, overproduces horsemen a little bit, and also slightly micros the archers a little worse.
And what a game we're in. Like, considering that Louis, he's been getting 375 gold the entire time. He's just been... Can we check the market? Can we check the market? Yeah, he's been buying food, he's been buying gold. He's still doing so. Just using all the gold that he's access to. Is Marine Lord walking out a little bit too far again, I wonder? It feels so difficult. Now the mass horseman is back in there. It's gonna have to start a step back. Well, the start a step back definitely works here.
Yeah, and look at this choke point here. It's such this gold mine. Marine Lord constantly baits him to come on, go through this choke point. Let me fire a couple volleys for free at you. And Louis is kind of getting baited, and he keeps chasing. And we've got a farm transition for Louis. That's very interesting.
I think for both players at this point, probably.
In age 2, farm transition is not something common, especially if you just play 1TC against 1TC. But I guess you have no choice.
Yeah, definitely no choice in this situation. And now Decapitant is coming in single spearman. Once again, we got a fight over here in Marine Lord space. Gazi Raiders try to cancel that decap.
And I'm not even sure that Louis should be here. Do you really need to attack here? You can just hold the sacred sites and be in pretty good position. But he's actually committing very heavily, and it's looking quite
He's got a lot more archers this time. Yeah, a lot more archers this time around. Marine Lord is finally going to be able to clean up the Gazi Raiders now.
This is so close.
He's getting pushed out again, like every time, back and forth. The main thing here, I think, is that Marine Lord, he's in his base. He's got the reinforcements coming in very, very quickly. But it's still so difficult.
Yeah, I don't think Louis should just attack here. I think he could just camp and hold the sacred sites and win through that. Obviously, the fact that it was decapped before is a bit painful. At this point, he could almost pretty much win through the sacred site victory before if he didn't let them decap first. But yeah, I think nice in here is what's so important is making opponent attack through a choke point against you instead of you attacking to him. Because then, like you mentioned, for example, kiting back plays very important role. So if you force your opponent to attack into you, and right now it's really good for Louis because it's Marine Lord has to attack into him to decap the sides. So I think he's just being overly aggressive here, and that potentially might even cost him winning this game.
Louis now trying to take over on the left side from Rilliard's base. He did do a good job of just putting up these walls very early on. Looks like there's also going to be an outpost coming up on the sacred side. That could help Marine Lord a lot when it comes to trying to decap that. A single spearman just got produced. I'm wondering if that spearman is just going to be immediately on its way over to that sacred site. Trying to go for another decap attempt there. Farm transition. Has come in, and there we go. Spearman. He's going to go on a march now. Aeroslit's also coming in on that outpost. And now Louis finally wants to go up to Castle H, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he's got probably a bit more farms, right? Or actually, no. Oh, yeah.
34, and Marine Lord has how many? 34 compared to 27.
Yeah, so that's a big difference. And here, this is the moment that every Abbasid player is extremely traumatized about. When you play against Delhi and then they finish H3 and you didn't even start your own H3. That's a nightmare. And yes, maybe he's gonna decap the side because he just keeps massing units. But on the other hand, some men on arm push. Yeah, there's actually no barrack here, so that's a big deal. But even knights here are just so strong and so scary that and eventually you can get upgraded archers that shred H2 archers. So I feel like this is a little problematic situation for Marine Lord, but maybe he's actually going H3 himself, and he sees that
it's going to take a while though for him.
Back. Yeah, it's 1 minute and 30 seconds, I think, or something like that. So that's
144.
Yeah, so that's even more. So that's gonna be painful. And yes, this moment, for Marine Lord. But let's see, maybe he's gonna take a fight.
Maybe he's got some time. The one thing that could be really, really scary though here. Abbasid archers with composite bows in Castle H.
Yes, big time. Oh, this is going slowly.
Oh, the decap happened. The decap. Okay, that's big once again with the decap in there.
Yeah. So I think that's
in the middle as well.
If Marine Lord doesn't take too much damage, he's gonna be fine. I think he can be fine. It's just right now he shouldn't maybe overcommit so that the knights don't really kill him. But yeah, obviously he wants to trade a little bit. But
some mangonel as well.
Yeah, this 1 minute. This is the most important moment for him. He just needs to survive another 2 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, now he needs to kite all the way back over to his base. Mass archers with 83 archers. You can still somewhat kill knights in like 3 volleys. It's not going to be nice, and you definitely will want to fall back while kiting here.
Yeah, and look how retreating through the choke point is such a nightmare. He just lost 10 villagers for free because of the staggered side pathing. Sorry, not villagers, but archers. So yeah, but 25 seconds, so maybe.
Does he have his own stables? Yeah, he does have his own stables, but he'll need to make some knights as well. I feel like in order to push this back, because Louis behind this, he's also got 70 archers.
Yeah, I think, wow.
Under TC though.
This might be a timing where Louis might kill him. Let's see, I'm not exactly sure. This is looking quite dangerous for Marine Lord. He's still, the problem with Louis' units is that they're still H2 because daily upgrades take so long.
Another knight in there. Oh, it's gonna take a while for these archers to take care of. Golems are gonna be in queue now.
I hear the Mongol shooting somewhere, and the knights seem to be on top of the Marine Lord's economy very soon, and on top of the archers. But maybe Marine Lord is going to have H3 archers faster than Louis.
It takes a while, right? Like only 24 seconds, and I think Marine Lord. And what golden age is he in?
Yeah, but the Mongol, the Mongol
okay,
is the issue here.
Oh, it's coming in.
The villagers need to kill it. Come on, dive.
Oh, the villagers jump out. They're killing it. They're killing it.
Necessary sacrifice. Oh, actually, no sacrifice at all. Okay, wow. No, Louis, don't overcome it like this. Why?
And the veterancy is coming in. Veterancy hits.
Throw.
Composite hits. +2 damage hits.
No, Louis.
And Marine Lord, he can hold. He can hold, and he can potentially come back from this.
Yes,
Louis behind us, he's getting relics, he's getting keeps up. But Marine Lord, I mean, at this point in time, the keeps don't really matter that much. The TC, like the keep booming doesn't matter that much. Both players are at almost 100 eco.
Yeah. However, during all, so basically Louis just lost his entire army, so that's a nightmare for him. But he
It definitely
managed,
is, yes.
he managed to get 4 relics in the meantime, and actually he's gonna get 4 in total. So that's pretty solid for him. And he lost a couple of those, it seems. In the
Look at how
meantime
many
also.
villagers he's pulling for that keep in the middle. It's not
Okay.
even funny how many villagers he's pulling. Oh, and he's sending all of them back. 23.
Yeah, he needs to do this. He needs to do this. Oh, he actually didn't.
Oh, he's walking over to the other hand side. He doesn't want to go through middle from the looks of it. And what a game.
Yeah. Non-stop
Now with the
action.
greens as well.
And this is
These composite bow archers are so wild in fights.
Yeah, yeah. He needs mango right now, big time, but I'm not sure if it's in... Yeah, it is in production, but he just has no unit, and he's going crossbows, which is just gonna get sniped by the archers, I think.
Reload. He's getting onto the farming economy. Wait, did he deny the keep? Is the keep not up? I think the keep didn't go up for Louis. It didn't get up. It got cancelled. The mangonel comes out, and it's getting down immediately. Oh my god. Reload, he's doing it. He is doing it.
Yeah, wow.
Pushing onto the farming economy. So many villagers going down.
Yeah.
Composite bows.
Oh.
These archers firing much faster even than those Tower of Victory archers from Louis. But now a keep. Maybe Louis can stabilize a little bit, but he's lost a lot here because now the production could also be going down. Another mangonel. He realizes. Pulls him. Oh, it's going down so quickly. That is so many resources going down there. 600 resources times 2. Gone in the blink of an eye. Now the Rams coming in. Production building getting focused. Could now also go for the... he could go for the moss there with the relics inside now. I think that's probably the next target for him. Because that's a lot of gold income that he's getting. Like, Louis is pretty much getting all of his... Look at the income. It's almost 4k resources per minute for Marine Lord versus barely 1.5k for Louis.
I think it was a throw. Louis threw his entire army.
If he just fell back during that...
Yeah. I think he just overcommitted. It was nice that he had all his knights and everything. It was fine to probably just dive a little bit, but maybe not that much. And also, he lost the mango. I think if he had the mango, he would win the fight. But losing that mango to these villagers, those were the real MVPs of this game.
Double keeps trying to protect the farming economy here now. Is the upgrade even in? Yeah, the upgrade is in. So Louis, in theory, can reboom on those keeps. And there's another keep going up on the right-hand side now. More Rams coming in. And Marine Lord is going up to Imperial.
Yes, yes. And the moment you see this Imperial, like, oh no. I think Louis is coping right now about the fact that he just threw. Now the question is, what about 5th game? So I've been in situations like this multiple times as Louis, where you're so close to winning against better player.
Marine Lord can't go Japan.
Yeah, and then the 5th game feels so, like, it's 2-2, but it feels like you're 7 against 2, losing 7-2. It's just such a, coming back from this mentally is going to be so difficult.
Yeah. Something that can't happen, though, is I don't think Marine Lord can go Japan. If he goes Japan and Louis goes for Ottomans, I feel like Marine Lord just loses the matchup right then and there. It is very difficult. Like, you'll have to make Yumi archers, you'll have to worry about the siege as well. It's just an ugly matchup. Now, I think Marine Lord could probably still do it, but it's not a matchup that you want to play in, that's for sure. And Anonymous Gifter coming in with 4 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much. But yeah, I think it's only a matter of time now until Louis is going to call this. It's just getting so close. At this point in time, like, Marine Lord in theory could just go for Landmark Snipe, Landmark Victory.
Yeah, I think, well, we have to be honest, this game is over.
Oh, the Landmark's not here. Yeah.
Louis is still trying, obviously, and he should, because he was such
He's
a
at
good
100
position.
per minute.
Yeah, but let's be honest, I don't think there's any way he can come back from this. The keeps are dying, there's H4.
That's the way.
The sides are decapped. Even the relics, which were the only thing that were nice for Louis, they also got destroyed. So, yeah, sure, you can raid a little bit, right? But it's GG.
Imperial Age comes in. I think now it needs to set in for Louis. This game cannot be won anymore. The landmarks are now getting focused down. He's getting another mangonel out, but there's just so many upgrades now coming in for Marine Lord. He also aged up with the culture wing, so all the upgrades are cheap as well. And there it comes. GG gets called Marine Lord. We're getting a match point now between the two. 2-2 in this set now.
Yeah, you can see the caliber of the player that Marine Lord is, right? Like he was essentially that multiple times and about to get 3-1, but he just held on. He didn't lose his composure. Look at every
It's synchronized. It's
Yeah.
100% synchronized military counts between them up
Yeah.
until Castle Age.
10 fights in feudal or more that were game deciding.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, but my games as Ambassador against Delhi very often were like that as well, especially if both players just spammed pure feudal.
Oh man. What a game! What a game! It felt so difficult, man. Marine Lord with that 2 TC play. Second TC goes down, villagers go down, but he manages to pull through.
Yeah, so if Louis wins the last game, it means he's got nerves of steel, and this guy is gonna be the best player in this game at some point soon, because being able to come back mentally from being pretty much from winning and then still ending up in 2-2 situation that requires really strong mental game to not fall apart right now.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be the mental there. Losing this game after having like the sacred sites for pretty much the entirety of the game, you get the second TC down, you're able to kill villagers, you're feeling really, really good about your position, and you just wasn't able to close out the game. That definitely has to hurt the nerves there at that point in time.
And well, so we've got left with Prairie, it seems, and we've got Malians, I assume against Otto, right? Maybe against French. So probably not French, right? And there's still China. Did he play? Oh, he did in the first game. Okay, so I assume it's gonna be Otto against Malians, probably, right? So what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord, he can't go Japan just because it's really, really dangerous. And on Prairie, Malians historically has been very, very good. I could see French for Louis also working out, but you don't want to pick French into Malians. It's a little bit risky.
Yeah.
So I would assume that it's most likely just going to be Ottomans versus Malians here on Prairie.
So, yeah. But Malians, nowadays, I don't think they're that great in Prairie, right? Because you need a lot of wood to get going with the cows. You need a lot of wood to get going with the production and everything. And the cows kind of are a thing that doesn't care about the sheep. So quite often, yes, you're gonna get a lot of sheep, but then you've got cows, so you still have a lot of food. So what do you need all that sheep for? So, and exactly, we got this matchup. So I'm not exactly convinced that Malians is that good on Prairie anymore, although I guess you can harass a lot with Sofas, right? So you've got a lot of angles that you can attack with, pretty hard to wall. So I guess it's still probably, I mean, Malians are always good. I think Malians is one of the best saves still.
Yeah, I think Malians work out really well here. The thing is, though, Ottomans, we could see some Dark Age aggression with an early barracks as well on those pit mines. Maybe a villager as well, go for a tower rush, and could be a very strong approach there from Louis, like with the Ottomans. They're so flexible when it comes to Dark Age aggression.
Yep, for sure. Do you think it's a good approach to go Donzos here as a counter to Spears, just H, or rather would you go H2 and probably just open Archers? I would probably lean towards Archers because these Spears come quite late, and honestly, even if you lose a house or two, that's pretty much whatever. So having an Archer, so I think it's just okay to go H2 because you've got the landmark from Malians that is just generating so much income that you rather want to rush it than not.
Yeah, personally, I think like if you go for a small gold mine, I think, in my opinion, the best approach is to just go for a normal outpost. You put your scout inside the outpost, you'll be fine. But when it comes to these large gold mines, it's a little bit tough, like being able to protect all of the buildings that are around it, just because it's such a big building, and the pit mine also gets bigger with it as well. So I think in this situation, I would agree with the Archer play. All right, but here we go. Game number 5 between Louis, MT, and Marine Lord. We're on match point, and look at that gold spawn for Marine Lord. You can't ask for a better gold spawn. Not just the gold, but also the wood line in the back. And another gold in the back as well. Yeah, Marine Lord, he has to feel really happy about this one. Looks like Louis, he is going to be going for that normal opener here with the Ottomans, with that military academy opener. Yeah, really good spawn here at the beginning for Marine Lord. Definitely has to feel happy about that one.
Yeah.
Now we go for the split cam here on the scouts.
Yep, pretty good spawn for Marine Lord. The second game that he has insane spawn, and this is a deciding game, so you know, it's just the RNG helps the better players, it seems. I don't know where is the shop with such good spawns. I never have them in tournaments like this, but yeah, that's pretty nice for him. And let's see what Louis, how do you approach this as Ottomans, right? So I think you go for obviously one Dark Age aggression is really good with the spears, and then you go for H2, probably more spears. The military schools. The question is, do you go heavy H2 or do you go fast H3?
I think as Ottomans, you probably want to go fast H3 just because the map distance is a little bit long here. Like sending your units across takes quite a while, and as soon as Louis sees like the spawn from Marine Lord, he must realize, okay, it's probably not a lot of damage that he can do realistically, or at least he'll have to move a lot in order to do damage. For Marine Lord, it's probably just going to be the normal cattle boom, which might leave a window open for Louis with his castle age to get the majority of the relics potentially. That is what I would imagine the game plan here is. I mean, we do have the military schools, right? So at least Louis is going to be able to apply a little bit of passive pressure here. And Marine Lord will definitely have to react with a couple of units of his own.
Yeah, it feels to me that H2 aggression for Ottoman here is debatable because attacking into Malians is always very difficult when they just spam spear, javelin thrower. It's just very hard to really kill. And then fast castle is usually not that great against Malians. Against Malians as well. Because what are you gonna build knights against Donzos as well in general? And yeah, I guess you could play some men at arms, so that's an option. But I secretly am thinking, even though with Ottoman it's kind of unthinkable, but maybe military school into second TC, that could be an option because it usually with most other civilizations, it feels like second TC is really good against Malians.
Yeah, second TC can definitely work against the Malians. The one issue is that when it comes to like farming transitions, it is a little bit tough for like Ottomans, and the resources on Prairie, they're very fast spread out. So if you go for a second TC, sure, you have a lot of sheep to work with, but once they run out, natural resources are hard to come by. So I think it's going to have to be a farming transition, and farming transitions are very hard on this map as well due to these woodlines. But it looks like it might be something like, as you said, the second TC, because look at that. Louis is going with a lot of villagers over to stone now. Wait, is that the Sultanari trade network? It is the trade madras. Okay, so no Sultanari trade network. Makes a lot of sense here on this map. I mean, sure, the trades are good, but you need food. Definitely need food here.
Yeah, it's a bait. Even doesn't it's another Akan Chapel situation. It doesn't matter how good mine work is, and after all these buffs throughout all these years, mine work is actually a pretty good landmark nowadays. But it's just Chapel, right? Chapel is so good that, and the same goes for this landmark. Having food in feudal like this is just so essential. It's half of the board essentially forever. So with 4 villagers on it, the gather rate is insane. So it's a very big deal. And of course, on top of this, you've got these 8 sheep from the vizier points. So I think Louis doesn't have to care about losing, running out of food anytime soon.
All right, people wanted to get some Gamba with the points, so we got some predictions in the chat right now on who players will think will win, or who viewers will think will win. It is match point now between Louis and Marine Lord. So bet wisely. Spearman managed to take down one of the houses. Archers are coming in now. You guys have 2 minutes to bet your points. Is this the grand finals? No, we're in the semifinals right now.
Yep. Yeah, so it seems like it should be a bit chill game for now. There will be some cow boom coming in from Marine Lord. There should be... And do we have the second TC? Yes, we do. Okay, from Ottoman. Yeah,
it's gonna be on the goal. Yep, that's nice.
Yeah, and he doesn't. So it's going to take a little bit until the guys are going to get serious with fighting. I would even say that the next correct move is to just go h3 for both players, because Malian player just after, obviously after the cow boom is completed, because cow boom is significantly better when you've got h3 landmark around it, right? So it's absolutely, there is big incentive for Malians to go there. And for Ottoman, again, you can't really achieve much by aggression against Malians if you went for second TC. So you can't really achieve much in general anyway, because they have this javelin thrower Donzo composition, so that's pretty hard. So the best way to approach this as Ottoman here is obviously raid a little bit, right? Maybe build a couple units, but probably just go h3. So because the biggest problem for Malians is the composition of crossbows, men-at-arms, spears, and maybe some archers as well. They really don't have crossbows themselves, so they have to kill men-at-arms with Mustafadi warriors, and then in turn these guys die very quickly to archers. So it feels like to me that generally you want to have a nice infantry composition in h3, and then Malians really struggle a little bit there.
Man, indeed. Like, Malians can definitely struggle here, and look at that. Got the second military school coming in. Stable as well. Louis got the military schools on Spahi. Blacksmith also coming up, so very likely that we will be seeing some Spahi coming out now as well. Archery range as well. This makes me think that maybe Louis wants to play this a little bit more H2 focus as well. Not just straight into Castle Age. Reload's getting his first couple of cattle out. Does have double mill here. He's going to be able to get them out quite quickly. And he's scouting out the production as well, so he knows what's going to be coming for him.
Okay, so it seems Louis is thinking about some aggression, but he still has quite a bit of guys on gold, so this doesn't necessarily mean that this is a full commitment. He might want to burn maybe a second pit mine, maybe some houses there. This actually is quite annoying for Malian player. You have to commit into units quite a bit to defend the pit mine, which is the reason why I sometimes skip the second pit mine altogether when I do a cow boom. Yes, it feels nice to have it, but it feels also a bit awkward to defend it. And sometimes with especially a big gold mine like this, you're quite fine for a long time. You don't have to go for the second one just yet.
Cattle numbers are starting to build. We got that nice little cattle counter there on the left-hand side that tells us just how many cows are out right now. 12 cattle currently alive for Marine Lord, now up to 13. Getting close to the maximum number here. Louis at the same time, he's building up a small army force. Marine Lord is answering that with his own archers, stonezos, and some javelin throwers now as well. I think he should definitely be able to hold this, though it could potentially be a little bit annoying here. Behind this, I think Louis is still going to be aiming for a Castle Age timing. Doesn't look like he's investing too much into his military push right now.
Yeah, it's just keeping the opponent honest, right? Sometimes things like this, obviously, I don't think this is going to kill Marine Lord, or should kill Marine Lord, but sometimes you get, as Malian player, you can get a little too greedy, right? You need to react properly to this, you know? So you have to see, you can't get too surprised by this, and you need to scout. And sometimes for free, you can just almost kill your opponent if Malian player doesn't react properly. But I feel like if the reaction is perfect, then it should favor Malian player a little bit.
This is dangerous. Marine Lord, he's going over to the wood line where Louis is attacking from right now. Is able to snipe down the archers, though. How many Donzos does he have remaining? 4 Donzos. Yeah, that should be enough to repel this force. That could have been very dangerous, though. If he gets overwhelmed there, suddenly he doesn't have any more wood. And yeah, in those situations, if you don't have wood, you don't get any more Donzos out. And then suddenly, you don't have an answer to this pie anymore.
Yep, and here, but on the other hand, it's the strength of javelin throwers is so big because he sniped almost every single archer right away, so there was no way to kill these donzos, and this composition is so strong. Although sometimes fighting over on the open field like this can be a little problematic, but if you just at any point under the cows, you can just go under the TC, and 15 arrows from the TC usually means that you win the fight. And actually, Marine Lord is a little slow with going H3. It seems maybe that he overinvested in units, got a little scared, and it's probably what Louis hoped for.
Mehmet Imperial Armory is now going to be coming in. Marine Lord not too far behind, though, when it comes to his own castle age. And Grand Filani Corral is now going to be coming in. An issue is when it comes to the army composition, Marine Lord, it's going to be a little bit tough for him to make sofas, just because Louis always has the option of going into Janissaries. Yeah. Once the Janissaries are out, like sofas, they don't really do a lot, and we immediately see double archery ranges coming out here. So I guess the the Janissary play is definitely going to be it here for Louis. He's got a lot of villagers on gold as well.
So would you go Janissaries over crossbows in this situation as Ottoman?
Definitely. Just Janissaries overall really, really strong.
Yeah.
They attack so quickly as well when you have the matter. It is like attack speed in many situations just matters so much. So much. And we do see the production now on the Janissaries from the archery ranges.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense too, since especially there is no men at arms, so the only armored units that Malian have is Sofa, so why not build Janissaries over crossbows? Okay, that makes sense, yeah, for sure.
Couple of spy now running behind the base from Marine Lord. Might be looking for some raids there. No third pit mine has come out yet from Marine Lord. Definitely has some options when it comes to the gold on the right-hand side. Spies are going to be running in, hitting the lumber camp there, signaling that they're going to be over here. Oh, but the javelin throwers might be rushing to an early doom here. They're jumping out right when the spy arrive. +2 pierce armor as well coming in. +1 pierce armor coming in as well from the matter. Nice additional buff there.
Okay, so we had a little bit of pause here and there for both players, and we are entering the phase of the game that will be deciding probably very soon. And what's interesting for Marine Lord is actually I don't see too heavy Sofa production. I'm actually seeing Javelin plus Archer composition with some spears. So I actually really like it, because obviously Sofas would not bring too much value, and Javelin throwers are absolutely beastly against Janissaries, right? They deal not only they deal a lot of damage by themselves, but also Janissaries take what, twice as many damage from ranged units. So that's crazy. Or 50%.
50% more, I think it is. Yeah.
But still, that's just 4 or 5 Javelin throwers one-shotting one Janissary. So you could even have, for example, Javelin throwers on multiple control groups, and you can snipe 2-3 Janissaries per volley. That could be a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. Barely need like only 3-4 javelin throwers in order to kill one of the Janissaries. First Mangonel is coming out. That was a big shot there on the javelin throwers. A lot of damage has come out. Monks in the meantime also looking for a pickup on the relics. Looks like Louis has split up a couple of Sipahi though, in order to try and have units on all of the relics. First one has already been gathered up by Marine Lord. Second one's already on the way as well. Oh, and he manages to escape with this one monk with just a little bit of health remaining. Next Vizier points coming in. It's going to be the increased production speed on those military schools. And yeah, while Louis did hit H3 first, it wasn't, like, the difference wasn't there. Like, there wasn't that big of a timing. Man, I'm getting a little bit jealous right now, as Carl just showed us in his behind-the-scenes screen what he's eating right now.
Are you getting hungry? I am, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. We've been streaming for a while now.
Yeah, maybe we can do a small break between final and these games. But yeah, I would say that Marine Lord needs siege as well, because we've got a range versus range fight pretty much, right? We've got archers, janissaries, so this is archer-based, so range-based composition. We've got the range-based composition for Marine Lord as well. We've got a ton of javelin throwers. This is maybe even a bit too many, and so basically whoever is gonna win the siege war is gonna win this kind of fight. So I'm a bit surprised to not see any siege from Marine Lord. And who knows, maybe he will pay the price for this.
I like how Louis has just constantly kept one of his military schools on Sapai the entire time. Not Sapai, on Matters the entire time. He's got 4 Matters out right now. An additional one is going to be in queue as well with that military school, which means that he's just going to have a ton of these Matters, which makes it very, very hard to snipe them.
And javelin throwers are very good in low numbers, but in very high numbers, it's a bit problematic to micro them out because they just overkill so much. So the longer this situation goes on, the longer I think I like Louis' position. So yeah, he's fighting and he's not giving up, and still best of 5. Maybe he's gonna do it. We'll see.
The chance is definitely there once Louis gets up to this large death ball that he just got. Marina's going Imperial, right? Like. Wait, never mind. He just had literally enough resource to click Imperial and just suddenly queues up another 10 javelin throwers. Man, he had me there for a second. He's baiting me.
Yeah, but secretly fast Imperial is quite good with Malians because in late
with
Castle Age...
Musafadi warriors especially.
Yeah, but we are also entering light Castle Age, and this is the moment in which javelin throwers, or in general Malians, really struggle a little bit, right? So the sooner you are able to transition to Musafadi gunners, which by the way...
he's got the 7 Musafadi warriors! The 7 Musafadi warriors on the siege!
Oh.
The mangonels are getting sniped out!
Huge
suddenly without siege! Oh my god!
That is gonna get clapped.
He's getting cleaned up! He has to run now. But on the retreat, so many units are gonna go down.
Yeah, so now Marine Lord has the room to go for H4 potentially, because, and in general, Musafadi gunners are such a good unit. It's incredible how good they are. So here they will be, yeah, I think Malians in H4 sometimes are even scarier than other civs. So I'm a big believer in late game Malians. But the only problem is though that he doesn't have a second TC. So his villager count is getting quite low, and yes, he's got cows, but at this point the villager count for Ottoman is getting so high that the income from him might be pretty big as well.
It's quite dangerous diving these spaces. You never know when that next mangonel is going to be popping out from that Mammoth Imperial Armory. It's starting to take down some of these production buildings, so another meta gets sniped. Only 1 meta remaining for Louis. If that one gets sniped, he's going to lose the entire buff there from his units. And 110 military right now from Marine Lord. That looks like Louis. He wants to fight this now. Next mangonel is coming out. No Musafadis over there right now to snipe this at the same time. Raids from Marine Lord on the upper hand side of Louis' base with those Musafadi warriors. But right now, there's only javelin throwers out here.
Ooh, huge raid coming in from the top. So even if all these javelin throwers die, which doesn't necessarily has to happen, the raid at the top is massive. He's just killing so many villagers. And yeah, there are some archer actions that are dealing with this. So maybe this is not the end of the world for Louis, but the army evaluation is looking horrible for him.
Yeah, army value right now definitely in favor of Marine Lord. Army splitting once up again. And I feel like the Musafadi warriors, are they actually just beating the archers there? It feels like they're just overwhelming with the numbers. Marine Lord, he's pushing in deeper and deeper right now. Louis, he's struggling when it comes to the economy. Barely any food income. Still has gold and wood in the bank, but just can't produce right now, as his entire production at the front is just getting enveloped by Marine Lord's army. And Marine Lord, he's pushing in now. He's going for the kill. He just sniped the last mangonel. It's going to be a long time until the next mangonel comes out from the Mammoth Imperial Armory. And he's just pushing in bit by bit. We see all of these huge, like so many pink dots on the minimap from Marine Lord running over to the base of Louis. And there's just not enough units. And GG gets called! Marine Lord wins it after being 1-2 behind in the beginning. Man, what a close series.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Oh my god.
Man, he almost had it. That's the so sad part for him. He almost had it, but he didn't. Marine Lord prevails. And yeah, wow. I think
My
it's
God.
the mangoes.
Yeah, the mangoes, they made the difference there. Like the mangoes being sniped was so huge for Marine Lord. And it was such a big brain play. He sniped the scout at one point in time, so that way Louis he couldn't see the stealthed up Musafari warriors anymore. And then those stealthed up Musafari warriors just run onto the mango dells that weren't protected. Man, oh man, what a great game.
Sick, man, sick. It's just this with this experience, you sometimes just, your Marine Lord played so many tournaments like this, so for him it's just whatever, even if he loses, he probably doesn't care much. So he's got such an experience that he's not stressed in those situations. And here Louis played pretty solid game, but he just lost the mangoes. They were completely unprotected, and from then if he didn't lose the mangoes, the situation would be completely different.
Exactly. All right, so we know now that one of our finalists is gonna be Marine Lord. On the other hand side of the bracket, though, the games are still going on. We've got Wham versus Annotant right now, and they're also tied in a 1-1 right now between each other. It's Abbasid versus Mongols. What do you say, Matisse? Do we jump in or do we take a little break right now after this many sets? All right, looks like we're going to be taking a short break now, but we'll be back in just a little bit. Give us 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, probably just 5 minutes should be enough. We'll see. And then we'll be bringing you the remainder of Wham versus Annotant, followed up by the finals of the Energy SLAPFest number 2. Stay tuned, guys.
Exactly.
All right, we don't want to leave you waiting any longer. We're jumping in right now. Wham versus Annatant. It's 2-1 right now for Wham, and we're taking a look at the fourth game. It's going to be on Cliffside. Wham playing as the Ottomans, Annatant playing as the Chinese.
Yep, should be solid game.
Who do you favor here in this matchup? China or Ottomans? I think it's kind of like, if you're a Chinese player that doesn't have principles and you're not afraid of massing siege, I think it's China focus. It's China favored.
Are you talking about just siege war, just mass nest of beasts and stuff? Yep, I guess you could say that maybe even about most of China's situations, right? Like you could just camp
siege
with
games.
What is this spawn? It's pretty weird.
Is it? Looks fairly normal-ish. Oh yeah, the markets are a little bit odd. Like the markets have been a little bit pushed, I feel like, by the cliffs. Like there's one additional cliff that spawned on blue side.
I guess maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it felt a bit weird to me, but maybe not. So yeah, with China, I guess you just most of the time, I think if you just win the siege war, you kind of win, right? Don't you think? Like you just spam keep the siege, and that's why I don't play China, because I would just never leave my base for 30 minutes.
Yeah, personally, I'm just not a big fan of siege wars. Look at that nice little early wall that Annatant put there. It meant that Wham had to walk an extra mile if he wanted to harass the gold from Annatant there.
Yep.
It looks like Annatant went for the no Imperial official opener, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I dislike that heavily.
Really? Didn't you say yesterday that you like skipping the second Imperial official, or no?
I said I don't like skipping the first Imperial official.
Aha.
It delays your Song Dynasty timing, and then you're behind in villagers. And the main point of not going for that first Imperial official is that you make the Imperial official for a little bit cheaper, and you, in theory, gain an additional villager. But as soon as Song Dynasty comes around, that suddenly doesn't apply anymore, because you're suddenly making villages at 15 seconds instead of 20 seconds. So I think the earlier Song Dynasty timing is just so much more important. But look at this play that we have here right now from Annatant. It's a little bit unorthodox. It's not something that we see typically. He's skipping Song Dynasty altogether right now. Oh, and he went into archers into a Barbican drop. Look at that. We got a Barbican rush here.
Okay.
Holy moly. All right. This game has just got real.
Yeah. I still remember our first interaction, Crackety. When you Barbican rushed me, I got so mad.
Oh man. 9 villagers building the Barbican up inside of Annatant's space, and he still has a very nice back hold there that he can just move out to. So this Barbican doesn't really deny anything immediately. However, what this Barbican is, it's a stepping point for Annatant. He can now, from this position, start making proxy buildings. One of the main issues that China can have is that their army composition tends to be rather immobile. So you don't really have too many options when it comes to attacking your opponent, because many times you just have to sit inside of your base and you have to defend your base. However, now that you have the Barbican there in the front, you can make your slow army right in front of your opponent's base, so there's not a lot of distance that they have to walk.
For sure, and in order to break this, you kind of need to go for multiple rams, so that's a very heavy investment. So quite often, behind the Barbican, you can also kind of rush H3, or actually just go Song and just go many, and then second TC, and you're just forcing your opponent to do something about this while your eco or tech grows. So that's a pretty strong move. On the other hand, Wham might just completely ignore the situation and let the Barbican stay there, and he might just proceed with his normal plan. But then he's a bit exposed on his gold. He might be harassed there with, I guess, just mostly Zugano pushes and stuff like that. And it's still very awkward.
Looks like Annatant's just going up to Castle Age behind this now. Both players aging up to Castle Age soon. And I guess if you go for a forward clock tower, you get the siege immediately, right? And that could hurt production buildings.
Yeah, you could go also maybe for some spring goats to try to defend the Barbican, right, quite quickly, the nest of bees. and that's when the Barbican starts to feel very scary as well. Although the most painful Barbican is when it is able to hit even one ship under the TC that is there, because then all the villagers keep trying to gather that one dead carcass of the ship, and very often they go and you lose more villagers from that.
They
And
kind
in
of
this
fixed
case-
that. They kind of fixed that with the minimum range of distance that you need between the Barbican and TC. I think it's 10 tiles or something like that.
Okay, so here, let's see at the gold situation. So there's this only 1 gold in the back for Wham. That's it's 4k gold, so that's quite a lot. So he's fine. But once that gold mines out, then he kind of this is the front one. Okay, that is a little risky still.
Great job coming in from both players.
I would consider maybe even opening with a trap as Ottoman here. To maybe slowly chip away at this Barbican, because if you manage to kill the Barbican and then you manage to kill the astronomical clock tower, then you are pretty much, you win the game.
Getting those clock tower counterweight trebuchets in now. Spearman coming in from Annotant as well. All of this could be countered with just pure man-at-arms from Wham, in theory. He's got a lot of spy out that he just got from his military schools behind this all. Spy aren't gonna work against those spearmen though. Little dive under the TC. It's gonna get repelled.
Yeah, so killing this this trap is gonna be very difficult, and it just feels so awkward. It applies insane pressure right away on Wham, and even though he can just repair it, that's actually a significant.
Can he repair it? That's a lot of spy right now running around the corner. Oh, this could be difficult. He's pulling the villagers for it. That's too many. That's too many. This is not gonna happen. He can pull. Yeah, there we go. Bonus attack speed coming in on the villagers as well. Villagers potentially going down now. There's so many villagers going down. I think Annotant might just lose it right here and there.
Wow, that's a serious issue, losing one trap.
Okay, second one comes up. He didn't cancel it. He didn't cancel it.
He just lost a ton of vills, and he's gonna lose the second trap. And traps, even though they are significantly cheaper nowadays, is still quite heavy investment. So
that's almost 1,000 resources.
Yeah.
Down the drain.
Nice move for Wham.
Oh my god.
GG.
It's just GG. GG gets cold. That was a very fast set and
wow. Okay.
A very fast last game now in the set. All right, so Wham is gonna advance, and he now has a chance to play against Marine Lord. Marine Lord, who just Marine Lord just came out of a very, very taxing set. Yeah, this might benefit Wham a little bit.
He's taking a small break to eat food right now.
He probably didn't anticipate this game to go this quickly.
Yeah.
To be fair, neither did we.
Neither did we.
Okay, I'm gonna take a bite from my salad again.
I was getting ready for another 50-minute game. What are you eating? Okay, okay, you don't have to respond.
Caesar salad.
Caesar salad, okay, nice.
So, do podcast episode?
Podcast episode, yeah. The question is how long Marino's gonna eat. Surely he's a fast eater, right?
Well, let's see the situation on his stream. Yeah, he is. This is video on YouTube, and he's playing and he's eating. Okay. Well, he said 20 minutes. Let me see, when was that? 54. So 13 minutes ago, he said 20 minutes.
All right. Wait, is he actually back? It looks like he's just came back. He's checking in. Pod?
Okay, perfect.
Wait, is there losers final?
Yes.
It's a
yes.
It's a BO3.
Yes,
we do have a game for third place.
Yeah.
Yes, at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, Louis just asked
We could just jump into that one. Yeah, we could just jump into that one while Marine Lord's eating.
I mean, it's not set up in the start of GG, I think.
Oh, okay.
they'll figure it out themselves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyways, no, I think it's really weird considering how flipped the script was, considering the finals from TEC2. Right, Marine Lord has managed to play pretty well now. But again, right, he will have to play against Wham, who didn't have the biggest of runs when it comes to TEC2. He kind of fell out pretty early. But at least it's still Canadian brother, right? Right, guys? Cool.
Puppy Paw had a pretty good showing against Marine Lord in the Elite Classic too, and Wham could emulate that. Like Wham, we talked about it a little bit. Like during the Elite Classic 2, he didn't look quite as strong. I think maybe he got a little bit surprised by Lou's performance, a little bit caught off guard there. But he knows how to play against Marine Lord. Like this might sound a little bit mean, but he's played a lot of sets against Marine Lord. Not a lot of successful ones, but he played a lot of sets against him. And Reese, like during the SLAPFest, he's been looking really good. He's been looking really, really good. So there's definitely a pretty good chance that he can pull it off potentially, especially after Marine Lord, right? Like he just had a very taxing set behind him. Looking at him on the stream, like he looks a little bit tired, you could say, a little bit worn out. Wham at the same time, like for him, it's like the middle of the day.
To be honest, we are. Most of these players, including me, are such a hardcore nerds that playing for 4 hours is nothing, you know. So I could totally see Marine Lord being.
It always depends on the kind of game, though. I want to say it always depends on the like how taxing a game is, how long it goes, how draining it is for you.
I think. Again, right, that was something that was discussed after TEC2, and, you know, KP did talk briefly with, KP and Puppy talked, was that, you know, the first half of the draft went pretty well for Puppy Paw, right? He was confident, he was feeling well, and then Marine Lord said, yeah, I wasn't feeling too great. But the experience really hit at that point, right? Again, right, Marine Lord played a lot of best of 9s in his time, probably even a best of 11 here and there, which takes a lot of energy, right? And it's not something that Puppy has experienced. So we'll have to see how much that factors in today, effectively. Because we have been here for a while. I mean, they've been playing for 5 hours. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty brutal, I think.
So, who do you think gets longer? Yeah, I still favor Marine Lord heavily here.
I think everyone does.
Yeah. It's kind of a little bit of a given, yeah. I mean, Marine Lord, he's kind of like the undisputed champion still. After the Elite Classic 2, he's the winner of the last big S tier tournament. That we've got. And man, during the sets against Louis, holy moly, that was just probably one of the best sets that we had in like the last month or so in AV4. I want to say like that was just absolutely intense. Like that Delhi versus Abbasid game, Jesus, it just went back and forward so many times between the two.
Yeah, the comebacks that we had yesterday with Papi and today with Marine Lord are insane. I've never seen something like this in StarCraft, that you can come back this hard in RTS game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because imagine, I wanna know right now. God damn it, doesn't show. Sometimes we see on AV4 World a recording of or a summary of the custom games as well. I'm not sure what triggers it that the custom games get recorded as well, and maybe it's just an API call.
It is marked as a tournament game. Like if you're talking about somebody else, it's marked as a tournament game, which means it's public.
Okay, because I would love to just go into view summary there and see how many archers overall died in that game.
Oh man,
a lot.
300. Yeah.
I mean, we can hold on. Can do a quick estimate here. If we go to Marine Lord and we find that one game, cliff side. Oh, I was wrong. Statistics. Yeah, so the Marine Lord killed 393 units, and Louis killed 388. So there was a total of 800 units that died that game.
Let's say 100 of those were horsemen. It's 700 archers going down.
Yeah.
Man, that's a lot. That's so many. Oh man.
I mean, it is one of those. It was one of those games at the end as well, where it's like
one of those. Yeah.
It was one of those. I think it's really difficult to actually ever. I mean, one of the things it's really difficult to transition out of feudal, right? Because it's perpetual. You're just perpetually just stuck in feudal age at that point, because you know if you ever go out of, you know, if you skip a cycle basically of making archers, for example, you're kind of screwed already.
Yeah, the moment you stop making archers, like, you can only really stop making archers if you're ahead in a situation. So if you take a favorable engagement, if there's a long distance between you and your opponent, that's the kind of moments where you can like kind of stop making units, try and go for an age up. And that's when it becomes difficult for the opponent to follow up with the age up as well, because they gotta actively be scouting, they gotta actively read the situation correctly. No, okay, you're going for an age up now as well. I gotta follow with the age up as well. If one of them just kind of misreads the situation, it can start getting very, very difficult, because especially in this matchup with the Abbasid, you can't rush up the age up.
Yep.
And we had that situation there, right? Because Marine Lord, he cleaned up the army, but suddenly Louis was an age ahead. And Marine Lord knew that, okay, I have to send my entire army over right now. I need to buy time. If he didn't do that, if he just stood inside of his base with 80 archers and just waited until Louis to come and his own age up to finish, he wouldn't have been able to buy enough time. He would have probably just been overrun by armored units.
I think as well, one of the very small things, but that did have a major impact, was the fact that in that game, there was nothing garrisoned that allowed the Dali to get their archers upgrade sooner. Because if Louis did dive with his archer upgrade, with the veterancy, it would have been so much different, because it took so long for Marine Lord to actually get composite bows and veterancy.
Yeah. It was a little bit faster with Golden Age shit too. I think that also like increases the research speed by like 15%, but overall, yeah, it still took quite a while. And in those kind of situations, you're just there like counting the seconds, and every single second feels like eternity until those upgrades come in.
Yeah.
And we saw it, like I highlighted it, right? It was 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes that he had, and he kind of did panic. He put a scholar into the archer range that was actually boosting it, so he did get that double production. But he never had any scholars inside of a mosque, which didn't add anything to that, right? And with 5 scholars in a mosque, you can actually get those upgrades really, really quickly.
Yeah, that's true. Like if you just put the scholar inside, you boost that up by 100%, suddenly it's going up much quicker.
Anyways, just a status update. Marine Lord and Wham, they're halfway through their save draft. Hooray.
All right, so we're getting there. It's the last big set of the day, so it's a very, very important one for these 2 players. And yeah, that means that every single civilization you draft, you gotta be thinking about it. You gotta be putting in the effort. Gotta make the correct choices here.
Yippers.
We'll be taking a look at the draft in just a little bit.
Could be updating it live if I wanted to. Yeah, let's update it live.
I think they're done with the draft, though.
It's probably gonna break the overlay. All right.
Surely.
In the meantime, since we've got quite a bit of viewers, let me just very quickly mention that I do coaching in Age of Empires 4. I take $30. Hop on to my stream to read more details about this. You can see I've been doing this for 10 years, and it has been my job for like 8. and I coached a ton of people, so I am pretty sure I can help you with this.
Can
Right,
confirm.
dropping the link to Matisse's Twitch channel over here. Check him out. Great coaching over there from Matisse. Also coached Lash during one of his probably best performances in tournaments so far when he got into top 16.
Yep, working with Lash was pretty fun. He was hungry for knowledge.
Knowledge.
Drop some bombs of
No,
knowledge.
I completely broke the overlay. Perfect.
That's a lot of civs, to be fair, that they're drafting here. Like every single civ is getting drafted, right?
Yeah, there's
14. We got 14
14.
different civilizations. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of flags. That's a lot of civ flags. But you can tell there's a lot of them.
So what's about this Ottoman, Byzantines inside of Ottoman? It's kind of
That's the bans.
That's the ban.
Okay.
So Wham banned Byzantine so he could pick it himself, and it kind of ended up inside of the Ottomans.
Give me a second to fix it. This is
The
why
DJ Buntin asked a question. He's bronze 2. How quickly can you get him to Conqueror 3 where he rightfully belongs?
Yeah, from bronze it takes a little bit, but I honestly think everybody can be coached to Conqueror. Maybe not Conk 3, but like Conk 1. If you've got a year and a lot of motivation, everybody can do it. But most of the time, people just don't have that much time to play. So if you've got, for example, I don't know, 5 hours a week, then it's tough, right? But if you've got, for example, I don't know, like 20 hours a week, then everybody can make it. I think with proper guidance, I guess.
Matisse is going to teach you how to abuse Jeanne d'Arc Knights only to Conqueror 3.
And that's crackly here on the strategy. I'm teaching how to abuse crossbows. Wham and Papi style.
Crossbows are OP. So are spearmen. Quote Papi Paw 2023.
Yeah, he's right.
I don't think spearmen are broken. I think Musafadi warriors are broken because Musafadi warriors are even stronger than spearmen.
Well, I don't really think so, to be honest. I think spears deal some spears against cavalry specifically has the highest DPS per cost in game. So if you touch opponent's horses with your spears, that means you're getting the most value out of any attack in the game that you can get. So that's pretty insane. With Musafadi warriors, I think the problem with them is that they are melee units, right? And like the
being a
pathing
melee unit itself is a big disadvantage.
Yes, exactly. Pathing for melee units in this game is just not ideal. Yeah.
One day we will have pathing that is good.
Surely.
Today is not
Don't
that.
think so. I
always think about like ways that you can probably adjust pathing. I think if a unit just can't reach its target for like a couple of seconds straight, just ignore collision. Just give him Ghost from League of Legends. Just make him just stop colliding. Imagine if you could force that and you just have your unit suddenly goes through wood lines into your opponent's face.
I mean, well, considering how wood chopping was before, right?
I think it's better right now, like with the way that wood chop. It was so annoying. Like, maybe this is one of the reasons why Kaup isn't streaming anymore. But man, Kaup did it so many times to me, just chopping through my wood lines, dropping outposts inside of my wood lines. Man, oh man.
Dirty.
I mean, it's really weird because you've had some maps, like you had Oasis and you had Jousting Fields, which completely relied on that mechanic, right? So
I'm glad
that's true.
Come on.
I think Oasis is now in a better spot than before, though.
I mean, we had it in Low Elo Legends a couple of weeks ago, and I demanded it be in Low Elo Legends a couple of weeks ago just to have a final sign-off, and then we're never going to have that map again. Because it's just hideout, but you can never go for Sacred Side Victory. But One thing that I think would be interesting, though, just for the sake of the game, is to actually have a patch, basically a between patch, where the walling mechanic was there, but the current chopping mechanics wasn't.
True, yeah, something like that. Like, I think in general it's kind of clunky how patches are being handled. Like, it's weird to me how we have the campaign, for example, which still has like its entirely own balance, right? Like all the units have like different
The
stats and
Rams
stuff like
are
that.
still released Rams.
Yeah. It's so weird. It's so weird when you look at it. Yeah, you also have the 2 buildings, so you don't just have a blacksmith, you have like a forge as well, where you research like the ranged upgrades. How, like, why didn't that stay in the game as well? Is it just like the developers didn't want to have one additional asset for every single civilization that they have to update?
It's extra work, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. English against Japan. Gorge.
That's an interesting matchup, and yeah, it's just gonna be a mass of archers, I feel like, for the entire first half of the game. From both sides.
Yeah, I guess the Japanese archers are pretty okay against longbows because of speed for some time. But on the other hand, economically, it's still a little tough because you are 2 archery ranges behind pretty much from the start, and you don't have any serious eco bonuses anyway. At least you have to invest into them, so that's not ideal either.
To save 150 wood when it comes to making a blacksmith, that's nice.
Okay, fair enough, for sure. But then once men-at-arms appear, I feel like that could be pretty serious issue, right? Because then you would have to basically snipe each longbow manually with every archer, which can be done, but it's still very difficult, especially if the numbers grow too high. So for example, if we reach 25 units, I could say you could still have 3 control groups of the archers, and that's still doable, that you snipe each longbow over time. But once we reach 35 or 40, I think that's pretty much impossible.
You think it's better to just get double outposts up on your gold and try to go for fast castle age instead?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. I was experimenting with both, and both didn't really work out, to be honest, against English, I feel like, right? Because I guess you can go berries first and then go back under sheep. So maybe this is doable. But then if you go knights, you're going to get... he can get spears, and the knights don't really work that well anyway. And if you go samurai, they can work initially, but it's still, you're gonna run out of food very quickly. So it's very dependent on how many sheep you have. So if you get very lucky with sheep, sure, this actually can work. But if you have less than half of the sheep, then you pretty much can't do it. So it feels pretty awkward matchup to play as Japanese, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. Something that you can do and something that you probably should do at the beginning here is you should start off on the berries, just because you want to conserve the sheep a little bit. Because once the longbows arrive, it can be very easy to snipe villagers off on the berries. And depleting the berries very early on just means that you're going to have more sheep alive right under UTC. Not saying that longbows can't snipe them under UTC as well, but it's going to be a little bit harder.
Pay the price when you try to do it. But on the other hand, this is still a bit awkward because you want to gather berries later once you get all the upgrades with the...
It's a compromise, yeah.
Yeah. But on the other hand, I guess this forces you to go tier 1 wheelbarrow right away. So maybe that's an option. And well, let's see. We've got the game on our hands. First game, actually, this is best of 7. And in the left corner in pink from France, this is Marine Lord. And
all right, here we go. House is going up on the berries for Marine Lord. You were saying?
Yeah, I was saying that in the top right corner in blue from Canada, this is Wham.
True, we gotta introduce both players.
Yes.
It's not just a one-man show here from Marine Lord.
Exactly.
The man doesn't need an introduction. The one and only Canadian. You never know who it is when he faces you on the ladder. Wham! 01 in the English.
I didn't see him playing that much English, I think, in the past.
I saw him play it more and more recently with the Abbey of Kings changes.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
Right. Gamba is up. If you guys want to bet your points, you got 2 minutes.
馬乗り仰せの通りいたすので
Both players so far going around on their lanes. Just been split up between the two, as is usually the case here on Gorge.
Yeah, the spawns on the deers seem a little awkward for Marine Lord because we've got deer pack in literally in the middle forward, so that's unfortunate. And then we've got deer and boar extremely far in the bottom corner of the map. So it feels like he might struggle a little bit with taking the food on the map. Yes, he can have the farms, but it's only 12 farms in the base. So eventually, Japan kind of needs to take some food on the map. On the other hand, with English, I guess you don't really care that much. The deer pack is still nice to actually be taken, but usually with English, just go farms.
Surely it's not going to be Abby. Wait, it's Abby? It's Abby! Abbey of Kings from Wham. It's going to be the 2TC Abby play. This is kind of like completely flips the script, right?
Yes, yes.
Consider the script to be flipped.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of English 2TC most of the time, but I'm not exactly sure if this is the best idea here against Japanese.
I don't think it's necessary. Like, you can just play this matchup out normally.
Yeah. So in general, I think English 2TC is great, but the thing is, the Japanese is very weak early on, and the longer game goes on, the stronger Japan is. So it feels to me that he is just giving up too much room for Marine Lord here, because he can also go second TC, and once he gets all these Diamond Palace upgrades, he can get farms on 75% efficiency, so that's way higher than actually English. So if he, in general, you can also spam a ton of units in H3 and then H4. So it feels to me that maybe this is a bit too passive play. But on the other hand, Wham historically in all the games today and yesterday has been going very often into second TC, and well, is in the finals, so it seems it has worked for him.
Yeah, second TC definitely a very strong strategy here with the Abbey of Kings. We saw it earlier from, was it in the matchup with, yeah, it was with Louis. I think it was actually in the very first game, wasn't it, where we had Byzantines versus English between Louis and Marine Lord, where Louis tried to go for a fast Imperial actually behind the second TC with the English. Didn't work out too well for him this game. I hope Wham doesn't just go pure greed in this game as well.
Well, if you are committed to second TC, quite often you should be committed to the third TC with the age up to H3, I think, because what else is there? Attacking off of 2TC into the opponent, I guess, can work, but if opponent goes for fast castle, then usually the feudal attack off of 2TC arrives too late and it's not really that great. So I feel like most of the time the response or the follow-up to the second TC is the third TC for English, and obviously with 3 TCs you can get a pretty nice healthy economy, and I guess teleporting straight to H4 fights for English is a pretty reasonable idea as well, since English is so extremely good in H4.
Got a lone villager moving across the map from Wham.
That is Miss
Might be looking for an outpost, because it looks like Marine Lord wants to potentially go for that fast castle age. Already gets arrow slits in on outpost on his gold. And look at that, Marine Lord instantly pulls the villager, builds another outpost on the other hand side. With these outposts, it's going to be impossible for Wham to get an outpost up that denies this.
Nice. Yeah, this is great play. Actually, just pulling the Veil forces the second tower. So yes, he's losing some mining from this, but if he completes if he forces, I think Marine Lord shouldn't complete the tower here. He should just leave it 99% here.
It's gonna complete it.
Okay.
Better safe than sorry against English.
Yeah, I guess, sure. Yeah, and okay, well, this is looking good for him, but this means he's on timer. If Marine Lord is planning to go for fast castle here, he's going to have to do some serious damage to Wham's economy at some point. 2TC, I guess it's a bit vulnerable to mass samurai pushes in this situation, or maybe samurai into siege push. I guess knights could work as well, but on the other hand, if Wham has enough spears, then knights might not do that well.
Look at the TC from Wham. He's putting it out on the deer. Now, the deer are a great food source here early on. It means that Wham is getting a ton of food. It could mean that he's also getting a very nice transition into Castle Age now behind this as well. Marine Lord is getting very close. Should only be roughly 1 more minute until he'll reach or until he'll be able to age up to Castle Age. An issue here that could come in, though, is because Wham put his TC on the deer, it's very far away from his main base. It's a little bit exposed. It doesn't protect the gold, and what that means is it could be that the knights, unless there's like a sufficient amount of spears or unless there's a couple of outposts around the gold, it could be very difficult. And there's actually a little bit of a trap here. You cannot protect your economy with outposts when you're up against mounted samurai. Usually it takes a while to get a lot of knights out after a fast Castle Age to put pressure on an opponent. But for the Japanese, because they age up with the Yorishiros, and they suddenly boost up the production of one of their production buildings by 2.5 times, the knight numbers escalate so quickly that if you go for an outpost defense, it's just not going to be enough.
Yes, definitely. So I think the option there, if we see
what is that wall?
Wow, that's way too ambitious, I think.
It is so ambitious. And it's not going to even give him anything. The H-M's going to finish before that. The Knights are going to be coming out. And I think Marine Lord even scouts the villager going for it.
I mean, he wants to deny the relics. I think that's the play here. And wall denying the relics absolutely can work. But not on this map and not this situation, I think. This is, and I guess maybe China would be able to pull this off with the faster build time of the wall, but I don't think this is even going to finish on time.
He might be able to finish the first segment at the very least. But it's going to make it at least a little bit awkward, especially with this wood line here. And the cliff in the way of the first relic there in the middle. Unless Marine Lord, can he block it? Doesn't block it in time.
Yeah, so as Wham in this situation, what I would do is just spam a lot of spears, and those spears allow you to stabilize
he's just aging up
and reap the benefits of the age up. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, yeah, but that
White Tower, it needs to be White Tower, right?
Yeah, exactly. It has to be because without spears and without Tower, White Tower, he's just gonna die, I think.
Could be coming in any moment now. White Tower on the gold.
In this place, it's actually really good. If you build some farms around the tower, that could be pretty solid as well.
There's a lot of space around it. 11 villagers working on that. Knight right now, fighting against the king. Definitely not something that the knight right now wants to do, because at any one point in time, the king, he's just going to run away. And then he's going to heal up again. And this actually bought Wham a critical amount of time. He's aging up right now with 23 villagers. He knows that this is so important right now. This age up means everything to him.
Yeah, actually, literally, I think this king saved a couple of villagers. There was a realistic chance that those could have been sniped there.
Age up comes in. First couple of knights should be coming into queue very, very soon. First couple of farms now coming in as well. Villagers have to evacuate under the main TC. Probably a couple still going down. One villager here going down. One of the knights actually going down. Mounted Samurai, that's an expensive loss. Dies to the keep. Oh, king. Wait, you can attack. The king can't get converted. The king actually cannot get converted.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here we've got a nice switch into farms for Wham. The question is he building any serious numbers of units? He actually wants to compete.
Was that textiles?
He wants to compete in the knight numbers.
Yes, textiles.
Yeah, textiles are just so good in this situation.
Save the villager, yeah.
I'm not exactly sure if he is going to able to outmass Marine Lord's knights here. So I guess he can still use them defensively.
You can always heal them.
True, for sure. But right now we've got 4 and 5 a knight advantage for Marine Lord, and it feels to me like he mostly is going to control the map still.
Knight numbers are building for Marine Lord still. He could also opt into going for his own second TC soon. He's getting a lot of stone passively. Villagers all survive.
Yeah, so only one villager kill for now, so that's a pretty big success for Wham, I would say. And yeah, quite often going for all this stone, using the stone for Japan into the TC instead of the other thing, the Daimyo Palace, I think secretly is pretty strong because this way, right now, for example, he could get all the relics or at least 4 of them, while still have reasonably well-timed second TC and still decent army production.
Still not enough knights in order to deal with all of these samurai. Marino's also splitting up his army, keeping a couple of samurai onto the knights from Wham, and using the rest to raid. Actually, Wham's also splitting off one of his knights. Might try to go for another villager, 4-villager sniper or 2 of his own. Marine managed to pick up another villager with the mounted samurai that he sent into Wham's base. And he's hanging around for more.
Yeah, debating a choice to go for knights here as one, because I would say knights are mostly for securing food on the map and taking the relics. In this situation, I don't think he needs either of those, right? Like, obviously, he wants to take at least one relic, and so here, I think going for crossbow spear could have been a bit better choice, because I don't think he's gonna surpass the knight
I think he
numbers
also wants to deny relics, though, potentially.
Okay, well, let's see if he can achieve that. I guess the trades so far were quite successful for him, and he manages to heal the units back, so maybe that's the thing. Knights are extremely good units when it comes to retaining them alive, because they have so much HP, so it's easier to pull them back, and then you can heal them with the Knight and Kings of Abiot.
Looks like another villager is gonna go down. Another villager goes down. 4 villagers killed so far. Wham in this position, he's not able to pull the weak knights back. He's actually gonna lose a lot of his knights. Has to be careful here. A couple of the samurai are gonna go down as well, though. But it always hurts when you're losing these knights where you do have the option to heal them up to full. And Marine Lord behind this. He's going into Onamusha. Famous love this game right now.
Onamusha, okay. Well, we've seen them yesterday, and it was not the biggest show of strength, so let's see if we get this here. I guess against knights, specifically in knight against knight situation, I think going into them is fine. It's just as a counter to heavy infantry armies, probably less so. And I think Marinor is trying to steal the relic on the side of, yeah, Wham. Actually, he might get all the relics.
That's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
So much passive gold, helps a lot. Sure, Wham's still ahead by a lot of villagers, by 15 villagers. Oh, he cancels the archery range. One of the knights do go down there. First couple of crossbows do make their way out now for Wham, though. And his economy is looking pretty decent behind us. Marinot is also adding in his own secondary TC now, behind all of that. So the villager difference, while it's there, it's not going to be drastically, it's not going to increase drastically. Wham, though, he's going to have to think about aging up at some point in time to Imperial Age. I think Imperial Age definitely has to be the play here for him. He's got a very compact base, he's got a farm transition, he's got to keep inside of his base, so it's going to be very difficult for Marine Lord to really do a lot of damage here. But I don't think that Wham is in a position to move out, because he's got the slow army. Oh, and he might actually find the yeah, he's finding the Shinto priest there with the relic. If he looks at it, there we go. Nice, it's going to delay this at the very least, but there's still 2 Shinto priests out there for Marine Lord right now.
Yep, looking good for Marine Lord. He's a little slow with maybe trying to take the sacred sites as well. This could be a decent moment for that, to apply additional pressure on the English player, because right now, like you said, he doesn't even have to leave the base too much, and right now Marine Lord, until he thinks about H4, there's still very long time. He needs to build the second TC, he needs to build a lot of farms. I guess he could also actually go on berries, because Japan is really good at gathering berries very, very quickly. And he still has the relics and the Yoroshiro.
Oh, army oversteps. Yeah, he could be losing all of these units now. Knight goes down, and Marine Lord smartly goes around the wood line. King goes down. And yeah, I think a lot of the units here will go down.
Yeah, I have to say, Onamusha seemed very strong against knights, while they were underwhelming in other situations against knights, specifically in knights against knight situation. Switching into them feels super good.
Yeah, usually Onamushas, they just kind of suck when you try to replace crossbows with them. They feel very bad if you want to try and make them against Janissaries, for example. Just in general, making them against Ottomans feels like a little bit of a waste.
Yep.
But if you're using them like this right now with a very mobile army composition for raids, that's when they're pretty good.
Yep.
But now Wham is starting to switch up his army composition, goes into a more infantry-focused one instead. Yeah, and this is the point in time where the Onamushas, they just can't really take these fights now.
Yeah, although these crossbows, there's still not that many of them, and there's still a lot of knights. And he's just sniping knights one after the other, but then
more value, and he's just repairing as well.
Yeah, wall and crossbows. Okay, yeah, this is enough.
Absolutely is enough. Look at that, so many of these knights going down. Marino just took such a bad trade.
Wow. Look how good crossbows are.
Marino showing us all the good sides and all the bad sides of the Onamushas in like a span of 1 minute.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I guess he didn't have to take this fight, right? Like there were so many crossbows. I think this was probably just a mistake to go there.
I guess he probably still, even with all of the relics that he's gathered so far with the sacred sites here, feels like he has to be the one that puts on the aggression on the English, because once English does hit that Imperial Age, like the food income from English just feel really, really good, and the English actually, once they get their men-at-arms out, as long as the men-at-arms are in the influence, they are really strong, even against samurai. Like the +2 armor somewhat negates the +4 damage that the samurai do, but the attack speed makes a big difference there as well. Not just that, but it's also a lot easier to master men-at-arms with the economy from the English. We're now seeing some Onabugacious coming out from Marinelord here. Looks like he wants to try a little bit of everything. Wham, though. He's now got a huge infantry army here.
Yeah, wait
and Marinelord is banking resources for Imperial.
Yeah, look at the army population. This is quite drastic in favor of Wham. So, I don't know, here he could just go in and kill him, or at least deny gold like this, for example. But I guess at this point it's not the end of the world for Marinelord, because he's got so much gold from other sources. So I think it's okay. And yeah, this is just so many units though. Holy.
All of these units, though, in theory, can be countered by the Onabugacious. Just needs a lot of them. He has a lot in queue, but not that many out yet on the field.
Yeah, at this point, but you need to... The problem with Onabugacious is that they are quite low population efficient. So at some point, look at the Wham is already 150 population, and he might get much more soon. So in 200 situations, Onabugacious is just not that great, because it just doesn't pack as much punch per population as other units. So even though, yes, it's a super strong army, it seems actually Wham is coming back. Yeah, it seems he would need 70 Onabugacious easily right now to clean all of this up.
I agree. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, the Bugacious, they can really quickly clean up the spearman line. The crossbows, they can somewhat kite, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult. Marinelord right now, he's distracting a little bit with these raids. Actually, we got to take a look at Marinelord space right now, because Wham's army, it's advancing a little bit, but he's going for a forward keep.
Ooh,
can he get that up? That's a lot of Onabugacious now. Not the 70 that we talked about, but 45 with 20 more in queue, and boosted up by the bannerman as well. Are these enough units?
This might not be. Oh, the tower is actually helping a lot with the sprinkler placements. This might be not enough. Let's see. Actually, yeah, they are doing pretty well. And there's the attempt of the forward keep. This is.
Oh, it's not going up. It's not going up. He has to pull the villagers away. Crossbows, at least, with the attack speed, are able to dish out a good amount of damage to the Onabugacious, but they can't run away. Not really, at least. They gotta kite.
Yeah, it feels to me that it was just such a huge surprise for Wham.
Wham at least wanted to keep the villagers alive. That's by far the most important thing here, keeping the villagers alive. Because that's your eco lead right now. What? Hello?
Yeah.
Are you listening to me, Wham? Don't just do this out of spite.
He just went through a meat grinder here. I like the animation of the Onamugeisha, and the best part about them is they have so much range as a melee unit, and it feels so much better to use them because of that, because they have almost one range, I think.
Though. If we're getting men-at-arms out with armor-clad, like having 8 melee armor, how much damage do the Onamugeishas do right now with veterancy? They do 10 damage. 8 armor? They'll only be doing 2 damage with every single hit. All the villagers have to run away. We're getting some archers now as well, some longbowmen. Villagers, they're getting put to sleep. Still a very large infantry army here right now from Wham.
Yeah, that's a huge strength of Wham. He just spams these units and he has so many of them, and that's just so good to have so many spears and crossbows. And now he is going to add longbows, and he doesn't even have to add that much
He's going for
more.
the keep again.
Yes, I think he's gonna get it this time because Onamugeishas were just a surprise.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, but now at this point he's ready for them, and the army population is still looking heavily in his favor. And switch into samurai is not necessarily pretty good here because we've got already still 20 crossbows left over.
20 men-at-arms and 20 crossbows, so a very good front line with a very good back line as well.
Yeah, I think Wham might actually take this.
It looks like it. All of the Urushiras are in the front as well. In the mines, look at that. He's going even further forward now with the keep.
Yeah.
He wants it more aggressively placed next to the relics.
Yes, and farms. That's the most important part because your villagers, they want to fill every single farm. So if you've got some empty farms, they keep going on that empty farm. So if there's a keep there, you keep losing villagers even if you don't want to. So that's a pretty nasty situation for Marino, I think. He's
even further forward.
Okay, in your face, Marine Lord.
Oh wait, there's so many farms there. There's a couple. There's a couple of farms. Just 20 farms on the right hand side of the TC. That's the majority of the farms, actually.
Yeah.
That's Marino's entire food income there.
It seems
Mangonel though.
Marine Lord's army has grown a bit, so he's got a decent army population right now, but there's no way that he prevents this keep
He's
from...
got nothing gets him in arms.
Yes.
Oh, Mango has to fall back. The Onamugeishas are coming in. Are they going to be enough, though? Men-at-arms at the front line. Actually, not that many men-at-arms there. Where are the men-at-arms? Oh, they're going for the top side of the Marino's army economy.
Yeah, but the farms for Wham are still fully operational, but the farms for Marine Lord have just been completely wiped. So I feel like over time this is still a very tough situation for Marine Lord.
Yeah, this is starting to get more and more bleak for him now. He's adding in some trebuchets of his own. I feel like at any one point in time, Wham could just transition into Imperial Age. And what's Marine Lord going to do when there's a Berkshire Palace on his farming economy?
Yeah, okay. This is Berkshire Palace into GG.
He's just burning down every single farm one by one. And it's a lot of eco damage.
Yeah, it's huge.
Because even if Marine Lord regains this area, it doesn't give him anything.
Yeah, and those farms are pretty expensive for Japanese, so yeah, this is going to be tough to come back from. Although, well, still there's some army for Marine Lords, and he's still almost 200, so maybe we've seen bigger comebacks than this.
I don't know. I'm kind of stopping to. I kind of stopped believing here at this point in time. 40 men-at-arms from the English against mostly Onamugeishas, a couple of samurai. Granted, Wham, he's losing a lot of his range force right now to those mangonel shots. Marine Lord's economy overall in numbers doesn't look that bad. It's a lot of idle time. But it could be much worse. He could be at like 60 eco pop at this point in time if he wasn't microing constantly.
Yeah, and while all of this is happening, Wham constantly sends a ton of units into Marine Lord's eco. So while maybe he's not exactly moves like this, they can just mean so much because sometimes frontal push can just kill a couple of units.
Oh, the keep got taken down.
But here yeah, actually, okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, so as I said, I mean, I still don't believe it,
Wingard
but
Palace.
who knows? Who knows? You know, who knows?
Yeah, now we're getting the Wingard Palace in for Wham. He's gonna lose his siege there, though. Looks like he's gonna lose the rest of the army there at the front as well. He sent units to the top side, but Marine Lord already evacuated most of the villagers from there.
Yeah. Is Marine Lord any close to going into Imperial? It doesn't seem so. So he's focusing on surviving, and he's doing it. And I guess the first priority here for him is survival. But once he sees Wingard Palace, it's gonna be so difficult to do anything about this because he's nowhere near close, and then the Wham can start getting enclosures, getting even sacred sites or just H4 units at this point should be extremely deadly.
Lord is gonna secure the gold over there at least. Looks like he's really missing out on a lot of gold right now. It's mostly food that he's missing out on. And this is one of the big issues for the Japanese in these types of situations. They need to make their farms around the TC, otherwise the farms are completely worthless. Or not completely worthless, but like close to being worthless. But we got an Onabageisha raid here potentially. That's a lot of villagers that could be going down. And the Onabageishas, they just started blasting.
Yeah, look at these. These units are great, I love them. It's just they're not that good in some situations, but if you manage to get a solid raid with them, it feels so satisfying, flashing just everything in their way. But I still
great
don't
in some situations, not great in other situations either. It's a very cheap unit, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Marine Lord is maxed, so I guess now he can start.
Oh, even. Oh, he's got the Shogunate Palace now as well.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, so these farms are generating a lot of income. So we got 1.4k food income against 2.3k. So this is a significant advantage for one, but it's something that maybe technically might be recovered from Marine Lord.
Wham is struggling for gold as all of his villagers in gold have just been slaughtered.
Yes, and also the villager...
There's no enclosures in as well.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of villagers dying for Wham, so 2-3 more raids like this, and I could see him maybe coming back.
I'm not sure about prioritizing elite knights when you have 3 of them out on the field over enclosures. Okay, but now he's getting enough gold to get it. It's so important for him right now.
Yeah,
he wants to just pump out those Wingard Raiders because it's actually very cheap and you can get them out for so quickly. Like it only takes 19 seconds, I believe, with the military academy to produce like these 6 units from the Wingard.
Yep.
It's very, very quick. These villagers here, can we check the line of sight from a reload? Does he actually not see this at all? He doesn't see it at all.
Yeah.
That is
I think
so
the wolf
sneaky.
killed 2 vills here or something like that.
So oh, units.
Yeah, there's so much happening on the map. Look at this, they're fighting in 3-4 locations on the map, so that's pretty insane. And we've got hand cannon switch for Wham. That's what I love about watching Wham. He knows what units are good and he builds the good units here. And yeah, once he meant, oh, although this is so many obligations.
Look at how little damage they're doing.
Yeah, okay. They're in mass, so many of them.
Just
9 armor, okay.
We're not doing any damage.
I think they're dealing 1 damage. Ooh.
Oh, look at that. We got the proxy Rex now coming in as well.
Okay, we've got H4 coming in from Marine Lord, so he is barely scraping by enough money, maybe stabilizing. I guess Wham just these raids are doing a lot of damage to him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that one raid on the gold just was kind of huge, right? Like he had 20, 25 villagers in gold over there, suddenly had to pull all of them away. That's just not something that you can easily afford. These stone walls coming in clutch here. Followed by palisade walls as well. Alright.
Okay.
You can overdo it.
Better, more walls is always better.
Walls make the game better.
Okay. We all, there was 2 years ago, Eric Robel, one of the developers, said, "We all love walls. Everybody loves walls. You don't, guys. You don't love walls? I love to build long walls." Well, I didn't agree too much with that statement. Anyway, so here we've got a pretty nice harassment from Wham right now. So we've got Marine Lord trying to push, but he's getting pushed back because, well, his units are just significantly worse because they're still pretty much H3. And here we've got first hand cannons, and we've got 18 hand cannons in the field. And Marine Lord is, yeah, still has only 2. So at this point, he cannot really take a full fight. He needs to continue doing what he has been doing, which is harassment in multiple locations.
He's also steering the fight under his TC with the Shogunate Palace, right? So he's taking much better trades over here, where every, like, 2 seconds, one of the units from Wham basically dies for free. He's got the siege over here as well, and Wham right now, he's kind of just throwing units into the meat grinder.
Yep, what about this arrow from the TC? Is this the same rocket? I mean, like the
keeps.
From the keeps? So it hits only one target.
Only one target, yeah, but it does so much damage it one-shots the Man-at-Arms right now. Actually, the Man-at-Arms, I don't think they have university upgrades yet, right? Yeah, no university upgrades on them. So once they get the university upgrades, they should be able to survive one of these shots, which actually is very huge.
Yeah, I guess Marine Lord has 5 relics, right? We have to remember about this. And then Marine Lord also has Yoroshiros. At least 3-4 right now. I think he lost 1. I'm not sure if he repositioned it back to the forges. So I guess he still has a healthy income. And maybe, you see, this is why I'm struggling to say I don't believe anymore, because these comebacks are crazy, man. What's going on?
Absolutely, man. And he still has trebuchets as well to deal with that fleet there.
I still don't believe, but I'm starting to doubt. Okay, so
Yoroshiro upgrade is coming in as well now, so it's going to be getting an additional 2 Yoroshiros there.
Yeah, so this keep actually is quite a powerful thing here, because he's cutting. Well, I guess maybe it's not that much, because since
he's distracting the army.
Yes, but on the other hand, I was thinking about maybe denying the gold, because it seems Marine Lord is slowly running out of the gold mines on the map. And we see this again from Wham, where he tries to gather the gold mines of the opponent, which is a super nice move. But in this case, it's not that meaningful because of these relics and Yoroshiros, I think.
It's kind of crazy in how good of a position Marine Lord is right now when we look at the income, when we look at the military count.
Ooh, hand cannons. Oh no.
Okay, I managed to survive, managed to dodge one of the shots. I have to be so careful. Woo! So careful here. We're seeing more and more Wingard Raiders now coming in as well, though, from Wham, so it could be that we're seeing a big mass night push soon from him. Lots of hand cannons here in this army as well. Had some very good frontline with the Man-at-Arms. The Mangonels got taken down mostly. And now the hand cannons are able to clean up.
Yeah, it's looking a little worrisome for Marine Lord here. This is such a ball of hand cannons, and yeah, I guess there's still Mango that technically can counter them, but you can see that Wham is microing very, very nicely. And oh, there's a shot, but it's not really that big one.
He's trying to kill the Mangonels, but repair comes in at the same time. I think the hand cannons have to retreat for a little bit longer. And Wham is also transitioning now into his own rams. There's a couple of additional raids coming in the economy from Marine Lord as well, but as long as the Shogunate Castle is there, I feel like Marine Lord always has what it takes to hold. I don't think we've seen any university upgrades yet from Wham, though. He's really missing those right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about this, because these upgrades are insanely strong, especially, for example, for the Marine Lord stabilizing this. How much food? It's 3k, both players 3k food, so he managed to catch up in the food production. Now he just refuses to die. The Mangos are holding him in the game. from imminent death from the hand cannons. But I guess it's still not easy. Still not easy.
Marine Lord has the university upgrades on his units, while Wham doesn't. That actually hurts him the most thing right now.
Yeah, and samurais at this point are pretty strong, especially with the university upgrades and the other things. He has +4 melee damage as well. And okay, yeah, losing this might be a bit problematic, but yeah. This is, I don't know, I still think Wham should win this, but I'm not that confident.
It's getting harder and harder for him to close this game out. And Marine Lord, he's banking up a large amount of food right now. His gold income looks way better than Wham's at the moment. Wham is only getting gold right now through the farms that he's got. That's all the food that he's getting right now.
I'm a little surprised that
the gold, I mean.
There's no more attempts at like the frontal keep to protect the push like this. These kind of pushes that Wham is doing right now, they are much stronger when you got the keep that you can always come back to. So for and with English especially, because this way you can reinforce with some siege and stuff. And here he's reinforcing all the way from his base, and keep would allow him to stabilize the situation a bit more.
Wham has enough stone for another keep. Might want to drop another keep there on the golds from Marine Lord. Marine Lord still has those 2 trebuchets though. And we also still don't have any forward outposts from Wham to try and spread the aura. Man, like, elite army tactics missing here right now. No chemistry on these hand cannons. It all hurts Wham so much. I know he's struggling for gold, but he wasn't struggling for gold earlier in Imperial.
Yeah, maybe this on navigation raids on gold hurt him that much, and did he run out of gold on his side of the map? So he's so desperate to get the gold. Yeah, wow. So he's so desperate to get the gold on the other side of the map because he's run out of it. So I could actually see Wham dying soon if he is not able to resume some serious gold mining.
You know how much gold Marine Lord is getting passively right now? With those 5 relics and the 6 Heroes, it's 850 gold per minute.
Yeah,
passively.
That's a lot. Wow. You see, that's why you don't say I don't believe it anymore, you know. Holy. So I am even going to dare to say that maybe Marine Lord is starting to get ahead right now.
All raids trying to come in. The farms, the proxy farms have been found out. And in between, there was a pretty big raid from Marine Lord on the eco from Wham as well in his own base. Wham actually is at only 2,000 food per minute right now.
Yeah, and that's the problem of playing 2TC English instead of 3TC. But if you get seriously harassed, quite often you actually struggle to replenish the villagers. So right now, him building 30 more villagers right now to reach the optimal 130 actually is going to take a long time.
Yes. Good as a backline, not so good as a front line here. Might still manage to pull the job off though.
We don't see network of citadels in these fights, so or at least castles, so that's another problem for Wham. He's just trying to play as a normal Sith, but network of citadels is just so extremely important.
That's still just the first game.
Yeah. Yeah, but this kind of loss, if one loses this is another type
it's
of...
very demoralizing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he's gonna lose. He's
he's losing so many villagers. He's below 100 now. Is he even making more villagers? He is making more villagers than STCs, but he's lost so much right now.
Man, these comebacks, what's going on in these games? Holy, like he was so dead.
It was incredible. How Marine Lord was just able to hold it now. So many different groups, and Wham, he calls it. GG. Marine Lord takes game number 1.
Holy.
Man. That was crazy.
That was crazy. I have to say, I was absolutely convinced Wham is gonna win this.
It's crazy how few villagers Marine Lord lost during those like all-ins under his TC.
Yeah.
That's just absolutely insane. And then the counter rates. Look at the military count there. It looked so good for Wham.
Yes.
Marine Lord just always holding, always reacting in time at the right places as well.
Yeah, so I was praising all these raids into the Marine Lord's economy, but on the other hand, these raids were also a little bit of a problem because what happened is that he split his army so much that eventually Marine Lord was able to push him back. So if he didn't split his army so much, then maybe one decisive push would be able to kill him. So or at least he would hold the keeps that he built so in front and stuff like that, right? And so I feel like maybe instead of sending 20 units against the deer pack or the gold mine, maybe it's enough to just send 1, 2. Like you can literally send 3 men at arms on 20 villagers and they're still gonna kill them. Obviously, it's gonna take long time. Obviously, villagers can run away, but as long as you deny the mining from that gold, that's a big deal.
Right, next map, it's gonna be Lipany. Let's take a look at the berry civilizations that both players have available to them. So we got Delhi and Abbasid for Wham, Iubits for Marine Lord. Probably gonna be, I want to say Iubits versus Delhi or Iubits versus Abbasid here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so we were a little maybe criticizing Wham here and there, but we actually have to praise Marine Lord for this comeback because this was insane. This the counter raiding, that was just and he didn't lose the composure. He kept retreating the vills. He rebuilt all the farms he lost. He got the traps to kill the keep. Almost every single player in the planet would crumble under such pressure, I feel like. All right, so we've got Iubids against Abbasid, so two same type of civilizations, and I think I've never seen a matchup between them, and I'm very curious because I'm a huge Abbasid fan, and I want to see if they can match Iubids.
I think the military wing is going to be interesting here. If we get like the reinforcement wing from Marine Lord with the Iubits against the military wing from Wham, he's going to be able to hold against that, go for a very easy second TC. But the question is, does the second TC make a lot of sense here in this matchup? Because the age-up timing is so quick from the Iubits.
Yeah, and then your age-up as Abbasid is very slow, so that's another problem here. But on the other hand, you could go for what about echoing into military wing so that you immediately get the camel raiders against potential camel lancers? So that could be an option too. Although, because there's a low chance that Iubids are going to apply a lot of pressure in feudal, and even if they do, they're probably weaker in feudal. So it feels to me that maybe you don't even have to go for military wing, although obviously you have to build a couple archers to deal with the desert raiders.
We could potentially be seeing something like Culture Wing into Fast Castle Age for the opposite. That could make a lot of sense, just to try and also get your own like really, really fast age up in as well. But it's something that's easily scouted. But here we go. Game number 2 between Marine Lord and Wham. Looking at this as well, we got the markets relatively close to the players, so unlikely that we'll see something like a trade boom coming in here from them, which could have been an option, I believe. If the markets were in the corner, a trade boom from the Abbasid is much stronger than a trade boom from the Iubits, if they even want to go for one.
Yes, actually, in Abbasid Mirror, there was a moment in which almost every player went for the trade wing as an opening. Nowadays, I feel like this is still maybe map dependent. On some maps you can do it, but I still prefer 2-3 TC in Abbasid Mirror, or even 4 TC sometimes, but over trade wing. But I still think Abbasid trade wing is absolutely decent and viable, although not necessarily against Iubits, right? Because they have such a powerful tool with Desert Raiders, and it's going to be very difficult to hold the trade against them.
We had an S tier. I'm not sure which S tier tournament it was, but we had an S tier tournament where Marine Lord was playing versus Lucifer on Abbasid Mirror, and Marine Lord went for multi TC, Lucifer went for Trade Wing, and Lucifer won that one.
Yeah, Lucifer played that multiple times against me, but it's map dependent. I feel like it's map dependent.
Especially when it comes to how the markets spawn, right? Like that makes such a big difference.
Yeah. So well, actually, I guess trade is good. Trade is good, right? It's better boom than Vils. But on the other hand, the problem is that you mostly just get gold from this, right? You've got a secondary resource, so that's decent, but still having food from the villagers feels a little better early on.
The question's going to be which wing these players will be aging up with. Looks like Wham both players relatively similar when it comes to the timing from the age up. Should be a rather similar timing. Wham is going to be the first to click up, and it's going to be Culture Wing. All right, okay. So it is going to be that fast Imperial playstyle that we'll see here from the Abbasid. On the other hand side, just normal Reinforcement Wing from the Iubits. No big surprises there. Now, we got to take a look at the sheep situation, though. How are the sheep looking between the players? Marinelord, he's found a total of 7 sheep. Not the best, not the worst. Wham, on the other hand side, 8 sheep. Has already killed a couple of them, gathered from a few. Now also going on to wood, so could be looking for an outpost on the skull just in order to secure his age up.
Okay, so we have to keep in mind that Culture Wing works slightly differently for Iubids and Abbasids, right? Because
it's a second TC Culture Wing.
Ooh, that's
weird.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I guess why not?
Well, because there's Desert Raider about to.
Okay, sure, that's true. But maybe you can gather all the stone before it arrives. I would say that's probably one thing. Then you can build it on the gold or on the wood, even close to the berries, something like that. And so the Culture Wing, right? It upgrades the cost. It decreases the cost of the age you're about to take when you pick it for Iubids. But when you pick it for Abbasids, it decreases the cost of the next age, right? So here, the age 2 is not decreased for a Wham, but the cost, but it's gonna get decreased for age 3. Is that right?
Yeah. So the cost is going to get decreased for every single upgrade for like after you research it. So not for the current age, but every age after that. So this is going to be a very, very interesting build here from Wham. I've put the gambling up again. So viewers can choose whether they want to believe in this kind of strategy coming out here from Wham. Fresh foodstuffs coming in as well. That's also something that only the Abbasid have access to.
Yeah, so all the upgrades, it's nice, but on the other hand, I'm not sure if that's good enough, right? In feudal especially, because, yes, okay, so you're decreasing the age up cost, so that's big for sure. And I guess wheelbarrow and some other eco upgrades, that's decent as well. But for feudal, it's probably not that much money saved.
It looks like Wham's getting the second TC up for free, as the Desert Raider is just AFK right now in Marine space.
Oh, maybe he expected military wing, and he, for example, right now is just scouting the House of Wisdom. So now he's launching his Desert Raider into action, but it feels it's too late.
Yeah, definitely is. Golden Age Tier 1 activates for him, not for Wham yet, and he's now got enough wood for his secondary TC. It doesn't put it on gold, instead puts it in between his wood lines.
Yeah, and it's actually secretly very good, because having TC on woodline, not having TC on woodline can be very dangerous against very heavy feudal aggression. So in this situation, I assume Iubit is most likely not gonna do it, but still, sometimes when you play against Kiljardi and he's just all-in you right away, what can happen is that you might not have enough wood to just produce a lot of production that you need to build, production buildings that is, right? So if you want to build a lot of archery ranges or stables or something, right now, if the TC was not here, it could be actually possible to completely deny wood from you, and then you just kind of die. So this is the safest way.
I gotta say, I'm a fan of this build so far.
For Wham?
Yeah, for Wham. This is pretty interesting. Like, it's not a way that we usually see this kind of I want to say pseudo mirror played at all. But it's a very interesting one, that's for sure. Now the archer range is going to be coming in as well. Golden Age should be finished with that as well, so is going to also be getting plus 15% more efficiency. Behind this Marine Lord, looks like he's going to be the one that wants to age up to Castle Age first. You can also tell that it's probably going to be the economic growth. as he is switching over to the next berry spot before depleting the first one.
Okay, so I guess Wham is just very concerned about Iubit rushing H3 super fast, and he concluded that he has to go for Culture Wing in order to keep up with this, right? Which makes sense, I guess, right? It could be problematic, although I guess on the other hand, you could save a lot of resources as well by going other wings, like Eco Wing, for example. You could get much faster second DC and cheaper houses and everything. So this is still probably equivalent of what you're gonna save with the Culture Wing.
Wham's actually... I don't like this. I don't like the play into Camel Archers. They're so expensive. They're gonna take him so far away from being able to age up now. Like, one Camel Archer is one thing. 2 Camel Archers, that's insanity.
Yes.
That is so much food.
Yes. 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 Yeah, he could just go H3 and build good units, which is spears and crossbows. Instead, he decides to build body units, which is Camel Archers. I think maybe
Marino's aging up. Which one is... Okay, it is gonna be economic growth. That's quick, considering how many units he made.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Yeah, but if you... Well, actually, Marino made just only 6 archers, so it's something,
Yeah,
of course.
it feels like a lot, though, with the Desert Raiders.
Sure. Yeah, so once he actually maybe doesn't even know how fast the age up timing is for Marine Lord, so he needs to scout just now and see if he's going to be able to... Oh, and this counterattack might actually kill a little bit. And one village is gonna go down, maybe 2 even. Marine Lord sleeping, slow reaction. One each,
Just gonna have to
each.
split them up. Yep.
Nice, Sig Michael, wow. Thick, that was good.
That's very nice. Already 2 villagers. So this already deducts like 2 villagers from the 8 villagers that are going to be coming out soon. Marinot, on the other hand side, he's investing into a ram over on the side from Wham. Marinot also has to pull the villagers that he sent out onto the berries now. This is just so close out of line of sight, but Wham has 8 archers, so he should be able to play against that ram. And the double camel archers here are doing a great job against the Desert Raider. The high base damage from them and the no armor at all on the Camel Rider makes this a great counter.
Yeah. But this ram situation is quite weird. This is just so little units. Is this does Wham have enough to repel this? It looks like he has, because he's got 11 archers. The villagers are just gonna kill the ram eventually. Although I guess he can micro, depending on
the archers
the
can
ram
just surround the ram. Like, if you just surround the ram, it can't move anymore, and then, like, the units are just kind of trapped, right?
Yep.
And the units are jumping out.
Yeah, so it forced Wham to produce a lot of units in H2, so that is, I guess, a small success for him. There could be mass Gulam push coming soon, so the ram is still going to be useful, so it's good to probably not lose it. But on the other hand, I would say I kind of like Wham's position. He's gonna go H3 quite soon, as long as he doesn't take too much damage from potential Gulam or Camel Lancer push. He's looking quite okay. I think he's killing even more vills. No,
He's getting a couple of the vills low there. Yeah, the Camel Archers, they're doing a good job there. Just has to micro back the weak one. That's getting close. Oh, still lives. All right, they have a lot of health. 140 at this point in time.
Yep.
But now, first Camel Lance is coming out. Age up, military wing. It's gonna be nice though, because the military wing immediately gives you 2 Camel Riders.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I love the military wing as a second one. I was thinking eco into military. I didn't expect a culture into military, but in this situation, military really helps, because those 2 Camel Raiders, they can almost take on 3 Camel Lancers, I think. So maybe not win, but be close in fight against them. So that means that you can stabilize your situation quite for quite some time early in H3. So and then off of this, you can just build a bunch of units and survive.
Some walls also coming in. This is a perfect time right now for these walls to come in. Might just buy Wham the crucial amount of time that he needs. Is going to be in time though.
Close.
Oh my god.
What? There's a hole, and that hole is quite important actually, because this wall basically doesn't work because of that. But there's a tower, so this is something. but these berries could be the knight, and there's at the bottom I see another berry, so this is a timing that Marinlord has to do some damage, I think, but on the other hand, there's quite a lot of units for Wham here, and
Yeah,
soon
doesn't
Camel
look like he
Raiders
has
will
enough.
also arrive here.
Yeah. And most of these camels right now, they're not camel lancers. Only 2 of them camel lancers, 3 of them are desert raiders. So they take a lot of damage from the archers as well. And now Iubit is going to be coming in for Wham as well, and that's immediately going to be 2 camel riders.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell the difference between Camel Lancer and Camel and Desert Raider visually in those situations. In this case, well, if we look very closely, yeah, we're gonna see it. But in the heat of the battle, sometimes it's a bit difficult to target fire one of these. Ooh, he's breaking the tower. Okay.
Veteran C is going to be coming in on the units now as well. Camel Riders, it's still difficult against the Desert Raiders. The Desert Raiders are still doing the bonus damage here. That's actually not bad trades here right now for Wham, and now the Golems are going to be in queue as well.
I would say
Camel Archer's still undefeated here. Yeah, these are really good trades. Behind this, he still has the villager lead. Has a couple of idle villagers right now, and the outpost is going down. Probably going to lose 1 or 2 villagers here as they run away. 1 villager goes down. Golems now at the front line. Relatively tanky. Bootcamp has come in as well. But Wham's just gonna be fine with regrouping the space.
Yeah.
Probably need some macro a little bit for now.
I think this is great hold for Wham, right? Because this is the most critical moment in the game as you play 2TC against Fast Castle. If you take a lot of damage in this particular situation, then you are in trouble and it just snowballs. But right now, it's the opposite way. There was the first most dangerous fight coming in favor of Wham, and it's him who's gonna snowball right now because he already has bigger army population, which is quite crazy, although it's mostly archers, so that's not ideal maybe. But if he launches a decent crossbow production soon, I think he's gonna have a pretty serious army, but he's making archers. I am a bit... Okay, he wants to get archers with composite bows.
Composite bow, yeah.
Against Camel Lancers, I'm still not convinced 100% just yet.
We might be getting another game where Marine Lord has all 5 relics.
Yep.
It feels like it at the moment. In which situation, if Marine Lord's able to hold, like, 5 relics makes such a big difference. Right now, Marine Lord doesn't have... Actually, he just pulled villagers over to stone. I want to say that we might soon be seeing, like, the double into triple TC play from Iubit. We've seen a couple of times today. Could be coming in here from Marine Lord now as well.
So it seems the composition for Wham is going to be spears and archers. And that is very strong composition, but against Archer Knight, I think I prefer Archer Knight, or in this case Camel Lance, to be honest.
Yeah, you definitely need a lot of archers, and composite bows is gonna help a lot here.
Sure. But still, it's the archers against Camel Lancers.
The thing is, though, that Camel Lancers, they don't have that much max health. So the health bars do get chunked away quite a bit quicker. And with the stutter stepping, I'm sure. I think both compositions are pretty strong, but the archers just feel so much better for Wham in that situation.
Yep. And also the thing is, Wham can start adding Gurans into this composition, and then it might be a little difficult for Marine Lord to snipe every single spear in the equation, which then will make it a bit difficult for Camel Lancers to do their job. So I think it's still, for this specific composition, it feels like Marine Lord has to do some damage still quite soon.
He's definitely trying to do something soon. Behind the Wham, he just gave up all the relics, all the sacred sites, for pretty much free. He's 16 villagers ahead, but Marine Lord just added in his second TC, and looks like he's going to be going for a third one.
Yeah, when you play 2TC against Fast Castle, especially Iubit Fast Castle, I think you kind of have to give up the map control, relics and everything. You can't really come back, you can't really fight in the middle of the map.
And these archers, they're doing such a great job right now, even against the Camel Lancers. Very quick attack speed as well. Ram just needs to make sure that he's able to keep up right now with the military production.
This healing thing, I think, was buffed from the culture wing for Abbasid, right? I think now.
Yeah, you can now heal around TCs as well.
Yeah, exactly. So town centers, yeah. So that's pretty solid buff. Maybe actually culture wing is not bad after this.
Definitely for holding, but it's an upgrade that's locked behind Castle Age, right? So the timing is a little bit rough.
But still, before you get your first KP, there's usually a lot of fighting, and sometimes for Abbasid, that kind of fighting is literally about dying or just winning later, so or stabilizing the situation. So I feel like this upgrade could potentially be actually very, very good with the town center situation. It's basically like a free Abbey of Kings.
Abbey of Kings heals quite a bit. It's not quite as potent, but still, like 2 health every second. That's a good chunk, especially if you have multiple units that are weak. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough to pretty much heal your units quite quickly or after the fight. Does it also heal during the fight?
We would have to check the tooltip again. I think it does. Yeah, it does even in combat. There's no condition there.
Yeah,
we got a fight happening though. Big fight potentially.
Yeah, I feel like Wham's army is a little small. Maybe he is walking out on the map a little too soon. The Gulams, Marine Lord is sniping every single spear, and then there will be no counter to the Camel Lancers. I think this fight is going extremely well for Marine Lord. This could be very dangerous for Wham. He is trying to go out on the map maybe a little too early. Maybe he needed more infantry, maybe a mango, and then this kind of engagement would go much more in his favor.
Golems, at least, they're able to trade out quite well there against the archers. He kind of left the archers alone to deal with them. And in the end, Wham still has more military. Army value relatively similar. There's more archers coming in now.
Yeah, Marino donated a couple of Camel Lancers to the archers, and suddenly it's looking actually quite okay for Wham. So these fights are very volatile. Hard to say sometimes who is winning and who's losing.
More and more units coming out right now from both players. 30C has come up though for Marine Lord. Slowly but surely he's going to be catching up, but Wham should still be the first to hit that 110, 120 villager mark. And he's moving out onto the map, wants to secure the berries because that way he's going to be able to delay a farm transition. And you don't want to be switching into farms when there's still berries out on the map.
Yep, for sure. I agree with that. Mista would yell at me every time I would build a farm before depleting all the resources on the map, so I took that lesson to heart.
Archer on archer, but these are still the composite bow archers. Still, Wham doesn't need to take a fight here, just wants to get that keep up for now. Spearman, we heard the brace sound, but units did not get stunned. There's the front line though, coming in now, more Golems, more Spearmen as well. And Marine Lord, he's gonna have to retreat. He put up a siege workshop, is now getting a Mangonel in the queue as well. Has to cancel that one though. As Wham right now, he's just cruising over. He's overrunning him.
43 archers, 44 archers for Wham. It seems these archers actually are doing pretty nice job, even against Camel Lancers. I would imagine maybe once the Mangos come into play, this could change a little bit. But for now, we've got again the situation like in the previous game. Wham just builds a second TC and then builds a tons of units, and he has huge army population advantage.
Does indeed. But Marine Lord, he did the unthinkable with a huge comeback in the last game. Can he do it again against Wham's Abbasid here?
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't think so, but I don't want to throw any definitive judgments here. I learned my lessons.
I'm gonna take a quick gander and look at the odds that we got right now. Slightly favored to Marine Lord, but a lot of people are believing in Wham. Oh my god, I didn't get any more ad break buttons. Sorry, guys. I'm spamming the ad break button, but the games are just too long for Twitch to handle.
Man, Wham is just killing Marino right now. These archers are dealing so much damage, even against Camel Lancers. And yeah, okay, there's a Springle Tower with stone emplacement, so that's pretty decent. We're gonna stabilize Marino for a little bit, but this is maxed Wham against 120 Marino.
Oh my god, he's coming in. The Mangonel right there. There's an outpost with Springle emplacement though, slowly but surely. it's starting to take down that mangonel. The archers, though, still trading very, very well here. And more units. Look at the flow of units from Wham's base coming over there.
Yes. Yes, we've seen this a couple times today, and every time we've seen such a flow of units, it usually ended up with overflowing.
And he
the
calls it.
opponent. Yes, GG, and we've got 1-1 against Wham and Marine Lord, and we are back to best of 5 pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, now everything can still happen. Wham is going to be able to even it out. Oh, geez. All right. So, Wham wins that one. Everybody who bet on Wham definitely has to feel good about this one. And we got ourselves a series here. Not as one-sided as we thought in the beginning. Wham definitely is making Marine Lord work for it here. Actually taking the set there. Not the set, the game there. Man, you can see how insane the economic ring growth is there. How you just go for that fast castle age. Even though Wham killed like 2-3 villagers there,
yeah,
it just immediately gets you caught up, and you have the tech advantage when it comes to villagers. Kind of incredible.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. These camel archers actually paid off. This Wham really likes to just harass with 2-3 units, and he just kills quite a lot of villagers of the opponents quite often on the gold, and it's pretty difficult to deal with. And we've got Frisian Marshes, we've got Jeanne d'Arc against China. Yeah,
that's an interesting one.
We've
So
seen this a couple times already, and
yeah,
it's been
but on
every
Frisian
time
Marshes
it's been
it's
interesting.
different.
Yeah, true. I would favor China in this situation a little bit more over the normal map, at least. I'm not saying this matchup specifically,
I
but
agree.
having so much more food is really good for China in this situation.
Yeah, having all of this additional food just makes such a big difference there. Because usually, like, you want to potentially go for a second TC, and you want to potentially go for fast castle age, but usually no matter what you go for, you're going to be running out of food at one point in time, and having this much food right under your TC or right in your base where it's very much protected means that you can safely execute either or strategies that you want to go for.
Exactly. Okay, 30 seconds break, and I'm back.
All right, see you in just a little bit. China versus Jeanne d'Arc. I mean, we've seen this matchup play out a couple of times. I think it was CSO and Louis, which both of them have beat Marine Lord in this matchup before. So Marine Lord definitely knows this matchup. He's lost it a couple of times to both CSO and Louis. It's definitely a tough one. On this map, though, I think it's much more doable than on others, potentially. Is Jeanne d'Arc still OP? I think so. I think, like, if you we got this thing going at the moment, ! challenge. So if we do reach 200 subs a day, which by the way we're not that far off, we're at 114 subs at the moment. I'll attempt to reach top 10 with knights only, and if I was to choose a civilization that I want to do that with, it would probably have to be Jeanne. Just because I literally think there's nothing more broken in the game right now than Jeanne, because there's a playset you can go for. You just mass up knights the entire time, and then you don't take fights. You don't take any fights. You just run around. You're just going to try and be annoying. You're going to force your opponent to go into walls. And even if he puts up the walls, you're just going to attack them from multiple sides at the same time. And behind that, slowly but surely, you're going to eke towards Castle Age. And then once you get that Castle Age, you go up with the Royal Institute. You just get your upgrades in. Suddenly you have a ton of knights with all the upgrades in the world. And even if your opponent has spearmen and crossbows, usually it's just not going to be enough. By the way, guys, apologies for the ads there earlier. There's nothing really that I can do about the ads. I try to play them all during the lobby, but every now and then, like, the games do tend to go a little bit longer, and then Twitch just plays them automatically. I do have the ability to pause ads for 5 seconds, but I only for 5 minutes, but I only get like 3 of these buttons every 5 hours, and yeah, they run out incredibly quickly. But it looks like we're just about to head into our third game in the set, and here we go. In the color pink, once again, we got Marine Lord playing as the Chinese here on Frisian Marshes. On the other hand side, we got Wham playing as Jeanne d'Arc, and ooh, that's a lot of sheep there, right off the bat. As is common on this map.
Yep, my dopamine receptors on this map go absolutely crazy. These ringing bell sounds are so pleasant on this map.
I like to wait a little bit when it comes to setting up the gamba here in these scenes, just because at the beginning there's not a lot going on, so players can't really make their choices, I feel like, when it comes to gambling a little bit. So I like to wait a little bit. Like, sure, it might favor one player more than the other, and it can lead to some one-side bets, but I prefer that personally a little bit. All right, we're waiting until 1:30. Then you guys can put your points where you want them to be.
Yeah, we did some real betting as well. If you guys interested, check the post on the Reddit. You can find the Discord server there. And a lot of people were betting on Wham, and it seems they made a lot of money, guys. So the Wham betters, they believed in him, and yeah, he delivered.
All right, here we go, guys. You get 2 minutes. Lots of sheep coming back now on both sides. Question's gonna be who will be getting the lion's share of the sheep here in this one. Billy the Kid coming in with 5 gifted subs. Thank you, matey. A little reminder, 200 subs by the end of the day. You can check the current status with !subs. And we will be attempting the night-only challenge to top 10 on the ladder.
Chamber of Commerce.
All right, so we're getting a trade build here from Wham.
I like that. I like that on this map. If Chinese play 2TC Song, this is very difficult to out-boom it. So
I want to see double market.
The only way that Jeanne d'Arc can really do it is actually through market. So I love it. I think it's a great idea. And we've seen this being done pretty successful multiple times already. So yeah, this could work. This could absolutely work.
Definitely could. I want to see an additional market with the first one, just because you want to really, really boom it up there against the Chinese. The question is going to be what Marine Lord's move is. It looks like he went for the hated no Imperial official opener here. I'm really not a big fan. What is that build? That is a huh?
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 There must be a reason, but was this lumber camp? Was this supposed to be?
It should have been a lumber camp. No, it's wheelbarrow.
He just wanted to save on the walking time, I guess, but why not?
And he's going second TC behind it as well. What is this build?
Yeah,
this is actually maximum greed.
Yeah, this is pretty good because if China plays 2TC Song, then just pure trade is a bit too oriented. Well, I've been doing this as well when I tried to play trade, and specifically against China, the 2TC version worked even better because the reason being is that the trade by itself, it's not cheaper. For example, as we've got Abbasid or Mongols, the traders are cheaper. So then it's fine, right? Because they almost cost as much as a villager. But in this situation, French traders are just as expensive as normal, which is 120 resources. I think it's 60-60. I'm not sure, but I think it's 60-60. So it's way more than just a villager, which is like what, 40 or 50? Now I'm blanking at this, but yeah, it's 50. So so it's still much less on. So villagers are actually significantly cheaper. So investing into 30 traders and investing into 30 villagers is much easier in favor of villagers. So I think he just wants to get free upgrades. So the traders are for free, but then he wants to use the food economy. So that's one thing that it's very nice on the food situation, but also it's on the villager situation, I guess. But the other part of this is that he's not 100% fully reliant on the trade, because if you go 30 traders, then at some point you just literally, if the trade is broken, then you die. But if you go for 7 traders as a bonus to your 2TC, then even if the trade gets temporarily denied, it's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm. Song Dynasty is going to be coming up for Marine Lord, actually rushing it up with 6 villagers. All right, so he's still getting a decent-ish Song Dynasty timing. Could have been a little bit earlier. 5 minutes usually is what I can get Song Dynasty to be at. in these kind of situations.
Yeah, so now
But that's what you get with the Imperial official opening.
Yeah, the big question right now for China is he planning to go second TC or not, right? He can just play 2 TC Song and probably be slightly out-ecoed, but not by much. It's still China boom is still insane. Or does he wants to apply some kind of pressure, break the trade, break the second TC? I think he's actually building units, so let's see. I don't see him cutting stone, so this could be just
That could be an early
aggression.
Jean kill though. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very early Jean kill. He went for the ranged version, and now he's going to be facing off against Horsemen, which do bonus damage to her, so immediately gets countered. That's going to be a dead Jean.
Wow.
Very early on.
So we got wheelbarrow, still no stone, So I could see just huge mass Zugenu all in with some spears, maybe some horsemen. I think that could be the way.
Could be a play for sure. He's now going to spot out the second TC.
He's getting stone now, so it seems he just wants to harass the trade a little bit into going second TC himself.
Villagers on the gold will have to run away for now. Stable is now coming out as well. So it's going to be able to add in his own knights. But the traders, they're not going to be safe for the time being. I mean, granted, there aren't a lot. There's only one trader from the looks of it. So far, it's only been Wheelbarrow that has come in. It's kind of crazy as well how Marine Lord right now, he's ahead by 4 villagers just for Song Dynasty and the Imperial officials, right? Like, it's already quite a bit. The second TC, it hasn't been up for too long. Oh, it's a trade. Oh, is he getting past? Is he getting past? Oh, no, he just left the Stealth Forest. That was close, though.
Yep. Yeah, and right now, I think the best play for Wham is actually to hide the traders inside of the TC and just resume trading once you just clean all this harassment. Although I guess he only got one upgrade. This was literally only Wheelbarrow, so it's not the end of the world just yet. And he thinks about establishing trade maybe a bit later. And yeah, I guess if the trade is delayed like this, then eco-wise, China is gonna do much better.
The second TC from Marine Lord might be a little bit exposed though, and if mass knights come in, you know, it was on Angelica's quiz actually, just how many knights exactly you need to take down a secondary TC. And in Castle Age, it's 4 knights. You need 4 knights, even if there are all 7 villagers inside of a secondary TC, 4 knights are going to be enough to take that secondary TC down comfortably.
Okay, wow, that's actually very little. Yeah, but we are still assuming that opponent will try to interrupt your plans there.
Yeah, that's for sure, that's for sure. But knights at the very least should be able to do some damage there. As the villagers are spread out around that secondary TC. We also see an outpost coming up from Marine Lord there on the shoreline. So it's going to give him a lot of vision there all around that side. And the first couple of walls coming out from Wham as well over on his side.
Yeah, he walls really quickly. But in this case, it makes sense, right? Because pretty much when you establish the wall, that's when you can resume trading safely.
It feels like Marine Lord is just being like, mod check, where's the trade? Hello? Any traders?
Yeah.
I'm out here, I'm looking, where the traders at? And suddenly he has knights under a secondary TC. One villager did go down. Actually, no villager went down. That was the one trader kill earlier from Marine Lord in the stats that we see.
Oh, the players are just harassing each other a little bit. And now we need to see what's the plan further. It seems Marine Lord is thinking about going H3, which obviously makes a lot of sense. The sooner you rush it, the easier it's going to be to deal with Jeanne d'Arc. On the other hand, it seems Wham is just fully producing units, so he's reaching 6 knights already. So he might actually do a little bit of a timing attack that might even punish the H3 for Marine Lord. So this could be a little problematic for him.
H3 is going to be coming in relatively quickly though, and Marine Lord, he still has the option of dropping 1 or 2 stables of his own, supervising those as soon as he reaches Castle Age, and just get a couple of his own knights out.
Yep, sure. But during the time, he's still aging up relatively slowly with just 5 villagers. This push right now could be dangerous, but it seems there is a tower with the hand cannon placement, so it's not that bad. There's a couple spears, so I think Marinlord should be fine, but 7 knights is a little scary.
Getting a lot of additional infantry infrastructure here, so could just be crossbow spearmen, crossbow palace guards, something like that. Just a mostly infantry-based composition. It's going to be palace guard crossbows there. A lot of them already in queue now. At Wham, I mean, he doesn't actually have that much food income if you compare it to what Marinelord has right now. Marinelord, he's on the fish with Imperial official supervision. There's only 2 traders out right now for Wham. It doesn't feel that great right now.
Yep. For sure. And the trade is still just getting killed, so left and right, so this is not great for Wham. But, you know, there's always... Those don't really cost anything, right? Like, he only just sacrificed giving a stable and a bit faster knight production. So, it's obviously something, but he's not really investing that much into this.
Yeah. He's still getting a lot of knights out. Even went for the battering ram there. I'm not sure if there's a timing here, though, that he can really go for. Because the army from Marinelord it's building. He's now also getting his own knights in, so he's gonna have a really tanky front line as well. Yeah, this feels really late now. And it doesn't feel like it's something that he can reasonably go for.
Yep, so we already have 7 crossbows, so these guys are going to 2-shot the knights. Thanks, Killer Pigeon, a lot for the raid. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, here, okay, he's gonna kill the tower, but is he gonna really kill the TC? I don't think so. We've got a lot of crossbows, some men at arms in front, and let's see how the fight is gonna go.
It already feels very, very hard for him here to really take any engagements. He's even taking the fight under a secondary TC. Sean right now. We don't really have the abilities here right now. Healing comes through. There we go. TC is focusing Jean, and looks like she is going to be going down there. So no experience gained here throughout this fight. All the knights are getting cleaned up now as well. Archers are focusing onto the crossbows. But the palace guards with the superior movement speed now, they're going to be following up. Wham behind us is getting close to it. Well, not really that close to aging up. Gold-wise, he's not in a bad position when it comes to it. Food-wise, he's still very far away. Archers sacrificing themselves, trying to trade out against the crossbows. Nest of Bees is coming in now as well, though. And Wham, it just doesn't feel like he has an answer to this right now. He's still, like, massing more knights. He's kind of, like, doubling down on this feudal age play. But it doesn't feel doable at this point in time.
Yeah, the idea was nice. It just was too late. I think something went wrong with the build, or he was surprised by how fast Marinelord got H3, or what exactly happened. But the moment your opponent has 10 crossbows, knights just don't work in H2 at least.
Exactly. And how is Wham going to try and hold this now? He's adding in his own spearmen, more archers, more knights going to be in the queue. It's still a lot of palace guards, a lot of crossbows, and now the Nest of Bees as well. The walls that go up, it's going to buy him a little bit of time, but these walls aren't going to hold forever. Marinelord's going to make his way through.
Yeah, this is looking extremely rough for Wham, because right now he needs to build a lot of units to not die, but this further means that he's not going to go into H3, and sure, for some time maybe this is enough, and maybe he's even gonna kill the Nest of Bees in this push right now, but on the other hand, this still delays his H3 so much.
The Knights, they're not trading the worst right now, but definitely not trading the best. Nest of Bees getting some big shots off onto the archers here. Ron, with her Holy Arrow, she's trying her best to do damage there, but just not enough. All the Knights just went down, 6 more in the queue. But at this point in time, Marinelord, he's just overwhelming. And the issue is also going to be the gold, because once the gold here gets denied, no more knights can be produced by Wham.
Yep, and also Nest of Bees is very difficult to dive on when there are spear protecting it. Oh, and just as I said it, it just died. Fair enough, but at the cost of some bills, and yes, there we go. GG, Marine Lord winning another game. So we got 2-1 for Marine Lord. Pretty solid defense.
This still felt pretty close, though. I think if Wham just didn't commit to that Ram all-in, he probably would have had enough resource to age up as well. Suddenly, this becomes a much closer game then as well. But the transition time there from Marine Lord, it was such a clean age up as well. The age up time was very nice. He did a lot of damage there with the Horseman, just denying the trade. So that way, Wham also didn't invest earlier into eco upgrades, I feel like. I think Wham would have probably gone into eco upgrades a lot earlier. If it wasn't for that, for those couple of horsemen harassing the trade. So instead he went into military then. The timing just wasn't there with that aggression there at the beginning, and it really hurt Wham quite a bit there.
Yes, for sure.
All right, so a 2-1 lead now for Marine Lord in this best of 7. The overlay has been fixed as well. Look at that. Now we see all the civilization nice and stable in their positions.
Progress. So most of my games with French against China ended like this. Okay, so obviously Jeanne d'Arc is a bit different, but it feels very difficult to kill China for some reason in feudal pushes. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe it's just the income that they have. They can just produce so many units, right? And or maybe at this level, ram pushes are just not that great anymore. I guess Kiljardi still kind of makes them work, but we've seen BE attempt some ram pushes and that just didn't work. So I guess we need to Siphon of Vortex to really make them happen.
I mean, we've also seen some very good not China, but like French and Jean play from players like CISO, players like Louis. They also make them look really, really strong. But next up, we're going to be having Prairie here, and it's going to be Delhi versus Malians on Prairie. Delhi, not a civilization that we see too often on Prairie, I would say. Not that we see Prairie a lot in general, but definitely a civilization that can work here with all the sacred sites being far towards the middle of the map.
I'm
also promoting mobility.
I'm not
with the
sure
Gazi Raiders.
Think about Delhi here, and I'm a bit surprised against Malians here. There again, I guess this is about the gold mine, the big gold mine at the start, so it snowballs a bit better.
I mean, Mali in general works really, really nicely on Prairie. The entire thought is that you don't really have to leave your base as Malians. You get the pit mine, you get the cow boom, and other than wood and gold, you don't really need to leave your base for anything else. Like food-wise, you don't have to move out on the map at all. You can just eat from the cattle and you would be perfectly fine. That is one of the main things. And with the cow boom, you're basically also as strong as like 2TC economy. With the cow boom, it is very, very tough for Mali to die on this map because you have to go all the way into their base. Meanwhile, other civilizations, they have to go out onto the map, and that also gives Mali just a prime target to attack onto. But looks like we're going to be jumping into our game in just a little bit. There we go. Game number 4 between Wham and Marine Lord. Once again, Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the Malians here on Prairie. On the other hand side, we got Wham with the Delhi Sultanate.
Yeah, so this matchup can get a little weird because on one hand, as Malians, you want to just go straight into as many cows as possible, but obviously Delhi player will apply pressure, which means that you will not be able to just happily make cows and nothing else, right? So you need to build units. Now the question is, how much do you want to commit into units? You've got two choices. You can commit into units just enough so that you don't die while getting cows, or you can get just a little bit of cows and you can get so many units that you try to contest the sacred sites. I am honestly in favor of the first one, mainly because the main problem with because this just gives you nice scaling for later. And on top of this, Malian units, while they're extremely strong, they're really good at defense, but maybe not that great at attacking, right? I'm talking mostly about javelin throwers because the game will be about tons of javelin throwers. So they are really good when you just kite back under the TC, but walking out on the map to deny the sacred sites, that's asking for trouble. So I think that letting Delhi take most of the sacred sites is fine, and then just boom like crazy with cows without dying. And then at some point, either you go H3 or you just go heavy H2 in order to decap the socket side.
It's always difficult though, riding that line of just not like making enough units not to die.
Yeah.
And that is also where a lot of the kind of skill comes in. Oh, thanks for reminding me. It's time to put the predictions up again. There you guys go. Predictions coming in. Yeah, it's definitely the more difficult of the two, like riding that fine line and making just enough units to make sure that you don't die and are able to like min-max the amount of cattle that you can get out.
Yeah, and another tricky part is that these fights, especially with javelin throwers, they're very snowballing one way or the other, because either horsemen jump on top of your javelin throwers and kill most of them very quickly, or you've got enough donzos that you clean the horsemen up and they don't really kill the javelin throwers. So this is very snowballing one way or the other. So sometimes it's actually better to overproduce units rather than get more economy, because this way you ensure that you win the fight. So finding this perfect sweet spot on how many units to build feels quite difficult, but I think if Malians do it perfectly, they should come out ahead.
Yeah, agreed. Tower Victory is going to be the play here for Wham. Aging up with 3 villagers. I could see just a lot of Gazi Raiders here being used. Just in general, like having a really strong horseman unit on such an open map helps you out a lot. Especially when it comes to just harassing early on. And can we take a look at Marine Lord's Gold again? Because from the minimap position, it looks like it's relatively far away, actually. Look how many houses he put around on that. He put so many houses around that.
Yeah, how much income is this? Is it 160 probably? 180? No, 130.
130? Okay. He's still missing 1 building though.
Okay. So it's decent, sure, but on the other hand, yeah, I guess it's worth it, because my point is he's also delaying his age up, right? And Mansakari generates a lot of income as well. It's equivalent of pretty much 2 villagers at least. So maybe even, yeah, I guess 2. So delaying this is maybe not necessarily that super good, but I guess in this case the houses generate the income sooner, so delaying Mansakari feels still pretty good.
Probably gonna be coming up soon here. How many sheep is that right now? Look at that. Wham. He's got a lot of sheep right now following his guard. 24 sheep. Looks like he probably got the majority there. When it comes to the sheep, we check it out. Wham right now, 26 sheep alive, 3 sheep carcasses. On the other hand side, Marine Lord, ooh, he's got 11 live sheep and 3 carcasses. Not that it matters too much for a Malian player, since they do have access to the cattle in the end, but still, like it's better having more cattle than not having more sheep than like not having more sheep, just because you're not just gaining sheep for yourself, you're also denying sheep from your opponent. And this makes a big difference. Like 20, all those sheep that Wham has, it's pretty much like 7,500 food right now that he's got safely accessible under his TC.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so it seems Wham is going to apply quite a bit of pressure with the early... did he start blacksmith before the stable? I think he did. That's interesting.
Probably at the same time. Yeah. Another blacksmith as well. Double blacksmith play.
Double blacksmith, okay.
Makes sense on these very large maps, because you just probably won't be able to like get a lot of units across the map very early on, right? So might as well go for the double upgrades.
Yeah, I'm not deadly expert, but it feels to me that those double blacksmith builds are just so much slower. I'm much more
They are a bit. They're a little bit slower, but it feels fine when you're in a position where you don't need military like immediately and very, very quickly.
Yeah, but it would be nice to build the units very quickly, because that slows down the boom of Malians, right? Because, for example, if these archers were here a minute sooner, that would force out some serious response from Marine Lord, and now he can just happily keep building.
Wait, is Marine Lord making sofas early on?
He's actually building a lot of units himself as well.
Is Marine Lord making sofas? He had it in the stable. We see javelin throws as well coming from archer range, but there's a stable as well. Oh, he's adding one of each production buildings. Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
so we're just gonna have to evacuate the gold mine.
I'm not a huge fan of sofas or stable in H2 for Malian, so I did a lot of math on this, and basically my point is
Oh, it's
that
Warrior Scouts.
Sofas and Warrior Scouts are pretty bad at tanking arrows of archers in H2, so obviously they're okay against Ghazi Raiders and stuff, but the best unit against archers actually is the Javelin Thrower in H2. Obviously, Sofas are insanely good in H3 when they have the additional armor, but in H2, Malians kind of struggle against archers, except if they mass the Javelin Thrower. So I'm very surprised to see Warrior Scouts. I am not sure what to think about this.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Like, so far, it feels like he got the stable up literally only for the Warrior Scouts upgrade, for the one single scout that he started with.
No,
there we go.
actually-
First Sofa is coming out now.
Well, I guess 1 point.
You need to go for the sacred sides, right?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Yeah, Sofas could be for that, or in general, just for harassment, right? So he maybe doesn't really want to win fights with them, right? So he doesn't care about. He still, it seems, he's going for Donzo Javelin Thrower, and he is gonna use the Sofas as a harassment tool. Maybe he's gonna cut off some reinforcements. Maybe he's gonna harass some berries, for example, at some point. Although in this case, there's so many sheep that yeah. And look at this. That's another very good point from Kyle, that Ghazi Raiders deal additional damage to Sofas, so they're not even that amazing at cavalry fights. So yeah, I guess harassment is still a thing in this game, right? So maybe that's what he wants.
Scholar is going to be able to capture that sacred side. Bottom sacred side did get captured. Well, middle sacred side, actually. That's also where the main majority of Marine Lord's army is moving over to right now. So while the first sacred side has been captured, I don't think he's going to be able to capture the one at the bottom.
Yeah, Sofa actually proving to be very useful, killing the monk, and he delays the sacred side counter victory for this. So he decided to play the heavier version of units pretty much, and much less cows. I think we are probably at what 6 cows, something like that right now. So Delhi's army, yeah, oh, here we've got it. Yeah, perfect. Oh, nice cow. Yeah, so we've got 6 of them, which is a decent number, but it's not overwhelming. So it seems to me that this is a tricky number, because on one hand you've got quite a lot of units, but it's usually not enough units to actually fight on the map. So I think Marine Lord has to be very careful here and just not go out on the map a bit too much.
Yeah, and having 2 sacred sides for Wham here means that he can easily just remass the scholars that he just lost, or rather 1 scholar that he lost. And javelin throwers here, they also have to be careful. If they just walk up a little bit too far forward, might be losing a couple of them. Archer numbers also starting to build here. The one main issue here that I see for Wham right now is that he's building a very wood-heavy military force with the archers. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, the only unit that he's spending wood on right now is the Donzos. Everything else is just food and gold. Food and gold, which in theory, he can get an infinite amount of with the pit mines and with the cattle in his base. 211 sheep, deer now. Oh, wait. Cattle now. Isn't he blocking the H-up spot a little bit with that ranch? With that one cattle ranch?
Yeah, I think he might. Oh, that could be painful. Let's see when he realizes. But yeah, so while this is pretty annoying, it's not the end of the world. You usually can just... it's 100 wood. Yeah, of course, it's something, right? It's an archer pretty much, right? But on the other hand, you can just kill it, and they build quite fast, so it's not the end of the world.
Double rams coming up from Wham. He wants to be the aggressor here once again with the ram push.
Yeah, and
most likely.
These kind of ram pushes can be a little scary, because they can kill... they actually can kill ranches, and then if you kill the cows on top of this completely nukes Malian economy, and rebuilding all the... it's difficult to rebuild everything because the cows are dead, so you kind of need to gather them before, so that's a pretty serious issue. On the other hand, yeah, let's see, Marine Lord actually is building quite a lot of units, so he got 18 javelin throwers, but he's facing 32 archers, so it might not be so easy.
Yeah, 32 archers. I mean, with such a big mass, the Donzos are gonna die really, really quickly. So do the Sofas here now. However, he needs to really commit to one of these fights. Because when it comes to the maximum range, the javelin throwers do have him beat there.
Okay, so the rams are just hitting the houses, so obviously this can hurt, but you can at some point just rebuild them, so this middle end of the wall, they're quite cheap. Losing villagers or pit mines, that would be a bit more painful. And the rams, with their HP nerfs, actually range units, and over time slowly can chip away at them and eventually kill
The Donzos out of position though, potentially. Might be going down rather quickly now. Ghazi Raiders though dying relatively quickly as well here to the TC fire as well as the javelin thrower damage.
Yeah, it seems Wham's numbers are very, very high, so maybe he is breaking through Marine Lord.
Wham also got raided quite a bit behind this. He lost like 2-3 villagers. As Marine Lord was raiding him with just a couple of Sofas there. Yeah, Marine Lord actually killed more villagers there than Wham did, but behind all of this, the Rams are taking buildings down. Sacred Site, last one, has been captured.
Yeah, it's probably time for villagers to step in and nuke the... Yeah, there we go. Nuke the Rams. And the Sacred Site's victory is pretty slow to start to get triggered in, so it gives Marine Lord a lot of time to just hold the push, and I think he's held. This is what I meant. It's very difficult to attack into just the 15 arrows shooting from the TC. So here I think Marine Lord stabilizes, but he lost a little bit here and there, right? 2 vills, 3 vills. So I would say this was relatively good defense from Marine Lord. I think his position is pretty solid right now. We've got, I think, around 11, 12, 13 cows right now. So this is the number that at this point you start even, you keep gathering sheep at some point.
I'm not sure if you can really afford skipping sheep at this point in time. Sure, he has a good amount of cattle. He's on 11 cattle right now, which is nice, but I don't think it's enough because right now, Wham, he's getting 375 gold per minute, which he can just all trade into additional food, additional wood, and just get a lot more units out for it as well. We're already back up to 10 Ghazi Raiders. That's already a good number again, and he's sending a couple of them around the right-hand side where Marine Lord is out on wood.
Yeah, and we just had 12 cows for a second, and then it dropped to 11, so I assume maybe Marine Lord is starting to eat his own cows, which could be a little problem because this is quite inefficient, although I guess you got it very quickly, but I think Wham is extremely happy with all the sheep that he gathered initially.
Marine Lord, he's also eating from a couple of the cattle. Definitely makes a lot of sense. As a sheep, he didn't have that many sheep to begin with, so he's already out of the sheep. He's eating from the cattle. The cattle are very good food source here. You're gathering up really, really quickly from them.
Yeah, the problem
you pay 90 gold, but you get 500 food.
Right? So it costs quite a lot to build them. So you're paying for the privilege of gathering food.
That's true. Another fight might be breaking out soon here. Ram, it's been peppered by just a couple too many javelins here at this point in time. First Ram does go down. Donzo's getting sniped as well, but it feels like these archers, they just really don't do that much damage right now to the javelin throwers, and the Ghazi Raiders just aren't that many in mass here at the front. There's 9 out in total, but they're just not where they need to be. One of the Sacred Sites has already been decapped now as well, so Sacred Site victory condition probably not going to be happening here anytime soon. And the Ghazi Raiders, they're getting really close to being one-shot now by these volleys.
Yeah, but the numbers are getting quite huge for Wham, so I'm still undecided what to think about these fights. We've got 51 army population against 24 for Marine Lord, so at any point, if he gets a bit out of the map, then maybe he is going to beat a little too many units. On the other hand, the Rams were killed, and we are seeing kind of the situation of Louis against Marine Lord and Abbasid Delhi game where both players are just killing each other non-stop, but nothing conclusive comes out of it.
Marine Lord, he was without wood without any wood income for a little bit there. Looks like Wham wants to go for another ram attempt. More Ghazi Raiders coming out still.
This is getting quite serious number.
Without wood, Marine Lord can't really make any Donzos right now. He only has a single Donzo out on the field at the moment. It's just Javelin throwers for him at the moment. Imagine if Wham just goes into like mass, either mass Gazi Raiders or just goes into mass Spearmen. Both of them work just to have as a front line. The mass Spearmen are a little bit easier to mass up, but the Gazi Raiders just with the bonus damage also very, very good here. Now looks like a fight could be happening, but it feels so bad losing your Gazi Raiders to a single volley there of these Javelin throwers.
Yeah,
but you kind of still have to use them.
The dynamic of the fight has changed quite a bit because Marine Lord has to expand to get wood because he ran out of it in his base. So this is a bit different than Malian on the normal map. Because on normal map you can always kite back to your main TC, 15 arrows from the TC and everything. But here he actually needs to start walking out on the map and he needs to start gathering wood elsewhere. So Javelin throwers, when they can't kite under the TC, Horseman Archer is quite good against them.
Right sacred side has been captured up once again, so Wham once again will have pretty good gold income. But Marine so far, with just making Javelin throws, has been able to hold, and Wham, every single time he fights, he just doesn't have his full Gazi Raider army with him. He's kind of like trickling army right now into Marine Lord's base, and it's not working well for him.
Yeah, he keeps Marine Lord's army smaller, so that's decent, but on the other hand, he doesn't have any decisive engagements. Maybe this one will be, we'll see. He keeps denying the wood, so Donzo numbers will be quite low, and now he is forced to build sofas. So maybe this is the way how Wham is gonna win it. Look at how sofas just die like flies, these archers. But once Marine Lord runs out of Donzos and runs out of wood, this could be even maybe a win condition for Wham, where he continuously denies the wood, and then his Gazi Raiders at some point will be able to jump on top of the Javelin throwers and maybe even kill them. Look at this, yeah, 0 wood, that's a big problem. What about houses? Maybe he's gonna run out of population space even soon.
And the pressure is just getting kept up behind this Marine Lord. The majority of his food income right now, it's all from the cattle that he has to buy for gold. And sure, he starts up with an 8k gold mine, but that's already more than halfway depleted.
Okay.
Another ram.
Continues pushing, and these fights, they were just good enough. And it seems like this push sounds a little scary because right now we've got no Donzos. So no Donzos. Pure Javelin thrower, I think, loses to Horseman Archer if done correctly. And here we got also Rams pushing in again. Yes, there are sofas, but look at this, one volley pretty much, and like Sofa and Feudal is the combination of a Knight and Horseman, but it takes both the worst parts of each because it's quite expensive, but on the other hand it has only 2 armor instead of 3 like a Knight.
Looks like this time around Wham is committing a little bit more now to these fights. Gazi Raiders in the front line, more villagers getting sniped there on the gold every now and then.
Look at this, I think Wham is doing this. We've got 57 army population against 18. We have pretty much only Javelin throwers. He's forced on sofas instead of Donzos. I think this is looking very good for Wham. I am believing he's gonna win this.
Right now it's definitely not looking bad for him. Marine Lord had to put up his own market now as well. Need to trade out some resources still without any wood. That's some long... You don't realize that because the villagers don't go idle, so you don't realize what's happening over there unless you actually look at that. But Wham right now, he's throwing a couple of his archers away for villager kills. You definitely don't want to throw all your archers away at this point in time.
For sure.
The trade against the villagers is still not completely worth it yet.
Yeah, but he killed a ton. We've got 17 villager losses for Marine Lord, so that's significant. And he's gonna lose the pit mine most likely very soon. And these trades are still decent, so I think
doesn't have wood to repair at all, and now without any gold, he can't mess any more. He can't mess any more javelin throws. He's out of gold.
Yes.
He cannot get javelins out. That might be it. This might be checkmate.
Yeah. That was very nice food, or rather wood denial.
All villagers are gonna go down. And sure, the archers, they're not trading that great here against the javelin throwers, but with this many, it kind of doesn't really matter. Gazi Raiders also trickling in. Very good front line as the javelin numbers start to thin out. Villagers, once again, they're trying to get gold. More of them will go down. And with that, GG gets called. Wham is able to even the series out once again.
Nice, 2-2. Wow. So Canadian brothers, they don't mess around, and they actually can fight against Marine Lord quite nicely. 2-2 is okay. Winning one map can be an accident, but winning 2 maps against Marine Lord, that's not accident at all. These guys are good.
All right. Yeah, this was very nice. For a long time, it looked like Marine Lord was able to hold this, but Wham, with the wood denial, and then with the gold denial, just one resource after the other, forcing Marine Lord into a stale composition of just javelin throwers, and Marine Lord, he just couldn't make enough dunzos. He just didn't have the wood for it, and in the end, once the gold ran out, suddenly you can't make any more javelin throwers either. And at that point in time, Wham just took the game from there.
So the show goes on. We keep going, guys. Keep going.
Yeah, you can tell that's a big difference there in the wood income.
Wow, holy.
All right, so let's check out what the next matchup is going to be. Civilizations that are still available would be Roose, French, and Mongols. Okay, so it's going to be Mongols versus Ottomans on Himeyama. I like Himeyama. We've actually not seen Himeyama in quite a while. I don't think we've seen it at all today, so that's going to be quite nice. Mongols versus Ottomans on Himeyama. You can trade on Himeyama. It's a pretty decent trading map for both the Ottomans and the Mongols. Probably more common with the Mongols there. This feels like previously it felt like a little bit of a civ win for the Ottomans, at least when it comes to like early aggression. There's not really anything that the Mongols can do when it comes to outmassing the opponent with the military units. It's definitely going to be a tough one then.
Yeah, but Keshiks, on the other hand, seem to be pretty decent until Janissaries show up, though, right? Because they have 4 armor as opposed to Sofa's 3 with +1. So this is so the archers from Ottoman, so they can tank archers quite nicely. So Keshik plus archer for Mongols is acceptable. Although obviously Ottoman H2 army is super strong, but this Keshik gives a little bit of a fighting chance to Mongols, I feel like.
I agree. Keshiks definitely can make a big difference there, especially when it comes to feudal age fights. I'm wondering if any of these players are going to go for the pond in the middle. There are still a couple of fish there in the middle. If any would want to go for it, I don't think it's going to be Ottomans. Sure, Ottomans get the little bit cheaper dock. But if then, after the dock comes up, Marino just decides to go for the normal outpost rush build with the Mongols, suddenly the dock from the Ottoman player is probably going to go down. Don't think you can really mass the spearmen up in time for that.
But yeah, this could be actually just a hybrid map play from both players. They could just go for a dock and spam spears, even though obviously this is just 5 sheep and this relic in the middle. What's going on? Yeah, but you get 5 sheep, 5 fish. Sorry. So with 5 fish, it's important still to win the fight in the water.
I think it got nerfed to 4.
Oh, 4, yeah. So, but it's not game-ending thing, right? Like this is still
It's 2,000 food. It's nice, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so it can be a hybrid map if you want it to be, but you don't have to make it a hybrid map. So I really like it about this one that you can make it. You got choices, you know, and I still think going for dog is slightly better. But I'm not still sure. I've been playing without the dog for a long time. It was kind of fine most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. It always depends as well on the civilization that you're up against.
Yeah.
Some civilizations can very easily go for it, some not as much. We don't usually see any of the knight civilizations like Jean or French go for the dog, even though they could, just because they think that they can make more out of their fast feudal age timing with the knight pressure.
Yep, and there's always option to go for a tower rush here if your opponent went for a dock and you went for the land build. So we've got a lot of interactions here that are not as one-sided as on just normal hybrid maps. So it seems the 4 fish, maybe 5 fish is a sweet spot that we want to have on our maps. Anything above that, it essentially makes the map hybrid. And well, in Energy SLAPFest, we don't want too much hybrid action.
All right, Spearman action now from both players. Wham did open up with that military school. Is he also going for his own barracks? Yeah, it is going to be military school and barracks. We're going to be starting with the predictions now as well, guys. So if you think you know who's going to win, put your Poggy points where your money is, or where your mouth is, rather.
All right, so it's full commitment from Wham into Spears. It's military school into barrack. Very interesting opening. I think it's probably good enough to counter opponent's spears. So both players are not really going into the dock, and it's probably a decent idea in spear and against spear situation. Oh, actually, we might have a dock soon, or maybe this is just a villager who wants to tower rush. I'm very curious to see.
Could probably just be for an outpost rush. I don't think that at this point in time a dock really makes a lot of sense. But Wham, with that early barracks build as well, he's just going to have so many more spearmen up. And Marine Lord, I don't think he knows about yet. He's going to go and scout it out now. But once he does, I think like he has no other option but just retreat.
Yeah, go home. Yep.
Yeah,
Very
there
nice
we go.
call. Awesome, awesome. You can see the reactions from Marine Lord are top tier.
Yeah, definitely the correct game sense there to retreat at that point in time. He needs to make sure, though, that his Uwu doesn't get burnt down. It is quite far away from his TC. He does have the gold in range of his TC, though, which is quite nice, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that. The Uwu, though, he definitely will have to worry about, and so for that, he will have to mass up more spears. Good point for him, though, is that he is in his main base, so he will always have the benefit of having the reinforcements faster there.
Yeah. It's a bit of a chicken game right now. Whoever there's this triangle of situation, right, where you either you mass spears forever, or you go H2 at some point. so if you go for H2 too fast and your opponent keeps massing spears, then you might actually lose the fight. But on the other hand, if you mass spears for too long and your opponent gets H2 spears, suddenly you might be in trouble. So it's a very tricky balance to find here. I've seen many various responses here. Some people just go 20 and are happy about this. Some people try to be a bit reactive about this and just scout how many spears opponent has. So they always have maybe just one less, and try to abuse the map distance and in their favor to sneak in H2. And it seems that Marine Lord is much faster with H2 situation, so he probably needs to be a bit more careful, because if you rush H2, that means that your spear number should probably be lower.
And then fight so far. It's not looking too bad for Marine Lord, even though overall numbers are looking better for Wham. It's a passive production as well here for him. Both players able to boost up their production, but it is going to be the Mongol player here that is going to be aging up first. Silver Tree is going to be finishing up before Wham even clicks his age up.
Yeah.
Oh, Scout goes down as well, potentially.
No.
Almost.
Yeah, so it seems that this is quite okay for Marine Lord. Not having, I think he's gonna have a huge window of timing. He's gonna have upgraded spears, but on top of this, he even can go for archery range and maybe build build archers with the Uwu production with the stone.
Rocket is going to be trading to this one here has a better distance. The other one, though, is a little bit easier to protect with the wood lines. Looks like he is going to be going for the one at the top side. That makes a lot of sense in my opinion.
Okay, is he going to trade against Ottomans? I feel like this is... Ooh, this scout might go down. But going against Ottoman to trade feels a bit risky. Do you think he's gonna pull it off?
I think he can pull it off right now. It's not the hardest for him. Something that's interesting is Wham actually went for the Imam point, so he's got Imams right now healing up his spearman back to full. At a moment in time where Marino actually committed with the spearman onto his opponent's military. The Imam point could actually make a big difference. Where are those? There they are. Okay, they're just healing up right now, these units. Yeah, these are all full health now once again. We're gonna be seeing the arch range coming in from Wham next. Oh, the scout is gonna go down.
One sheep, not bad, not bad. Yeah, so actually killing the scout could be massive, because right now Wham might not be aware that the trade is happening. Like he's seen the silver market, but on the other hand, it's still a little risky to trade, so he might not expecting the trade right away.
Going into archers, Marine Lord also doing the same. Trade has started. First trader out on the map. 51 gold, not the best, not the worst either though. We've seen much worse today overall.
I would say respectable. Not bad, not bad. It's good enough.
Yeah.
We've seen even 35 trade almost working nicely for Marine Lord. I think this was what against Louis. So it was 35, so here we've got 51. So if 35 wasn't bad, then this should be pretty decent either.
If he wanted to, he could move the market down a couple more tiles as well.
True.
That way he might be able to get it all the way up to 60.
Yeah. Here, or even, I would even go past this deal. Yeah, I would go here. I think I would go here. Oh, that maybe is a bit too... Okay.
Okay, yeah. Now we're thinking... Oh, man. Yeah, that would be a little bit risky, All right, behind this Wham, 3 villagers in stone, is going to be looking for multiple military schools soon.
Man, that's interesting that he went for so many units before additional military schools, right? We've got 7 archers already. I guess he was forced because of the early opening, so I guess it makes sense.
He has a lot of military units out right now, though, and he's going to be able to use them. Matter has come out as well from him. And with that, in theory, he just has a much stronger military at this point in time. At a moment in time as well, when Marine Lord went out onto the deer, does he have an outpost next to the villagers on the deer? He does, okay, so at least he's going to see the army coming. That's probably going to be the most important thing here, just having the vision.
Yeah, and both armies seem quite similar with the tower. I think Marine Lord should be fine, although I guess Wham has significant advantage in terms of spears and a little bit more archers, but on the other hand, he's on the other side of the map, so I think his reinforcements are still coming. So
he's committing to the outpost. He destroyed it.
The tower died, but it was at the cost of many spears, so actually I think Marine Lord should be fine. Is he?
I'm not sure. He's still got the matter there. The front line is gone for him. He needs more archers, but it's tough for him to get this out right now. Villagers are gonna live. Khan, at least, is gonna soak up 2-3 arrow volleys. That is quite nice. On that, it's a +1 pierce armor as well. With the blacksmith, he's got +2 pierce armor right now. The archers from Marine Lord, they're taking 3 volleys for a single archer right now.
Wow. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So these Ottoman archers are so strong here in feudal. So this could be problematic, and we don't have Keshiks yet. So now the spear number has been thinned out a lot for both players. We got a bit more destroyed value for Marine Lord, it seems actually. Yeah, actually he cleaned up all these spears, so now he can get in the action with the Keshiks. So I assume the Keshiks would be a thing that maybe equalize the situation.
This is still a rough situation. No blacksmith upgrades yet for Marine Lord. He's been pushed off of the deer, tries to get another outpost up. I'm not sure if he can get that up though. Keshik is gonna come out now. It feels like it, right? Like the matter is actually just doing so much here with the blacksmith upgrades.
As well, these imams are doing so much here.
Yeah, the healing is insane. And the outpost, it's not going up. The outpost isn't going up. Villagers are going down. Marine Lord has to retreat here once again. And with that, the trade is also getting denied.
Yeah, Marine Lord has no blacksmith upgrades, so it seems that Wham and Wham has 1-1. So the difference between those is huge. I think Wham has won.
Yeah, I think it's just checkmate at this point in time. no blacksmith upgrades as well means that the Keshiks are dying really, really quickly to those archers. And he didn't kill the Imam! 1 health remaining on that! And Wham can just pull that one back and heal it up again. Oh man, Reload's just in shambles right now. Finally, he's starting to target down the matter. I think that is one way for him to get back into this game, but right now, he is very far behind in the military. If Wham just had all of his military here right now, it would already be GG.
Yeah, I guess the market is still a thing that's going for Marine Lord. He really needs to rush blacksmith upgrades, but I don't think he can afford them. He's just barely surviving, so he can't even go for that. So it seems to me like, yeah, I could totally see 3-2 for Wham very soon.
The army from Wham on the other side, once again advancing. So many archers still in queue. It's just so much production right now, and Marine Lord, he can't keep up with that. Ever since that first fight that he took without the blacksmith upgrades, he's just been on the back foot ever since.
Yeah, and he could even push to the right side to deny the wood, and once the wood is denied, then there's no more archers pretty much. But instead he just denies the gold, so the trade, which obviously is pretty good as well. Maybe slightly less risky, right? He could get surrounded here, but it's just the numbers are insane. This is 40 population against 17, so that's huge. I think, yeah, I think he's doing it. Look at this, 34 against 13.
Raiders. They're exposed now, the spy, doing a lot of damage to them. And Marine Lord, he's got half the archer number right now that Wham does. Still missing the last blacksmith upgrade as well on them. And this is all just the military schools right now, the difference. Once again, Clash comes in. Pierce Armor at least has come in, so the Keshiks can now start taking some better trades. Imams are getting focused down now. The Keshiks, they're already relatively weak right now when it comes to health.
He got the Imams finally, but at the cost of tons of archers. And the Mechter is still not taking any damage for now. He's not really targeting him too much. Oh, but actually, look at this. The Keshiks are stabilizing the situation a little bit because the archers, well, the Keshiks just tanked the archers really, really well.
They did. But it was just too much. Okay. And GG gets called. Yeah, this was just a really good play here by Wham. The aggression, the very, very quick blacksmith upgrades, and then just pushing it in. Man, that was well played. The timing was immaculate there. And now Wham is going to be in the lead.
Is Wham doing this, man?
It might just be. Maybe Louis broke Marine Lord. We talked about earlier, right? Like the set that Marine Lord just came out of. It was a very, very taxing one. And now Wham, he's really stretching it out here. Like these games, it's just all non-stop aggression.
Yeah. So much action, man.
All right, remaining civilizations now for these players. So that's a maximum of 2 games remaining now between them. We still have Byzantines for Wham and HRE, and on the other hand side, Marine Lord, he's got Roose and French. It's a difficult one either way, I think, because I think Byzantines is quite nice into Roose. Because you can like mirror the 2TC. HRE doesn't feel bad in any of these matchups. I guess French is probably one of the weaker ones on paper, at least a little bit. And we're gonna be seeing, yeah, okay, it's gonna be French versus Byzantines here. I think this is probably one of the better ones, I feel like, for Marine Lord. I wouldn't want to be playing Roose into Byzantines just because on equal TC count, it feels like Byzantines just have the edge a little bit. And we're going to be going over to Dry Arabia now.
Yeah, I actually played a bit of French in this patch. I was naively thinking that it's just as good as Jeanne d'Arc, and then I realized it's not, but I still had a decent shot against Byzantines. You can just non-stop units, mass knights, mass archers from 1 TC, And I feel like Byzantine struggles against this a little bit because, yes, they can defend with the javelin thrower limit an A, but on the other hand, they still need to secure the food on the map, which is very problematic against knights, or they need to go for a farm transition, in which case I can go H3 and go for guild hall or other stuff, you know. So I feel like French secretly is pretty good in this situation, although obviously Byzantine is so strong with the eco bonuses and everything that I wouldn't count them out. But this was one of the matchups where I felt surprisingly comfortable as French player.
Yeah, I think this is definitely not a bad one for French. If they can early on deny or harass the berries, it's going to be very nice for them. Just overall limiting the potential for Byzantines to get mercenaries out can really give you a lot of tempo advantage. And if you then are able to continuously deny the berries, you might just outmass Byzantines in a pretty big fashion, like 2-3-1 military-wise, and suddenly Byzantines, they just kind of fall off. And when it comes to that all-in, if there aren't any mercenary units, the Byzantines just struggle.
Yeah. So this could be a way how Marinlord comes back, and we have to remember historically he's been excellent at French. Obviously, he was playing a lot, and with the APM that he has, he can make use of the knights really nicely. And I think it boosts him a little bit that he's French himself. And let's have a look at the last Civ. At the last match, potentially, we would have a Roose against HRE. That is pretty solid matchup as well. I feel like it's been a classic at some point, but right now it's very, very rare. But I think, honestly, this could be also extremely interesting. So I'm really looking forward to both of these games. Should be very fun.
All right, here we go. Game number 6, Marinelord versus Wham. They're really going the distance here in this grand final for the Energy SLAPFEST. Marinelord with the French, Wham with the Byzantines. We've seen a lot of Byzantines today, and they've been looking really, really strong. Yesterday, they weren't looking quite as strong. We saw B attempt like this kind of like all-in Byzantines Kira push 2 times, failing 2 times, and they didn't look that great in that situation. But overall, in the other games where they just played fast castle age or all around that castle age, they've been definitely looking pretty strong. Right.
Yep.
Predictions are up.
Interesting scout route for Wham. This is a little... Ooh, both players are trying to steal each other's sheep. Interesting. So I guess at this point in the tournament, you really want to make some risky plays, right? Like it's just about this one particular map. So sometimes if you get a ton of sheep here and you steal it from the opponent, that's really solid. So I think that this was pretty good choice, right? Like you can just automatically randomly win the game almost if you have a ton of sheep as French, or even in Byzantines as well here.
We do once again have that early opening with that one olive grove. It's growing on me. I gotta say, like this one early olive grove, it's growing on me a little bit. Like if the transition becomes that much easier, I like it. Why not?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. But why not do this with other civs then? Like, I don't know, HRE.
Sometimes people do. We've seen it with HRE a couple of times as well with the Archon Chapel, right? Like immediately 1 or 2 farms even when there's still sheep remaining. Now we're getting the Grand Winery here in a very nice position. Look at that. There's barely any space between that and the TC. That is a very safe Grand Winery. It's also right next to the berries. I really like that positioning right there. This is a beautiful spawn. Having the berries in the back for Byzantines always feels great.
Yep. Don't you think, though, that it should be similar to maybe the Japanese landmark where you leave one tile of space between TC and Grand Winery in order to feed farms in between? Or do you think that hugging the TC is optimal play here?
The thing is, when you look at the Grand Winery, you realize that its radius is very small to begin with. So you're not even boosting that many. I think the main benefit from the Grand Winery is just being able to get an additional mercenary pack out of your first berry bushes, as well as in the Castle Age, being able to have the relics inside, like immediately having the monastery, and most importantly, getting olive oil instead of gold from those relics. Because the olive oil, like being able to spam out those mercenaries, having so many units out, it kind of makes you like a pseudo Ottoman kind of playstyle where you just get all of these units out pretty much for free.
Yep. And these mercenary units are very good quite often, right? Like you've got Strelts available to you, and Landknechte and other things.
Just overall, a lot of options. The markets aren't too far away from the Byzantine Sea as well. Can we just quickly check the market, see what kind of neutral units are available there to them? I mean, 5 Shuganu is nice, but nothing great. Royal Knights are nice, but that's the market for Reload. It's unlikely that Wham will be able to go there.
Yep, I agree. Underwhelming units there.
I actually want to try Mass Jugunu Byzantines at one point in time, but I'm not sure how viable it is.
Yeah, that sounds fun. But I think Zugunu, you just need a ton of them, right? So with the olive oil,
5 for one batch, right? That's not bad price.
Sure, but you want to have 60 at some point if the game is really heavy on feudal, and with oil, I think it's pretty difficult to achieve that kind of number.
Looks like it's going to be a second TC play here from Marine Lord. Definitely makes sense with the French. I mean, you're already scaling your villager production quite a lot faster, and other civilizations might as well go for the 2 TC and really drive it home there.
But do you want to give that space and that room to Byzantines? It feels like the longer game goes on, the better it is for Byzantines, no? Although I guess with French you can go, like the H4 is still also pretty strong. You can...
This berry spawn, you can't really like deny it anyway.
Right,
so.
yeah. What about the gold though? Look at this, like all of the gold of Wham is pretty much in front of the base. So if he went, if Marine went for full aggression, nothing else, just units, maybe some eco upgrades, I think Wham could have had a little bit of problems of just gathering gold. Like this gold is so exposed.
He is actually pulling off of the gold for now, has 200 gold remaining in the bank. That's enough for double broadaxe and horticulture potentially if he wants to go for it. I'm not sure if he wants to move out to it again right now. He feels he's a little bit hesitant about it. He does have 2 Libidinae, so he definitely could, and there it is. Double broadaxe, horticulture is going to be coming in for him. Probably boosted with the sister network as well, so those upgrades should be coming in relatively quickly. And for the time being, Marine Lord, he's just going to be laming deer. Going to be able to spread those out. Knight making sure the scout stays alive. And it is that Kashik's? I think was that the Kashik mercenary contract? Can we check the mercenary house from Wham? Oh no, it was the path. Okay, so we're getting the javelin throwers.
Well, I think it makes sense, but I'm a bit interested to see what Wham is going to do, because javelin thrower Limitana is extremely strong composition, but I would say mostly defensively. But Marine Lord is putting him in a position where if he wants to use these units, he kind of needs to use them offensively in order to kill the TC. So I am not exactly sure if that's super comfortable for Wham, but he still has the option to just go H3 right now. But the question is this a good play? So I'm not exactly sure. Let's see what the players choose, whether they want to mass units or not.
Villagers are moving out to gold once again for Wham. Walls on the sides are coming in as well. Is securing the next batch of berries as well. Actually, it's only 2 villagers on gold. I'm not sure what's going on here right now, what the plan is exactly. Marine Lord, he's also adding in his own archery range. He's massing up more units now in the feudal age as well. And if you go for mass archers, because we saw it earlier, like mass archers in numbers, they can overpower the javelin throwers. And especially against Byzantines, where you're very limited on how many javelin throwers you can get out, it makes a lot of sense just going into that mass archer composition here against Libidinae and javelin throwers.
Yeah, but it seems Wham is thinking about attacking. I think he might even try to break the second TC. Although these walls, so many of them, might slow down his attack a little bit because of how, I guess this is still quite big expense at this stage of the game. So you get 3
Triple
archery
archery ranges. That's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
But
But
Wham
you
is
have
right on
to.
top of those.
Yeah, I think you have to. Oh, wow, yeah, actually, that's a good point. If he just stays here, most of the archers should die.
And there's nothing really that Marino can do about that. Archer pops out. Drone throws, so manage to get the hit on them.
Yeah, but this is not enough. Even if he bursts down 1 archery range, that's nice, sure. And even if he kills a couple archery ranges, he's on timer, I think, and he needs to start thinking about maybe even killing the second TC at some point.
Imagine if this was 1 year ago when you weren't able to choose from which side the units come out from the production buildings.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be brutal. Okay, here, a knight, 1
Triple
knight.
berries for Wham. He's got access to all the berries there.
Wow, yeah, pretty good. Although all the other food in the front, so the deers might be a bit difficult to secure later.
That's still not quite enough archers yet for Marine Lord to deal with the javelin throwers that Wham has in front of his base. He's gonna need a couple more. Yeah, this is definitely close to a Marine Lord spawn for Wham here, if it wasn't for the gold roll being forward. Like, if he had, like, 1 gold mine behind his base, then it would be a 100% Marine Lord spawn.
Yeah, and the ram upgrade just finished, so you got the first ram here. And look at this, in all the previous games, Marine Lord was building a TC in the back. So it was very difficult to reach, and he most of the time was able to secure it. But this time he went for very aggressive TC in the front, to the left side. And this is much more exposed, so I could see a world in which Wham actually just breaks through the TC and kills it. But actually, no, it seems he's just going for the production. And I am not sure what I think about this.
It's going for the gold villagers as well. Just denying upgrades, anything like that. You can see right now, Marine Lord, he doesn't have the upgrades on his archers, and 2 archers here going down because all the production is forward. Looks like he wants to take a fight now, actually, though. Is he going to be able to? Knight charges onto the javelin throwers, archers, finishing the job on one of them. Doesn't quite have enough archers in order to be able to one-shot the Limitane while they have the shield wall up. And right now he's just focusing the javelin throwers whenever he can. Just has to keep the count of them low. Next bunch of them, though, is going to be on its way.
These archers seem so underwhelming. They actually don't kill neither of these units. They don't kill the Limitane or the javelin throwers, and while dying at pretty rapid pace. So this trade looked pretty good for Wham, and the aggression continues. The number of javelin throwers is growing. There's actually more javelin throwers than archers, so that's insanely problematic. And there's also on top of this 90 Limitane. I think Wham maybe is going to win this tournament.
Yeah, he's looking very, very solid right now. At the meantime, Marine Lord moved out over to the boar, so he's going to be getting his food income from that soon. He's now moving out into the mid-map, wants to pick off the reinforcements that are coming out here from Wham.
Nice
And he's
move.
actually going to find a very nice army here to pick off. That is very good. Picking off the mercenaries when you can only get so many of them out in the first place.
Yeah, that's why I am debating the angle which Wham is attacking Marine Lord. Of course, taking out all these 3 archery ranges was great, but this feels like a decent target here to go for the TC. He's rotating this a little weird. Now he's even going to go in the back of the base pretty much, and this means that his reinforcements are extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. And we did see that reinforcement getting picked off earlier. More archer ranges have been added now by Marine Lord. He still tries to just go for mass archers here. Behind that Wham, he is on the last berry patch. Can we actually check out his TC, see if he's added in any more olive groves around his TC? See a couple of farms here for Marine Lord. Still only that 1 olive grove, so soon the mercenary production is going to hold for Wham at one point in time here.
He's got so many units. It seems Byzantine's eco plus olive oil and everything. You can farm so many of them, and these archers, they are just barely killing the spears, sure, but there's so many of them dying to javelin throwers as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hurts quite a bit. Scout actually gets picked off there. Marine Lord has to be careful with his wood economy. Javelin throwers have a lot of range.
on the other hand, there's 24 villager advantage for Marine Lord, so this is starting to get quite significant. He also is gathering the boar, which Wham did nothing against. So maybe if Wham is so slow with this, there is a chance for Marine Lord to maybe come back. Although these archer trades, they seem so bad every time they happen. So when we look at destroyed value, look at this. We got 1,600 for...
Bishop coming in soon as well for Wham. And once again, he's targeting the production buildings. Villagers on the wood line, also a little bit exposed. And the two Siphons here just doing so much damage to these production buildings. And Marine Lord looks like he's had enough of these rams now. Wants to kill the villagers. Villagers getting pulled. Archers also on the front line. Villagers have to be careful. Oh, villagers.
What?
Two go down. All of them are low health. Look at them. All are one shot now. And sure, Wham is aging up, but at least Marine Lord is able to buy himself a little bit of time. Man, that could have been a disaster right there.
That was sick. I still don't understand how this fire exactly works. It seems...
Like, how many villagers got killed there? Marine Lord, he lost 10 villagers so far overall.
Wow, okay, but Marine Lord is alive. Wham actually decided to slow down the aggression a little bit. So maybe Marine Lord is stabilizing this. Look at this, he's got more units. Wham push got repelled. And he's still gathering from the boar to the left. And he still has two deer to the right. So with all these villager... yeah, so Marine Lord really needs to survive the initial pushes right now. And with javelin throwers upgraded and everything, but the numbers are getting very high for Marine Lord, so maybe he's gonna stabilize this and actually maybe even win.
I'm not sure about that though, because behind that Wham, he's getting the Varangian guards out now as well. Walls coming in from both players. At least now Marine Lord has access to both the deer spots on his side of the map. Boar's about to run out. Another ram is going to be coming in. Marine Lord, he's trying to get up to the next stage as well. Just needs a little bit more gold, a little bit more food. Should be able to get that soon. But it's such a tight timing now for him to be able to go for that. This could be a huge wall if that gets up. I'm not sure if he's able to get that up though, because the units from Wham, they're literally right in front of him. There's the Siphon able to burn that wall down immediately. And Marine Lord's gonna have to abandon that position. Your job should get clicked very, very soon. Archers fighting off against the spears, but the Varangian guards are mixed in there now.
Yeah, there's so many of them, and he literally has no counter to them. Even the knights technically could be decent against them, but yeah, right now he's just... actually, wait a second, how is Marine Lord not dying to here? I guess
it's just not that many javelin throws, probably, I'm guessing here right now. Wham's also trying to use the Siphon against the units, trying to burn the buildings in between.
No, now
he's using up all of his food income, and Gigi gets called. Wham!
Wow.
Able to win it 4-2 against Marine Lord, and that means Wham! He's our current SLAPFEST champion, our new current SLAPFEST champion.
He did it, guys. He did it.
All right. Props to everybody who believed in Wham.
To Wham.
Man, imagine that. You go from losing to LUMT 4-0 into beating Marine Lord 4-2. What a comeback, man. Wham seems to be in absolute top form. And man, these pushes so far from him, they've been really, really strong.
Yeah, congratulations to Wham. Sick. Isn't it his first big win? Well, I guess... Oh, my cat going crazy here. But, well, maybe I wouldn't call Energy SLAPFEST 2 a big tournament. But, yeah, I think...
This is Wham's first unofficial S-tier victory. We'll call it like that.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, with the last stop at the end of the year, maybe we could call ourselves S tier then. We'll see. But yeah, that's huge success for Wham. Huge congratulations for him. And a big upset, all right? Like everybody expected Marine Lord to win this tournament, I would say. But yeah, it's Wham. And there were many believers in him. And he finally delivered. And I think it's time for the interview as well.
Exactly. So, yeah, we're doing that. Let's set that one up then.
Yep, Wham says he is.
Right.
Okay, yeah, we can do, yeah.
All right, in that case. Oh man. We want to do it in the official Energy SLAPFEST Discord channel. Now we realize Wham isn't in the Energy Discord channel.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah. All right. Are you adding him, Cow, or should I add him? I didn't hear. Can you repeat? All right. Perfect.
All right. There we go. All right, Wham! Congratulations on being the current Energy SLAPFEST champion. How do you feel after that one?
Pretty good. You know, it's hard to feel bad after that, but yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, taking down Marine Lord. I mean, that's not something that happens every day, and that was amazingly played. I gotta say, like all of these games so far here today, the first one felt like it was pretty demoralizing, right? Like playing Japan against English, you feel like, okay, you probably got a really good matchup on your hand. Marine Lord with a really great comeback in that one. How do you feel after that one? Because I personally, I would have probably thrown my mouse across the across the room during that game.
I mean, yeah, that's a tough question. Honestly, I knew, like, he got all the rocks, right? So I knew that late game I was just dead. And I just tried to all-in him like several times over and try to kill him, but killing Japan, so difficult, man.
It looked really tough. At multiple times we were both like, oh my god, he has him. The keep went up, all the farms are denied, but man, it was quite the hold. But after that, like you still like you went back into those next couple of games really determined, and the Abyssite versus Iubit game, that wasn't something that we've seen before. The culture wing into 2TC play there. Did you have that practice beforehand?
No. I didn't have that practice, but I had it theorized, and I actually did Abyssite versus Killjoy, Abyssite Iubit on that map, and it felt good, but like I knew Marine Lord, you know, was pretty fucking good, so I wanted to try something new, and the thought process was just like, just get the TC out before the Desert Raider comes, and then I'll have like a super big advantage with the cheap attacks and stuff, and then I can catch up to Castle quick.
Yeah, definitely worked out there. Very well played. I was really amazed by seeing it play out.
Yeah, everything that in that game went to plan, so I was pretty happy with that game.
All according to plan.
Nice. And what about the Delhi situation? Do you think Marine Lord played this somehow incorrectly by, I don't know, going for Sofa or going for maybe too many cows or too little cows? Do you just think Delhi is supposed to kill Malians there?
I do think Delhi's supposed to kill Malians, but I mean, like I kind of picked him, right? Because I thought he was either going to pick Malians or Mongols on that map, and I mean, obviously Delhi is good into both of those civs, I think. So he got a tough matchup, and he didn't get that much sheep, and I think he played quite well though. He forced a lot of Gazi to die into the TC and stuff, and I mean the Sofa, it's an interesting choice. Maybe he could not go for it, but then it's really, really difficult to stop the sacred sites. So I think he played pretty well there.
One play that happened that I really want to highlight there, it was that Ottoman versus Mongol game. So Ottoman, first of all, sure, they're favored there, but that timing, that crucial timing that came in there from you. You had the blacksmith upgrades, you had the matter, you had the double imams. we just looked at it, and you had 2 pierce armor on your archers there, and it just felt like the archers from Marilo just couldn't do any damage there. How do you feel in that situation? Because was it like a click moment in your brain, and like, okay, I can actually push this into a win there, or did you have that played out before?
It was more of a quick moment in the time, and I knew that Marino, like pushing him, he's gonna have a tower at the Dio there. I mean, while the Mongol players will, and yeah, everything was lining up to have a pretty good timing attack there with the meta and the imams. So I just really tried to push my advantage there, all the upgrades and stuff.
So we had a quite serious debate with Krakedy throughout the entire weekend about the strength of the knights. So since you are the champion, you have the right to conclude this debate. And what do you think? Is the spear crossbow the best way to play, or do you think knights with archers, or in general knights is the better way to play the game?
Personally, I think knights not so good. I mean, you even saw it in that Jean Dog versus China game. His crossbows were just owning my knights. Yeah, man, knights are good if you're already winning the game, but if you're like even or behind, they're just so bad.
All right, there we go. Pick Jean, you're already winning the game. In that case, knights are good. There we go. We're concluding it at that point.
That's what I said.
And also in our chat, I am Magic is asking, am I going to get a shout out? I trained this guy.
This guy's been playing Age of Mythology all day, and no, thank you.
No, thank you. Wow, whoa, brutal.
No shout out to Magic.
Like, what is he on about?
All day, I've only seen him play hybrid maps in Age of Mythology as well. That's just, yeah.
Apparently,
just
you
weird.
owe Magic a dinner.
I don't know Magic anything.
No. Okay, awesome. Do you have any more questions, Krakedy?
None on my side. Absolutely amazingly played. Thank you so much for participating, Wham. It's been an amazing set between you and Marine Lord. Thank you so much for playing.
Yeah, and obviously thank you guys for hosting and energy, and of course you guys casting. It's a good event.
Yeah. Also, another big shout out to Kyle. He's been running the production
Kyle,
for the entirety of the entire tournament, and yeah, the overlays, the observing, the split screen, the split camera view, everything. Like, Kyle has just been adding so much production value to Energy SLAPFEST and overall to just the entire Age of Empires 4 esports scene, and it's just all very much appreciated. So big shout out to Kyle at that point in time as well.
Yep. Thanks a lot, everybody, and congratulations, Wham, again. I'm really happy for you that you won this. I mean, beating Marinlord 4-2, that's pretty solid result.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go eat, guys. So yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to keep you waiting for too long. You now you deserve your winner's victory meal now after that one. Yeah, once again, thank you for playing, and we'll hope to see you in the next Energy SLAPFEST as well.
See ya, man.
Hopefully. See ya.
See ya, man. All right, that was Wham. Once again, great guy. Victory of this time's Energy SLAPFEST. Many more to come in the future, hopefully.
Yeah,
all
we
right.
got Wham, happy Wham picture. I guess I can't really post it on anywhere, but he was laughing so much, so happy.
It is a great victory. Any victory over Marine Lord is definitely a great victory, and especially for Wham. I think. Wait, is this actually the first time that he beat Marine Lord like in a set head to head? I got to check that on Wikipedia. Run query. Yeah, this is the first series that Wham has actually won against Marine Lord, so that's a pretty big one. I would personally argue, very big one.
Look at this, Carl. Can you post it? Can you show it on stream for a second?
Oh man. Once again, also big shout out to the viewers, for all of you for watching here. All of you guys, you're the ones that are enabling us to host these tournaments, and just thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah, there we go. We got a happy Wham there, the victor of this Energy SLAPFEST.
Yeah, we're gonna make emote probably out of this.
Yeah, that would be a nice one. The current the current Energy Slapfest champion. Once again, thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, just being here, watching this with us, supporting us. It's been a great tournament, Matisse, and yeah, I'm just very happy being able to host these tournaments here with you.
Yeah, me too, man. I really enjoy our discussions about everything, and yeah, super happy that we do it together. And thanks everybody for watching. And take my coaching, guys. I can bring you to Conqueror. Just message me, and we can do it. And yeah, I think we are going to end. And the next one, it's going to be in around 2 months. I think we will see how it exactly is gonna go. I'm gonna just announce it on Reddit, so check it out, or just follow some stuff on the Discord, and you will see that when it's gonna come. And yeah, thanks everybody. It's been a huge fun. And who do we host?
Any coordinated raiding attempts? So 10 for Tim just went live. We could raid Tim.
Okay.
So he's another caster who's very often up on Raising Empires as well as EGC TV.
Okay, so you can rate him, and I can rate, for example, Give You Anxiety. He seems to have one online as well.
All right, let's do that. Thank you guys once again so much for watching. Don't forget to stay up to date when it comes to additional Energy Slapfest as they're going to be announced. And yeah, also don't forget to check out the Bergen LAN event. That's also going to be happening sometime soon. And watch out for that one. Thank you guys once again so much for watching. And we'll see you all in the next one. Have a good one.
Guys, bye-bye.